Boruto burned away his Jugen and sacrificed himself, sending the defeated and fallen Naruto and Sasuke back to when they were 6 years old. Back at the very beginning, the despair of the ninja world's destruction was still vivid in their minds. This time, Naruto would no longer humble himself to please others. He would no longer rely on nothing but the Rasengan. He would train under Guy like a madman, master the 8 gates, control the 3 great sage arts, become proficient in every type of sealing technique, and completely make up for the weaknesses that had followed him his whole life. This time, Sasuke would no longer obsess, no longer defect, and no longer depend on eye techniques alone. He would temper his taijutsu to the absolute limit, stabilize the power of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and break the 1,000-year flaw in the Uchiha bloodline. The two of them would hide nothing and go all out from beginning to end. They would seize every top resource in the ninja world, dismantle the Akatsuki, end the 1,000 years of internal strife in the ninja world, and overturn Black Zetsu's scheme. When the Otsutsuki clan descended upon the ninja world, what awaited them would no longer be a miserable crushing defeat. On the day Otsutsuki Ishiki revived, when he saw the two people standing before him, one with the gate of death open, his whole body overflowing with sage chakra, the other backed by a complete Uchiha clan, he fell silent. He wanted to ask, wasn't he the script supposed to go differently? Instead, what stood before him were two flawless gods of the ninja world, beings above countless heavens, crushing the Otsutsuki's fate of harvesting everything once and for all. The story begins. Hot. So hot it felt like his whole body had been thrown into the center of the sun. Boruto's consciousness was burning violently. Every inch of his skin was breaking apart, but he didn't let go. His right hand was pressed tightly against Naruto's shoulder, and his left hand gripped Sasuke's collar. The power of the Jugen poured madly out of his eye socket, twisting the time and space of the entire battlefield into a spiraling vortex. Dad. Uncle Sasuke. Sorry. The boy's voice echoed through the crack in space-time, carrying a calmness no one his age should have had. Naruto could no longer speak. His body had been pierced through by Otsutsuki Ishiki's black rods. Kurama had already sacrificed himself, and his sage chakra had long been exhausted. His golden hair was matted with blood. His blue eyes were still open, but they no longer held any focus. Sasuke was in even worse shape. Most of his left arm was gone, and everything below his right knee had disappeared. Leaning against broken rubble, he stared at Boruto with all the strength he had left. Boruto, stop. Sasuke's voice was so hoarse it was almost impossible to hear. Using the Jugen to rewind time will make your entire body, I know. Boruto smiled, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth down his chin. Uncle Sasuke, if this is the last time these eyes will ever be used, then I have to do something meaningful with them. He turned to look at Naruto. On that face that had once been so spirited, there was now only exhaustion and despair. Team 7. Konoha. The ninja world. All of it was finished. 3 days ago, 3 members sent by the Otsutsuki main family had descended, joining forces with the revived Ishiki, Code, and Jura. The allied shinobi forces had been slaughtered to the last within 12 hours. Teacher Kakashi had died on the front line outside Sunagakure. Even after opening the gate of death, Mr. Guy had only managed to kick one Otsutsuki grunt to death. Lady Tsunade had been ambushed by Black Zetsu and sealed away. Naruto closed his eyes. He didn't cry. He didn't even have the strength to cry anymore. Dad. Boruto's voice grew softer. Tell Mom. Forget it. Mom's gone too. He took a deep breath. At that moment, the Jugen's ocular power was fully unleashed. Golden light burst from Boruto's entire body, forming a massive space-time vortex that swallowed Naruto, Sasuke, and Boruto himself all at once. At the center of the vortex, Boruto's body began to turn transparent, like a block of ice melting beneath the sun. This jutsu will send you back to the past. Back to before everything began. Boruto's voice grew farther and farther away. Your memories will remain. All of them will remain. But my existence will disappear from every timeline. Boruto. Naruto finally shouted, but his voice was already torn apart by the chaotic current of space-time. Don't waste this life I'm giving you, Dad. Boruto smiled one last time. It was exactly the same smile he had worn so many times in life after one of his pranks had succeeded. Then he vanished completely. The world spun. Naruto felt like he had been thrown down from a height of 10,000 meters. His insides churned violently. He wanted to vomit, but there was nothing in his stomach. A familiar birdsong came from beside his ear, the buzzing of cicadas, and the sound of a child crying. He suddenly opened his eyes. Ceiling. A wooden ceiling, slightly yellowed. To his left was a window, the sunlight so bright it made him squint. To his right was a wall with a faded poster of the third Hokage stuck to it. This bed. This room. This apartment. Naruto froze. Slowly he raised his hand. A pair of small hands, soft and without calluses. He looked down at his body. An orange tracksuit? No, a white t-shirt. The one he had loved wearing most as a child. He rushed off the bed and staggered toward the bathroom. He had to stand on tiptoe just to see the mirror. In the mirror was the face of a 6-year-old. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. Naruto Uzumaki. 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. He stood there blankly for 3 seconds. Then a massive flood of information slammed into his brain. The Valley of the End. The 4th Great Ninja War, marriage, becoming Hokage, Boruto's birth, Ishiki's attack, Code going berserk, the destruction of the ninja world, Boruto burning away his Jugen, and finally, frozen at the smile on his son's face before he disappeared. Boruto. Naruto's voice trembled. He crouched down and buried his face in his knees, his shoulders shaking violently. But in less than 10 seconds, he raised his head and fiercely wiped away his tears with his sleeve. He couldn't cry. There was no time to cry. His son had traded his life for this chance. It wasn't so Naruto could squat here and cry. He closed his eyes and carefully reviewed everything in his memory. He and Sasuke had reincarnated at the same time. That was the limit of what Boruto's Jugen could do. Their bodies were 6 years old, but their minds, combat memories, and cultivation experience had all been preserved. So what did he have in his hands right now? A 6-year-old body. The nine-tailed seal was still there, and Kurama himself should still be sleeping inside the seal. His chakra pathways had not fully developed yet, and the strength of his muscles and bones was still insufficient, but his combat awareness was at its peak. His understanding of ninjutsu was at Kage transcending level. He knew the timing of every major event over the next 20+ years, the abilities and weaknesses of every villain, and the location of every hidden resource. That was enough. The body could be trained. Chakra could be accumulated. But information and experience were the greatest cheat of any reincarnator. Naruto took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the ceiling space within his body. A damp sewer, a massive iron gate, and behind the gate, a pair of orange-red beast eyes. The Nine-Tails was awake, or rather, it had never slept that deeply to begin with. It sensed an extremely familiar chakra fluctuation surging out from deep within its hostess body, something no 6-year-old brat should have. The ceiling tags on the iron gate lit up with a faint glow. The Nine-Tails moved closer to the bars and narrowed its eyes as it looked outside. A little brat was walking over. It was definitely that brat's face, but the way he walked, the look in his eyes, the aura around him, none of it was right. Who are you? The Nine-Tails' deep voice echoed through the space. Naruto stood in front of the iron gate and looked up at the fox that had made him live in fear for more than 10 years. The corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. Kurama, it's me. The Nine-Tails' pupils suddenly contracted. That name, Kurama, was not something that brat would use. Only one person would call it that. Impossible. A trace of wariness entered the Nine-Tails' voice. The Sage of Six Paths has been dead a long time. In the future, you'll block Madara's Tengai Shinsei for me. You'll fight Kagaya alongside me. You'll call me your partner. Naruto's voice was so calm it didn't sound like it belonged to a 6-year-old. During the 4th Great Ninja War, you gave all your chakra to me. You said, Naruto, I believe in you. Then we won. The Nine-Tails fell silent. Naruto extended his right fist and pressed it against the bars toward the Nine-Tails. More than 20 years of memories immediately flooded into Kurama's mind. The Nine-Tails stared at him for a long time. That little brat, Boruto? The Nine-Tails suddenly asked. He disappeared completely? Naruto lowered his eyes. Yeah. Silence. Then the Nine-Tails let out a sigh and rested its massive head against the iron gate. Since the me in the future became your close friend, then I trust my own judgment. I'll do my best to release my chakra. Naruto lifted his head, and the light returned to his eyes. You don't need to give me too much at first, he said. Just enough for me to beat a few jonin. The Nine-Tails went speechless for 3 seconds. You really do ask for the impossible. A 6-year-old beating jonin? Are you crazy? Or am I crazy? In my last life, when I was 6, I couldn't even throw a shuriken straight, Naruto said with a smile. But this life is different. He turned to leave the mental space, then suddenly stopped again. Right, Kurama. What now? Thank you. Naruto didn't turn around. At the end of my last life, you died for me. I didn't get the chance to say it. The Nine-Tails fell silent for a few seconds, then turned its head away. Get lost. Hurry up and get stronger. Don't waste my chakra. Naruto smiled. His consciousness returned to reality, and he opened his eyes. With his palm facing up, he sensed the chakra flowing inside his body. Sure enough, although Kurama hadn't fully loosened the seal, the gap in the seal had clearly widened. A crimson chakra seeped out like a thin stream, slowly flowing through the pathways in his body. The amount wasn't much, but the good thing was that it was controllable. Naruto clenched his fist. At his fingertips, he could feel a power that didn't belong to a 6-year-old child. That's enough, he said softly. In this life, I won't let anyone sacrifice themselves again. He put on his shoes and pushed the door open. The early morning Konoha was shrouded in thin mist, and only a few ninja who had gotten up early to train were on the streets. Naruto didn't head toward Ichiraku Ramen. Instead, he turned and ran toward the Uchiha clan district. He had to confirm one thing. Behind Naka Shrine on the mountain training ground, a black-haired boy was kneeling on the ground. His hands braced against the earth as he gasped for breath. His eyes were shut tight, but blood dripped from the corners of them, blooming into dark red flowers on the gray stone ground. Sasuke. He had awakened half an hour earlier than Naruto. When he woke up, he was lying in the bed of his childhood bedroom. His first reaction was pain. His eyes. Not ordinary pain, but a brutal agony spreading from deep inside his eye sockets through his entire skull, like someone was carving words into his eyeballs with a red-hot needle. He raised a hand to touch them, and his fingertips came away covered in blood. Then the memories came. The Valley of the End. The truth about Itachi. Obito. The Fourth Great Ninja War. Naruto. Sakura. His daughter. And then Boruto's sacrifice. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke had barely hesitated at all. He understood what had happened immediately. The Jogen's reversal. Time-space reset. Boruto had actually pulled off that legendary forbidden technique. He rushed out the door, ran to the back mountain training ground, found an open space and forced himself to calm down. The pain in his eyes was still ongoing, but he already knew the reason. The Sharingan. No, something beyond the Sharingan. He slowly opened his eyes. 3 tomo spun inside his pupils, and then came the Mangekyo pattern, a 6-pointed star, exactly the same as in his last life. But this time, he hadn't awakened it at 17 after his final battle with Itachi. This time, at 6 years old, relying on the memories and grief of his past life, he had forcibly pushed his eyes to evolve to this stage. The price was intense pain and blurred vision. Sasuke took a deep breath and tried focusing chakra into his right eye. Amaterasu. Black flames appeared out of thin air on a rock 10 meters away, burning in silence. He cut off the chakra flow in less than 3 seconds, because the pain in his eyes was so intense they felt like they were about to explode. Useful, but there's a limit, Sasuke muttered, wiping away the fresh streak of blood at the corner of his eye. At most, once or twice a day. If I use it too much, I'll go blind. This was completely different from his last life. Back then, overusing the Mangekyo only made his vision blurry. It hadn't hurt this much. The reason was simple. His current body was only 6 years old. His nervous system and chakra pathways couldn't handle Mangekyo-level ocular power output. But he didn't care, because he had thought of something else too. The chakra resonance between Indra and Asura could bypass the Eternal Mangekyo and go straight to the Rinnegan. And Asura's reincarnation. Naruto. Sasuke spoke the name and rose to his feet. He also had to confirm one thing. Just as he reached the exit of the training ground, a figure came rushing around the corner and nearly crashed straight into him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks. Naruto. The two of them looked at each other. 3 seconds of silence. Then Naruto spoke first. Your eyes are bleeding. You still have tear marks on your face too, Sasuke said. Another 2 seconds of silence. Boruto. Naruto's voice was a little hoarse. I know. Sasuke cut him off. Don't say it. He suddenly held out his hand. Naruto froze for a moment, then reached out and gripped it tightly. 2 small 6-year-old hands, clasped together. The tacit understanding they had built after fighting side by side for decades in their previous lives needed no extra words in this moment. In this life, Sasuke said, no one will have to sacrifice themselves. Yeah. Naruto nodded, then smiled. So where do we start? Sasuke let go of his hand and pointed at Konoha's iconic building visible in the distance. The Ninja Academy. Let them know we're not here to attend class. Naruto grinned, showing a full set of white teeth. I like that idea. Early the next morning, at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Irika yawned and stood at the school gate with a teacup in hand, welcoming the students. This was his 3rd year as a homeroom teacher. Every year, there would be a batch of 6-year-old brats crying and yelling that they didn't want to come to school and couldn't leave their moms. Today should have been the same. That was until he saw 2 children walking side by side. The blonde one was Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the demon fox every villager avoided like the plague. Irika's feelings toward him were complicated. The kid was usually mischievous and always causing trouble, but at heart he wasn't bad. He just wanted attention too much. The black-haired one was Sasuke Uchiha, son of the Uchiha clan head, a genius with an aloof personality. These 2 kids normally had nothing to do with each other, so why were they walking together today? Before Irika could think further, a commotion suddenly erupted from inside the classroom. Then came the sound of desks and chairs crashing over. Irika rushed into the classroom and saw Naruto standing by the podium, flipping through the class schedule. Sasuke was sitting in the last row by the window, eyes closed, expressionless. Chalk was scattered all over the podium that had been Mizuki-sensei's teaching material. Naruto. Irika frowned. What did you do? Nothing. Naruto didn't even look at him as he rolled up the class schedule and stuffed it into his pocket. I just told Mizuki-sensei there's no need for the first class. The material is too easy. It's a waste of time. Irika froze. Mizuki-sensei climbed up from the floor, his face bruised purple and green. Not from being beaten, but from anger. He had just tried to teach this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. But Naruto sidestepped his grab and gave him a casual shove. Somehow, he had actually fallen flat on his face. A 6-year-old kid had shoved down an adult chunin? Mizuki thought it was just a coincidence. But Irika felt something was off. Naruto, you, Irika-sensei. Naruto finally turned his head. His blue eyes were calm in a way no child should be. What exactly are you planning to teach this year? Shuriken throwing? The 3 basic jutsu? Basic chakra control? That's right. Those are the standard, I already know all that, Naruto said. I can use shadow clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and substitution jutsu. My shuriken accuracy is 100%. As for chakra control precision, find a chunin to compete with me. I might not lose. The whole classroom went silent. The other children all stared with their mouths wide open. Liar. A chubby boy jumped to his feet. You always fail your tests. Naruto caught himself in time and changed his words. That's because I didn't want to get serious. From the back, Sasuke coldly added another stab. He not bragging. Everyone looked at him. Sasuke opened his eyes. In his dark pupils, the 3 Tomo Sharingan flashed for an instant. But the classroom was too dim, and only Irika and Mizuki caught that brief moment. Mizuki's expression changed drastically. 3 Tomo Sharingan? 6 years old? Even in Uchiha clan history, there had never been a monster like this. During the entrance test, Sasuke stood up and walked to the target in the middle of the classroom, turning his back to it. We're testing shuriken jutsu, right? He casually pulled out 4 shuriken from his waist and threw them behind him. The shuriken traced bizarre arcs through the air, went around a pillar, slammed into the wall, bounced back, and finally all 4 struck the bullseye at the same time, pinning themselves into a perfect diamond. The classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Naruto shrugged, walked to another target, and gave his hand a casual flick. He did not even aim with his eyes. The shuriken split into 6 in midair. He had secretly used wind release chakra, and all of them hit 6 bullseyes at the same time. This was not something a child could do. This was Jonin-level skill. Irika's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. You too. You too, actually. We were reborn, Naruto said with a smile, but his eyes were serious. He was not joking. Irika-sensei, we don't have time to waste 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Either give us our graduation certificates, or we'll come here every day and wreck the place. You? Veins bulged on Irika's forehead. Those are the rules. At 6 years old, you have to enter. Rules are for ordinary people, Sasuke said. We're not ordinary. He looked out the window. On the rooftop of the Hokage office building to the southeast, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was standing by the railing, watching from afar. The 3rd Hokage. Beside him stood a man wrapped in bandages. Danzo, they've already seen us, Sasuke said softly. Naruto followed his gaze and looked over, meeting the 3rd Hokage's eyes from several hundred meters away. The 3rd's expression shifted from shock to gravity. Hokage office building, top floor meeting room. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in the main seat. His pipe was resting on the table, untouched. Danzo sat across from him, his hands clasped under his chin. You saw it? Danzo said in a cold voice. That Nine-Tails brat, and the Uchiha survivor. 6 years old. Their shuriken jutsu surpasses chunin. Did you see the Uchiha brat's eyes? I did, the 3rd said. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not just that. Danzo tapped his finger on the table. The moment he opened his eyes, I caught a glimpse of a higher level pattern. There's a very high chance it was Mangekyo. Silence. And that Uzumaki brat, Danzo continued, the Nine-Tails chakra on him is abnormally active. I had a root sensory ninja confirm it. The seal has not been damaged, but the leakage is more than 5 times the normal value. He's guiding that chakra himself. The 3rd finally picked up his pipe and took a puff. What are you trying to say, Danzo? Control them. Or eliminate them. Danzo's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest. 2 6-year-old children possessing this kind of power, if they lose control, Konoha will suffer another Nine-Tails disaster. You're insane. The 3rd shook his head. They're just children. Children, Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, your biggest flaw in this life is that you're too naive. Those eyes. The way they speak. No child should have that. I suspect. What do you suspect? Danzo was silent for several seconds, then said, they know things they shouldn't know. The 3rd suddenly looked up. Danzo pulled a scroll from his robes and spread it out on the table. It contained an analysis report of all the abnormal behavior Naruto and Sasuke had shown since their rebirth. Naruto had never once gotten lost and knew the locations of all Konoha's secret facilities like the back of his hand. Sasuke had used high-level Uchiha fire release with no one teaching him. They may be spies from some organization, implanted with memories through some kind of jutsu, Danzo said. Or they may be transmigrators. The 3rd's fingers trembled slightly. It was not as if he had never considered that possibility. But if it was true, monitor them, the 3rd finally decided. Do not alert them. Also, call Jiraiya back. Danzo narrowed his eyes. What are you suspecting? I suspect nothing, the third said. But if they really do know something, Jiraiya is the only one who can get the truth out of them. Danzo said nothing more. He stood up and walked out of the room. The moment the door closed, a faint cold smile appeared on his face in the darkness. No matter who those two brats were, Root would get the answer before the Hokage did. That same afternoon on the back mountain of the Ninja Academy, Naruto and Sasuke sat in a tree, looking at the distant streets of Konoha. The third and Danzo will notice, Sasuke said. We were too high profile. That's the point. Naruto bit into an apple. We don't have time to play infiltration games. Only by being high profile can we get Jiraiya-sensei's attention. Only by being high profile can we get Gai-sensei to come teach me the 8 gates on his own. Only by being high profile can we interrupt Orochimaru's plans ahead of time. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Danzo 1T, let us go. If he dares make a move. Naruto's voice suddenly turned cold. Then I'll expose all of Root's information to the public. Hashirama cells. The Sharingan arm, the massacre plan. If he is tired of living, he can try it. Sasuke looked at him. You've changed a lot. Haven't you? Naruto shot back. Sasuke did not answer. Instead, he looked at his own right hand. He tried gathering chakra. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, earth release, water release. All 5 attributes rotated in his palm. Complete mastery over all attributes. An ability bought in his previous life with the Rinnegan, now engraved into his soul. Tomorrow's practical exercise, Sasuke said. Should we make Iruka-sensei start questioning his whole life? Naruto jumped down from the tree and loosened his wrists. Tomorrow? Why not now? He turned toward the depths of the forest, where several black figures were quietly approaching. Root, Naruto said softly. They've come to invite us for tea. Sasuke jumped down as well and stood beside him. Me or you? Together. Naruto grinned. Let us show them how 6-year-olds beat Jonin. Crimson Ninetails chakra surged out of his body, forming a thin cloak around him. In Sasuke's eyes, the 3 tomo spun, while the Mangekyo pattern flickered in and out of sight. The black shadows charged from all directions. The battle was about to erupt. 15 root shinobi, all ANBU elites. The weakest among them was at least special Jonin level. Leading them was a man wearing a cat face mask, codename skilled in earth release and assassination techniques. He had received Danzo's order. Capture Naruto and Sasuke alive, and bring them back to the root base for interrogation. They're just 2 brats, said in a low voice to his subordinates. Finish this fast. Don't alert the ANBU. All 15 moved at the same time. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed the Ninetails chakra flowing through his body, mapping every chakra signature within a 200-meter radius into his mind. 3 to the front left, approaching with earth release. 4 to the rear right, covering with shuriken. Directly above. Sasuke. Above you, Naruto shouted. Sasuke didn't even look up. With a casual flick of his left hand, 3 shuriken shot out, colliding midair and changing trajectory, precisely knocking down the 6 kunai flying from the tree. At the same time, his whole body vanished from the spot with the body flicker technique. In the next instant, he appeared behind one of the root shinobi, Chidori crackling in his right hand. Raikiri's pupils shrank sharply. He can use Chidori at 6. Sasuke didn't use Raikiri to attack. He simply concentrated the current onto his index finger and lightly tapped the back of that shinobi's neck. A precise paralysis of the nervous system. The man collapsed on the spot. At the same time, Naruto had already engaged 3 opponents. He didn't brute force it with the Ninetails chakra. Instead, he relied on the combat experience from his previous life, weaving through the siege of 3 Jonin-level shinobi with ease. One root shinobi thrust a kunai at him. Naruto tilted his head and dodged it, grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand, twisted, and used the momentum to hurl him into another one. The 2 slammed together and hit the ground hard. The third came from behind. Naruto didn't turn around. He dropped backward directly, smashing a headbutt into the man's abdomen, then used the rebound to flip backward and widen the distance. Your taijutsu isn't bad. Sneered. But that's all. His hands formed seals. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. The ground instantly softened. The land beneath Naruto and Sasuke turned into a swamp, trying to swallow them whole. Naruto tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and ran across the swamp's surface. His chakra control was precise enough to let him step on water. A swamp was no different, but A's second attack had already arrived. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon-shaped mass of mud burst out from behind him, opening its jaws and biting toward Naruto. Naruto, left. Sasuke shouted. Naruto moved exactly as told, dodging to the left. Suddenly, blood flowed from Sasuke's right eye. He had activated the Mangekyo. Black flames descended from the sky and ignited on the Earth Dragon's head. Amaterasu. The soil vaporized instantly within the black flames. The earth dragon let out a mournful cry before its entire body collapsed. What kind of fire is that? One root shinobi stepped back in horror. The flames of Amaterasu didn't go out. Instead, they spread along the earth dragoness body and burned toward it. I had no choice but to give up his attack and backflip repeatedly to avoid the flames. Even so, a tiny bit of black fire touched his arm. Under the intense pain, he drew his blade without hesitation and cut off the patch of skin that had been burned. Retreat, I ordered through gritted teeth. These two brats aren't ordinary. Before he could finish, Naruto appeared in front of him. It wasn't the body flicker technique. It was the first gate of the 8 gates, the gate of opening. His speed tripled instantly. The fist of a 6-year-old, wrapped in the crimson glow of the Nine-Tails chakra, slammed viciously into A's stomach. A flew backward, crashing through 3 trees before finally stopping. The remaining 11 root shinobi looked at each other. 15 against 2. Within 15 seconds, one had gone down, one had been burned, and one had been paralyzed by Chidori. And those two brats. One had blood flowing from his eye yet kept a blank expression. The other was wreathed in red chakra and grinning. You still want to fight? Naruto asked. The root shinobi gave no answer. Instead, they all retreated at once. They were trained. They knew when to fight and when to run. 3 seconds later, only Naruto and Sasuke were left in the forest, along with the 3 unconscious root shinobi lying on the ground. Sasuke closed one eye. The backlash from Amaterasu had kicked in. His right eye hurt as if it were being burned by fire. He dropped to one knee, bracing himself on it with one hand, gritting his teeth to keep from making a sound. Naruto ran over and placed a hand on his shoulder. The Nine-Tails healing chakra flowed into Sasuke through the point of contact. It wasn't medical ninjutsu, but the Nine-Tails chakra itself had extremely strong regenerative properties. Feeling better? Yeah. Sasuke opened his eye. The blood had stopped flowing. After using Amaterasu, my right eye won't be usable for at least half a day. Then don't use it. Against trash like this, I can handle it alone. And what if you can't? If I can't, then you'll use Amaterasu? Naruto rolled his eyes. At that rate, forget your right eye. You won't get to keep it this lifetime. The two looked at each other, then suddenly smiled at the same time. Not a loud laugh. The kind of relieved smile that comes after surviving life and death together, knowing the other person would always be by your side. Let us go. Naruto pulled Sasuke up. Let us see what the third old man has to say. Hokage office building. After hearing the ANBU report, the third almost dropped his pipe. 15 root shinobi were driven back by 2 6-year-old children. Even the ANBU shinobi's voice was trembling. Yes, Lord Hokage. And they didn't even use their full strength. Uzumaki Naruto used the Nine-Tails chakra and the first gate of the 8 gates. Uchiha Sasuke used black flames. Intelligence believes that kind of flame may be the legendary Amaterasu. The third took a deep breath. Where is Jiraiya now? He has already reached the village gate. Have him come see me directly. 20 minutes later, Jiraiya pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, dropped into the sofa carelessly, and crossed his legs. Old man, why do you call me back in such a hurry? I was right in the middle of gathering material over there. Shut up. Look at this. The third tossed a battle report over. Jiraiya caught it, opened it, and after reading a few lines, his brows furrowed. After finishing it, he flipped back to the first page and read it again. You're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then said, where are those 2 kids now? At the Ninja Academy. I had them continue attending class as normal. In class? Jiraiya stood up. Kids with this kind of strength. And you're sending them to shuriken lessons? What else am I supposed to do? The third gave a bitter smile. They're carrying too many secrets. I need your help figuring them out. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine, I'll go take a look. He walked to the door, then suddenly turned back. Old man, do you think they might really have come back from the future? The third didn't answer. He only took a deep drag from his pipe. Jiraiya shrugged and pushed the door open to leave. Ninja Academy classroom. Irika was explaining the basics of chakra. Naruto was sleeping face down at the back row, while Sasuke had his eyes closed, but was actually training his control over his ocular power. The door was suddenly pulled open. A tall white-haired man walked in, wearing a red outer robe. His wooden sandals clicked against the floor. Yo! Jiraiya swept his gaze across the whole class with a grin. Which ones are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? All the children turned to look toward the back row. Naruto woke up. The moment he saw Jiraiya's face, his eyes lit up. Sasuke opened his eyes and glanced at him once, then closed them again. Jiraiya walked over and bent down, staring at Naruto for quite a while. Kid, do you know me? Naruto had wanted to say, you're Toad Sage Jiraiya, my master. But when the words reached his lips, they came out as, you're one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. I've heard of you. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. The way this kid spoke didn't sound like he had merely heard of him. It sounded more like he was confirming it. Confirming that he really was Jiraiya. confirming that he had come to the right place. Come find me after school. Jiraiya handed him a slip of paper. This address. If you don't come, you'll regret it. Naruto took the note and glanced at it. The summoning coordinates for Mount Mayaboku? No. That's Jiraiya's private home address. I'll go, Naruto said. Jiraiya turned and walked out. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Sasuke. Kid, you'd better use your eyes sparingly. A Mangekyo isn't something a 6-year-old body can handle. Sasuke finally looked at him with widened eyes. Jiraiya smiled, then turned and disappeared down the end of the hallway. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look. He knows, Sasuke said quietly. Of course he knows, Naruto said. He's Jiraiya. After school, as the sun slanted westward, Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of the address written on the note. A secluded Japanese-style residence. Naruto took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Jiraiya was sitting in the courtyard, with 3 sake cups placed in front of him. You're here? He pointed at the cushions across from him. Sit. Naruto and Sasuke sat down. Jiraiya drank a cup of sake first, then set it down, crossing his arms over his chest. He stared at them with that look that seemed to see through everything. I'll ask one more time. Jiraiya's voice held no trace of laughter. Who exactly are you two? Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke gave a slight nod. Naruto turned back and looked straight into Jiraiya's eyes, speaking one word at a time. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm your future disciple. He's your future disciple's partner. We came back from the day the ninja world was destroyed. Boruto, my son, used the Jogan to send us back here. Silence. Jiraiya's expression shifted from scrutiny to shock, and from shock to something far more complicated. Boruto. He repeated the name. I have a grand disciple in the future? Yes. Naruto's voice was a little hoarse. He's a lot like you. Perverted. Loves acting tough, and likes pulling pranks. Jiraiya fell silent for a long time. Then he stood up, walked over to Naruto, crouched down, and pressed a hand on his head. What you're saying? Jiraiya's voice was very soft. If it's fake, I'll throw you into Mount Mayaboku and let the toads kick you around like a ball. And if it's real? Naruto asked. Jiraiya grinned and raised his thumb. Then we'll sit down and have a proper talk about how to change the future. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the 3 of them long across the ground. Naruto's eyes were a little red, but he held it in. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly, a rare expression. And in Jiraiya's heart, he was already thinking, these 2 brats were telling the truth. He had seen too many lies, but in the eyes of 6-year-old children, he could not have seen this kind of exhaustion forged by hardship. That night, the 3 of them talked until very late. Jiraiya learned many things he should never have known. His own death, Pain's true identity, the outcome of the 4th Great Ninja War, and the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. He did not press for details about Boruto, because when Naruto got to that part, his voice shook too badly to continue. All right, to the end, Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. The old man was right. You 2 really shouldn't be going to the ninja academy. Starting tomorrow, the 2 of you will train under me. Naruto, I'll take you to Mount Mayaboku. Sasuke, I'll help you contact someone. Who? Sasuke asked. Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke froze at the same time. Don't worry. Jiraiya's smile turned sly. I know what that bastard does in the future. But he's the person in this ninja world who's researched the Sharingan the deepest. If you want to stabilize the Mangekyo without going blind, his Hashirama cell research is the only solution. In this life, we'll cut him off first. Laughter from all 3 of them echoed through the courtyard. In the distance, Konoha was brightly lit, and no one knew that this transformation, starting from the age of 6, had already quietly begun. And even farther away, a figure hidden behind the moon slowly opened its eyes. Interesting. Black Zetsu's voice echoed in the darkness. These 2 little brats seemed to know something. His body sank into the ground and moved toward Konoha. Inside Jiraiya's residence, the 3 talked until the latter half of the night. Naruto went through the major events of the next 20 years according to the timeline, the Chunin exams, Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan, the rise of the Akatsuki, Pain's true identity, the 4th Great Ninja War, Kagaya's revival, the descent of the Otsutsuki, all the way to Boruto's sacrifice. Sasuke occasionally added details from the side, especially the parts concerning the Uchiha clan and Black Zetsu. After listening, Jiraiya drained the cup in one gulp and let out a long breath. So I'll die in Mangekyo. His voice was calm in a frightening way. Killed by my former disciple. Naruto lowered his head and said nothing. Jiraiya patted his head. Don't make that face. In this life, I'm not dead yet, am I? Besides, that'd be called sacrificing myself for peace. Sounds pretty cool. Cool my ass, Naruto muttered. Jiraiya laughed. Then his expression turned serious. You said Otsutsuki Ishiki is possessing Jigen. As for names like Code and Jura, I've never heard of them. But since you know the exact time they'll appear and what abilities they have, then we can make preparations in advance. Not just make preparations in advance, Sasuke said. We need to wipe them out by the roots before they've fully grown. Black Zetsu too, Naruto added. That guy's been planning Kagaya's revival since her era. Every war in the ninja world has him lurking behind it. Jiraiya nodded, stood up, and slid open the door. Moonlight spilled into the courtyard, illuminating the faces of the three of them. Tomorrow's plan is this. Jiraiya raised a finger. Naruto, I'll take you to Mount Myaboku and let you get in touch with natural energy ahead of time. Your body is too small, and the burden of sage jutsu is heavy, but learning how to sense it first is always good. Sasuke, regarding the person you mentioned to me, Orochimaru, I'll contact him tonight. But honestly speaking, that person can't be trusted. Are you sure you want to find her? We're not looking for her, Sasuke said. We're cutting off her research results first. If I get Hashirama cell samples and the Sharingan experiment data in advance, my Mangekyo won't go blind. Jiraiya frowned. Hashirama cells are dangerous. A lot of people go berserk the moment they're implanted. I don't need an implant, Sasuke said. I need the data. As long as I know the principle of how to make the Sharingan and Hashirama cells resonate safely, that's enough. On this point, in the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru has researched it thoroughly enough. Fine. Jiraiya nodded. But there's one thing. Starting today, the two of you will publicly declare that you're my final disciples. That way, inside Konoha, if Danzo wants to make a move on you, he'll have to think twice. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. The next morning, Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya used the summoning jutsu to bring the three of them to the sacred land of the toads. Naruto had already been here countless times, but this time was different. His body was 6 years old, and standing before the giant toad statue, he looked especially small. Fukasaku and Shima hopped out to greet them. Seeing that Jiraiya had brought a child, they were a little surprised. Jiraiya, is this your new disciple? Fukasaku stroked his beard. He's far too young. Don't be fooled by his age. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. He's stronger than most jonin. Little Naruto, show the two sages what you've got. Naruto didn't waste words. He directly gathered chakra. The crimson cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra covered his whole body. With a casual wave of his hand, the wind from his punch shattered a huge boulder nearby. Fukasaku's eyes widened into perfect circles. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? And it's under control too? That's exactly why I brought him here to learn Sage Jutsu. Jiraiya sounded smug. A Jinchuriki in Sage mode. I don't even dare imagine how far he'll go in the future. Shima leaned in and sniffed Naruto, then nodded. His chakra smell is very pure. Doesn't seem like a bad kid. Alright brat, today you'll first see whether you can sense natural energy. Naruto sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Sensing natural energy was already muscle memory for him. But the problem was, in his previous life, he had only learned Sage Jutsu after his body had matured in his teens. Now, whether the meridians of his 6-year-old body could withstand the fused Senjutsu chakra was still an unknown. 3 seconds later he opened his eyes. I sensed it. Fukasaku Sage's jaw nearly dropped. 3 seconds. Jiraiya, you took 3 months back then. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. I just wasn't serious back then. Sasuke coldly stabbed in from the side. Lord Jiraiya, your talent might really be pretty average. Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage had Naruto try absorbing natural energy. Following the method in his memory, Naruto fused the spiritual energy in his body, physical energy, and the natural energy outside in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. The first time, he failed. He absorbed too much natural energy, and his arm began to turn into a frog S. But Naruto immediately cut off the fusion and used the Nine-Tails chakra to suppress the frog transformation. The whole process took less than 1 second. Good control, Fukasaku Sage nodded. Usually, once beginners start turning into frogs, they can't turn back. The fact that you reversed it yourself means your soul power is very strong. Again, the second time, Naruto adjusted the ratio and successfully fused a small cluster of Senjutsu chakra. A faint orange eyeshadow appeared around his eyes, the initial sign of Sage mode. It worked. Naruto opened his eyes, and a trace of golden light flashed through them. Jiraiya was completely speechless. At 6 years old, and he had completed the initial fusion of Senjutsu chakra in just 2 attempts. This was no longer a matter of talent. This was blatant cheating. Alright. Jiraiya waved his hand. Don't go any deeper for now. Your body won't be able to handle it. Practice for half an hour every day. No more than that. Wait until you're 10 before fully mastering it. Naruto nodded and dispersed the Senjutsu chakra. Fukasaku Sage looked at Jiraiya. Where did you find this brat? I want to take in a disciple like this too. Too late. Yes, my disciple. TCH. Deep within Mount Myaboku, beside a waterfall. Jiraiya had Naruto continue practicing perception while he took Sasuke to the other side. Your eyes. Let me see them. Jiraiya crouched down. Sasuke opened his eyes. The 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spun, then changed into the 6-pointed Mangekyo pattern. Jiraiya sucked in a cold breath. A 6-year-old with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had never heard of such a thing in his life. Does it hurt? It hurts when I use its ability, Sasuke said. Amaterasu can only be used once. If I use it too much, my right eye will go temporarily blind. And you still used it to fight 15 root members? I couldn't win without it. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then pulled a scroll from his clothes. I stole this from the old third. He lowered his voice. Madara Uchiha's research materials, including the evolution process of his Sharingan. It's incomplete, but it'll be useful to you. Sasuke took the scroll, opened it, and swept his eyes over it. His pupils shrank slightly. This is a record about the Eternal Mangekyo, right? Madara transplanted his younger brother Izuna's eyes to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo, and from then on, he no longer went blind. But in your situation, we can't exactly have Itachi awaken the Mangekyo right now and dig them out for you, can we? Jiraiya scratched his head. So we need Orochimaru's research data and see if there's another path. Sasuke put away the scroll and nodded. And one more thing. Jiraiya lowered his voice. That Amaterasu of yours. Can it turn into black flame armor? I heard some Uchiha could do that. Kagetsuchi, Sasuke said. I could do it in my previous life. But in this life my body is still too small. I haven't tried yet. Try it when we get back. If you can do it, you'll basically be invincible in close combat. Just then, Naruto ran over from the distance, his expression a little off. What's wrong? I sensed a strange chakra. Naruto pointed toward the border of Mount Mayaboku. It's not a toad, and it's not yours either, Jiraiya-sensei. Feels like a snake. Jiraiya's expression turned sharp. He quickly formed hand seals and used a sensory ninjutsu. Orochimaru's chakra signature. Jiraiya's face darkened. I didn't notify him. How did he find this place? It's not his real body. Naruto's perception was even finer than Jiraiya's. It's a small snake carrying his chakra mark. Orochimaru is spying on us. Sasuke immediately stood up. Track that snake. We can find his hiding place. There's no need for you to look for me. A soft, sinister voice came from deep in the forest. I came here myself. All three entered battle stance at the same time. From the shadows of the woods, a man in a black cloak walked out. His face was pale as paper. His pupils were golden vertical slits, and purple eyeshadow stretched to his temples. Orochimaru. But his body looked much younger than in Naruto's memory. This was Orochimaru not long after defecting from Konoha. He had not yet changed bodies repeatedly, and was in the most fanatical period of his research. Jiraiya, Orochimaru licked his lips. Long time no see. You actually took in two such interesting little brats. I'm quite envious. Jiraiya stepped in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Orochimaru, what are you doing in Mount Mayaboku? You're not welcome here. Don't be so tense. Old classmate. Orochimaru raised both hands to show he meant no harm. I was only passing by, and happened to sense some very interesting chakra. His gaze passed over Jiraiya and landed on Sasuke, a 6-year-old with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly beautiful. Sasuke did not retreat. He met Orochimaru's slit pupils directly. You want my eyes? Not for now. Orochimaru smiled. Your eyes are still too immature. Let them evolve a bit more first. However, I can help you. I can help delay your blindness, help stabilize your ocular power, and even help you find the path to eternity. The condition? Sasuke asked. Let me research you. Orochimaru did not hide it in the slightest. No transplants, no harm, no destruction. I only need to record data regularly, draw a little blood, and run some tests. In exchange, all of my research materials will be open to you. Jiraiya wanted to refuse, but Naruto grabbed him. Jiraiya-sensei, let him finish. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, and a trace of interest flashed through his eyes. You're special too. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sensing natural energy in 3 seconds. The two of you are both the rarest specimens in this ninja world. I can help you grow stronger, faster than that trash Jiraiya can teach you. Hey! Jiraiya exploded. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and Naruto gave a slight nod. Fine, Sasuke said, but I have 2 conditions. Go on. First, all research must be conducted under Jiraiya's supervision. You are not allowed to take us to your secret base. Second, if we discover any move from you that is harmful to Konoha, the cooperation ends, and I will personally kill you. Orochimaru smiled. A gloomy, sinister smile. Deal. He extended his hand. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then shook it. That icy touch reminded Sasuke of the discomfort from his previous life, when Orochimaru had planted the cursed seal on him. But this life was different. He was no longer that boy whose mind had been clouded by hatred. He was a warrior who knew every trump card. Orochimaru released his hand, pulled out a thick scroll from his clothes, and tossed it to Sasuke. A meeting gift. A research report on the compatibility between Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan. It should be enough to keep you reading for a month. Sasuke caught the scroll, did not open it, and put it away directly. In 1 month, I'll come find you. Orochimaru turned around and walked toward the forest. When that time comes, I hope to see you using your Mangekyo more skillfully. Don't disappoint me, little brat of the Uchiha clan. His figure disappeared into the shadows. Jiraiya let out a breath. Are you too insane? Cooperating with Orochimaru? There are no eternal enemies in the ninja world, Naruto said. In this life, every usable resource has to be used. Orochimaru's research is too important to us. We can't just leave it alone. But he is not trustworthy. We don't need to trust him, Sasuke said. We just need to use him. Once his research reaches a certain stage, we'll take all the data and keep our distance from him. Jiraiya looked at these two 6-year-old brats and let out a sigh. Are you too sure you're not some old monsters wearing kid skin? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and answered in unison. Pretty much. The waterfall of Mount Myaboku still roared. The snake's shadow in the distance had already completely vanished, but traces of Orochimaru's chakra still lingered in the air. Naruto suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. His body had reached its limit. A 6-year-old's chakra pathways had already been pushed hard enough after bearing the Ninetales chakra, attempting senjutsu, and maintaining long-term sensory perception. He dropped to the ground on his butt and started breathing heavily. Sasuke was about the same. His Mangekyo Sharingan had not fully deactivated yet, and a faint pain throbbed in his eyes. Jiraiya looked at these two little monsters, his heart filled with mixed feelings. That's enough for today. He grabbed one in each hand and lifted them up. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, the real training begins. Naruto will train the 8 gates. Sasuke will train taijutsu and ocular power control. As for the scroll Orochimaru gave you, I'll help translate the encrypted parts. Under the setting sun, Jiraiya carried the two children down the mountain path. Naruto lay over Jiraiya's shoulder, his eyes half closed. Jiraiya-sensei, In this life you want to die. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then smiled. It was a very gentle smile. Alright, I'll do my best. On the other side, Sasuke was still awake. He touched the scroll Orochimaru had given him inside his clothes, already calculating something else in his heart. 1 month later, Orochimaru would come. When that time came, what he would show would not only be a more proficient Mangekyo Sharingan but also the prototype he had already begun attempting, black flame armor covering his entire body with Akatsuki. Darkness descended, and the toads of Mount Myaboku began to sing. Meanwhile, in the upper-level conference room of Konoha, Danzo looked at the latest report sent by Root. His expression so dark it looked like he wanted to devour someone. Jiraiya took those two brats as disciples, and even brought them to Mount Myaboku? He crushed the teacup in his hand. Looks like we can't use force anymore. Then we'll change methods. In the darkness, a cold glint flashed through Danzo's eyes. He summoned a Root ninja and gave a few quiet instructions. The ninja nodded and disappeared into the night. Konoha Year 44, Summer. A full month had passed since Naruto and Sasuke were reborn. During this month, the Konoha ANBU intelligence network had practically been flooded by the names of two 6-year-old children. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had become high-frequency terms in all confidential files. The third Hokage's first task every morning was to read their training reports, while Danzo's Root had even assigned 6 sensory ninja to monitor them in shifts. But no one dared touch them, because Lord Jiraiya had made himself clear. These two brats are under my protection. Whoever touches them, I'll have the toads go to his house and hold a concert. Jiraiya's threat still carried plenty of weight in Konoha. What's more, these two brats themselves were not easy to mess with. 5:30 in the morning, Training Ground 3, Konoha. The sky was still dark, and mist filled the air. A man in a green jumpsuit was already standing in the center of the field, arms crossed, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bowl cut, radiating an aura of burning youth from head to toe. Might Guy. Jiraiya had called him here today. At first, Guy had refused. He never accepted students younger than 10, because taijutsu training was too harmful to a small child's body. But Jiraiya had only said one sentence on the phone. That brat can open the first gate. Guy had hung up and rushed over immediately. At this moment, he stared at the blonde brat in front of him, his gaze so fiery it could set someone ablaze. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki? Guy crouched down and pressed both hands onto Naruto's shoulders. You really can open the 8 gates? Naruto didn't waste words. He took a deep breath and concentrated chakra into the neural node in his brain. 8 gates. First gate. Gate of opening. Open. His speed instantly tripled. He pushed off hard with his feet, and his whole body shot forward like a cannonball for over 30 feet. One side kick smashed a training post clean in half. Guy's eyes lit up, brighter than the sun in the sky. It really is the gate of opening. Guy got so excited tears came out. At 6 years old, and you can precisely control chakra to strike the brain's limiter. What kind of genius is this? What kind of youth? Naruto released the 8-gate state and let out a slight breath. The burden of the gate of opening on a 6-year-old body was not small, but with the Ninetales chakra recovery ability, it could basically be ignored. Guy-sensei, Naruto said seriously as he looked at him, I don't just want to learn how to open one gate. I want to learn all 8. The smile on Guy's face faded. Brat, do you know the price of the 8 gates? Opening the 7th gate will tear muscle fibers throughout your body apart. The 8th gate, the gate of death, means certain death. I know, Naruto said, but I'm different. He released part of the Ninetales chakra. A crimson aura burned over his body surface, and damaged muscle tissue healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gaia's eyes widened. The Ninetales regeneration really can greatly reduce the burden of the 8 gates. But even so, the gate of death would still, I want to open the gate of death. Naruto cut him off. What I need is the first 7 gates. In front of absolute combat power, 7 gates plus the Ninetales plus Senjutsu should be enough. Guy fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped Naruto hard on the back, almost sending him flying. Good. Starting today, you are a disciple of me. My Guy. I will use the strictest training to temper your body to its absolute limit. Sasuke stood nearby watching the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Another teacher Naruto talked into limping, he muttered. Guy turned to look at Sasuke. Brat from the Uchiha clan, do you want to learn taijutsu too? Your Sharingan and taijutsu are a match made in heaven. Sasuke thought for a moment, then nodded. There really had been room for improvement in his taijutsu in his previous life. If he could build a solid foundation from childhood in this life, then paired with the close combat power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would become ridiculously strong. But I'm not wearing a green jumpsuit. Gaia's tears came out again. Why won't you even wear matching clothes with me? Is this the generation gap of youth? Training officially began at 6 in the morning. Gaia's training plan was simple and brutal. Max out the physical basics. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats, and 50 laps around Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke accepted the whole set without complaint. Supported by the Ninetales chakra, Naruto's endurance far surpassed ordinary people. Sasuke, though he did not have the Ninetales, could complete every movement with the lowest possible energy consumption thanks to the taijutsu experience and chakra control accumulated in his previous life. Guy watched from the side, nodding again and again. These two brats aren't geniuses. They're monsters, he whispered to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was curled up on a tree reading Ika Paradise without even lifting his head. Obviously, why else would I take them in? After the morning physical training ended, Guy began teaching Naruto the 2nd gate of the 8 gates, the gate of healing. The unlocking point of the gate of opening is in the brain. The unlocking point of the gate of healing is in the spinal cord. You need to use chakra to strike the spinal nerve nodes with precision and remove the body's further limiters on muscle power. The first gate removes the brain's suppression over the muscles, Guy explained. The 2nd gate removes the spinal cord's suppression over the muscles. Once both are released, your speed and strength will double again. But the side effects will also be greater. The tearing of muscle fibers will escalate from the capillary level to the muscle bundle level. Naruto closed his eyes and circulated the Ninetales chakra through his body. At the same time, following Gaia's instructions, he condensed part of his chakra into his spine. Impact. Pain. It felt like someone was drilling into his spine with an electric drill. But Naruto gritted his teeth and forcibly pushed his chakra through the node of the gate of rest. His muscles instantly swelled by a whole circle, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. He opened his eyes, and a trace of red light flashed through them. The 2nd gate was open. Guy was stunned. It had taken him years of practicing the 8 gates to open the 2nd gate, yet this brat had done it in just one morning? Why you? Have you trained this before? Naruto smiled. You could say that. What he didn't say was that in his previous life, even though he had never systematically learned the 8 gates, he had fought alongside Guy for so many years that his control over physical power had long since been carved into his muscle memory. In this life, he was just reactivating it. Beside them, Sasuke silently continued his own training, repeatedly switching the Sharingan on and off. From 1 tomo to 3 tomo to Mangekyo, every switch came with intense pain, but he forced himself to endure it without letting his expression twist. He was trying something. Using Akatsuki to cover his entire body with Amaterasu flames, forming a thin layer of black flame armor. On the first attempt, the black flames burned through a layer of skin the moment they touched him. Sasuke clenched his teeth and cut off the chakra. A charred burn mark appeared on his right forearm. What are you doing? Jiraiya threw down his book and rushed over. Using Amaterasu on yourself. I'm experimenting. Sasuke expressionlessly used medical ninjutsu to treat himself. In my previous life, I saw Uchiha Madara cover his whole body with Susanoo. I want to see if I can create the same effect with Amaterasu. You're crazy, Jiraiya snapped. Amaterasu is black flame that burns everything away. How could your body possibly withstand it? Naruto walked over and placed a hand on Sasuke's injured arm. Ninetales chakra flowed in, speeding up the healing. Do you want to try using ordinary flames first? Like fire release, great fireball technique? Ordinary flames don't have enough deterrence, Sasuke said. The point of Amaterasu armor is that anyone who touches me gets burned by black flames. Invincible in close combat. But you can't control it yet. Then I'll train until I can. Sasuke looked at his healed arm and gathered Akatsuki again. This time, He controlled the black flames to cover only the back of his right hand, using just an extremely thin layer of fire, with the temperature controlled to a level that would only burn the enemy. He still failed. Blisters rose on the back of his hand. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, all the way until the 23rd time. Sasuke's right hand was finally covered in a thin layer of black flames as light as cicada wings, without burning his own skin. He raised his right hand and looked at the flickering black flames. It worked. Jiraiya and Guy looked at each other. This Uchiha brat was even crazier than Naruto. By evening, training was over. Naruto soaked in the hot bathwater, his whole body aching. The side effects of opening the 8 gates to the second gate were starting to show. Even with Ninetales chakra repairing him, his muscles were still sore as hell. Sasuke sat beside him with bandages wrapped around his hand. After the 23rd attempt, his hand had already gone numb. "You're rushing too much," Naruto said. "We don't have time." Sasuke looked up at the ceiling. "Ishiki will possess Jigen very early on. We have, at most, 12 years. 12 years to train until we can crush Ishiki. Do you think that's easy?" Naruto fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "No, it's not easy. But with you beside me, I think we can do it." Sasuke glanced at him. "That was cheesy. I'm serious. In our previous life, we fought for so many years. Didn't we win in the end?" "Win?" Sasuke's voice suddenly dropped. "Boruto died. The ninja world was destroyed. You call that winning?" The bathhouse fell silent. Steam rose, blurring the expressions on both their faces. Naruto lowered his head and looked at his reflection in the water. A 6-year-old face, but eyes filled with weariness. "So I won't let what happened in that life happen again." Naruto's voice was soft, but firm. "I won't waste the chance Boruto bought with his life." Sasuke said nothing, but his clenched fist loosened. After a long while he said, "Neither will I." At the same time, in the Konoha root base, Danzo sat in the darkness. In front of him knelt a root ninja wearing a mask. Jiraiya took in those two brats? Danzo's voice held no emotion. "Yes. Naruto Uzumaki has begun learning the 8 gates from Might Guy. Sasuke Uchiha is researching a kind of black flame armor." Danzo was silent for a moment. "What about Orochimaru?" "It has been confirmed. Orochimaru made contact with them 1 month ago. The exact contents are unknown, but they appear to have reached some kind of cooperation." Danzo tapped his fingers against the armrest. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the third. That old fool is still protecting them. With those 3 joining hands, Root will have a hard time making a direct move." "Then what are your orders?" "A different approach." Danzo stood up. "Since we can't eliminate them, then we'll win them over. Or let them walk toward their own destruction." He walked to the wall and opened a hidden compartment. Inside was a test tube containing faintly glowing cellular tissue, Hashirama cells. If the Uchiha brat wants the Eternal Mangekyo, he'll need this. And the Ninetales brat also needs greater power to face future enemies. "Send Sai to make contact with them," Danzo said. "Bring a sample of the Hashirama cells and a cooperation agreement. If they cooperate, Root will be their backing. If they refuse..." He paused. "Then find a way to make Orochimaru's research suffer a little accident." The Root ninja accepted the order and left. Danzo sat back down in the darkness, one eye gleaming coldly through the gap in his bandages. "Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, no matter where you came from, Konoha can only be protected by me." At 6 in the morning, the air at Training Ground 3 still carried the dampness of dew. Naruto had already finished 500 push-ups and 300 kicking drills. Sweat had soaked the ground beneath him into a dark patch. Beside him, Sasuke was practicing fine control over the black flame armor. Now, he could cover his right hand and left forearm with a thin layer of Amaterasu at the same time, maintaining it for nearly 10 seconds without burning himself. Teacher Guy had cried excitedly 6 times. "Youth! This is burning youth." As usual, Jiraiya was lying on a tree flipping through Ica Paradise, but his attention had been fixed on the woods outside the training ground the whole time. Rude's people had been squatting there since 4 in the morning. They weren't here to fight. They were here to observe. "They're here." Jiraiya suddenly closed the book and sat upright. At the entrance of the training ground, 2 black-clothed figures wearing animal masks appeared soundlessly. The leader wore a cat mask. The one behind him wore an eagle mask. The cat-masked root ninja dropped to one knee, his voice emotionless. "Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Lord Danzo requests your presence." The black flames on Sasuke's hand went out. He looked at them coldly. "That's what you said last time too. Then you sent 15 people to capture us." "That was a misunderstanding." The cat-masked ninja lowered his head. "Lord Danzo wishes to compensate the 2 of you. He has prepared a show of sincerity. We ask that you honor us with your presence." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. "Going or not?" Naruto asked. "We're going." Sasuke stood up and dusted off his clothes. "Let us see what trick he wants to play." Jiraiya jumped down from the tree and stepped in front of them. "I'm going with you." The cat-masked ninja shook his head. "Lord Danzo wishes to meet the 2 of them alone." Lord Jiraiya may wait outside the root base. Jiraiya frowned, but Naruto tugged at his sleeve. Jiraiya-sensei, it's fine. Danzo doesn't dare touch us. How do you know? Because he's more afraid of death than anyone. Root base, underground, 3rd level. Danzo's office had no windows, only a few dim lamps. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and blood, the lingering scent of countless human experiments. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the middle of the room. In front of them was a heavy redwood desk. Behind it, Danzo sat in the shadows, showing only one eye and a bandage-wrapped chin. Sit. Danzo pointed at the chairs across from him. The two of them sat down. Naruto did not look nervous or curious like an ordinary 6-year-old. Instead, he studied Danzo with a scrutinizing gaze. That look made Danzo uncomfortable, as if all his hidden cards had been seen through. Let us skip the nonsense, Naruto said. What do you want from us? Danzo was silent for 3 seconds, then smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach the flesh, uglier than crying. Jiraiya should have told you already. I am Konoha's root, responsible for all the tasks that cannot see the light of day. I noticed your abnormalities from the very first day. He stood up, walked to the wall, opened a hidden compartment, and took out a transparent test tube. Inside the tube was a small piece of pulsing tissue, glowing with a dark red luster. Faintly, one could see the cells dividing wildly. Hashirama cells. These are the cells of the first Hokage, Danzo said as he placed the tube on the table and pushed it in front of Naruto and Sasuke. They possess extraordinary vitality and regenerative ability. For you, Naruto Uzumaki, they can stabilize your Nine-Tails chakra, and may even let you achieve a similar effect without opening the gate of death of the 8 gates. And for you, Sasuke Uchiha, the combination of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan is a shortcut to the Eternal Mangekyo. Madara did it this way. Sasuke's eyelid twitched. Danzo caught that tiny expression and continued, I do not need you to do anything against your principles. You only need to stand on my side at a critical moment. Stand on your side? Sasuke repeated. Specifically, what does that mean? The third is too old. His heart is too soft. Konoha needs a stronger leader. Danzo's voice lowered. If changes come in the future, you only need to support me. In exchange, all of Root's resources will be open to you. Ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, intelligence, funding. Whatever you want, you'll have it. The room was so quiet that even the pulsing of the cells in the test tube could be heard. Naruto stared at Danzo's eye and stayed silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he smiled. Danzo, do you know what your biggest problem is? Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. You're too impatient. Naruto stood up. You haven't even figured out what kind of people we are, and you're already trying to recruit us. How do you know the third one recruit us instead? How do you know we tell him your whole plan? Because you are not ordinary children. Danzo's voice turned cold. You carry secrets. That old fool. The third would dig to the bottom of everything. I only care about results. Work with me, and your secrets will remain secrets forever. Sasuke also stood up and pushed the test tube back. We can keep the item, Sasuke said. As for cooperation, no. We'll use your resources, Naruto added. But we join your side. Konoha doesn't need a new dictator. It needs unity. The third may be soft, but he doesn't treat his comrades like chess pieces. Danzo's expression completely darkened. You're sure? We're sure. The two answered in unison. Danzo was silent for a long time. Then he put the test tube back into the hidden compartment and turned his back to them. You may leave, but remember this. In Konoha's darkness, my eyes are always there. Naruto and Sasuke walked out of the room without looking back. The moment the door closed, Danzo tapped his fingers on the desk 3 times. From the darkness, a voice sounded. Should we? No. It is not time yet. Danzo closed his eye. These two brats are harder to deal with than I expected. Continue watching them. Also, spread the news of Jiraiya making contact with Orochimaru to the third. Let him deal with the headache. Outside the root base, the sunlight was blinding. Jiraiya was leaning against a tree waiting for them. When he saw the two come out, he let out a breath of relief. Well, Danzo didn't make things hard for you, right? No. Naruto stretched lazily. He just tried to buy us off and failed. Jiraiya's expression turned complicated. What did he offer? Hashirama cells, Sasuke said. Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. You didn't agree, did you? No. Naruto grinned. But we didn't completely reject him either. I said we keep the stuff but no cooperation. Jiraiya went silent for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. He slapped Naruto on the back hard enough to make him stagger. You brat, you've gone bad. Taking the goods and not doing the job? Danzo's never been played like this in his life. He never said that taking the item meant we had to cooperate. Naruto rubbed his back. I only said we use his resources. I never said what we give in return after using them. At the side, Sasuke's lips curled up slightly for once. He was furious. Serves him right. Jiraiya waved a hand. Come on. I'm treating you two to yakiniku at noon today. Danzo's paying anyway. Money from him not spent is money wasted. That same afternoon, 30 li outside Konoha, in an abandoned underground laboratory. It was the day of Orochimaru's first scheduled research record. Sasuke came alone. Naruto had originally wanted to come too, but Jiraiya stopped him, saying that Orochimaru was naturally suspicious, and bringing more people would only make things less safe. The underground lab was cold and damp. Test tubes, culture dishes, and incomprehensible scrolls covered in sealing symbols were everywhere. Orochimaru wore a white lab coat and stood in front of a huge container. Inside it floated the corpse of a Sharingan transplant subject. "You're here?" Orochimaru licked his lips. "Let me see the results of your 1 month of progress." Sasuke said nothing. He directly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, then advanced it into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A 6-pointed star pattern rotated within those blood-red pupils. Orochimaru leaned in to observe, his eyes full of fanatic excitement. "Your ocular power is much more stable than last time. You also tried projecting Kagetsuchi outward? The burn marks on your right hand are still there. I want to make black flame armor." "Interesting." Orochimaru circled around him once. "But your body can't handle it. For the chakra output of the Mangekyo, your 6-year-old chakra pathways are like a balloon being filled with a fire hose. The balloon will burst." Sasuke did not argue. Orochimaru's conclusion matched his own judgment. "Then what do I do?" "2 paths." Orochimaru raised 2 fingers. "First, strengthen your body. Use special drugs and training to increase the endurance of your chakra pathways and retinas. Second, reduce the loss in ocular power output, like replacing the fire hose with a narrow nozzle. The pressure stays the same, but the flow becomes controllable. I choose the second path." "Smart." Orochimaru took down a thick scroll from a shelf. "This is the result of my 30 years of research on the Uchiha clan. From Madara to Obito to your brother Itachi, the data of every Sharingan user is in here." Sasuke took the scroll but did not open it. "The price?" "I told you already. Let me study you." Orochimaru pointed to the chair beside him. "Sit down. I'll use chakra to inspect the structure of your eyes. It won't hurt. It will only take 10 minutes. After that, I'll draw a tube of blood." Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Orochimaru pressed his fingers around Sasuke's eye sockets, and a cold stream of chakra seeped into his eyeballs. Sasuke could feel that chakra moving between his retinas and optic nerves, like an icy hand flipping through his soul. 8 minutes later, Orochimaru released him, his expression abnormally excited. "Your Mangekyo was not awakened in this lifetime." Sasuke's heart tightened. "There are traces of memory inside your eyes." Orochimaru's eyes shone like 2 lamps. "Not memories experienced by the body, but memories carried by the soul. Your eyes opened the Mangekyo in your previous life. In this life, they merely reopened along the same pattern." "What does that mean?" "Which means your potential is greater than every Uchiha's. You're not just highly talented. You're someone who has already walked this path once. What you need isn't exploration, but recovery." Orochimaru licked his lips. "Tell me, Sasuke-kun, in your previous life, did you meet the Sage of 6 Paths?" Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then said, "I did." Orochimaru took a deep breath, and the fanaticism in his eyes almost overflowed. "Beautiful. Too beautiful." He suddenly restrained all expression and returned to his usual cold, sinister demeanor, then handed over a syringe. "Draw blood, then you can leave. Come again in 1 month." After Sasuke finished giving blood, he stood up and left. When he reached the door, Orochimaru suddenly called out to him. "Sasuke-kun." "What?" "Be careful of Root. Danzo isn't the kind of person who gives up just because he's rejected. He's already begun setting things in motion against you. A line you can't see." Sasuke turned back and glanced at him. "Why are you helping me?" Orochimaru smiled, and his laughter echoed through the empty underground chamber. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping interesting things survive. This world is far too boring. It's rare for anomalies like you to appear." Sasuke said nothing more. He turned and disappeared into the darkness. Konoha Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage smoked his pipe. In front of him lay a report Jiraiya had just delivered. It detailed Danzo's contact with Naruto and Sasuke, Orochimaru's meeting with Sasuke, and Danzo's little moves spreading information in secret. After finishing it, the 3rd remained silent for a long time. "Jiraiya, Chim, do you think those 2 children are trustworthy?" Jiraiya leaned against the wall and thought for a moment. "They are." "Why?" "Because there's no hunger for power in their eyes. No selfish desire. From the very beginning, their goal has been pure. Grow stronger, protect their companions, defeat their enemies." Jiraiya paused. "That kind of look. I've only seen it in Minato." The 3rd nodded, then shook his head again. "I won't move against them. But Danzo, I'll keep an eye on him." Jiraiya straightened up. "Old man, you really should consider cleaning out Root. What that organization is doing now already goes far beyond protecting Konoha." The 3rd didn't answer. He only took a deep drag from his pipe. Through the swirling smoke, a complicated emotion flashed through the old Hokage's eyes. Maybe you're right. Outside the window, the sun was setting, and the burning clouds dyed half the sky red. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the railing of the training ground, each holding a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. What did Orochimaru say to you today? Naruto slurped up his noodles. Sasuke opened one corner of the scroll, revealing a single line. Your eyes carry memories from a previous life. In this life, you don't need to cultivate from scratch. You only need to recover. Naruto stopped eating and looked at Sasuke. That's a good thing, right? It is. Sasuke closed the scroll. But recovery takes time. And time is what we lack most. Naruto drank the last mouthful of broth, set the bowl beside him, and looked up at the sky. Then we steal time. How? We double all our training time. If others train 8 hours a day, we train 16. The Nine-Tails chakra can help me recover, and your Sharingan can shorten your sleep time. We can both handle it. Sasuke glanced at him. You sure? Naruto turned his head. In his blue eyes was the reflection of the burning sunset clouds. I'm sure. Because I don't want to dream about Boruto again. Sasuke fell silent. He had dreamed of Sarada too. Many times. Every time he woke up crying. Then sat in the dark for a long time. Alright, Sasuke said. 16 hours. Starting tomorrow. The two of them jumped down from the railing at the same time and slapped palms. Night fell, and one by one, the lights of Konoha lit up. Training ground 3 was empty. Only 2 broken wooden posts and the black scorch marks on the ground proved what had happened there during the day. Far away, on the Hokage rock, the faces of the previous Hokage overlooked the village. Next to Hiruzen Sarutobi's stone face, one section of rock was still empty. Sooner or later, another name would be carved there. But that was another story. 2 more weeks passed after that unpleasant meeting with Root. Naruto's 8 gates had already stabilized at the 2nd gate, and occasionally he could impact the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life. But Guy absolutely refused to let him open it, saying that for a 6-year-old body, opening the Gate of Life was like slicing an artery with a knife. Far too dangerous. Naruto agreed out loud, but in private he secretly tried it once. The result was that he had to lie in bed for a full 3 hours while the Nine-Tails repaired him, and Sasuke cursed him out so hard it was brutal. Is there something wrong with your brain? Sasuke had stood by the bed with his arms crossed, his face darker than Amaterasu. The moment the Gate of Life opens, your muscle fibers will tear on a massive scale. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails, alright, I was wrong. Naruto lay on the bed with his face buried in the pillow. I just wanted to test where the limit was. Your limit is your body's growth speed, not your willpower, Sasuke said coldly. Do that again, and I'll have Lord Jiraiya seal you up. Naruto shrank his neck. He knew Sasuke's personality too well. If Sasuke said it, he would do it. But this attempt wasn't completely without gains. Naruto discovered an important pattern. The Nine-Tails chakra recovery speed was proportional to the degree of damage he suffered. The more severe the damage, the more actively the Nine-Tails chakra surged out to repair him. That meant that if he could repeatedly tear his muscles and repair them again within a controllable range, the strength and toughness of his muscle fibers would grow at a geometric rate. He told Guy about this discovery. After hearing it, Guy was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly burst into tears, crying while frantically writing in a notebook. This is the secret art of youth. Nurturing the body through injury. Naruto-kun, you're not just a genius, you're a monstrous training genius. Sasuke rolled his eyes from the side. He's just not afraid of dying. That afternoon, Naruto didn't go to the training ground. He walked alone through the forest outside Konoha, heading toward a secret experimental site according to the coordinates Orochimaru had given him. This time, Orochimaru had invited only him. Sasuke had wanted to come, but Naruto stopped him. Orochimaru said he has something to tell me alone. If you're there, he might hold back. Aren't you afraid he'll make a move on you? He wouldn't dare. Naruto smiled. He still needs to rely on you, Sasuke-kun. If he touches me, would you still work with him? Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. If you're not back in half an hour, I'm coming to get you. At this moment, Naruto stood in front of a massive dead tree. At the roots was a hidden tunnel entrance, giving off the damp scent of earth. He jumped down. The tunnel was deep, glowing or was embedded in the walls, barely lighting the path ahead. After walking for about 5 minutes, the space suddenly opened up. A circular laboratory, with culture tanks placed all around it. Inside the tanks floated all kinds of biological samples. Some were snakes, some were human organs. Orochimaru stood in front of the largest culture tank at the center. Floating inside it was a complete body, silver-white hair, a young face, and black curse mark patterns covering the body. You're here? Orochimaru turned around. His golden vertical pupils gleamed in the dim light. Do you know whose body this is? Naruto stepped closer for a look, and his pupils shrank slightly. A Kagaya clan body? More accurately, a mutated specimen of the Kagaya clan. Orochimaru licked his lips. It possesses extremely strong physical toughness and regenerative ability. Theoretically, if I can achieve perfect compatibility, This body's lifespan and usable duration would far exceed my current vessel. Then why don't you use it directly? Orochimaru laughed, and the sound echoed through the laboratory. Because compatibility requires the Nine-Tails chakra as a catalyst. The power of the Nine-Tails inside you can suppress this body's rejection response and let me complete the soul transfer smoothly. The air suddenly went quiet. Naruto stared at Orochimaru. There was no fear in his eyes, only calm. You want me to help you switch bodies? Not now. Orochimaru waved his hand. This body still needs at least 3 years of cultivation. I'm only telling you in advance. In the future, I can give you many things in return. For example, an advanced training method for the 8 gates. I've studied Might Dewey's body data. I've marked out every meridian node of the 8 gates. That muscle-brained fool guy only knows how to teach by feel, but I have chakra impact paths accurate down to the millimeter. He took a thick notebook from the shelf and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto caught it and flipped through it. Inside, it was densely packed with records of chakra flow paths through the human body's meridians. The impact nodes for each gate were marked in different colors of ink. This was precision data even Guy didn't have. You studied Mr. Dewey? I did. Orochimaru didn't hide it at all. Before he died, I collected his blood and cell samples. The secret of the 8 gates isn't in the muscles. It's in the nerves. The limiter in the brain and spinal cord isn't a lock. It's a valve. What Guy teaches you is using brute force to blast the valve open. My method is using precise chakra impact to let the valve open naturally. What's the cost? Much smaller. Orochimaru said, with my method, the damage the 7th gate does to the body can be reduced by 60%. As for the gate of death, in theory, if the body has strong enough regeneration, then opening it without dying is possible. Naruto's heartbeat sped up. You mean using the Nine-Tails? That's right. Orochimaru's eyes lit up like 2 ghost flames. You could already control the Nine-Tails chakra at age 6. 3 years from now, your body will be stronger, and your control over the Nine-Tails will be more mature. By then, the Gate of Death will no longer be a certain death forbidden technique for you. It will become a trump card you can flip at any time. Naruto closed the notebook and took a deep breath. What do you want? Orochimaru tilted his head, like a snake sizing up its prey. I already said it. This body's adaptation needs the Nine-Tails chakra as a catalyst. 3 years from now, I need you to stay in this laboratory for 3 days and continuously release the Nine-Tails chakra to help me complete the soul transfer. Just 3 days? Just 3 days. Orochimaru smiled. In exchange, not only will you get the precise training method for the 8 gates, I'll also tell you all my research data on karma, your future enemies, the Otsutsuki clan's resurrection mechanism. I've been researching this topic for many years, more deeply than anyone else in the ninja world. Naruto was silent for a long time. He was weighing it. He knew very well that Orochimaru couldn't be trusted. But the value of this notebook was too great. Every bit the 8 gates cost could be lowered. His odds against the Otsutsuki would increase by another bit. And on top of that, when it came to research data on karma, there really was no second person in the entire ninja world besides Orochimaru who had both the ability and the interest to study this thing. Deal, Naruto said. But I have one condition. Say it. Jiraiya has to be present the whole time. If you try any tricks, he'll blow you and this whole laboratory to pieces immediately. Orochimaru's smile stiffened for a moment, then grew even wider. That idiot Jiraiya. Fine deal. The 2 hands clasped together. One was damp and cold. The other was warm. By the time Naruto left the underground laboratory, it was almost dark. He hid the notebook inside his clothes and quickly headed toward Konoha. After walking about 1 li, he suddenly stopped. There was someone in the forest. More than one. Come out, Naruto said calmly. 6 root ninja wearing animal masks stepped out of the shadows and formed a semicircle around him. The leader's mask was an eagle face, the same one who had been standing at the door the last time he met Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki. Eagle Face's voice sounded like it was coming out of a machine. Lord Danzo would like to invite you to see one more thing. Didn't I already see it last time? Naruto pulled his hand out of his pocket. I already said it. I'm not cooperating. This time is different. Eagle Face took out a photo from his clothes and threw it to Naruto. Naruto caught it and looked down. In the photo was a blonde woman, Kushina Uzumaki, his mother. The photo had clearly been taken secretly from a distance. Kushina, with a big pregnant belly, stood in front of the ruins of Uchiha, a gentle smile on her face. Naruto's hand began to tremble. Lord Danzo knows you've been investigating your own background, Eagleface said. He can tell you everything about your mother, including the cause of her death, her sealing technique inheritance, and the relic she left for you. A relic? Before your mother died, she left behind a sealing technique scroll. Inside is the essence of the sealing techniques she researched throughout her life, including the training method for adamantine sealing chains, which can suppress any tailed beast. That scroll is now in Lord Danzo's hands. Naruto clenched the photo tightly. Of course he knew who his mother was. In his previous life, through Jiraiya and Kushina's remaining chakra, he had already learned everything about his mother. But as for a relic and the training method for adamant sealing chains, he really didn't know about those. In his previous life, Danzo had never mentioned this until the day Naruto died. This was Danzo's new bargaining chip. Where is he? Naruto asked. Come with me. Root base, another secret room. This time it wasn't that gloomy office, but a place more like an exhibition room. The walls were covered with photos, scrolls, and ninja tools. All of them were relics of the Uzumaki clan. Red hair, whirlpool crests, sealing technique runes. Standing in the middle of the room, Naruto felt a wave of dizziness. These were relics of his clansmen he had never seen before. Danzo stepped out of the shadows, holding a yellowed scroll in his hand. Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo's voice actually carried a trace of warmth for once. No, it was fake kindness carefully put on. Your mother, Kushina, was a princess of the Uzumaki clan of Uchiha. After Uchiha was destroyed, I sent people to recover these relics, and they have been preserved until today. Why didn't you give them to me earlier? Naruto's voice was ice cold. Because you were too young. Danzo said, these sealing techniques require extremely high levels of chakra control and physical strength. At age 6 you couldn't learn them. But now, training under Jiraiya and Guy, your rate of improvement has far exceeded expectations. I think the time has come. He pushed the scroll in front of Naruto. Adamant sealing chains. The strongest sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It can release chakra chains from the body and suppress any form of chakra, including tailed beasts, the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Your mother once used this technique to suppress the complete Nine Tails. Naruto reached out but didn't touch the scroll. What's the price? The price? Danzo pretended not to understand. Drop the act. You're giving me all this. What do you want? Danzo was silent for a moment, then said, I want all of Orochimaru's research data on karma. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Your information network is impressive. I told you before, in Konoha's darkness, my eyes are always watching. Danzo said, Orochimaru is researching something called karma. Supposedly, it's an alien resurrection mechanism. I want that data. In exchange, the adamant sealing chain scroll is yours, and I'll also tell you more about your mother. For example, her death was not an accident. Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. What do you mean? On the day the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, Danzo's voice lowered. Someone opened the seal. The room was so quiet that the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard. Naruto stared into Danzo's eyes and asked, word by word, who? Agree to my condition first. Naruto was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the scroll and tucked it into his clothes. Deal. Danzo nodded, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Naruto stood where he was, the hand gripping the scroll bulging with veins. He didn't care about Danzo's conditions. He and Sasuke were already going to study how to break Kama anyway, so sharing the data with Danzo didn't matter. Besides, there was no way Danzo could beat an Otsutsuki. But his mother's death not being an accident, he had to find out the truth. By the time he walked out of the root base, it was already completely dark. Sasuke was standing outside, leaning against the wall, waiting for him. What took you so long? Naruto showed him the photo. Sasuke glanced at Kushina's picture, then fell silent for a moment. Are you okay? I'm fine. Naruto put the photo away. Danzo wants to use my mother's matter to win me over. I agreed, but only as a trade. A trade for what? Orochimaru's research data on Kama. Danzo wants that. Sasuke frowned. If you give him the data, won't he use it for something bad? He can't, Naruto said. Kama belongs to the Otsutsuki. Danzo can't even fully sense chakra. Even if I give him the data, he won't understand it. He just wants to make sure he has a bargaining chip against future threats. What about you? Sasuke asked. What do you want? Naruto looked up at the moon. Moonlight shone into his blue eyes, reflecting a cold gleam. I want to find out the real cause of my mother's death. You mean Danzo said that on the night the Nine Tails attacked Konoha 16 years ago, someone opened the seal. Naruto's voice was calm to a frightening degree. That means that night wasn't a natural disaster. It was man-made. The two looked at each other, and both saw the same name in the other's eyes. Obito. But Obito was already being controlled by Madara back then. And behind him was Black Zetsu. And behind Black Zetsu, Sasuke said in a low voice, the Otsutsuki. Naruto nodded. The beginning of everything was the Otsutsuki. My mother's death was because of them. The Uchiha clan massacre too. And the 1,000 years of war in the ninja world as well. He looked at Sasuke. So this path we're on isn't wrong. End the Otsutsuki, and we end every tragedy. Sasuke placed a hand on his shoulder. Let us go. Back to training. Yeah. The two of them disappeared into the night. Behind them, the lights of Konoha glowed in a vast stretch, like countless eyes watching them leave. After getting his mother's sealing jutsu scroll, Naruto locked himself in his room for 3 straight days. Other than training, all he did was study the principles behind adamant sealing chains. The handwriting on the scroll was old, and some parts had already blurred. But Naruto recognized it. It was exactly the same as the chakra imprint his mother had left on the sealing formula in his memories. Every stroke carried the unique sealing symbols of the Uzumaki clan, strong and forceful, yet still gentle. The core of adamantine sealing chains wasn't T-chakra quantity. It was willpower. The chains were a manifestation of inner strength. The more desperately one wanted to protect someone precious, the stronger the chains became. Naruto tried gathering them several times. In the end, only a few thin golden strands of chakra emerged from his palm, nowhere near enough to be called chains. No rush. Jiraiya leaned against the doorframe with a toothpick in his mouth. Your mom's jutsu is a secret art of the Uzumaki clan. Even I never learned it. The fact that you can condense chakra threads at 6 years old is already ridiculous. Naruto withdrew the chakra threads and sighed. I just want to get stronger faster. Training is like picking up girls. The more impatient you are, the less chance you've got. Jiraiya yawned. Alright. The third old man assigned you a C-rank mission. Escort a noble back to the land of tea. You and Sasuke are going together. You leave tomorrow. A C-rank mission? Naruto frowned. With Sasuke? Just to escort one person? Yep. Easy stuff. Treat it like a trip. You two are cooped up in the training grounds every day. Time to get some air. Jiraiya left right after saying that. Naruto immediately felt that something was off. The third knew how strong they were, so why assign them a C-rank mission? It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. He went to find Sasuke. Sasuke was in the yard, flipping through the Sharingan data scroll Orochimaru had given him. We got a mission tomorrow? Yeah. C-rank. Don't you think it's strange? Sasuke didn't even look up. Not strange. The third didn't assign it. Danzo did. ES just using the third S name. Naruto froze for a second, then reacted. A trap? Most likely. Sasuke closed the scroll. But it doesn't matter. Good chance to test the results of our training over the past month. Naruto grinned. Alright, I'll bring my adamantine sealing chains training notes and keep practicing on the road. Early the next morning at Konoha's main gate. The client was a chubby middle-aged man who claimed to be a relative of the land of TS Daimyo. He wore a luxurious silk kimono and was accompanied by 6 attendants and 2 large carts full of luggage. The moment he saw Naruto and Sasuke, his face fell. What is Konoha doing? You're sending 2 brats to protect me? I asked for Jonin. Jonin, Naruto said with a cheerful smile. Uncle, don't let our age fool you. We're really strong. Strong my foot. You two don't even come up to my knees. The client turned toward the team leader beside him. A silver-haired Jonin wearing a mask and showing only one eye. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi lazily flipped through Ika Paradise. Jiraiya had stuffed it into his hands without even looking up. Relax. These 2 brats are stronger than most chunin. If real danger shows up, you should worry about yourself. No need to worry about them. The client looked like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he just kept cursing under his breath and climbed into the carriage. The group set off. Naruto and Sasuke walked at the rear of the group, while Kakashi led at the front. This was Jiraiya's arrangement. Kakashi had been temporarily assigned as their team leader, but in reality, he was there to secretly observe Naruto and Sasuke's strength, and also to keep Danzo from making too big a move. The journey was peaceful. The first day, nothing happened. The second day, still nothing. The client gradually let his guard down and started boasting to his attendants about his status at the daimyo's residence. Naruto sat on top of the carriage studying the adamantine sealing chain scroll, while Sasuke rested beside him with his eyes closed. By the evening of the third day, the group entered a dense bamboo forest. Kakashi suddenly stopped. Come out. His voice was still lazy, but his hand was already resting on a kunai. From both sides of the bamboo forest, dozens of shadows leaped out. All of them wore black combat uniforms and forehead protectors. Missing Nin from Kirigakure. There were about 30 of them, and the 3 leaders all wore forehead protectors marked with the kanji for Nin. Their presence was clearly at Jonin level. The client collapsed to the ground in terror and crawled frantically toward the bottom of the carriage. Kakashi-sensei, save me. One-eyed Jonin leader sneered. Kakashi, the copy ninja. We know you're strong. That's why we came prepared this time. 30 Jonin level missing Nin. You can't take us alone. Hand over that fatty. We only want the item on him. We don't want to kill Konoha's people. Kakashi didn't move. His gaze swept across the surroundings. 30 was indeed a bit much. If he fought 30 Jonin by himself, he could still win, but it would take time, and the client might get snatched away in the chaos. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi said, protect the client. He thought the 2 brats would hide. Instead, Naruto jumped down from the top of the carriage and landed beside Kakashi, stretching lazily. 30 people. Sasuke, you take the left, I take the right. Sasuke stepped out from the shade of the trees, both hands in his pockets. 15 on the left, 15 on the right. Let us see who finishes first. Kakashi was stunned. You two, Naruto had already charged out. Crimson Ninetales chakra instantly covered his whole body, and his speed exploded. His figure cut through the air like an afterimage, and his first punch slammed into the chest of the nearest missing nin. That man flew backward and snapped 3 bamboo stalks in a row. He spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out before he could even scream. Second punch. Third punch. Fourth punch. Every punch landed precisely on a vital point. The throat, the temple, the liver. This wasn't the boxing of a 6-year-old child. This was a killing technique forged through countless life and death battles. The rogue ninja on the left hadn't even reacted yet, and 4 had already gone down. Sasuke's side was even quieter. He hadn't even used the Mangekyo. The 3-tomo Sharingan was more than enough. His figure darted through the bamboo forest, and every kick struck an enemy's joints, knees, wrists, elbows. All that could be heard was the sound of bones shattering and screams of pain. 12 seconds. Out of the 15 rogue ninja on the left, 7 had fallen. The one-eyed Jonin leader finally snapped back to his senses. Spread out. Don't fight them in close combat. Use ninjutsu. The remaining rogue ninja retreated frantically while forming hand seals at the same time. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Earth release. Earth spear spike. More than a dozen ninjutsu blasted toward Naruto and Sasuke at the same time. Kakashi was just about to help when he saw Naruto slam both hands onto the ground. Sealing technique. Fire sealing method. This was the first sealing jutsu he had learned from his mother's scrolls, a technique made specifically to seal flames. The crimson fire in the air was compressed by an invisible force into a sphere of light, then vanished without a trace. What about the water dragon bullet and earth spear spike? Sasuke stepped in front of Naruto. Blood surged from his right eye. The Mangekyo opened. The black flames of Amaterasu formed a wall of fire in front of him. The water dragon bullet crashed into the black flames and instantly evaporated. The earth spear spike was burned into glass. The rogue ninja completely broke down. What kind of fire is that? Monsters. These 2 brats are monsters. The one-eyed Jonin's face turned ashen as he roared through gritted teeth. Retreat. Naruto smiled. Too late. He opened the second gate of the 8 gates, the gate of rest. His speed surged once again, and he appeared in front of the one-eyed Jonin almost like teleportation. One punch smashed into the man's abdomen, and Nine-Tails chakra poured through his fist into the enemy's body, directly shattering his chakra pathways. The one-eyed Jonin dropped to his knees, blood pouring from all 7 orifices, then passed out on the spot. Sasuke had also finished up on his side. Using Kagetsuchi, he condensed the black flames into tiny fire needles and shot them precisely into the limbs of the last few rogue ninja. It wasn't lethal, but it completely took away their ability to fight. 30 seconds. 30 Jonin-level rogue ninja, completely wiped out. Only the rustling of bamboo leaves and the groans of the rogue ninja remained in the bamboo forest. The client crawled out from under the carriage. He looked at the rogue ninja sprawled all over the ground, then at the 2 6-year-old brats standing among the bodies without the slightest change in expression. His mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a fist. Kakashi closed Ika Paradise. He stared at Naruto and Sasuke for a long time, then said a single word. Strong. Naruto withdrew the Nine-Tails chakra, patted the dust off his clothes and said to Sasuke, I took down 16. 15. Sasuke wiped the blood from his right eye. One of them was already knocked out by me first. You just added another punch. That still counts as mine. Do you have no shame? Learned it from you. Kakashi watched 2 6-year-old kids argue over body count and suddenly felt that what Jiraiya had said wasn't exaggerated at all. These 2 brats could change the ninja world. While cleaning up the battlefield, Kakashi found a letter on the one-eyed Jonin. The contents of the letter changed his expression. These people weren't ordinary bandits. Kakashi handed the letter to Naruto. They were hired. The one behind this is the younger brother of the Tea-country daimyo. He wanted to ambush and kill this fatty to seize the inheritance. Naruto frowned after reading it. That has nothing to do with us. We just need to deliver the person. No. Kakashi shook his head. This mission itself was bait. Danzo already knew there would be an ambush and deliberately sent you 2 here. The air went silent for a moment. Sasuke said he wanted to test our strength. Right. Kakashi put away the letter. But more importantly, he wanted to see whether you'd be willing to kill in real combat. You left survivors. He probably won't be too satisfied with that result. Naruto let out a cold laugh. He wants us to become Roots Blades? Dream on. Sasuke said nothing, but a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The rest of the journey passed without incident. After delivering the client to the land of tea, Kakashi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to Konoha. The 3 of them barely spoke along the way. Naruto was training adamantine sealing chains. Sasuke was studying the data on Hashirama cells, and Kakashi was thinking about how to write the report. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already the evening of the 5th day. The 3rd Hokage personally came to receive them at the gate, his expression complicated. You've worked hard. Kakashi, head back first. Naruto, Sasuke, come with me. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd read through the mission report once and stayed silent for a long time. Then he looked up at the two 6-year-old children. You know this mission was arranged by Danzo, right? We know, Naruto said. Then what are you planning to do? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Naruto spoke first. Nothing. If he wants to test us, let him test us. We'll still keep getting stronger no matter what. Once we're strong enough that he won't even dare touch us, he'll naturally settle down. The third took a puff of smoke and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said, Danzo is nothing to fear. The people behind him are our real target. The third's pupils contracted slightly. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Sasuke's voice was calm, as if he were talking about the weather. You and Danzo both know the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. But that isn't the end. Itachi, Obito, Madara. They're all just pieces. The one truly moving the pieces is someone you still haven't seen. The hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. What do you know? A lot. Sasuke stood up. But I can't say it now, because even if I said it, you wouldn't believe it. And even if you did, it still wouldn't help. Once we're strong enough to prove it, we'll naturally tell you. Naruto also stood up. Grandpa Third, you only need to believe one thing. We will never betray Konoha. As for everything else, it's not convenient to say for now. The third looked at them, then suddenly smiled. There was helplessness in that smile, but also relief. Fine. I won't ask anymore. But on one condition, don't tear Konoha apart. Naruto grinned. I'll do my best. Sasuke said nothing, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. By the time they walked out of the Hokage's office, night had already fallen. Naruto looked up at the sky full of stars and suddenly said, Sasuke, when do you think we'll be able to tell everyone the truth openly and honestly? Sasuke thought for a moment. When we kill the first Otsutsuki. Naruto laughed. And he laughed very happily. Then we'll wait for that day. The two walked side by side through Konoha streets. Their shadows stretched long beneath the streetlights. In the distance, the face of the third on the Hokage rock silently watched them. And in the even deeper darkness farther away, Danzo listened to his subordinate's report, his face unreadable. 30 Jonin-level rogue ninja, wiped out in 30 seconds. Neither of them even used their full strength. He was silent for a long time, then said one sentence. Continue monitoring them. For now, do not make any moves. Konoha Year 44, Spring. The Ninja Academy graduation exam. Irika stood on the training ground with a stack of score sheets in his hand, the expression on his face like he'd swallowed a live toad. The three students standing before him, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, had passed every test with the top 3 scores in the entire school. Naruto got full marks in shuriken throwing, full marks in taijutsu, full marks in ninjutsu theory, and full marks in combat simulation. Sasuke also got full marks. His written exam score was even 1 point higher than Naruto's. Sakura ranked first in the Academy's written exam, and her chakra control precision even set a new school record. But that wasn't why Irika's expression had twisted so badly. The real reason was that Naruto and Sasuke in the combat simulation had each defeated the two proctors, both Chunin, with a single move. 2 Chunin. 1 move. What the hell was wrong with this year's students? Irika wiped his sweat. I taught them? The class assignment ceremony was held in the classroom. Standing at the podium, Irika read out the team list. Team 3, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee Tenten. Jonin instructor, Might Guy. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame Hinata Hyuga. Jonin instructor, Karina Yuhi. Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi. Jonin instructor, Asuma Sarutobi. He paused, then took a deep breath. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake. The classroom instantly erupted. Naruto and Sasuke are in the same team? Kiba's eyes widened. Those two monsters are together now. And Sakura too? Ino wailed. SNT that just gonna make her act love-struck every single day? Sakura blushed, secretly glanced at Sasuke, then looked at Naruto too. Sasuke stayed expressionless. Naruto flashed her a grin, and Sakura quickly turned her head away. In truth, Sakura's feelings were complicated. She liked Sasuke, that part was real. But Naruto, that former dead last, had suddenly seemed like a completely different person over the last half year. His strength had skyrocketed to the point of crushing the entire school. She had no idea what kind of attitude she was supposed to have toward him anymore. Early the next morning, Team 7's meeting point was Training Ground 3 in Konoha. Naruto arrived half an hour early. Sasuke also arrived half an hour early. The two of them leaned against separate trees, one chewing on a rice ball, the other resting with his eyes closed. Sakura came running right on time, panting. Sorry. I'm not late, right? Nope. Naruto swallowed his rice ball. It's just that Kakashi-sensei is late. The three of them waited for 3 hours. Sakura went from excited to bored, then from bored to irritated. Naruto did 200 push-ups. Sasuke got to page 37 of the scroll Orochimaru had given him. Finally, a silver-white head dropped down upside down from a tree. Yo, good morning. I got lost on the road of life. Sakura exploded. Lost for 3 hours. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and lazily sized up the 3 students. His gaze lingered on Naruto and Sasuke for 1 extra second. He had already heard their names from Jiraiya long ago. At 6, they had driven back 15 root members. At 7, they had mastered adamantine sealing chains and the Mangekyo Sharingan. These weren't fresh graduates. These were 2 old monsters wearing children's skin. Let us start with introductions. Kakashi took out a little notebook. What you like, what you hate, what your dream is. You first. He pointed at Sakura. Sakura cleared her throat. My name is Sakura Haruno. The person I like. The thing I like is, forget it.
I like Sasuke-kun.
What I hate is the way Naruto used to be when he was dead last. My dream is to marry Sasuke-kun. Naruto raised a hand. I'm not dead last anymore. Then I'll change what I hate to your current arrogance. Kakashi made a few notes in his notebook, then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke opened his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha. There's nothing in particular I like. What I hate is wasting time. My dream is to kill that man. He paused. Not in that sense now. Forget it. It's hard to explain. Kakashi raised a brow. Kill that man? Itachi? But Sasuke had said not in that sense now. What did that mean? Then Naruto. Naruto put both hands behind his head and looked at the sky. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What I like is Ichiraka ramen. And Sasuke too. Sasuke frowned. Don't add random stuff. What I hate is anyone hurting my companions. My dream is to protect everyone, and then become Hokage. Naruto smiled. This time, I'll definitely become Hokage. Kakashi closed his notebook. This time, he thought he had misheard. But this wasn't the first time he had heard strange wording from these 2 brats. All right, starting tomorrow, we'll begin combat training. Kakashi turned to leave. What kind of training? Sakura asked. Without even turning his head, Kakashi waved a hand. The content is bell stealing. If you 2 boys can't get a bell, go back to the academy and repeat the year. Sakura doesn't need to compete. She passes automatically. Why do only I pass automatically? Because you're a girl. That is not fair. Kakashi was already gone. The next day, at the training ground, 2 bells hung from a wooden post. Kakashi stood in the middle, holding Ika Paradise in one hand. The rules are simple. Whoever gets a bell wins. Whoever doesn't gets tied to this post and watches me eat lunch. And the ones who don't get a bell don't get to eat. Also, if you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you won't be able to take a bell. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. The scene from their previous life, being tied to the post while Kakashi ate lunch in front of them, was still vivid in their minds. This life, Sasuke, you take the left, I take the right? The 2 moved at the same time. Under his mask, Kakashi's Sharingan opened, ready to capture the movements of his 2 students. Then his pupils shrank violently. Naruto charged straight at him, moving far too fast for a 7-year-old, Crimson Ninetales chakra gathering around his fist. Sasuke vanished from the side, using the body flicker technique to circle behind him. The crackling sound of Chidori buzzed sharply in the air. A pincer attack from front and back. Kakashi twisted aside to avoid Naruto's punch, while backhanding a kunai to block Sasuke's Chidori. The current ran through the kunai into his hand, numbing his whole arm. Not bad. Kakashi jumped back to open up some distance. But not enough. His hands formed seals. 1,000 years of death. This was his reserved special move for dealing with Naruto. Sneaking up from behind, Naruto didn't even turn his head. His left hand slapped backward and hit Kakashi's wrist with perfect accuracy. Golden chains burst from his palm, adamantine sealing chains, and wrapped around Kakashi's arm. 30% of his chakra was drained away. Kakashi's expression changed. He quickly cut off the flow of chakra and forcefully broke free of the chains. And in that instant, Sasuke appeared directly above him. Blood poured from his right eye. Amaterasu. Black flames condensed in midair into a thin needle and shot straight for Kakashi's face. Kakashi barely tilted his head in time. The black needle brushed past his hair and flew into the tree behind him, burning a charred hole through it. You 2 are serious? You said it yourself. Sasuke said as he landed, without the resolve to kill you, we wouldn't be able to take the bells. Kakashi stayed silent for 2 seconds, then slipped Ika Paradise into his pocket and shoved both hands into his pockets. All right, the bells are yours. Naruto blinked. Huh? But we haven't taken them yet. If you really wanted to take them, I'd already be dead 3 times over. Kakashi's tone turned serious for once. Naruto's chains sealed my chakra. Sasuke's black flames attacked at the same time. And even though Sakura didn't make a move, she was observing my openings the entire time, ready to support. The 3 of you work together very well. He took out the 2 bells from his pocket and tossed them to Naruto and Sasuke. Team 7, all members pass. Sakura cheered. Naruto grinned. Sasuke put away his bell, expressionless. Looking at them, Kakashi thought to himself, Jiraiya-sama was right. These 2 brats don't need teaching. The one who needs teaching is Sakura. And also, I need to observe exactly what secrets they're hiding. That night, Kakashi submitted Team 7's evaluation report to the third Hokage. After reading it, the third took a puff from his pipe. What do you think of them? Naruto and Sasuke's strength is far beyond Genin, even far beyond Chunin, Kakashi said. But there are too many secrets surrounding them. Naruto knew about my 1,000 years of death. Sasuke avoided my Sharingan's prediction ahead of time. It's like they know me. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. Jiraiya had said something similar before. Let them continue the mission. The truth will come out sooner or later. Yes. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage took out a mission list from the drawer and glanced over it a few times. His eyes stopped on a C-rank mission. The Land of Waves. Escort the bridge expert Tazuna back to his country. The mission rank was not high, but the Land of Waves was close to Kirigakure, and Kirigakure had not been peaceful lately. Team 7's first C-rank mission. This one, then. The third Hokage stamped the mission document. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the fence of the training ground, each holding a bowl of ramen. We have a mission tomorrow? Sasuke asked. Yeah. Naruto slurped his noodles. Kakashi-sensei said it's a C-rank mission. We're going to the Land of Waves to protect an old man who builds bridges. Sasuke stopped eating. The Land of Waves. Zabuza. Haku. The place where he had first witnessed someone dying for another person. In this life, Sasuke said, Haku doesn't have to die. Naruto turned to look at him and smiled. Of course. In this life, no one has to die. The night wind blew past, and under the moonlight, the shadows of the two 7-year-old boys overlapped. Team 7's story had only just begun. And far away on the sea near the Land of Waves, a man wearing a Kirigakure rogue ninja forehead protector and carrying the executioner's blade was resting with his eyes closed on a small boat. Momochi Zabuza. He had accepted an assassination mission. The target was a bridge expert named Tazuna. What he did not know was that this time, his opponents would be two children who had returned from the future. On the day of departure, the weather was muggy. Tazuna was an old man with a red, drinker's nose, carrying a box of bridge-building tools. The moment he saw Team 7's lineup, he exploded on the spot. Is Konoha messing with me? 3 brats and 1 lazy bum who reads porn all day can protect me? Kakashi put away Ika Paradise and revealed his dead fish eyes. Don't worry, old man. They're stronger than most jonin. Bullshit. Naruto walked over with a grin. Old sir, how long have you been building bridges? 40 years. Why? Then you must really understand bridges. I understand a little too. Naruto grinned wider. I understand how to beat enemies so hard they can't even make it across one. Tazuna choked on his words. The team set out. Kakashi walked at the front, Sakura followed behind him, and Naruto and Sasuke escorted Tazuna on the left and right. After walking for half the day, Sakura finally could not hold it in anymore and quietly asked Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, just how strong are Naruto and Sasuke? I always feel like they don't seem like 7-year-old kids? Kakashi lazily picked up the rest. Right? Kakashi did not answer directly. Instead, he said, you'll find out later. For now, you only need to know that they're very strong, and they won't let you get hurt. Sakura nodded, half understanding, half confused. After they entered the Land of Waves, the mist gradually thickened. Sasuke's Sharingan slowly spun in the fog. 3 Tomo. He suddenly stopped. Up ahead. In the puddle. Kakashi noticed it too. There was a puddle on the road, standing out sharply on the dry dirt path. A transformation jutsu disguise. Naruto walked straight over and kicked the puddle. Water splashed everywhere, and a black shadow jumped out of it in a panic. Kirigakure rogue ninja. 2 Chunin. Both holding chains. You brat, how did you? Naruto did not waste words. He smashed a punch straight into the speaker's face. His fist, wrapped in Ninetales chakra, sent the man flying on the spot. He crashed through 2 trees and passed out cold. The other one had not even reacted before Sasuke was already behind him. A chop to the back of the neck dropped him instantly, clean and efficient. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Tazuna's mouth fell open so wide his jaw almost dislocated. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. These 2 aren't ordinary bandits. They're ninja. Old man, is there something you didn't tell us? Tazuna's face turned pale, and in the end, he confessed the truth. He was not just an ordinary bridge expert. The bridge he was building would connect the Land of Waves to the mainland, breaking shipping magnate Gato's monopoly. Gato had hired a Kirigakure rogue ninja, demon of the hidden mist Momochi Zabuza, to kill him. I couldn't afford the payment for a higher-ranked mission, so I could only file it as C-rank. Tazuna lowered his head. Kakashi frowned. By the rules, we should terminate the mission. Naruto raised his hand. Kakashi-sensei, since we're already here. Zabuza, right? Perfect target practice. Sasuke said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kakashi looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, and let out a sigh. Fine, but don't cause me too much trouble. The next day, the fog was even thicker. The team walked along the coastal road, with the sea on the left and the forest on the right. Sasuke suddenly stopped, his Sharingan spinning at top speed. Yes, here. There's killing intent in the mist. A gust of wind passed by, and a tall man emerged from the thick fog. A Kirigakure rogue ninja forehead protector. Long black hair, no eyebrows, arms folded across his chest. On his back was a blade even longer than he was tall. The Executioner's blade. Zabuza. He swept a glance over Team 7. His gaze paused on Kakashi for a moment, then shifted to Naruto and Sasuke. Konoha's demon, Kakashi. I've heard a lot about you. Zabuza's voice was hoarse. But your students don't look like genin. Thanks for the compliment. Naruto rolled his wrist. Zabuza did not waste any more words. With one hand, he formed seals. Hidden mist jutsu. The dense fog instantly thickened until you could not see your hand in front of your face. Even Kakashi's Sharingan could only make out blurry outlines. Zabuza's voice came from every direction. Silent killing. You will die in the darkness without even knowing where I am. Sakura nervously tightened her grip on her kunai and moved closer to Kakashi. Naruto smiled. He closed his eyes and slapped both hands onto the ground. Adamantine ceiling chains. For golden chains shot out from behind him, flying in 4 directions as if they were alive. The chains were not for attacking. They were for sensing. Each chain was coated in Ninetales chakra and could detect all chakra fluctuations within 50 meters. Front left. 10 meters. The chains shot violently in that direction. Zabuza was forced to reveal himself, the Executioner's blade held horizontally in front of him to block the chains. But the instant the chains touched the blade, 20% of the chakra in Zabuza's body was drained away. His face changed drastically, and he immediately leaped back to widen the distance. Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu? Naruto opened his eyes. Red light reflected within his blue pupils. Correct. I can see all the chakra flow in your body. Hidden mist jutsu is useless against me. Zabuza's expression sank and he changed tactics. Water clone jutsu. 5 water clones rose from the sea surface. Including the original body, there were 6 Zabuza in total, lunging at Naruto from 6 directions at once. How are you going to break this? Sasuke moved. Black flames descended from the sky and drew a circular ring of fire around Naruto. Amaterasu's black flames burned silently. The moment the water clones touched the black flames, they instantly evaporated. All 6 Zabuzas stopped at the same time. He stared at the ring of black flames at his feet, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He could not touch those black flames. If he did, they would burn onto his real body. And if a water clone touched them, it would vanish immediately. Uchiha's Amaterasu. Who exactly are you two? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then charged out at the same time. Naruto opened the second gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Healing. His speed surged as he met the Executioner's blade head-on from the front. His fist collided with the blade, producing the sound of metal crashing against metal. A fist wrapped in Ninetales chakra directly clashed with the Executioner's blade and came out completely unharmed. Zabuza was shaken back 3 steps by a single punch, his palm numb from the impact. Sasuke cut in from the side, Chidori lightning gathering in his palm as he thrust straight for Zabuza's waist. Zabuza forcibly twisted his body to dodge, but black flame armor was already blazing over Sasuke's right arm, and it scraped across Zabuza's ribs. His clothes and skin burned at the same time. Zabuza let out a muffled grunt and quickly used chakra to suppress the black flames, but the burning pain sank deep into his bones. He retreated several steps in a row, widening the distance. Kakashi, are your students monsters? Kakashi stood where he was and watched everything happen. Only one thought remained in his mind. These 2 brats had held back when they fought me last time. Haku. Zabuza growled in a low voice. A thin figure wearing a pink battle outfit and a hidden mist mask shot out from the forest. Haku landed in front of Zabuza and formed hand seals with both hands. Ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. One ice mirror after another condensed in the air, surrounding the entire battlefield. Countless images of Haku appeared inside the mirrors, each one holding Senbon. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, be careful, Sakura shouted. Haku's voice came from within the ice mirrors, gentle and calm. I don't want to hurt you, but Zabuza-san needs to complete this mission. Please step aside. Naruto looked at that figure inside the mirrors, and his heart tightened. Haku. That boy who had been willing to become a tool just to protect Zabuza. That child who had lived for others until the moment of his death. Haku, Naruto suddenly said, you don't need to kill for Zabuza. The figure in the mirrors trembled slightly. What did you say? I know your past. Kirigakure persecuted clans with Kekii Genkai. Your mother was killed, and you ended up wandering the streets. Zabuza took you in and gave your life meaning. That's why you treat him as your everything. Haku said nothing, but a real companion wouldn't turn you into a tool for killing. Naruto stared at the ice mirrors. You don't need to prove your value by taking lives. The mirrors began to shake. Haku's heart had wavered. Zabuza gritted his teeth. Haku, don't let him confuse you. Kill them. Haku took a deep breath and stabilized the mirrors again. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. This life of mine belongs to Zabuza-san. Whatever he asks me to do, I'll do. Senbon shot in from every direction. Naruto let out a sigh. Sasuke stood beside him, black flame armor covering his whole body. Want me to do it? No, Naruto said. I'll make him understand. He closed his eyes, and the Nine-Tails chakra surged out from within him. The crimson cloak deepened into dark red, and the phantom shape of two tails behind him became clear. At 7 years old, his second Nine-Tails chakra form had already reached a level comparable to the early Shippuden original timeline. At the same time, adamantine ceiling chains shot out, 12 chains in total. Every single one pierced precisely into the gaps between the ice mirrors. The Nine-Tails chakra attached to the chains drained all the chakra inside the mirrors, and the mirrors shattered instantly. Haku fell from the air. His mask cracked open, revealing a delicate face streaked with tears. Zabuza rushed forward and caught him, his gaze complicated. Haku, are you alright? Zabuza-san. I failed. Don't talk. Zabuza held Haku in his arms and looked toward Naruto and Sasuke. The killing intent in his eyes was gone. Only exhaustion remained. You win. Mission abandoned. He turned around with Haku in his arms and was about to leave. Wait, Sasuke said. Zabuza stopped. Sasuke walked up to him, pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket, and stuffed it into Zabuza's hand. This is Orochimaru's contact information. He's been researching the potential development of Kekkei Genkai lately. Haku's ice release can become even stronger. He doesn't have to be your tool. He can be your partner. Zabuza lowered his head and looked at the note. Silent for a long time. Why help us? Because you shouldn't die here. Sasuke turned and walked back. The enemies in the future are 10,000 times stronger than you. Stay alive. Maybe one day we'll need your ice release. Naruto walked over and patted Zabuza on the shoulder. Don't let him down. That kid deserves a better way to live. Zabuza looked at these two 7-year-old children, then suddenly laughed. It was the first sincere laugh he had let out in 10 years. Konoha brats. You really are interesting. Holding Haku, he disappeared into the mist. On the way back to Konoha, Tazuna kept muttering the whole way about two little monsters. The way Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke had completely changed. It wasn't fear. It was awe and confusion. Why didn't you kill them just now? Sakura finally couldn't help asking. Naruto walked in front without even turning his head. Because they're not bad people. They just took the wrong path. How do you know they aren't bad people? Because when Haku fired those senbon, every single one avoided our vital points. He didn't want to kill anyone. Sakura fell silent. From the back, Kakashi watched Naruto's figure and raised his evaluation of these two students yet another level. Not only were they strong, but they also had judgment and empathy far beyond their age. When they returned to Konoha, the third Hokage nearly dropped his pipe after hearing the mission report. You're saying Naruto and Sasuke drove back Zabuza of the Hidden Mist? 7 years old? Not just drove him back, Kakashi said. They made Zabuza give up the mission on his own. And Naruto used a tattoo to persuade Zabuza's partner. The third Hokage took a deep breath. These two children are becoming harder and harder to understand. Outside the window, the sun was setting. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the railing of the training ground, each holding a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. What you said to Haku today, Sasuke said while slurping noodles, was pretty moving. Naruto smiled. It was only after Haku died in my previous life that I learned about his past. Back then, I kept thinking. If someone had told him earlier that he wasn't a tool, maybe the ending would have been different. In this life, every tragedy will be rewritten. Sasuke raised his ramen bowl. Naruto raised his too, and the two bowls clinked together. The collision of the ramen bowls made a crisp sound. To rewritten endings. Cheers. The setting sun coated their small figures with a golden outline. Team 7's first real battle ended without blood, without death. Only two reincarnated souls had quietly tipped the scales of fate. And in the darkness far away, Black Zetsu's figure rose from the ground. Looking at that intelligence report about Konoha's two 7-year-old monsters, he fell into deep thought. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the last Uchiha survivor both possess strength and intelligence far beyond their age. The corner of Black Zetsu's mouth split into a strange curve. Interesting. Looks like I should start moving ahead of time too. On the third day after the Land of Waves mission ended, Team 7 submitted their mission report in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage wore his reading glasses and read through it word by word. Then he took off his glasses and wiped them clean. He looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, his gaze complicated. You let the Hidden Mist missing Nin Zabuza and his partner go? Yes. Naruto nodded. They weren't the real enemy. The one behind everything was the shipping tycoon Gato. Zabuza was just a blade hired by him. And he gave up the mission, Sasuke added. He won't be troubling Tazuna again in the future. The third Hokage took a pull from his pipe and was silent for a moment. You did the right thing. In Konoha's name, I will send a notice to the Land of Water explaining Zabuza's situation. If Kirigakure is willing to revoke his missing nin status. He paused. Forget it. That's a matter for the diplomatic department. Kakashi leaned against the wall with both hands in his pockets. Old man, just give the mission result already. Mission complete. Team 7. C rank accomplished. The third Hokage stamped the report. The next mission is already being arranged. 3 days from now. After walking out of the Hokage's office, Sakura let out a long breath. I still haven't recovered from it. Did we really defeat the demon of the hidden mist? You barely did anything the whole time. Sasuke mercilessly exposed her. That's because you two were too fast. The fight was over before I could even react. Sakura's face flushed red. Then she muttered in a small voice, but it really is a little stressful following behind you two. Naruto patted her on the shoulder. It's fine. With Sakura supporting us from the rear, we can fight with a lot more peace of mind. Sakura froze for a second, and her face turned even redder. Not from shyness, but from being acknowledged. She had always felt like she was the burden of Team 7. Naruto's words made her nose sting. Oh, cut it out. Sakura turned her head away, but the corners of her lips still couldn't help rising. Watching the interaction between his 3 students, even Kakashi's deadfish eyes showed a rare trace of gentleness. Alright, dismissed. New mission in 3 days. You're free to do whatever you want until then. Naruto, Sasuke, don't tear down the training ground. We'll try. Naruto replied with a grin. That afternoon, training ground 3. Naruto and Sasuke were there again. Just as expected. Naruto was practicing adamantine sealing chains. 12 golden chains shot out from his back, weaving into a giant net in midair, then tightening and grinding a huge boulder into powder. The power is enough, but the chakra cost is too high. Sasuke was recording the data from the side. That move just now used 30% of your chakra. Yeah, I can't use it as a regular weapon. Naruto withdrew the chains and wiped off his sweat. But if it can suppress the enemy's chakra at a critical moment, that's enough. Sasuke closed his notebook and looked at Naruto. You let Zabuza and Haku go. That wasn't just because they weren't bad people, was it? Naruto was silent for a while. Then he sat down on the ground, leaning back on his hands as he looked up at the sky. Haku reminded me of someone. Who? Boruto. Naruto's voice was very soft. A kid willing to give everything for someone important. In my previous life, Haku died in Zabuza's arms, and Zabuza died too. The two of them clearly needed each other. But until death, neither of them said what was really in their heart. Sasuke sat down beside him without saying anything. In this life, I don't want to see an ending like that again. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. You too, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given Zabuza a way to contact Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't deny it. Haku's ice release Kekii Genkai was useful in the battle against the Otsutsuki. Combined with Zabuza's silent killing, it can form a long-range sniping combo. You're right, but not completely. Naruto smiled. What do you mean? You won't admit it, but I'm still going to say it. Sasuke-kun, you've gotten gentler. Sasuke stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Boring. Go practice your adamantine sealing chains. Naruto burst out laughing. In the distance, Kakashi stood on a tree branch, watching the interaction between the two students, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. These two brats. They won't admit it out loud, but deep down, they're softer than anyone. 3 days later, Team 7 received a new mission. Escort a merchant to the border of the land of rice fields and investigate a disappearance case. It was a B-rank mission, and the third Hokage had specifically marked that combat was possible. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and thought of the same person at the same time. The land of rice fields, Otogekure, near Orochimaru's old nest. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto raised his hand. Did information from Orochimaru's side leak this mission to us? Kakashi's eyelid twitched. How did you know? Guessed. Kakashi stared at him for 3 seconds, then opened the mission file. The client is a merchant named Yoshida. He claims his caravan disappeared near the border of the land of rice fields. But the intelligence division found that this Yoshida has indirect ties to Orochimaru's spy network. So this is a trap? Or maybe Orochimaru wants to use this as a way to contact us. Kakashi said, whether we go or not, you decide. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke thought for a moment, then nodded. We're going. Orochimaru still owes me a research data update. Perfect chance to remind him. Sakura, listening from the side, was completely confused. Wait, what are you talking about? Who's Orochimaru? Why does he owe Sasuke data? Naruto patted her on the head. Sakura, there are a lot of things in this world you don't know yet. You'll understand slowly. Sakura looked baffled. Your attitude is really asking for a beating. But you can't beat him. Sasuke stabbed in from the side. Sakura puffed up in anger and shut her mouth. The team set out. This time, they took the route northeast from Konoha, crossed the border of the Land of Fire, and entered the land of rice fields. The first 2 days were calm and uneventful. Sakura was even starting to feel that a B-rank mission was nothing special. On the evening of the third day, the group made camp in a dense forest. Naruto took first watch and Sasuke took second. Kakashi and Sakura slept. Nothing happened during the first half of the night. Sitting in a tree, Naruto used the Nine-Tails sensory ability to cover a radius of 200 meters. The chakra of insects, birds, and small beasts all formed clear images in his mind. There were no large chakra signatures. When it was time to switch, Sasuke climbed up the tree, and Naruto jumped down to sleep. At 3 in the morning, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly caught a trace of something unusual. In the distant woods, a faint chakra signature was moving. Not a wild beast, a human-esque chakra. And he was very familiar with the way that chakra fluctuated. Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't wake the others. He jumped down from the tree and silently gave chase. After about 1 kilometer, that cluster of chakra stopped in the middle of an open clearing. Orochimaru stood beneath the moonlight, wearing a black cloak. His golden vertical pupils gleamed in the darkness. The Uchiha brat is quite alert. Orochimaru licked his lips. I thought you wouldn't notice me until dawn. Your chakra concealment has gotten worse. Sasuke stood across from him with both hands in his pockets. It's not that I've gotten worse. I let you notice me on purpose. Orochimaru pulled a scroll from inside his robe and tossed it to Sasuke. The data you wanted. Updated version, including the research results from the last 3 months. Sasuke caught the scroll but didn't open it. You lured us here through the mission just to give me this? Half of the reason. Orochimaru tilted his head. The other half is that I wanted to see with my own eyes how much you and that Nine-Tails brat have improved. I received the battle report from the Land of Waves. Driving back Zabuza at age 7, not bad. But still not enough. I know. The Otsutsuki are 10,000 times stronger than Zabuza. Orochimaru's voice turned low. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to break their shell. Sasuke didn't argue. So I came to deliver a second thing. Another scroll slid out from Orochimaru's sleeve. This one was older, with frayed edges. The awakening path of the Rinnegan. Not through transplantation, but through the resonance of Indra and Ajura's chakra. If the two of you train together, then, in theory, you can awaken the Rinnegan before adulthood. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. He took the second scroll, and his hand trembled faintly. What do you want in return? Nothing. Orochimaru turned around. Watching you grow is the greatest return. This world is too boring. I want to see just how far you can go. His figure melted into the darkness. Sasuke stood there, clutching both scrolls tightly. In his previous life, Orochimaru had been an enemy. In this life, he was still not someone who could be trusted. But his research was priceless. That contradictory feeling left Sasuke's heart in turmoil. He took a deep breath and turned back toward the camp. Naruto was already awake, leaning against a tree and waiting for him. Orochimaru? Yeah. He gave me this. Sasuke tossed the scrolls over. Naruto flipped through them, and his eyes lit up. The Rinnegan? We can awaken it just through chakra resonance between the two of us? In theory, it requires long-term training. Naruto handed the scrolls back to Sasuke with a grin. Then starting tomorrow we add 2 extra hours of training every night. I'll provide Ajura's chakra, and you focus on sensing the resonance. Sasuke nodded. In the distance, the first ray of dawn pierced through the darkness. Yawning, Sakura crawled out of the tent and saw Naruto and Sasuke already full of energy, standing beside the campfire cooking porridge. Do you two never sleep? We do. Naruto ladled out a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. Did you sleep well? Sakura took the porridge. Looking at the dark circles under both of their eyes, she had a feeling they were hiding something, but she didn't press. Some things still weren't something she was supposed to know. Sakura took a sip of porridge and thought, one day, I'll become strong enough to stand beside them, not behind them. Still the strongest genjutsu, BT on Sakura. After returning to Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke's lives entered a new rhythm. During the day, they carried out normal missions, escorting merchants, wiping out bandits, searching for missing people. All of them were C rank and B rank. For Team 7, they were as easy as eating and drinking water. Sakura had gone from nervous at the start, to numb later on, to now basically thinking, oh, it's over again. Her mentality had undergone a qualitative change. At night, though, it was a different story. Every night from 8 to 10, Naruto and Sasuke would go to Training Ground 3 for a secret kind of training. Chakra resonance. This was the core content of the Rinnegan awakening path in the scroll Orochimaru had given them. The theory was simple. Indra and Ajura's chakra had originally come from the same source. After splitting apart for 1,000 years, they had each continued flowing through different reincarnations. If the current reincarnations could make those 2 chakras resonate, then they could reactivate the power of the 6 paths and, in turn, awaken the Rinnegan. But while the theory sounded simple, actually doing it was hard. The 2 of them sat cross-legged face to face, palms pressed together, slowly releasing their chakra until it met in the air. Naruto's chakra was warm, golden, and carried the aura of the Nine-Tails. Sasuke's chakra was cold, purple, and carried the ocular power fluctuations of the Sharingan. The moment the two chakras touched, they bounced away like two identical poles of a magnet repelling each other. Again, Sasuke said, 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. On the 137th attempt, the two chakras finally didn't T-bounce apart. Instead, they wrapped around each other like two snakes, rotating slowly. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a faint, spinning sphere of light appear between their palms. Gold and purple intertwined, like a miniature version of yin-yang release. Do you feel anything? Naruto asked. Sasuke closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. Yeah. Your chakra is flowing into my eyes. Does it hurt? No, it's cool. Like eye drops. Naruto grinned. Then let us keep going. Their chakra resonance lasted for nearly 3 minutes. Then the sphere of light suddenly expanded before vanishing just as fast, like a silent firework. Both of them were blasted apart and landed on the ground flat on their asses. 3 minutes. Sasuke checked the time. 30 seconds longer than yesterday. Let us aim for 5 tomorrow. Sakura sat on the bench at the edge of the training ground, holding a cup of hot tea as she watched their backs. She was already used to watching the two of them sit together in a daze every night, even though she had no idea what they were actually doing. But she didn't ask. Over the past month, she had learned one thing. Some things weren't something you could understand just by asking. Once you became strong enough, you would naturally know. Still, she couldn't help muttering under her breath, 2 monsters. 1 month later, Team 7 received an unusual mission. Escort a confidential letter to Mangekyo and personally deliver it to the 4th Kazekage. Why us? Sakura asked. Because you're fast. Kakashi flipped through the mission file. Konoha and Suna have been discussing an alliance recently. This letter is crucial. We need someone who can break through any possible ambushes and deliver it safely. There might be an ambush? The borders of the Land of Wind haven't been peaceful lately. A rogue ninja organization has been active there. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Akatsuki? Naruto said quietly. Not necessarily. Sasuke shook his head. Akatsuki is still keeping a low profile while gathering funds. They wouldn't actively intercept a diplomatic letter. It's more likely a force inside Suna that opposes the alliance. Kakashi watched his two students speaking in low voices, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his dead fish eyes. These two brats knew more than even he did. As their teacher, he was starting to feel more and more like a decoration. Let us go. Reach Suna within 3 days, deliver the letter, wait for a reply, then come back. Officially it's B rank, but it could be upgraded to A rank at any time. Mangekyo was located in the desert of the Land of Wind. It took Team 7 a full 2 days to cross the desert. Naruto had the Ninetales chakra protecting him, so he wasn't afraid of the sun. Sasuke used his Sharingan to observe the wind direction and avoid sandstorms. Sakura was responsible for taking care of Kakashi. As for Kakashi, he was listless the entire way. The desert climate made his chakra consumption 3 times faster than usual. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Sakura asked worriedly. I'm fine. Just a little dehydrated. Kakashi said weakly. Naruto pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and tossed it to him. I told you to bring more water, but you just had to pack that limited edition of Ika Paradise. That's my lifeline. Then die of thirst. Sasuke, who was walking at the very front, suddenly stopped. Someone there. 300 meters ahead. Behind the dune. 6 people. The chakra fluctuations say they're ninja. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Suna ninja? No, the chakra nature is different. Rogue ninja? Doesn't matter who they are. If they're blocking the road, we beat them, Sasuke said as he rolled his wrist. From behind the dune, 6 ninja in black cloaks jumped out. Each of their forehead protectors had a slash across them. Rogue ninja from different villages. The leader was a one-eyed brute carrying a broadsword wider than a person. Konoha ninja? Leave the letter and we'll spare your lives. Naruto stepped forward. Do you even know what's written in the letter? And you're still trying to steal it? No. But the client offered a high price, so we took the job. Who's the client? The dead don't need to know. The one-eyed brute waved his hand, and all 6 charged at once. Kakashi tried to stand up, but Sakura pressed him back down. Kakashi-sensei, you should rest. The 2 of them can handle it. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about those rogue ninja. Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke didn't move. Only when the 6 rushed right in front of them did Naruto open the second gate of the 8 gates, his speed exploding as he sent 3 rogue ninja flying with 1 punch each. Sasuke used the body flicker technique to circle behind the other 3. Chidori crackled in his palm, and with just a light touch, all 3 dropped to the ground convulsing. 6 seconds. 6 rogue ninja at the Jonin level, all completely stripped of their fighting ability. The one-eyed brute lay on the ground, his face covered in blood. As he watched the 2 7-year-old kids walk toward him, there was nothing left in his eyes but fear. Now you can talk, Sasuke said, crouching down. Who was the client? I don't know the name. I only know it was a woman. Her voice sounded very young. She was wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector. A woman.
Kiri.
Young. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Mei Terumi, the future fifth Mizukage? Doesn't he seem likely? She has no reason to intercept a letter meant for Suna. Any other traits? Naruto asked. Her eyes were white. No pupils. White eyes. Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. Not Mei Terumi. Another bloodline descended from Kagaya Otsutsuki? Or the Byakugan? Sasuke said in a low voice. Doesn't he sound like the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? Naruto tried to recall it. The Hyuga's eyes are pale white with visible pupils. He said completely white, no pupils. Then what is it? Naruto shook his head. But a vague answer had already formed in his mind. The Kagaya clan. Not the one with the Shikatsu Miyaku. An older bloodline, one connected to the Otsutsuki. We can't deliver this letter now. Naruto stood up. Someone is setting this up. Targeting the alliance between Suna and Konoha. If we deliver the letter, we might be walking into a trap. Kakashi finally struggled to his feet, walked over, looked at the fallen rogue ninja, then at his two students. You mean, abandoning the mission? No, Sasuke said. The mission is to escort the letter to Suna. We keep going. But we can't hand the letter directly to the fourth Kazekage. We need to meet someone first. Who? Lady Chiyo. Kakashi froze for a moment. A Suna advisor? You know her? No, Naruto said. But she knows us. More accurately, she'll know our strength. Sunagakure, Chiyo's residence. Granny Chiyo was already over 70 years old. Her hair was completely white, and her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were still sharp. She looked at the four Konoha shinobi standing in front of her. One exhausted jonin, one blushing female genin, and two expressionless 7-year-old boys. You little brats from Konoha, what do you want with an old woman like me? Naruto put the letter on the table, then said a few words that completely changed Chiyo's expression. Your letter was intercepted? Someone used the fourth Kazekage's name to form an alliance? Not used, Naruto said. I suspect the current fourth Kazekage is no longer the real one. Chiyo's pupils contracted. What do you mean? Orochimaru. Naruto only said one name. Chiyo suddenly stood up. She understood. No further explanation was needed. Orochimaru, Konoha's missing nin, was skilled in disguise and transformation techniques. If he wanted to control Sunagakure. What evidence do you have? Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke opened his Sharingan, and the six-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo spun within his blood-red pupils. Is this enough? Chiyo sucked in a cold breath. A 7-year-old with the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was something that had never appeared in the entire history of the ninja world. If everything these two brats said is true, you'll stay in Suna for now. Chiyo put away the letter. I'll go investigate. If something happens before I return, handle it yourselves. She turned and vanished into the night. Sakura finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Naruto. Sasuke. What are you even talking about? What Orochimaru? What do you mean the fourth Kazekage isn't the real one? Naruto sighed and patted Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura. After coming all this way, you should have noticed that Sasuke and I know some things we shouldn't know. Yes. But I never asked. Now's still not the time to say it. Naruto's voice was very serious. But one day I'll tell you everything. Before that, you just need to trust us. Sakura looked into his blue eyes and saw a seriousness and sadness she had never seen before. A 7-year-old child's eyes should not hold that kind of sadness. Okay. Sakura nodded. I trust you. Kakashi leaned against the wall, watching all of it, and formed a vague guess in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud. After Granny Chiyo left, Team 7 was arranged to stay in a guest room on the outskirts of Sunagakure. Calling it a guest room was generous. It was really just a stone house piled full of clutter. The four walls were all rough rock surfaces polished by sand. The window was tiny, and whenever the wind blew, it let out a low wailing sound. Wrapped in a blanket, Sakura curled up in the corner. Kakashi leaned by the doorway, keeping watch through the night. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the windowsill, one looking at the moon, the other resting with his eyes closed. You two aren't sleeping? Sakura asked with a yawn. We are. Naruto jumped down from the windowsill, lay flat on the bedding, and put both hands behind his head. There might be trouble tomorrow. Better get enough rest. Sasuke said nothing, but he also lay down on another bedroll. Watching the two of them actually act normal for once, Sakura finally relaxed a little. Usually, they were either training or discussing things like the Otsutsuki and the Rasengan, and she couldn't get a word in at all. At least when it came to sleeping, everyone was the same. Midnight. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. Not because of a chakra fluctuation. Not because of killing intent. It was instinct. Someone was standing outside, watching him. He silently got up, stepped past the sleeping Sakura and the half-awake Kakashi, and pushed open the wooden door. Under the moonlight, a short red-haired figure stood in the yard with a gourd on his back, the dark circles under his eyes deeper than the night sky. Gaara. He stared at Naruto without saying a word. Naruto froze for a moment, then smiled. How did you know I was staying here? Gaara didn't answer. Not sleeping this late? Naruto asked even though he already knew. Can't sleep. Gaara raised his head. Moonlight shone over his pale face. The thing inside me is calling. Says it smelled the nine tails. Naruto raised a brow. Shikaku's senses were sharper than he had expected. So what do you want? Gaara was silent for a long time. Long enough that Naruto thought he wouldn't answer. I don't know, Gaara finally said. I just wanted to come see you. He turned and walked away. After a few steps, he stopped again, still not looking back. Where will you go tomorrow? We're waiting for an old lady to come back. Then we'll probably return to Konoha. Gaara disappeared into the night. Naruto stood in the yard, watching that lonely back and made a decision in his heart. Early the next morning, Granny Chiyo returned. Her expression looked even worse than when she left. The wrinkles on her face seemed carved out by a blade. She shut the door, made sure no one had followed her, then lowered her voice. There really is something wrong with the fourth Kazekage. Kakashi straightened up. You're sure? I tested him with a few things. The alliance terms, Suna's bottom line, the land of Wind's diplomatic stance. Everything he said was wrong. It was like he only knew surface-level information and didn't understand the real details. Orochimaru, Sasuke said directly. Chiyo glanced at him and nodded. Very likely, but I need more direct proof. You can't stay here anymore. It's too dangerous. If Orochimaru finds out you know his secret, he'll kill to keep it buried. Naruto finished for her. But we're not afraid of him. That's not the issue. Chiyo shook her head. This is about timing. He still hasn't exposed himself, and we still don't have evidence. If we alert him now, it'll only make him act early. Kakashi stood up. Lady Chiyo, what do you suggest? Take the letter back. Tell the third Hokage that Suna cannot form an alliance for now, but this isn't a refusal. It's a delay. Once we've cleaned up our internal mess, we can talk again. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. This plan was safe. Then it's settled. Kakashi put away the letter. We'll leave for Konoha today. Before leaving, Naruto used going to the bathroom as an excuse and slipped off to the edge of Sunagakure. He knew where Gaara lived. In his previous life, when he had come to Suna on a mission, he had passed through that area. Gaara had lived in the most isolated stone house there. He knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, revealing one of Gaara's eyes. Why are you here? I brought you something. Naruto took out an oil paper package from his pocket. Ichiraku ramen. Vacuum-sealed version. Just add hot water and you can eat it. Carried it all the way here. I was originally going to eat it myself. Gaara took the package and looked down at it for a long time. Why? What do you mean, why? Why are you nice to me? Gaara's voice trembled slightly. Everyone fears me, hates me, wants to kill me. Why are you different? Naruto leaned against the doorframe with his hands in his pockets and thought for a moment. Because you're the same as me, he said. I used to be a monster in everyone's eyes too. Lonely, misunderstood, desperate to be acknowledged. But not anymore, Gaara said. Right? Because someone pulled me up once. Naruto smiled. So now it's my turn to pull someone else up. He patted Gaara on the shoulder. Gaara's body stiffened for a moment. He was rarely touched by anyone, let alone like this. An equal pat on the shoulder, warm and natural. When you're strong enough to control the thing inside you, come find me in Konoha. I'll treat you to freshly made Ichiraku ramen. Extra chashu, extra egg, extra seaweed. Naruto turned and left. Gaara stood in the doorway, holding that pack of ramen, until Naruto's back disappeared into the wind and sand. He looked down at the oil paper package, his lips moving slightly. Thank you. So soft that only he himself could hear it. But he smiled. It was the first truly genuine smile of his life. On the way back to Konoha, everything was calm. Kakashi walked in front, Sakura in the middle, while Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side at the back. You went to see the one-tailed Jinchuriki again? Sasuke asked in a low voice. Yeah. I brought him a pack of ramen. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. That habit of yours, running around and spreading warmth everywhere. Sooner or later, it's going to cause trouble. What trouble? For example, he might come all the way to Konoha looking for you. Naruto thought about it, then smiled. That'd be pretty good too. Sunagakure's combat power will be useful later when we fight the Otsutsuki. Sasuke glanced at him, but didn't argue. Sakura turned around from up ahead. What are you two talking about? What Otsutsuki? A newly released ramen brand. Naruto lied without changing expression. Really? Is it good? Not bad. Just a little expensive. Sasuke silently rolled his eyes. Konoha Hokage's office. After hearing Kakashi's report, the third Hokage dropped ash from his pipe all over the desk. Orochimaru is controlling the fourth Kazekage. Not certain, but he is highly suspicious, Kakashi said. Lady Chiyo will continue investigating. She suggests postponing the alliance. The third Hokage was silent for a long time. I understand. You've all worked hard. Go back and get some rest. Naruto reached the door, then stopped and turned back. Grandpa third. When are the Chunin exams? The third Hokage froze for a moment. Why are you suddenly asking that? Just asking. In half a year. Konoha will host them. Interested? Naruto grinned. Yeah. When the time comes, I'll let you watch a good show. Then he left. The third Hokage looked at the closed door and took a drag from his pipe. The Chunin exams half a year later. He had a feeling that would not be an ordinary exam. Outside the window, the sun was setting. Naruto and Sasuke returned to Training Ground 3 and began their daily chakra resonance training. A golden sphere of light and a purple one rotated between their palms. 1/3 larger than yesterday. Sasuke. Yeah. In the Chunin exams half a year from now, Orochimaru might come. I know. When that time comes, should we intercept him in advance? Sasuke thought for a moment. No. Wait until he makes his move. Catch him red-handed, and that old man third 1T have any reason to go soft on him again. Naruto nodded. All right. The sphere of light between their palms suddenly swelled, lighting up the entire training ground. In the night sky, golden and purple light intertwined like a tiny sun. Far away, atop the Hokage rock, in the shadow beneath the third Hokage's stone face, a pair of eyes watched that light from the darkness. Danzo, the Chunin exams half a year from now. He muttered softly to himself. Perhaps it's time to prepare a grand gift for those two little brats. Team 7 continued carrying out missions, escorting merchants, wiping out bandits, searching for missing persons. Naruto and Sasuke's strength had already become legend among all the genin circles in Konoha. Every one of their peers knew those two monsters were not to be provoked. Even Kiba, who usually loved picking fights, went around them. During this period, Sakura underwent a qualitative transformation. Not a leap in strength, growth in strength needed time, and it had not even been 2 months yet. It was a leap in mindset. She no longer tried to catch up to Naruto and Sasuke, not because she had given up, but because she understood now. Some distances could not be bridged through hard work alone. The things in those two boys' eyes were not things 7-year-old children should have. Rather than driving herself insane, she might as well first do the things she actually could do. Kakashi noticed her change and privately said to the third Hokage, that girl Sakura may not be the strongest, but she might be the steadiest. She knows her place, doesn't fight or scramble for things, and just does what she is supposed to do. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. People like that often live to the end. Kakashi did not respond. Every night from 8 to 10, Naruto and Sasuke's chakra resonance training had become an unshakable routine. After 2 months of practice, the sphere of light between their palms had grown from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball. The intertwining of gold and purple had become even tighter, and the rotation speed was so fast it looked like a miniature vortex. After every resonance session, Sasuke felt a coolness wrapping around his eyes. It was hard to call it comfortable, but he could clearly tell that his ocular power was increasing. The scroll Orochimaru had given them stated, when the sphere of light could remain stable without requiring palm-to-palm contact, the resonance would enter the second stage. The second stage would last around 1 year, and the outline of the Rinnegan would appear within the Sharingan. 1 year. Sasuke looked at that line and frowned. Naruto leaned over and took a glance. 1 year to awaken the Rinnegan? That S more than 10 years earlier than in the previous life. That S assuming it continues for 1 year. Sasuke closed the scroll. Not a single day can be skipped. Then we 1T skip a single day, Naruto said. If it rains, we practice indoors. If we're on a mission, we practice in camp. No holidays during New Year. Sasuke glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth lifted just a tiny bit, so faint that only someone familiar with him could catch that trace of an arc. You're even more anxious than I am. I'm anxious to get stronger, anxious to smash the Otsutsuki, anxious to. Naruto paused, and his voice softened. Anxious to let Boruto see that his old man didn't waste his life. Sasuke did not reply. He put away the scroll, sat back down cross-legged, and extended his hand. Naruto also extended his hand. Their palms met. Golden Ajura chakra and purple Indra chakra surged out at the same time, converging, intertwining, and rotating in the air. This time, the sphere of light was another full circle bigger than yesterday, and it started glowing. Not ordinary chakra light, but a glow carrying immense pressure, the kind that made one's spine turn cold. It was as if something was awakening deep inside that sphere. Kakashi, on a distant tree, suddenly snapped open his Sharingan and stared at the sphere, a drop of cold sweat seeping out on his forehead. What kind of chakra was this? He had sensed countless kinds of chakra before, tailed beasts, Kekkai Genkai, forbidden jutsu, but he had never sensed anything like this. It was not a matter of quantity, but quality. This chakra made him feel as though he were gazing up at a starry sky, vast, distant, and impossible to shake. Naruto and Sasuke opened their eyes at the same time. Both of them could feel that this resonance was different. The chakra inside the sphere did not disperse. Instead, it split into 2 streams. One flowed into Naruto's dantian, and the other into Sasuke's eyes. Naruto lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was now a faint point of light on it, as if it had been branded there. What is this? Sasuke kept his eyes closed, sensing the changes in them. His Sharingan was rotating on its own. Not under his control, his eyes themselves were turning. The three tomo transformed into the Mangekyo, and the Mangekyo pattern became clearer and sharper. Around its edge, a faint ring of purple lines even appeared. A sign of the Rinnegan, Sasuke said as he opened his eyes. The Mangekyo pattern in his pupils slowly returned to an ordinary Sharingan. Orochimaru's scroll mentioned this phenomenon. When Indra Chakra accumulates within the Mangekyo to a certain degree, it begins to simulate the Rinnegan's pattern. In other words, it's soon. But not now. Sasuke stood up and flexed his fingers. It'll still take more than half a year. Naruto also stood up and patted the dust off his pants. Then more than half a year it is. We can wait. That same night, at a secret base outside Konoha, Orochimaru sat behind a long table, with a piece of intelligence spread out in front of him. There was only one line on it. Konoha Genin Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are suspected of conducting Indra Chakra resonance training. Orochimaru licked his lips, and a trace of frenzied light flashed through his golden vertical pupils. It's already entered the second stage this fast. He muttered to himself. 3 months earlier than I expected. Those two little brats are even more interesting than I thought. He stood up and walked over to a row of cultivation tanks by the wall. Inside them floated all kinds of biological samples, Sharingan, Hashirama cells, tailed beast chakra extracts. In the tank at the very center floated a young body with silver-white hair, covered in black curse mark patterns. Just wait a little longer, Orochimaru said to the body in the tank, as if he were speaking to another version of himself. Once their Rinnegan awaken, and the Nine Tails chakra has matured enough, then. He smiled. His laughter echoed through the empty underground chamber. At that time I'll be able to obtain everything I want. Konoha Root base. Danzo had also received the intel. His intelligence network wasn't as detailed as Orochimaru's, but it was still enough for him to know that Naruto and Sasuke were doing some kind of unusual training. Chakra resonance. Danzo sat in the darkness, fingers tapping the armrest. Jiraiya taught them that? Doesn't he seem likely? That pervy sage doesn't he understand this kind of thing? It was Orochimaru. In the darkness, a root ninja knelt on the ground as he gave his report. Danzo's hand stopped. Orochimaru. What is he planning this time? Silence lingered for a moment. Continue monitoring them. Don't alert the enemy. Wait until the Chunin exams. A cold glint flashed through Danzo's eyes. If they still refuse to cooperate, then they can't be left alive. Yes. The root ninja vanished. Danzo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Konoha's piece needed power to protect it. Any power that could not be controlled was a threat. This was his creed. It had never changed. The next morning, training ground 3. As usual, Naruto did 500 push-ups, then began practicing adamantine ceiling chains. 12 golden chains shot out from behind him, weaving into a giant net in midair, then suddenly contracted. This time, they didn't crush stone into pieces. Instead, they wrapped around a massive boulder as tall as a person and lifted it into the air hole. Your control has improved. Sasuke recorded it from the side. Before, you could only destroy. Now you can grab. The essence of sealing techniques is suppression and restraint. Naruto withdrew the chains. The boulder dropped down and smashed out a crater. Grabbing is harder than destroying because it needs precise control of force. You can't just crush the thing. When did you become this theory-focused? I learned it from you. Sasuke closed his notebook. I don't say this kind of crap. Everything you say is crap. But I listen seriously. Sasuke fell silent. This guy was getting slicker and slicker with his mouth. Sakura came running over from the distance. An envelope in her hand. Mission. Kakashi-sensei said for you guys to go straight to the Hokage's office. Naruto took the envelope, opened it and frowned after one glance. What mission? Sasuke leaned over. Not a mission. Naruto handed him the paper. It's a Chunin exams application form. Sasuke gave it a quick look. Moved up? Moved up by 3 months. Naruto looked at the date on the paper. The preliminaries start next week. The two of them looked at each other. That was earlier than the time Gaara came to Konoha. Earlier than the time Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush Plan 2. History had changed. Naruto took a deep breath. Whatever. Let us sign up first. Sasuke nodded. The two of them signed their names on the application form. In the distance, behind the window of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked in the direction of the training ground as smoke curled up from his pipe. The Chunin exams had been moved up. He had done it on purpose, because he wanted to see just how brightly those two children could shine on a bigger stage. On the third day after Naruto and Sasuke received the notice, the exam officially began. The first test took place in a classroom on the 3rd floor of the Konoha Ninja Academy. When Naruto walked into the classroom, he saw quite a few familiar faces. Shikamaru lying on the desk yawning, Ino and Sakura whispering together, Kiba hugging Akamaru with a smug look, Niji leaning against the window with his eyes closed in rest, and Rock Lea's thick eyebrows especially eye-catching in the crowd. There was also a figure with red hair. Naruto froze for a moment. Gaara? Gaara sat in the back corner of the last row, with Temari and Kankuro standing behind him. When he saw Naruto, he gave a slight nod as a greeting. What are you doing here? Recommended by Sunagakure. Gaara's voice was as hoarse as ever. You treated me to ramen. I came to watch your exam. Naruto grinned. Then watch carefully. The examiner for the first test was Ibiki Marino, a specially invited jonin with scars on his face and sinister eyes. While he announced the rules, Naruto zoned out the whole time. Of course he already knew the rules, 10 written questions with the final one deciding life and death. The test was really about intelligence gathering ability and mental toughness. For him, this kind of thing had already become outdated in his previous life. He started answering the questions. Not by cheating with the Sharingan, and not by sensing with the Ninetales chakra. He did it himself. His battle experience from his previous life, his training memories, and his understanding of ninja theory made it easy for him to answer every question without any cheating at all. 10 minutes later, Naruto put down his pen and raised his hand. I'm turning it in. The whole room went silent. Ibiki looked at him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had proctored the Chunin exams for over 10 years, and he had never seen anyone turn in their paper 10 minutes after the test began, let alone a 7-year-old child. He took the paper, scanned it once, and his pupils contracted slightly. All correct. And the reasoning process didn't look like something a child could have written. Some of the terminology wasn't even guaranteed to be understood by jonin. You may leave, Ibiki said expressionlessly. Naruto stood up. As he passed by Sasuke, he said in a low voice, the answer to question 10 is not answering. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I know. Then why are you still sitting here? I'm waiting for you to leave first. Then I'll leave. Naruto smiled and walked out of the classroom. 3 minutes later, Sasuke turned in his paper as well. Watching the backs of the two of them, Sakura bit her lip and lowered her head to keep answering. She didn't want to be the one who was always left behind forever. After the first test ended, the pass rate was under 50%. Sakura barely made it through. When she came out, her legs were so weak that Ino had to support her to keep her from falling. Those two. Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke leaning casually against the hallway wall, eating soldier pills as if nothing had happened. Do they seriously feel no pressure at all? They're not human. Ino rolled her eyes. The second test took place in the Forest of Death. The rules were simple. Each team would receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll, and within 5 days, they had to gather both and reach the central tower. Combat was allowed. Killing your opponents was allowed too, if you had the ability. Naruto looked at the scroll in his hand. Heaven Scroll. Sasuke opened his own. It was also a Heaven Scroll. Both heaven? Naruto frowned. This random draw is way too not random. Not random. Sasuke put away his scroll. The old third Hokage did it on purpose. He wants us to find an Earth Scroll ourselves and force us to fight other teams. That makes it simple too. Naruto looked toward the Forest of Death. Let us go. We'll talk after we get inside. After entering the forest, the three of them moved according to the plan they had set beforehand. Naruto on sensory detection, Sasuke guarding the rear, Sakura in the middle. Naruto's Ninetales sensory range covered 200 meters in every direction. Any ninja who entered that range could not escape his notice. In less than half an hour, they ran into their first team. 3 from Otogakure Dosu, Zaku, and Kin. The same 3 genin Orochimaru had thrown into the Chunin exams as cannon fodder in the original story. Naruto looked at them, and his heart stirred. Orochimaru had already started laying out his plan. The scroll. Dosu stepped forward, his tone arrogant. Hand it over, and we'll spare your lives. Sasuke glanced at him. Heaven Scroll. Do you have an Earth Scroll? Dosu froze for a second, then laughed. Kid, get this straight. We're the ones robbing you right now. I know. I'm asking if you have an Earth Scroll. If you do, we can trade right after the fight. Saves time. Dosu's expression darkened. You're courting death. He made his move. The air compression device on his arm fired violently, and an invisible shockwave shot straight at Sasuke's face. Sasuke tilted his head and dodged it. Chidori crackled in his right hand. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind Dosu. Earth Scroll. Do you have it or not? With Chidori pointed at the back of his neck, cold sweat ran down Dosu's throat. Yes. Yes, trade. A scroll was thrown over. Sasuke caught it and tossed back their Heaven Scroll. Let us go. The 3 from Team Dosu looked at each other, then scrambled away in a panic. Sakura's mouth fell open. That was it? Just like that? What else? Naruto leaned against a tree. Did we have to fight no matter what? The goal of the exam is to reach the central tower, not kill people. But Sakura. Naruto looked at her seriously. In this life, we only fight the battles we should fight. Sakura fell silent. She had no idea what in this life meant, but she had no intention of asking. Day 5, Central Tower. Team 7 was the first team to arrive. The third Hokage stood atop the tower, watching the 3 7-year-old children walk up. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly.
So fast.
As long as the scrolls you gave were fair, Naruto said with a cheerful smile. The third Hokage shook his head and said nothing. After that, the other teams began arriving one after another: Gaara's Sand Team, Shikamaru's Team 10, Niji's Team 3. Everyone noticed what was different about Team 7. They were the only team whose clothes were still perfectly clean, without the slightest trace of battle. What's with them? Niji asked Lee in a low voice. They don't look like they fought at all. Lee shook his head. I don't know. But their eyes don't look like genin. Niji glanced at Naruto. That blonde kid was grinning and chatting with Shikamaru, looking completely carefree. But Niji's Byakugan had caught one detail. The amount of chakra inside that kid was so massive it made his scalp go numb. Not genin. Not chunin. Not even jonin. That was tailed beast-level chakra. Niji took a deep breath and withdrew his Byakugan. The preliminaries for the third exam will be held in 3 days. Naruto and Sasuke stood by the tower window, looking in the direction of the Forest of Death. Orochimaru didn't show up, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Yes, waiting. For what? For us to expose all our strength. Naruto turned his head. Then we'll show it to him. Let him know that, in this life, Konoha is not something he can touch. The preliminaries were held in the underground arena beneath the central tower. The circular stands were packed with the examinees who had passed the second exam, along with their team leaders. The air was filled with tension and anticipation. The third exam was the real elimination round. That meant someone would be eliminated today. Someone would get hurt. Someone might even die. Height Gecko stood in the middle of the arena, his face pale as he coughed twice. The Chunin exam preliminaries begin now. The rules are simple: 1 versus 1, until one side admits defeat or loses the ability to fight. There are no other restrictions. Life and death are your own responsibility. Names rolled across the electronic screen. First match. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba jumped up in the stands. I'm up first? Not bad. Akamaru barked twice from the top of his head. Naruto slowly walked down from the stands and stopped in the center of the arena, hands in his pockets, looking as relaxed as if he were out for a stroll. Kiba jumped down and did a backflip when he landed, drawing a burst of applause. Naruto, I know you're strong, Kiba said with a grin, but I'm not going to admit defeat. I'm going to show everyone the power of the Inuzuka clan. I'm not trying to make you surrender, Naruto said. I just want you to lose with a little dignity. Veins bulged on Kiba's forehead. Can you stop acting so arrogant? No. Proctor. Start it already, Kiba shouted. Height Gecko raised his hand. Begin. Kiba attacked instantly, 4 legs technique, man-beast combination. Dropping to all fours, his speed exploded as he lunged at Naruto like a wild beast. At the same time, Akamaru attacked from the side. 1 man and 1 dog, perfectly coordinated, sealing off Naruto's retreat. In the stands, Hinata nervously clenched the corner of her clothes. Naruto did not move. The moment Kiba lunged right in front of him, Naruto sidestepped and vanished with speed so fast that Kiba's Sharingan. No, Kiba didn't have a Sharingan. His eyes simply couldn't track it. Behind you. Naruto's voice came from behind him. Kiba spun around violently, his fist already swinging. But Naruto vanished again. It wasn't the body flicker technique. It wasn't the replacement technique. It was pure speed. The first gate of the 8 gates, the gate of opening. No need to fully open it. Just a tiny bit was enough to make a 7-year-old's speed so fast that even Chunin couldn't see clearly. Kiba threw more than a dozen punches in a row, and not one of them landed. Akamaru tried to sneak in from behind, but Naruto lightly kicked him away. The force was controlled perfectly. Akamaru flipped twice in the air, landed on all fours without a scratch, but didn't dare charge again. Are you done? Naruto stood in the middle of the arena without even breathing hard. Kiba was panting like a dog. Not as an insult. He literally sounded like a dog. Why aren't you fighting back? Because I'm thinking about how to make you lose without it looking too ugly. Kiba got angry. I don't need that. His hands formed seals. Fong over Fong. His body spun at high speed, forming a small tornado as he slammed toward Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh. He raised his right hand, and a golden chakra chain emerged from his palm. Adamantine sealing chains, minimum output. The chain lashed out like a whip and lightly struck the side of Fong over Fong. Kiba's spin was broken instantly. His whole body flew out, slammed into the wall and slid down. Akamaru rushed over and licked his face. Kiba rolled his eyes and passed out. The whole arena went silent. 1 move. No. Half a move. That strike of the chain hadn't even used 10% of Naruto's strength. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Height Gecko raised his hand, then coughed twice. Naruto turned and walked back. When he passed Kiba, he paused for a moment and said quietly, "Don't worry. Your chakra's just been drained dry. Sleep it off and you'll be fine." In the stands, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and thought, this brat acts arrogant, but his heart is softer than anyone's. Second match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Another one from the hidden sound village. Sasuke stepped onto the field. Across from him, the tall, skinny man wrapped in bandages licked his lips. Uchiha brat, your chakra looks delicious. Sasuke glanced at him and said nothing. Begin. Yoroi Akato rushed forward, both hands shaped like claws. His target was obvious. Touch Sasuke's skin and absorb his chakra. That was his technique. By absorbing his opponent's chakra, he could drain them until they lost all strength. It worked every time. His hand touched Sasuke's arm. Then he let out a scream. Black flames ignited on Sasuke's arm and spread upward along Yoroi's hand. Amaterasu black flame armor. Just a thin layer. It wouldn't harm Sasuke himself, but anything that touched it would be burned away. Yoroi's palm was on fire. He slapped at it frantically, but the black flames would not go out. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Sasuke withdrew the black flames. A charred burn mark was left on Yoroi's palm, but it wasn't serious. Sasuke had controlled the temperature, burning only the surface skin. The arena fell silent once more. From beginning to end, it had taken less than 5 seconds. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. In the stands, Orochimaru, disguised as a sound teacher, licked his lips. Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, and that layer of black flame armor. He muttered to himself in a low voice, that little Uchiha brat has grown faster than I expected. Fourth match. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. The two good friends stood in the arena, their expressions complicated. Sakura took a deep breath. Ino, I won't hold back. Ino smiled. Who wants you to hold back? Come on. The fight wasn't as one-sided as Naruto and Sasuke's, but it wasn't bad either. Over the past few months, Sakura had been following Naruto and Sasuke on missions. Even though she hadn't fought much herself, her observation skills and reaction speed had improved drastically. Ino's mind-body switch technique came close to landing several times, but Sakura dodged every one of them with the substitution technique. In the end, Sakura used a clever feint. She threw a shuriken first, forcing Ino to dodge to the right, then her real body cut in from the left and drove a punch into her abdomen. The force wasn't heavy, but it was just enough to make Ino lose the ability to move. Winner, Sakura Haruno. Sakura panted as she reached out and pulled Ino to her feet. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. You've gotten stronger, Ino said. I'm still far from it. Sakura looked toward the stands, in Naruto and Sasuke's direction. Still far from it, but she was working hard. As the preliminaries entered the second half, a red-haired figure stepped into the arena. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Naruto sat up straighter. Lee was a taijutsu genius. His speed was so fast that even an ordinary Sharingan would have trouble tracking it. But his opponent was the Jinchuriki of Mangekyo. The absolute defense of his shield of sand couldn't be broken even by a Jonin's attack. The moment the fight began, Lee launched a fierce assault with the front lotus. He moved so fast that most of the people in the stands could only see afterimages. But the shield of sand defended automatically, blocking every attack outside. Gaara didn't move. He stood there the whole time with his arms folded. Is that all you've got? Gaara's voice was so flat, it was like he was commenting that the weather was nice today. Lee gritted his teeth and opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. The gate of limit. His speed surged several times over. Even the air was torn apart by the force of his fists. This time, the shield of sand couldn't defend in time. Lee's kick slammed into Gaara's abdomen, sending him flying into the wall. Sand sprayed everywhere, but the Gaara on the wall slowly turned into sand. Sand clone. His real body emerged from underground, and the sand condensed into a giant hand that clamped Rock Lee tightly in its grip. Your speed is fast, Gaara said, but your strength isn't enough to break my defense. Admit defeat. Lee's left arm and left leg were broken, and blood ran from the corner of his mouth, but he still didn't surrender. I can still fight, enough. Guy jumped down from the stands. Lee, surrender. Guy-sensei, that's an order. Lee closed his eyes. Tears mixed with blood as they ran down his face. I surrender. Gaara released the sand. Without even looking at Lee, he turned and walked away. When he passed by the section where Naruto was sitting, he paused for a moment and looked up at Naruto. Naruto nodded at him. Gaara didn't respond, but he didn't look away either. Two 7-year-old children, beyond their identities as Jinchuriki, briefly exchanged a look that only they themselves understood. The preliminaries ended. Those who advanced to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams were Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Neji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Temari, Kankuro, Dosu, Gaara. As the 3rd Hokage stood on the stage announcing the list, Naruto noticed one detail. The matchups for the 3rd exam seemed to have been adjusted by someone on purpose. His first-round opponent was Neji Hyuga. Sasuke's first-round opponent was Dosu. They deliberately matched us against the strongest opponents? Sasuke said in a low voice. Maybe they want to see our limits, Naruto said. Or maybe they want us to expose all our trump cards. Naruto looked at the bracket and fell silent for a moment. Then we'll expose them. We'll make them afraid when they see. In the stands, Danzo watched everything from the shadows, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. The plan had begun. And in another corner of the stands, Orochimaru licked his lips. The third round of the Chunin exams. That would be the real stage. He could hardly wait. On the day after the preliminaries ended, the third Hokage announced the arrangements for the third round of the exam. 1 month later, it would be held publicly in Konoha's central arena, in front of daimyo from various nations and representatives from the ninja villages. That meant this month was the preparation period for the finalists. After getting information on their respective opponents, Naruto and Sasuke had completely different reactions. Naruto read Niji Hyuga's file 3 times, then tossed it aside and went back to training adamant and sealing chains and the 8 gates. Sasuke glanced at Dosu's file once, folded it into a paper airplane, and sent it flying out the window. Standing nearby, Sakura picked up the paper airplane, unfolded it, and looked it over. Dosu, from Otogekure, specializes in air shockwaves. Hey Sasuke, why didn't you even read it properly? No need. Why? Because he's too weak. Sakura fell silent. She had wanted to argue, but when she remembered the scene from the preliminaries, Sasuke forcing Yoroi Akato to surrender in less than 5 seconds, she swallowed the words back down. Kakashi leaned against a tree, flipping through Ika Paradise without even raising his head. For this month, arrange your own time however you want. If you want training, I'll spar with you. If you want rest, then rest. If you want to study your opponents, study your opponents. I won't force you. Naruto raised his hand. Kakashi-sensei, spar with us. Train what? Actual combat. Naruto grinned. You take on both of us by yourself. Kakashi's hand paused on the page. You sure? Yeah. Sasuke? Sasuke nodded. Fine. Kakashi closed the book, and a rare trace of seriousness flashed through his dead fish eye. All right. 3 o'clock every afternoon, training ground 3. And don't say I didn't warn you. I won't hold back. Sakura asked softly from the side. What about me? You train with me, Kakashi said. Your fundamentals still aren't solid enough. This month, I'm going to raise your taijutsu and chakra control to Chunin level. Sakura clenched her fists. Okay. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, training ground 3. Kakashi stood in the center of the field with his hands in his pockets. His mask covered most of his face, leaving only one Sharingan exposed. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite him, 20 meters away. The rules are simple, Kakashi said. If you touch my body, you win. No limits on methods. No limits on ninjutsu. And I won't be using only taijutsu either. I'll be going all out. Sasuke frowned. All out? All out. Kakashi didn't sound like he was joking. I watched your fight against Zabuza last time. You are strong, no question. But you have one fatal weakness. Your coordination still isn't good enough. It's not that you don't cooperate. It's that you cooperate too much. The way you fight is too much like 2 separate powerhouses attacking the same enemy, instead of a real 2-man squad. Naruto froze for a second, then smiled. Kakashi-sensei's right. So this month, what I'm going to fight isn't you two. It's your teamwork. A kunai appeared in Kakashi's hand. Kome. Naruto and Sasuke moved at the same time. This time, they didn't split up to attack separately. One moved left, one moved right, their speed perfectly matched. Like 2 mirrors reflecting each other. Naruto attacked from the front. For adamant and sealing chains shot out from behind him, sealing off Kakashi's retreat. Sasuke cut in from the side. Chidori gathered in his palm, but he didn't attack directly. Instead, he stopped in Kakashi's blind spot, waiting for Naruto's chains to force Kakashi to dodge in his direction. Kakashi's Sharingan caught the tactical intent immediately. Not bad. He twisted aside to avoid the chains, blocked Naruto's punch with his kunai, then used the force to flip backward. The moment he landed, his hands formed seals. Earth-style wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, separating him from Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto didn't T-stop. He smashed the earth wall apart with one punch. But Kakashi wasn't behind it. Behind us, Sasuke said. Kakashi burst up from underground, one hand pressing down on Sasuke's shoulder, the other holding a kunai against the back of Naruto's neck. 1 second, Kakashi said. You only lasted 1 second. The two fell silent. Kakashi let go. When you're apart, each of you can fight a jonin. But when you work together, you end up limiting each other instead. Naruto's chains are large-scale suppression. Sasuke's Chidori is a single-point killing move. You need to find a way to make those 2 attacks stop interfering with each other and start strengthening each other. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. When the chains trap him, Chidori attacks through the gaps between them. Sasuke said. But the chains will interfere with Chidori's lightning current. Naruto said. Then what if the chains don't conduct electricity? Naruto thought for a moment. A chain emerged from his palm, and Sasuke stabbed it with Chidori. The current ran along the chain and straight into Naruto's hand. Both of them jumped up at the same time from the shock. "Conducts," Sasuke said. "And very thoroughly." Naruto shook his numb hand. Watching his two students get zapped until they were baring their teeth in pain, Kakashi rarely showed a trace of a smile beneath his mask. "Take it slow. You have 1 month." Outside Konoha, 30 li away, in Orochimaru's secret laboratory, Sasuke came alone. This was the monthly research record day Orochimaru had agreed on. Orochimaru wore a white lab coat and stood in front of a huge cultivation tank. Floating inside was that silver white-haired body. He turned around, and his golden vertical pupils gleamed in the dim light. "You're here? Sit." Sasuke didn't sit. Instead, he tossed the scroll Orochimaru had given him last time back onto the table. "The second stage of chakra resonance is already complete. When can we enter the third stage?" Orochimaru raised a brow. "That fast? I thought you'd need at least 2 more months. We trained 2 hours every day. Never missed a day." Orochimaru licked his lips, picked up the scroll and flipped through it, then took a new one from the shelf and tossed it to Sasuke. "The training method for the third stage. This stage doesn't need daily practice. Once a week is enough, but each session has to last at least 4 hours." Sasuke caught the scroll, opened the first page, and his pupils shrank slightly. "We need to enter the spiritual world?" "That's right. Once Indra and Ajura's chakra resonance reaches a certain level, your consciousness will be pulled into a shared mental space. There, you'll see the Sage of Six Paths' lingering shadow, and you may even speak to him directly." Sasuke closed the scroll and put it away. Orochimaru looked at him, and a complicated glint flashed through his eyes. "Sasuke-kun, do you hate me?" Sasuke looked up. "What? In the previous life, I planted the cursed seal on you, used you, and nearly ruined your body." Orochimaru's voice was calm. "In this life, you're willing to cooperate with me because you need my research, but you don't trust me." "You're right." Sasuke didn't deny it. "I don't trust you, but I don't hate you." "Why?" "Because I don't have time to hate you." Sasuke turned around. "My enemies are 10,000 times stronger than you. Hating you would be a waste of chakra." He left. Orochimaru stood where he was, silent for a long time. Then he smiled. "Interesting answer." He turned to look at the body inside the cultivation tank, reached out, and pressed his hand against the cold glass. "In this life, maybe I can walk a different path." Konoha, the Hyuga residence. Neji sat in the courtyard with a wooden post in front of him. His eyes were closed. His hands formed seals, and the veins around his Byakugan bulged. He was training rotation. Not ordinary rotation, but an improved version. During the preliminaries, after seeing Naruto's adamantine sealing chains, he realized normal rotation couldn't block chains that could drain chakra dry. He needed a faster, denser rotation. Fast enough that the chains would be knocked away before they could even make contact. Naruto. Neji quietly repeated that name. He wasn't training just to win. He was training to prove that the prison of fate could be broken. The destiny of the main house and branch house wasn't something set in stone from birth. And defeating that blonde brat known as a monster was the first step. Sweat dripped onto the ground. Neji opened his eyes, and moonlight was reflected in his pale pupils. 1 month later, he would show everyone that the Hyuga clan's genius was not just a title people threw around for nothing. Under that same moonlight, Gaara sat on the roof of a Sunagakure inn, holding a pack of vacuum-sealed instant ramen. He hadn't made it. He couldn't bear to. The pack of ramen Naruto gave him was tucked under his pillow, and every night before sleeping, he touched it once. Shikaku roared inside him. "Brat, can you stop thinking about that stupid bowl of ramen already? I'm talking to you." "Shut up. I want tea." "Why won't you eat it? Are you scared that if you eat it, it'll be gone?" Gaara was silent for a moment. "Maybe." Shikaku choked on that answer. He didn't speak for a long time, then finally muttered, "You humans are really weird." Gaara didn't answer. He put the ramen back under his pillow, lay down on the roof, and looked at the stars filling the sky. At the Chunin exams 1 month later, he would make Naruto see that he had become stronger too. Strong enough to be treated as an equal, not someone to be saved. 1 month passed in a flash amid intense training. On the day of the Chunin exams finals, Konoha's central arena was packed to the brim. The daimyo of various countries, representatives from the ninja villages, and Konoha's higher-ups had all arrived. The stands were overflowing with people. The sunlight was blazing, baking the entire arena until it felt scorching hot, but no one left their seat. Everyone wanted to see just how strong this generation of genin, known as the Monster Generation, really was. The third Hokage sat in the center of the main viewing stand, wearing the Hokage hat with ANBU guards standing behind him. To his left were the seats for the various daimyo. To his right were the seats for Konoha's higher-ups. Danzo sat in the shadows, one eye half open and half closed, no one knowing what he was thinking. At the center of the arena, Height Gecko stood there, his face even paler than it had been 1 month ago. The Chunin exams finals will now begin. First match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. A burst of cheers exploded from the stands. Naruto walked out from the left passageway, hands in his pockets, his trademark grin on his face. He wore an orange tracksuit, and his blonde hair looked especially dazzling under the sunlight. In the stands, Sakura clenched her fists so tightly she was trembling with nerves. Neji walked out from the right passageway, his step steady, the veins around his Byakugan slightly protruding. His expression was calm. It wasn't arrogance or underestimation, but the certainty that came after deep thought. The two stopped at the center of the field, 10 meters apart. "You're very strong," Neji spoke first. "I watched your fight in the preliminaries. Your chakra reserves, speed, and strength are all far beyond people our age, even beyond most jonin." Naruto raised a brow. "And you still want to fight?" "I do." Neji took the opening stance of gentle fist. "Because if I don't fight, I'll never know where the gap is." Height Gecko raised his hand. "Begin." Neji charged out immediately. He was at least 30% faster than he had been in the preliminaries. His month of training had not been wasted. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. His palm strikes were fierce. Every hit aimed at Naruto's Tenketsu and chakra pathway nodes. Naruto didn't use the Nine Tails chakra, didn't open the 8 gates, and didn't even use adamant sealing chains. He only used taijutsu, a sidestep, a lean back, a sliding step, a turn. His movements flowed like water, and every strike barely brushed past him by the slimmest margin. Neji unleashed 32 palms, and not a single one landed. In the stands, Gaia's eyes widened. That brat-s taijutsu style is taking softness to overcome hardness. Who taught him that? Kakashi flipped through Ika Paradise without even looking up. You taught him that? I never taught him that. Well, now you've seen it. Neji withdrew his stance and took 2 steps back. Sweat seeped out on his forehead. It wasn't because he was tired. It was because he was shocked. His gentle fist had almost never missed at close range, but this blonde brat had dodged every single attack with ease, as if he already knew the path of every palm strike in advance. "You can predict my movements?" "Not predict," Naruto said. "See through them. Your Byakugan can see through my chakra pathways. My combat experience can also see through your intent." Neji didn't believe it. He attacked again. This time, it was 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Chakra spun at high speed through his whole body, forming a hemispherical defensive barrier. At the same time, it dragged in the surrounding air, trying to pull Naruto toward him. Naruto finally made his move. He raised his right hand, and a golden chain emerged from his palm. Adamantine sealing chains, minimum output. The chain slithered like a snake into the airflow of revolving heaven and lightly tapped Neji's chakra barrier. Revolving heaven stopped. It wasn't shattered. It was drained to a halt. In that instant, the adamantine sealing chains sucked away the chakra needed to maintain revolving heaven. Without chakra to support it, the defensive barrier dissipated like a deflated balloon. Neji froze in place. His chakra had been drained dry? No, not drained dry. It was just that, in that instant, all the chakra needed for revolving heaven had vanished. Like a burning torch suddenly having its flame blown out by someone. The torch itself was still there, but the fire was gone. Your chakra is still there, Naruto said. I just took away a few seconds worth with that one move. Rest a bit and you'll recover. Neji's expression turned ugly. Not because he had lost, but because Naruto had broken his revolving heaven with less than 10% of his power. The improved version of revolving heaven he had desperately trained for this past month meant nothing in front of absolute power. I concede. Neji lowered his stance. His voice calmed to a terrifying degree. The whole arena erupted. The genius of the Hyuga clan had actually taken the initiative to admit defeat after his strongest move had been broken? Naruto didn't smile. He walked forward instead and held out his hand. Neji looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then took it. You're strong, Naruto said. It's just that your opponent shouldn't be me. What do you mean? Your destiny isn't decided by the main family and branch family. And it isn't decided by this match either. Naruto's voice was low, so low that only Neji could hear it. Your destiny is decided by you. Neji's pupils shrank slightly. He remembered what his father, Hisashi, had said before dying. I chose death to protect the Hyuga clan, not for the branch family. This was my will. What do you know? Neji's voice trembled slightly. Naruto didn't answer. He turned and walked away. After a few steps, he stopped without looking back. Protect Hinata. She needs the Hyuga clan's strength more than you do. Neji stood where he was, staring at Naruto's back, feeling something inside him loosen. Second match. Uchiha Sasuke versus Dosu. Dosu was the strongest of the 3 from Otogekure. He had an air compression device mounted on his arm that could release invisible shockwaves. When he walked onto the field, Orochimaru, disguised as the sound instructor, licked his lips from the stands. Sasuke didn't use the Sharingan. He didn't use Chidori. He didn't use Amaterasu. He used only Taijutsu. Dosu's air shockwaves came from all directions. The invisible pressure cracked even the stone floor beneath them. Sasuke moved through the shockwaves like a swallow flying through a storm. Every attack barely brushed past him by the narrowest margin. Dosu panicked. Impossible. How could you possibly dodge my attacks? Your attacks aren't invisible. Sasuke's voice came from behind him. Compressed air creates chakra fluctuations. Your chakra fluctuations are too obvious. Dosu spun around sharply, but Sasuke was already gone. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared in front of him and chopped down on his right arm, the one holding the device. The sound of bone shattering was clear as day. Dosu let out a scream and dropped to his knees. Concede, Sasuke said. Gritting his teeth, Dosu raised his left hand to signal surrender. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke turned and walked away, expressionless from beginning to end. In the stands, Orochimaru licked his lips. These two brats still hadn't revealed their full strength in the official matches. No, not even half. They had won in the cleanest, most effortless way possible, like two chess players skilled in calculation, never making a single unnecessary move. Interesting, Orochimaru said softly. Then let us see in the next match whether you can keep hiding. Fourth match, Gaara versus Rock Lee. Lee stepped onto the field, dragging his left leg that had only recently recovered. A month ago, Gaara had crushed the bones in it. He should not have been back in the arena this soon. But he was Rock Lee, brat from Mangekyo. Lee gave a thumbs up. I'll use everything I learned this past month to defeat you. Gaara glanced at him, expressionless. As soon as the fight began, Lee immediately opened the fifth of the 8 gates, the Gate of Limit. His speed surged to the point that it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. He circled Gaara at high speed, forming a green whirlwind. Gaara's shield of sand moved automatically to defend him, but it couldn't keep up with Lee's speed. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every single one broke through the defense of the shield of sand and landed on Gaara's body. Gaara was knocked back more than a dozen steps. Sand poured frantically out of the gourd, trying to protect him. But Lee didn't stop. He opened the 6th gate, the Gate of View. The moment it opened, his skin turned red, his muscles bulged, and his speed doubled again. This time, the shield of sand couldn't defend at all. Lee's fists rained down on Gaara like a storm. In the stands, Guy shot to his feet, tears streaming down his face. Lee, that's enough. Your body can't withstand the Gate of View. But Lee didn't stop, because he saw it. On Gaara's body, the sand armor was cracking. That was the final layer of his absolute defense. As long as he could break through that layer, a trace of emotion flashed through Gaara's eyes. Not anger, excitement. You're strong, Gaara said. The sand suddenly transformed into a massive arm and clenched around Lee in one grab. It was too fast. Even with the Gate of View open, Lee couldn't dodge in time. The sound of bones breaking. Lee's left arm, left leg, and 3 ribs all snapped. Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the sand arm red. I concede, Gaara said, looking toward the proctor. Hey, Gecko raised a hand. Winner, Gaara. By the time Lee was carried off the stage, his consciousness was already fading. But the corners of his mouth were lifted, because Gaara's clothes were torn, and there was a streak of blood on his face. He had wounded the absolute defense. It was worth it. Naruto stood up in the stands. He looked at Gaara, and Gaara looked back at him. The two stared at each other for several seconds. Naruto didn't say anything like you went too far. He understood. On the battlefield, the greatest respect you can give an opponent is to go all out. Gaara had gone all out. So had Lee. This was the world of ninja. Outside the arena, Orochimaru rose from the stands and quietly left. He was going to make the final preparations. Inside the arena, Naruto sat back down and said to Sasuke, next match is Gaara, right? Yeah. After watching his match, I have an idea. Sasuke glanced at him. What idea? Persuade him to become an ally. Naruto smiled. Not an ally of Mangekyo. An ally of Konoha. Sasuke didn't argue, because he had the same idea. The power of the One Tail would be far too important in the future battle against the Otsutsuki. Couldn't be wasted. The third match of the Chunin exams finals was the brutal clash between Gaara and Rock Lee. After Lee was carried away, the atmosphere in the arena turned heavy. The audience was still talking about Gaara's terrifying sand power from that battle, while Naruto had already quietly left his seat. He passed through the corridor beneath the arena and headed toward Mangekyo's waiting area. On the way, he ran into Temari. Temari blocked the middle of the hallway, hands on her hips. Blonde brat, where do you think you're going? The Sand Village's waiting area isn't open to outsiders. I'm looking for Gaara, Naruto said. He isn't seeing anyone. Let him decide for himself whether he wants to see me. Naruto went around Temari and kept walking. Temari tried to reach out and stop him, but Naruto sidestepped with a flash of speed so fast she couldn't react at all. Gaara sat on a bench in the waiting room, holding his gourd and staring at the floor. There were still bloodstains from Rock Lee on his clothes, though the wound on his face had already healed. You again? Gaara didn't look up. Yeah. Naruto walked over and sat down beside him. Your sand defense is very strong, but there's one problem. It loses control when your emotions get too intense. Gaara turned his head and glanced at him. Did you come here to teach me how to control Shikaku? No. I came to tell you something. Naruto looked him in the eyes. Your father, the fourth Kazekage, is already dead. The Kazekage in Sunagekyo right now is Orochimaru in disguise. He's planning an invasion of Konoha and using the Sand Village as a pawn. Gaara's pupils suddenly shrank. How do you know that? I know a lot of things, Naruto said. Your father, Raza, was a bastard. He treated you like a weapon and sent people to assassinate you. You already know all that. But did you know he was dead? Gaara was silent for a long time. It doesn't matter if that man is dead. His voice was calm, but the hand gripping his gourd was trembling slightly. But my mother, Karura. The sand she left behind. Still there, Naruto said. Shikaku is still inside you, and the sand still protects you automatically. Karura's will hasn't disappeared. Gaara lifted his head. Beneath the dark circles around his eyes, they were actually a little red. Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do? Nothing. Naruto stood up. I just wanted you to know the truth. Orochimaru's plan will fail. Konoha is already prepared. If you don't want to be treated like cannon fodder, stay in the waiting area and don't go out. When everything's over, I'll treat you to ramen. Then he left. Gaara sat on the bench, staring at the closed door, something surging in his chest. It wasn't Shikaku's roar. It was the tremor of someone who hadn't been treated like a person for far too long. At the same time, in the monitoring room on the second floor of the arena, Sasuke found Kakashi and the third Hokage's ANBU guards. He pushed the door open directly without knocking. Kakashi was reviewing the match records. When he looked up and saw Sasuke, he frowned. Why are you here? Your match is already over. I have important intel. Sasuke closed the door. Orochimaru is launching the Konoha Crush today. He killed the fourth Kazekage, disguised himself as him, and brought Sunagekyo's ninja to lie in wait around the village. Once the finals are halfway through, he'll send the signal and attack at the same time. The monitoring room went silent for a few seconds. Kakashi's expression shifted from casual dismissal to seriousness. Evidence? No direct evidence, Sasuke said. But you only need to send someone to confirm one thing. The Sand Village's lead instructor, the one called Yura, check whether he's Orochimaru in disguise. The real Yura is a Sunagekyo elite. He wouldn't be licking his lips in a corner. Kakashi looked at Sasuke for 3 seconds, then picked up the communicator and spoke a few quiet words. 10 minutes later, a reply came through the communicator. Yura's chakra fluctuations are abnormal. Possible transformation jutsu. Further confirmation required. Kakashi drew in a deep breath and looked at Sasuke. Come with me. Hokage's office. After hearing Kakashi and Sasuke's report, the ash from the third Hokage's pipe fell all over the desk. Orochimaru disguised as the fourth Kazekage. The third closed his eyes and thought of the student he had once been most proud of. A genius. Arrogant. A man who had walked down the wrong path. He had never been able to bring himself to kill Orochimaru because of that bond between master and disciple. And now, that bond nearly cost him his life, if not for the warning that had come in advance. Sasuke, the third opened his eyes. How do you know all this? I already said it. I have no evidence, Sasuke said. You can choose not to believe me, but if you do, a lot fewer people will die in Konoha today. The third looked into Sasuke's eyes. A 7-year-old child. Yet there was none of the innocence that should belong to that age, only the calm of someone who had weathered countless hardships. I believe you. The third stood up, walked to the wall and pulled the alarm cord. Not a public alarm, but an encrypted signal reserved for the ANBU. Within 30 seconds, 12 ANBU appeared in the office. Full level 1 combat readiness, the third ordered. Lock down all exits around the arena and evacuate all non-combat personnel. Also, send people to confirm the identity of Sunagekyo's fourth Kazekage. Kakashi, take Team 7 and guard the East Gate entrance. That's the most likely point for Orochimaru to break through. Yes. The ANBU dispersed. The third walked up to Sasuke, crouched down, and met his gaze at eye level. I don't know where you came from, and I don't know how much you know, but today you saved a lot of people. Sasuke didn't claim the credit. The one who saved them wasn't me. It was Naruto. He told me to come report it. The third was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You two really are a perfect pair. Sasuke turned and left. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. Lord Third, Orochimaru was your student. I know you don't want to kill him. The third said nothing. But some things can't be solved by being soft-hearted. Sasuke pushed the door open and walked out. The Orochimaru of today is no longer the Orochimaru you knew. The door closed. The third stood there in silence for a long time. Then he opened a drawer and took out the scroll he hadn't touched in many years. The sealing formula for the dead demon-consuming seal. Orochimaru. The third spoke in a low voice. Maybe today, it's time for us to settle this. Beneath the arena in Orochimaru's secret hideout, Orochimaru stood before a large mirror. Adjusting the mask on his face, the face of the fourth Kazekage. He smiled at the mirror, flawless and perfect. My lord, a sound ninja walked in. Everything is ready. Sanegekyo's hidden forces are already in position. The Konoha crush can begin at any time. No rush. Orochimaru licked his lips. I'll wait until the third match reaches its climax. I want everyone to remember this day. He turned and looked at a photo hanging on the wall, a picture of the third Hokage in his younger years. Teacher, are you ready? At the same time, in the arena stands, Danzo's lips curved up slightly. The movement of the ANBU couldn't escape his notice. The third suddenly tightening security meant someone had leaked Orochimaru's plan. Interesting, Danzo said softly. Those two brats even know about something like this. Their background is becoming more and more worth digging into. He beckoned with a hand, and a root ninja appeared soundlessly. Tell all root members to stand by. No matter whether the third wins or Orochimaru wins today, we will be the final victor. Yes. The Chunin exams finals moved on to the fourth match. In the stands, the third Hokage sat upright in the main seat. Beneath his hat, his eyes were half closed. He looked like he was resting, but in truth, he was sensing every fluctuation of chakra around him. The ANBU had already deployed according to plan, yet Orochimaru still hadn't made a move. At the center of the arena, Temari and Kankuro were fighting. The battle between the two of them couldn't really be called exciting. Kankuro was obviously holding back, and Temari's wind scythe missed vital points several times. This was Sanegekyo's arrangement, to preserve their strength and wait for the signal. Naruto sat in the stands, the Nine Tails perception covering the entire arena. He was waiting for Orochimaru. Suddenly, Naruto's brows furrowed. The chakra fluctuations around the arena had turned abnormal. At least 200 unfamiliar chakra signatures were rapidly approaching from underground and from the outer perimeter. Otogekyo's ninja, Sanegekyo's hidden forces. They had all arrived. They're here, Naruto said softly. At the same time, Sasuke opened his Sharingan. The three Tomo spun as he caught the anomaly on the rooftop. Three figures in black robes patterned with red clouds stood above the Hokage rock. Orochimaru's subordinates? No, they were Otogekyo elites, disguised like Akatsuki members to create chaos. Something's off, Sasuke said. Orochimaru should come personally. The moment he finished speaking, the ground in the center of the arena suddenly exploded. A burst of white smoke rose up, and four enormous objects drilled out from underground. Rashomon? No, it was the barrier pillars of the four violet flames formation. A transparent purple barrier rose from four directions, covering the main spectator stand of the arena. The third Hokage was trapped inside the barrier. The four violet flames formation. An ANBU cried out in alarm. We can't get in. At the four corners of the barrier, for Otogekyo ninja kept their hands in seals, maintaining it. Purple flames clung to the barrier. Anything that touched it would be burned to ashes. The spectators in the stands began to scream and run. The daimyos of the various nations were urgently evacuated under guard, while Konoha's ninja quickly organized their defenses. Orochimaru slowly rose from underground and stood in front of the third Hokage. He removed his mask. The face of the fourth Kazekage split apart, revealing that pale face with golden vertical pupils beneath. Sensei, long time no see. The third's pupils contracted. Though he had been mentally prepared, seeing his former student standing before him in person, as an enemy, as an invader, still made a dull pain rise in his heart. Orochimaru, you still came to this step. I said it before. Life is about pursuing eternity and truth. Rotten Konoha, rotten you were never worth my staying. The third stood up, removed his Hokage hat, and revealed an aged but resolute face. Then come. Outside the barrier, Naruto and Sasuke stood up at the same time. The four violet flames formation, Sasuke said, can only be broken by defeating all four casters at the same time. Then what are we waiting for? Naruto rolled his wrist. You take the front left, I'll take the front right. Sakura, contact Kakashi-sensei. Tell him to bring people and clear out the Otogekyo and Sanegekyo ninja outside. Sakura nodded and ran toward the communication point. Naruto and Sasuke split up and charged toward two corners of the barrier. The Otogekyo ninja maintaining the southeast corner saw a little brat rushing over and sneered. Kid, don't touch the barrier. You'll burn to death. Naruto didn't touch the barrier. He raised his right hand, and golden adamantine sealing chains shot out from his palm, piercing straight through the barrier screen. No, that wasn't right. There was no chakra attached to the chains. They were only in physical form. The barrier's purple flames didn't react to the chains, because the chains were the materialization of Naruto's chakra, and the barrier only rejected foreign chakra. Against chakra of the same source, it was instead less sensitive. The barrier violently trembled. Naruto had found the pattern. The adamantine sealing chains were drawing away part of the barrier pillar's chakra, and the barrier's stability was dropping. Sasuke, hit the pillars. On the other side, Chidori hissed in Sasuke's palm, but he didn't thrust it at the caster. He drove it into the barrier pillar planted in the ground instead. Lightning release countered earth release, and the barrier pillar was founded on earth release. The current of the Chidori spread upward through the pillar, disrupting the chakra supply. The expressions of the two casters changed drastically at the same time. The barrier was shaking. Impossible. How can two 7-year-old brats interfere with the 4 violet flames formation? Naruto didn't answer. His chains increased to 4, wrapping around the barrier pillar at the same time, and then he gave a savage yank. The barrier pillar was ripped up partway, and a gap instantly opened in the barrier. The ANBU didn't waste that chance. 2 ANBU rushed in through the opening and charged straight at Orochimaru. But Orochimaru didn't look at them. His gaze landed on Naruto outside the barrier. The Ninetales brat can even break barrier ninjutsu. You're becoming more and more interesting. Inside the barrier, the battle between the third and Orochimaru had already reached a white-hot stage. The third used Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to restrain Orochimaru, while Orochimaru counterattacked with Hidden Shadow Snake Hands and the Kusanagi sword. Both were Kaga-level powerhouses. Every move hid killing intent. But the third was clearly running out of stamina. He was too old. Sensei, you've grown old. Orochimaru licked his lips. How about I help release you? The third's answer was the opening stance of the Reaper Death Seal, but he did not release it immediately because he needed a chance to get in close. Orochimaru was too cautious. He kept his distance the entire time. Right then, the barrier shook again. Naruto and Sasuke broke the southeast and northeast barrier pillars at the same time. The 4 violet flames formation was left with only 2 support points, and the screen had already become thin as paper. Orochimaru frowned and ordered the Otogekure ninja beside him. Stop those 2 brats. For Otogekure Jonin leaped out from the shadows and pounced at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Life. Crimson Ninetales chakra covered his entire body, and his speed surged explosively. 1 punch each, he dropped 3 of them within 3 seconds. Black flame armor covered Sasuke's right arm. He drove a punch into the chest of the 4th Otogekure ninja. No, not a punch. Black flames. A hole was burned straight through the man's chest, and he fell with a scream. For Jonin. For seconds, Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly. He knew these 2 brats were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. Jonin in front of them were like paper. The barrier completely collapsed. NBU swarmed in and surrounded Orochimaru from all sides. But Orochimaru did not panic. His hands formed seals. Impure World Reincarnation. 3 coffins rose from the ground, marked with the characters for 1st, 2nd, and 4th. The 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and the 4th Kazekage. The coffin lids opened, and 3 pale corpses stepped out. There were no pupils in their eyes, only endless darkness. Sensei, the forbidden technique you taught me is being used on you today. Orochimaru smiled. Please enjoy it. The 3rd's expression completely sank. He had to face 3 dead Kaga-level fighters at once, along with Orochimaru himself. Even with the Reaper Death Seal, he could at most seal 1 or 2. Naruto, Sasuke, the 3rd shouted. Leave now. This isn't a battle you can take part in. Naruto didn't leave. He stood in the stands, looking at the reanimated 1st and 2nd Hokage, and took a deep breath. The 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage. In his previous life, he had seen them during the 4th Great Ninja War. In this life, it had come several years early. He turned to Sasuke. You take Orochimaru. I'll hold off the 1st and 2nd. Can you do it? Sasuke glanced at him. You're holding off 2 by yourself? For a while. Adamantine sealing chains can suppress their chakra, and the bodies of the reanimation are driven by chakra too. Naruto clapped his hands together, and 12 golden chains shot out from behind him. Go for the real body. Kill the caster, and the impure world reincarnation will automatically be undone. Sasuke nodded, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Orochimaru looked at the charging Sasuke and smiled. Uchiha brat, you came alone to die? Blood flowed from Sasuke's right eye, and the black flames of Amaterasu condensed in both hands into 2 flaming swords, Kagetsuchi Black Flame Twin Blades. The one dying is you. The black flame sword slashed down. Orochimaru raised the Kusanagi sword to block, but the black flames spread upward along the blade. Orochimaru had no choice but to abandon the sword and jump back. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. On the other side, Naruto's adamantine sealing chains wrapped around the bodies of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. The 1st Hokage's hands had already formed the seal for wood release, but the chains drained away the chakra he needed to use it. His wood release only managed to sprout a tiny sapling before it withered. It worked. Naruto gritted his teeth and kept the chains in place. The 1st and 2nd Hokage were too powerful. He would not be able to hold on for long. The 3rd Hokage seized the chance and rushed in front of Orochimaru, one hand pressing down on his shoulder. Orochimaru, come with me. Dead demon consuming seal Reaper's hand. At last, fear appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Teacher, have you gone mad? Maybe. Blood trickled from the corner of the 3rd Hokage's mouth. But this is the last time I'll protect Konoha. Right then, Sasuke's black flame sword stabbed into Orochimaru's chest from the side. It was not a fatal wound, but the black flames were burning, and Orochimaru's body began to be consumed. Sasuke, don't kill him, the third Hokage shouted. Let me seal him. Sasuke withdrew the black flames, but a scorched hole had already been left in Orochimaru's chest. He let out a miserable laugh as his body began to fall backward. The power of the dead demon consuming seal surged out from the third Hokage's hands. A gigantic phantom of the Shinigami appeared behind him, its arm reaching into Orochimaru's body and beginning to drag at his soul. Teacher, you're still as ruthless as ever. Orochimaru's voice grew weaker and weaker. You forced my hand. The Shinigami's blade fell, and Orochimaru's soul had both hands severed. It was not a complete seal, but it was enough. Orochimaru let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The three Edo Tensei corpses stopped moving at the same time. The bodies of the first and second Hokage turned to dust. The third Hokage dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. The backlash from the dead demon consuming seal, combined with his aged body, left him barely able to stand. Naruto ran over and supported him. Grandpa Third, are you okay? The third Hokage lifted his head, looked at Naruto's sweat-covered face and smiled. I'm fine. Thanks to all of you. He looked at Orochimaru lying on the ground, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. Lock him up. Don't let anyone kill him. Naruto nodded and used adamantine sealing chains to bind Orochimaru's body tightly. The battle was over. Outside the arena, when the Sound and Sand ambush forces saw that the plan had failed, most of them surrendered or retreated. Chiyo of Sanagekyo led her people in cleaning out the internal rebels. After confirming that the fourth Kazekage was dead, she announced that the alliance between Sanagekyo and Konoha would remain in effect. The sun was setting. On top of Konoha's ruins, people began clearing the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke stood atop the Hokage rock, looking down at the village below. In this life, Orochimaru was sealed, and the third Hokage didn't die, Sasuke said. Yeah. Naruto nodded. But there are still more enemies ahead. Akatsuki, the Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu, Sasuke added. The two of them fell silent for a while. Then Naruto suddenly smiled. At least today we saved a lot of people. Sasuke glanced at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Let us go. Ramen, your treat? In your dreams. On the third day after the end of the Konoha crush, the village was still being rebuilt. The ruins of the arena had been cleared away, the shattered stone slabs had been replaced with new ones, and the dust and smoke had been wiped from the third Hokage's face on Hokage Rock. The wounded had been sent to the hospital, and the dead had been buried. Konoha's losses were 10 times smaller than in the original story. Because of the advance warning, all civilians had been evacuated. Only a small number of ninja had been injured on the front lines, and no one had died. Orochimaru was imprisoned in the underground prison of Konoha's Anbu, his entire body covered in sealing formulas. His hands had been crippled by the dead demon consuming seal, leaving him unable to form hand seals, and there was still the black flame burn on his chest left by Sasuke. The third Hokage had not killed him, but he had not gone to see him either. Whatever bond of master and disciple remained had been severed completely in that battle. The third Hokage lay in a hospital bed. The backlash from the dead demon consuming seal had aged him by 10 years, but he had not died as he originally had. His chakra pathways had been badly damaged, and he would need at least half a year to recover. The duties of Hokage were temporarily being handled by the two advisors, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, but everyone knew that the real power was moving in the shadows. Danzo had not shown himself during this incident. Root had remained still from beginning to end. They had neither supported the battlefield nor taken advantage of the chaos to seize power. He was waiting for the third Hokage to collapse completely, waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to reveal an opening. But he had miscalculated. The third Hokage was badly injured, but he had not died. Not only had Naruto and Sasuke revealed no openings, they had displayed strength beyond even Jonin during the Konoha crush and become Konoha as heroes. The people in the village had started looking at Naruto differently. He was no longer the demon fox. He was the child who had defeated Orochimaru. Naruto was not very used to those looks. When he walked down the street, people used to avoid him. Now some would take the initiative to greet him. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen gave him double chashu for free. The owner of the ninja tool shop gave him a set of shuriken and said, "Thank you for protecting the village. This feels kind of weird." Naruto bit into the skewer in his hand as he walked side by side with Sasuke through the street. "You deserve it," Sasuke said. "In my last life I saved the entire ninja world, and I never saw this many people thanking me. Because in your last life, you were the Hokage. Everyone thought it was what you were supposed to do." Sasuke paused. "In this life you're only 7 years old. Everyone thinks you're a hero." Naruto thought about it, then laughed. "Makes sense." At the fork in the road, the two split up and each headed back to his own place. When Naruto returned to his apartment, he found someone standing at the door. Red hair, dark circles under his eyes, a gourd on his back. "Gaara, What are you doing here? Naruto froze for a moment. Sanagekyo and Konoha are allied. I'm staying for 1 month as an envoy. Gaara's voice was still hoarse, but compared to before, it carried a bit more life. You said you'd treat me to ramen. Naruto laughed, loud and carefree. Let us go. Right now. Ichiraku ramen, extra chashu, egg, and seaweed. My treat. The two sat at Ichiraku ramen's stall, each holding a huge bowl of noodles. Gaara ate very slowly, as if he were savoring something precious. Is it good? Naruto asked. It is. Better than that vacuum-packed one last time? Fresh is better. Naruto burst out laughing. Gaara did not laugh, but there was a trace of light in his eyes. It was very faint, like the first ray of dawn piercing the darkness before sunrise. Naruto. Yeah, that time. You told me that you were the same as me. Gaara lowered his head and looked at the broth in his bowl. How did you get out of it? Naruto put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. Because someone pulled me up. Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, and... He paused. And Sasuke. Sasuke? That Uchiha? Yeah. Yes, my best friend. Naruto smiled. Yes, lonely too. When two lonely people stick together, they're not lonely anymore. Gaara was silent for a long time. I don't have any friends. Now you do. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. When you go back to Sanagekyo, you can have them there too. Temari and Kankuro actually care a lot about you. You just never noticed before. Gaara did not answer, but he drank every last drop of the ramen broth. Beneath Konoha inside the root base, Danzo sat in the darkness. In front of him was a detailed report on Naruto and Sasuke. Their performance during the Konoha crush, the ninjutsu they had used, their relationship with the third Hokage, their contact with Orochimaru. Adamantine sealing chains, the 8 gates, control over the Nine-Tails chakra. Danzo's fingers tapped the armrest. At 7 years old, they've already reached this level. In another 10 years, no one will be able to suppress them. A root ninja knelt before him. Lord Danzo, should we take action? No. Danzo shook his head. Moving against them now would be the same as making enemies of the entire village. They saved the third Hokage. They saved Konoha. They are heroes. Heroes can't be assassinated. They can only be... He paused. They can only be defeated by themselves. What do you mean? Make them make mistakes. Danzo closed his eyes. No matter how strong they are, 7-year-old children are still children. There will always be a way to make them lose control. He waved his hand, and the root ninja vanished. In the darkness, the corner of Danzo's mouth slowly curled up. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. I'll wait for that day. Konoha Hospital. The third Hokage's room. Naruto and Sasuke came to visit the third Hokage. The third was leaning against the hospital bed. His face was pale, but his spirits were good. When he saw the two students walk in, he smiled and waved at them. Come, sit. Naruto and Sasuke sat down on the chairs by the bed. This time, it's all thanks to you two. The third's tone was very serious. If you hadn't warned us in advance, if you hadn't held back the first and second Hokage on the battlefield, Konoha's losses would have been far greater. You saved this old life of mine. Grandpa Third. Don't say that. Naruto scratched his head. You're the Hokage. Protecting you is what we should do. The third shook his head and looked at Sasuke. Back then, when you used that black flame sword to stab Orochimaru, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately avoided the vital points and left him for me to seal? Sasuke didn't deny it. Killing him had no meaning. He still has use in the future. The third froze for a moment. The future? Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance. Naruto gave a slight nod. Grandpa Third. Naruto took a deep breath. There's something we haven't told you this whole time. Now that Orochimaru has been sealed and Konoha is temporarily safe, I think it's time. The third's expression turned serious. What is it? We came back from the future, Naruto said. From a future 16 years later. The ninja world was destroyed. Everyone died. Only Sasuke and I were left. Boruto, my son, used the Jogan to send us back to the present. The hospital room fell so silent that they could hear birds chirping outside the window. The third stared into Naruto's eyes for a long time, then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said nothing, but he opened his Sharingan, and the 6-pointed Mangekyo pattern spun inside his pupils. So that's why you could awaken the Mangekyo at 6, use adamantine sealing chains, and know Orochimaru's plan. The third's voice trembled slightly. What you're saying is true. It's true. Naruto said, the enemies in the future are 10,000 times stronger than Orochimaru. They're called the Otsutsuki. They are the originators of chakra, and every tragedy in the ninja world was caused by them. Sasuke and I were reborn to stop this life's tragedy. The third closed his eyes. He remembered what Jiraiya had said, that the eyes of those two children didn't look like children's eyes. He remembered Kakashi's report. They knew me, they knew my fighting habits. He remembered the coordination between the two of them during Konoha Crush, a level of understanding that felt like they had fought side by side for decades. So everything you've done these past few months was to change the future? Yes, Sasuke said. We've already changed some things. Third Hokage-sama, you didn't die. Orochimaru was sealed ahead of time. The Uchiha clan massacre was stopped. But there is still a lot more that has to be changed. The third opened his eyes and looked at these two 7-year-old children. No, they weren't children. They were warriors who had experienced death, lost everything, and started over again. I'm old, the third said. The future belongs to you. Whatever resources Konoha has, take whatever you need. I'll have Jiraiya cooperate with you with everything he has. Naruto smiled, and his eyes turned a little red. Thank you, Grandpa Third. The third reached out and placed a hand on Naruto's head, like a grandfather patting his grandson. The one who should be thanking you is me. You saved Konoha. The sunset shone through the window, falling across the three of them. This was a moment of reconciliation, and also a new beginning. From today on, Naruto and Sasuke no longer had to hide. They could grow stronger openly, and openly prepare for the battle that awaited in the future. And far away, in the darkness of Mangekyo, a pair of Rasengan slowly opened. Konoha Crush failed. Orochimaru was sealed. Two 7-year-old children became the key. Pain's voice echoed through the curtain of rain. Interesting. Have Itachi and Kisame go to Konoha. Find out the background of those two brats. Yes. Black Zetsu's figure rose from the ground, then disappeared into the rain. Naruto's daily life soon returned to a steady rhythm. In the morning, he trained the 8 gates with Guy. In the afternoon, he studied sealing techniques with Jiraiya. At night, he cultivated chakra resonance with Sasuke. Gaara stayed in Konoha for 3 weeks. Every day, he followed Naruto around to eat ramen, walk through the village, and watch training. He still didn't talk much, but Temari said his insomnia had gotten a little better. At the very least, he no longer got up in the middle of the night to kill people. You've become more mature, Temari secretly said to Naruto once. Gaara never used to talk to anyone. Now at least he's willing to go outside. Naruto smiled. He just needed a friend. That evening, Naruto and Sasuke had just finished their resonance training at Training Ground 3 and were about to go get dinner. Sasuke suddenly stopped. His Sharingan activated on its own, the 3 tomo spinning. Someone's here. Very powerful chakra. Naruto sensed it too. 2 chakra signatures were approaching from Konoha's west gate. One was cold and damp, like an undercurrent in the deep sea. The other one. Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew that chakra far too well. Uchiha Itachi. Your brother is here, Naruto said. Sasuke's hand trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from excitement. In the previous life, he had hated Itachi for more than 10 years. By the time the truth came out, Itachi was already dead. But in this life, he had a chance, while Itachi was still alive, to tell him. I know everything. Let's go. The two of them jumped onto the rooftops and sped toward the west gate. Konoha's west gate. Dusk. Itachi and Kisame stood by the forest outside the village, not entering. They had been sent by the Akatsuki as scouts. Their mission was to investigate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and that Uchiha brat. But Itachi had his own plans. Itachi-san, we're not going in? Kisame carried Samahata over his shoulder and grinned. Konoha's defenses are weak right now, and the third is badly injured. This is the perfect chance to strike. No rush. Itachi's voice was calm as still water. Let's observe first. Under the brim of his hat, his Sharingan slowly spun, capturing the chakra fluctuations inside Konoha. Many familiar chakra signatures. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and 2 abnormally powerful, youthful chakra signatures. One of them he knew too well. Sasuke, they're here, Itachi said softly. 2 figures dropped down from the sky and landed on a large tree 10 meters away. Sasuke stood in front, Naruto behind him. The setting sun was at their backs, gilding their small figures in gold. Kisame raised a brow. So that's the little brother you were looking for? Smaller than I imagined. Itachi said nothing. He removed his hat, revealing his pale face and the 2 deep tear troughs beneath his eyes. His eyes were in the Sharingan state, the 3 tomo spinning, but there was no intent to attack. Sasuke, Itachi spoke, and his voice carried complicated emotions. Sasuke jumped down from the tree and walked to a spot 5 meters from Itachi, then stopped. He didn't rush forward like in the previous life, shouting, I want to kill you. He just stood there, quietly looking at Itachi. Brother. Itachi's pupils shrank slightly. Sasuke had never called him that in this tone before. There was no anger, no hatred, only understanding and heartache. You know everything? Itachi asked. I know. Sasuke said, the truth behind the clan massacre. Obito, Madara, and the choice you made for peace. I know it all. Itachi fell silent for a few seconds. His Sharingan slowly spun, shifted into the Mangekyo, then receded and returned to ordinary black pupils. Who told you? No one told me. I saw it with my own eyes. Sasuke stepped forward until he stood right in front of Itachi, then reached out and grabbed his arm. You don't have to carry everything alone. In this life, we'll do it together. Itachi's body went stiff. On the night of the massacre, he had personally slaughtered his entire clan, including his own parents, then carried the name of traitor alone as he infiltrated the Akatsuki. All these years, the only thing keeping him going was the hope that Sasuke would survive, grow stronger, and one day kill him with his own hands. But now, Sasuke was saying he should not bear everything alone. Itachi's voice was a little hoarse. Do you know what kind of person I am? I'm a traitor, an S-rank criminal, a member of the Akatsuki. If you get involved with me, Konoha will, I don't care what Konoha thinks. Sasuke cut him off. There's only one thing I care about. In this life, you won't die alone again. Kisame watched from the side and scratched his head. Itachi-san, this doesn't seem to match the mission requirements. Itachi ignored him. He raised a hand and placed it on Sasuke's head. Just like when they were little. You've grown up. Itachi's voice was very soft. I'm 7. That doesn't count as grown up. In terms of mental age, you're already older than me. Itachi gave a bitter smile. So Orochimaru's intel was true. You came back from the future? Sasuke nodded. Then you also know how I'll die. Sasuke shook his head. In this life you won't die. I won't let anyone kill you, including yourself. Itachi fell silent for a long time. Sasuke, I'm still in the Akatsuki. They sent me to investigate the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The blonde brat behind you. Naruto jumped down from the tree, stood beside Sasuke, and flashed Itachi a grin. Big brother Itachi, hello. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke's partner. Itachi looked at Naruto. He could sense the enormous Ninetales chakra inside the blonde child. But what surprised him even more was the clarity and resolve in Naruto's eyes. That was the kind of gaze only someone who had gone through despair, yet had not been swallowed by it, could have. You also came back from the future? Yes. Naruto spoke plainly. The future was terrible, so we came back to change it. Big brother Itachi, I know you have your reasons for being in the Akatsuki, but that whole undercover plan is way too inefficient. Why not defect from the Akatsuki and join us? Kisame laughed out loud from the side. Brat, do you even know what you're saying? Naruto turned to look at Kisame. A crimson flare of Ninetales chakra flashed across his body. I do. You're Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza's senior, Samehada's master. Your life is a tragedy too. You killed your own superior, got hunted by Kirigakure, and joined the Akatsuki thinking you'd found your true self. But in the end, you'll realize you were nothing more than a Bito's chess piece. Kisame's smile froze. How do you know all that? I told you, I came back from the future. Naruto's tone was calm, like he was just saying the weather was nice today. Kisame, you have 2 choices right now. 1. Come back to Konoha with us, accept protection, and fight the real enemy in the future. 2. Keep following the Akatsuki, and in the end die to Gaia's 8 inner gates, still full of regret. Kisame was silent for a long time. Then he looked at Itachi. Itachi gave a slight nod. Kisame took Samehada off his back, rested it on his shoulder, and grinned. Interesting. A little brat who knows my future and still dares threaten me. Fine. I want to see just how far you people can go. Then it's a deal. Naruto held out his hand. Kisame's large hand gripped Naruto's small one. The rough skin hurt his hand, but Naruto did not back down. But I need to go back and report to the Akatsuki first. We can't all defect at once, or they'll get suspicious. Kisame pulled his hand back. When the time is right, I'll come find you. Itachi also nodded. I can't stay either for now. Pain's Rinnegan can monitor all members from a long distance. I have to go back, but I'll adjust the intel a little. Make you 2 seem ordinary. Ordinary? Sasuke frowned. You're both too eye-catching, Itachi said. If this keeps up, Pain will come to Konoha himself. And when that happens, the whole village will suffer. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and understood. Then I'll go back and train first without exposing too much, Naruto said. Itachi gave Sasuke one last look. The Sharingan appeared in his eyes again, but he did not cast any genjutsu. He smiled slightly. That smile vanished in an instant, but Sasuke caught it. Take care, Sasuke. You too, brother. Itachi turned around and disappeared into the dusk together with Kisame. Sasuke stood where he was, watching their backs for a long time without moving. Naruto walked over and patted his shoulder. Your brother will survive. Yeah. Sasuke's voice was a little muffled. I know. The 2 of them jumped onto the rooftops and headed back toward Konoha. The night wind was slightly cool, and one star after another lit up overhead. Naruto suddenly said, Sasuke, when you called him brother just now, Itachi's fingers trembled. I know. Was he crying? Maybe. Naruto did not ask any more. After leaving Konoha, Itachi and Kisame did not immediately return to the Akatsuki base. They stopped at an abandoned shrine near the border of the Land of Fire. Itachi stood on the shrine steps, looking up at the moon, and stayed silent for a long time. Kisame leaned against a pillar with Samehada at his feet. Itachi-san, do you really believe what those 2 brats said? Coming back from the future and all that sounds like something made up to fool children. Itachi did not turn around. Sasuke would not lie to me. How can you be sure? Yes, only 7. It would be easy for someone to use him, the way he called me brother. What was in his voice is not something a 7-year-old child could fake. Itachi turned around. His Sharingan glowed faintly in the darkness. That was the voice of an adult who had gone through loss and then met his family again. I interrogated countless criminals in the Umbu. No one can fake that kind of emotion in front of my Sharingan. Kisame was silent for a moment, then grinned. Fine, your call. So what now? Once we get back, Pain will definitely ask about the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Itachi thought for a moment. Report half of it truthfully. The Ninetales Jinchuriki really is strong, but he is still just a gifted child, not beyond Pain's expectations. As for Uchiha Sasuke, give him an ordinary growth trajectory. Don't let him enter Pain's line of sight. And what about all the things those two brats have already done? At 6, they drove back route. In the Land of Waves, they defeated Zabuza. In the Chunin exams, they broke the 4 Violet Flames formation. There's no way to hide all of that. There's no need to hide everything. We only need to blur the details. Itachi's tone was calm. Let Pain know Konoha has 2 talented brats, but don't make him think they're a threat. By the time he truly starts paying attention to them, they'll already be strong enough not to fear that attention. Kisame shrugged. Whatever you say, I'm just hired muscle anyway. The two gathered their things and vanished into the night. Mangekyo, Akatsuki base. Pain sat in the shadow of a tall tower. The purple ripples of the Rinnegan looked especially eerie in the dim light. Konan stood beside him, holding a sheet of paper with the intelligence sent back by Itachi and Kisame. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, 7 years old, strength close to Jonin level, but mentally immature, so for now he does not pose a threat. After reading that, Konan continued, Uchiha Sasuke, 7 years old, highly talented, but his Sharingan has only reached 3 tomo. He has not awakened the Mangekyo yet. Pain was silent for a moment. Itachi's younger brother. He should be more than just 3 tomo. Itachi may have concealed information, Konan said. That is also possible. Pain rose to his feet and walked to the window. Rainwater streamed down the glass, blurring the scenery outside. But whether he concealed it or not is not important. What matters is that the tailed beast is still in Konoha. Sooner or later we will have to face them. Then let us wait a little longer, Konan said. Wait until the demonic statue of the outer path is ready. Wait until the tailed beast collection plan officially begins. By then, no matter how gifted they are, it will already be too late. Pain did not answer. He raised his hand and looked at the black receiver in his palm, the manifested power of the Rinnegan. Nagato, he said in a low voice, as if speaking to himself. Just wait a little longer. We'll be able to create peace. Konoha Training Ground 3. Naruto and Sasuke's chakra resonance training had entered the 3rd stage. The sphere of light between their palms no longer needed physical contact to stay stable. Even with 2 meters between them, the orb still floated in the air between them, slowly rotating. Its color had shifted from intertwined gold and purple into a deep silver white, like a miniature moon. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes changed. Around the edges of his Mangekyo pattern, a faint ring of purple markings appeared. It wasn't the Rinnegan. It was the outline of the Rinnegan. In one of Orochimaru's scrolls, this was called the pre-Rinnegan state. In this state, Sasuke's ocular power consumption was reduced by 50%, and the duration of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi was doubled. Did you feel it? Naruto asked. Sasuke kept his eyes closed, sensing the subtle changes inside his eyeballs. I felt it. It's like something is sprouting deep inside my eyes. Don't make it sound so creepy. You asked me to describe it. The two of them stopped at the same time, and the silver-white sphere dispersed like fireworks. Sakura sat on the bench by the training ground, holding a cup of tea as she watched them. Her expression had already gone from curiosity at the start to numbness. You too. When you get married in the future, are you still going to practice this every night? Naruto froze for a second. Get married? Sasuke also froze. Sakura rolled her eyes. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. The two of you clearly haven't thought about that kind of thing at all. Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Thinking about it now wouldn't help anyway. We're only 7. Why would we be talking about marriage? Besides, Sasuke and I already have an engagement, don't we? We already made a promise. Sasuke glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. But it's true. We agreed to get stronger together, defeat the Otsutsuki together, and change the future together. That's not an engagement. Close enough. Not even close. Sakura watched the two of them bicker and let out a sigh. She was getting less and less able to understand them. If they were just friends, then the tacit understanding between them ran deeper than any friendship. If they were partners, then their coordination on the battlefield was flawless. If they were, forget it. Not thinking about it anymore. She stood up and stretched. I'm going to buy drinks. What do you want? Iced milk, Naruto said. Tomato juice, Sasuke said. You two really do have elementary schooler tastes. We are elementary schoolers, Naruto said with a grin. After Sakura left, the training ground grew quiet. Naruto and Sasuke sat side by side on the grass, letting the evening wind blow over them. Gaara is going back to Sunagakure tomorrow, Naruto said. I'm kind of reluctant to see him go. Sasuke glanced at him. You really do care about him a lot, because he's like me. Naruto looked up at the sky. A lonely Jinchuriki, misunderstood, unloved. In my last life, it took me many years to walk out of that darkness. I hope he can get out sooner in this life. Sasuke didn't respond. He knew Naruto was speaking from the heart. It wasn't pity, it was empathy. Because he had gone through the same suffering, he knew exactly how much it hurt. Sasuke, what are you planning to do about your brother? Sasuke was silent for a while. He's undercover inside Akatsuki. He can't leave in the short term. But I'm going to make him understand that in this life, I don't need him to sacrifice himself to protect me. Then you'll have to get stronger. Strong enough to make him think. My little brother doesn't need my protection anymore. I am getting stronger, not fast enough. Naruto stood up and patted the dust off his pants. Starting tomorrow, extra training. Taijutsu and ninjutsu during the day. At night, resonance training gets extended to 4 hours. Sasuke stood up as well. Can your body handle it? With Ninetales chakra restoring me, it can. Naruto grinned. You said it yourself, didn't you? We don't have time to waste. The two of them slapped palms. The new training plan would begin tomorrow. It was late at night, and Konoha's streets were completely empty. Naruto lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. He was thinking about what Itachi had said during the day. You're too dazzling. Pain will come to Konoha personally. Pain. Nagato. Rinnegan. In his last life, when Pain came to Konoha, he reduced the entire village to ruins. If he came early in this life. Naruto closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the seal space inside his body. Kurama. The Ninetales was lying behind the iron gate, its orange-red beast eyes glowing in the darkness. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you sleeping? What do you want? If Pain comes to Konoha early, can we beat him? The Ninetales was silent for a moment. That brat with the Rinnegan? Not right now. You're only 7. You can only draw on a small half of the Ninetales chakra. The 8 gates are only open to the 3rd gate. You haven't fully learned Sage Jutsu yet. If you fight him, you won't even be able to withstand his Shinra Tensei. Then how long will it take? At least 5 years, the Ninetales said. 5 years from now, your body will have developed enough to withstand more than 80% of the Ninetales chakra. You'll be able to open the 5th or 6th gate, and you'll have fully mastered Sage Jutsu. At that point, you can fight him. 5 years. Naruto repeated in a low voice. Too long. But he knew the Ninetales was telling the truth. No rush. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the moonlight outside the window. We still have time. The air of Mount Myaboku was filled with the damp scent of stone and moss. Naruto sat cross-legged beside the toad oil pool, his hands forming seals, his eyes closed as he sensed the natural energy around him. This was his 3rd time coming to Mount Myaboku. The first 2 times had only been preliminary contact. This time, Jiraiya was serious. Little Naruto, your body is too small. You can't absorb natural energy too quickly. Fukasaku stood beside him with a cane. If you force it in like you did in your last life, your body will turn into a frog. I know. Naruto didn't open his eyes. That's why I'm starting with the lowest concentration and increasing it slowly. He adjusted his breathing rhythm, drawing in strands of natural energy from the outside world bit by bit. Spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy merged at a ratio of 1:1:1. In his last life, it had taken him a long time to master that balance. But now he only needed a few minutes. Done. Naruto opened his eyes, and a faint orange eyeshadow appeared around them. Sage mode, activated. But it lasted for less than a minute before slight frog transformation started to appear. Tiny bumps rose on the surface of his skin. He immediately cut off the intake of natural energy and used Ninetales chakra to suppress the transformation. Fukasaku stroked his beard and nodded. 3 minutes. With the body of a 7-year-old, being able to maintain Sage mode for 3 minutes without turning into a frog is already very impressive. When Jiraiya was your age, he couldn't even sense natural energy. Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged nearby, already in Sage mode, but his Sage mode carried obvious frog-like traits. His nose was longer, and his skin was rough. When he heard what Fukasaku said, he coughed awkwardly twice. Teacher, leave the kid some face. I'm only stating facts. Naruto laughed and wiped the sweat from his face. Master Jiraiya, you don't need to compare yourself to me. You're my master. It's only natural that you're stronger than me. Jiraiya froze for a second, then smacked Naruto on the back so hard he nearly sent him into the toad oil pool. You brat, since when did you get so good at talking? I was always good at talking. There was just nobody willing to listen before. That line made Jiraiya's smile stiffen for a moment. He thought of Naruto's childhood, when the entire village isolated him and no one listened to him speak, and his heart ached. Alright, keep training. Today's goal is to maintain Sage Mode for 5 minutes. Naruto sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes. Konoha Training Ground 3. Sasuke had not gone to Mount Myaboku with Naruto, because he had his own training to do. In the last scroll Orochimaru left behind before being sealed, it was recorded that the method of condensing Indra's chakra within the Sharingan was not evolution, but awakening. Deep within the Mangekyo Sharingan slept genetic fragments of the Rinnegan. Only a sufficient concentration of Indra's chakra could activate them. Sasuke sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, his eyes tightly shut. Beneath his eyelids, the 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly revolved. He focused his chakra on the optic nerve node behind his eyeballs. That was the core region for the Sharingan's evolution. Indra's chakra surged out from the depths of his soul like an undercurrent, pouring into both eyes. It hurt. Not the burning sensation from overusing the Mangekyo before, but a swollen, aching pain, like someone had stuffed 2 ping-pong balls behind his eyeballs. Sasuke gritted his teeth and did not cut off the chakra flow. A dark crimson glow seeped through the gaps of his eyelids. He opened his eyes. The 6-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo rotated within his pupils. The purple markings along the edges were wider than last time, nearly covering half of each pupil. The shape of those markings was extremely close to the concentric circles of the Rinnegan. They just had not yet become complete rings. Sasuke took out a small mirror and looked at his eyes. Still far from enough, he said in a low voice. But he noticed one change. His vision had become clearer. Not better eyesight, but deeper sight. He could see the layers of soil 3 meters beneath the ground. He could see the growth rings inside tree trunks. He could see ants crawling through the cracks in the bricks of a distant wall. This was not the Sharingan's insight. This was the Rinnegan's microscopic vision. Sasuke. Sakura's voice came from the distance. You've got a letter. Sasuke put away the mirror and took the envelope. There was no signature on it. Only a small Uchiha fan crest, and beside it, a crow, the symbol of Itachi. He opened the letter. There were only a few lines on it. Pain has already noticed you. Black Zetsu has been active near Konoha. Be careful. 1 year from now, Akatsuki will officially begin the Tailed Beast collection plan. Before that, get stronger. Itachi. Sasuke folded the letter and put it into his pocket. 1 year, he murmured. 1 year later, he would be 8 years old. Naruto would be 8 years old. What they would be facing was Akatsuki, made up of S-rank rogue ninja. Pain with the Rinnegan and Black Zetsu, the one manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Time was never enough. Mount Myaboku, evening. Naruto's Sage Mode could now be maintained steadily for 5 minutes. Fukasaku said that this was already the limit for a 7-year-old child. Any stronger, and his body would not be able to handle it. Naruto did not force it because he knew Senjutsu was only one part of his combat system. He also had the 8 gates, 9 tails mode and sealing techniques. Jiraiya leaned against Gamabunta's back with a blade of grass in his mouth. Naruto, you really do look a lot like your mom when she was young. Naruto froze for a moment. You knew my mom? I did. Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's red-hot habanero. Fiery temper, extremely gifted in sealing techniques. Jiraiya looked into the distance. Back then, your mother also trained in Senjutsu at Mount Myaboku. But her talent wasn't in Senjutsu. It was in sealing techniques. In her hands, adamantine sealing chains could even restrain the complete 9 tails. Naruto lowered his head and looked at his palm. He could only release 12 chains, each one about as thick as a finger. But his mother's chains could cover the entire 9 tails. I'll train until I reach that level. Naruto clenched his fist. I believe you. Jiraiya stood up and patted the grass scraps off his clothes. All right, let us head back to the village. We continue tomorrow. 1 human and 1 toad, no, 1 human and 1 giant toad, vanished into the smoke of reverse summoning. That very night, at an abandoned shrine outside Konoha, Black Zetsu's figure emerged from the ground like a black stain spreading across stone slabs. With those pupil-less yellow eyes, he stared toward Konoha, and the corners of his mouth split into a bizarre curve. 2 little brats. Senjutsu. The budding signs of the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping together. Interesting. Very interesting. His body sank back into the ground. But all of your growth is still within my script. Another 3 months passed after Itachi's letter. Naruto's Sage Mode could now remain stable for 8 minutes. Adamantine sealing chains had increased from 12 chains to 16, and each one was as thick as a thumb. The 8 gates was firmly stopped at the 3rd gate. Guy would not let him open anymore, not because he was afraid Naruto would get hurt, but because he was afraid Naruto would tear the training ground apart. The amount of 9 tails chakra he could draw on had risen to 40%. Beneath the crimson cloak, the phantom outline of 3 tails could occasionally be seen. Sasuke's progress was just as astonishing. The purple markings at the edge of the Mangekyo had already covered most of his pupils. The preliminary state of the Rinnegan had almost fully manifested. In this state, the consumption of his Amaterasu had been reduced by 70%, allowing him to use it 4 to 5 times in a row without bleeding. The black flame armor could now cover his entire right arm and half his torso, lasting nearly 30 seconds. He had even begun trying to compress the black flames into fine needles for long-range attacks, and within 50 meters, his hit rate had reached 80%. Still far from enough. Sasuke said that every time he finished training, Naruto had been hearing it for 3 months straight. His ears were practically growing calluses. That day, Team 7 received a B-rank mission. Near the land of hot water at the border of the land of fire, villagers had spotted a humanoid plant that could walk, and requested Konoha to send ninja to investigate. A humanoid plant that can walk? Kakashi looked at the mission sheet, and for once, a trace of interest flashed through his dead fish eyes. Sounds like some kind of Kekii Genkai or artificial lifeform. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. They knew what it was. White Zetsu. Kakashi-sensei will take this mission, Naruto said, raising his hand. I haven't said I'm sending you yet. But we want to go, Sasuke said. The land of hot water isn't far from Konoha. 3 days for the round trip is enough. Kakashi glanced at his 2 students and let out a sigh. Fine. Get ready. We leave tomorrow. Early the next morning, Team 7 set out for the land of hot water. The team was still 4 people. Kakashi leading with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura accompanying him. Sakura had not been idle over the past 3 months either. Her taijutsu and chakra control had risen to Chunin level, and under Tsunade's remote guidance, she had also begun learning medical ninjutsu. Although the gap between her and Naruto and Sasuke was still like a heavenly chasm, at least she was no longer dead weight. The land of hot water was famous for its hot springs. Everywhere there were streams and pools giving off clouds of steam. The village where the humanoid plant had been sighted was in the northern mountains of the land of hot water. There were only a few dozen households there, living by logging and gathering herbs. The village chief was an old man over 60. When he saw Konoha's ninja arrive, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. 3 days ago, my son went into the mountains to gather herbs and saw a person grow out of the ground. Yes, grow out of it like a mushroom. That person was completely white, had only one eye on his face, smiled at him, then burrowed back into the ground. One eye? Kakashi frowned. Yes, one yellow eye with no pupil. Naruto was certain now. White Zetsu, and one of the lower-level clones at that, without independent consciousness. Used only for scouting and passing information. Can you take us to where that thing appeared? The village chief nodded and called his son over to guide them. The path into the mountain was hard to walk. Vines and fallen leaves were everywhere. The young man leading the way looked pale, gripping a woodcutter's machete tightly in his hand, every step cautious. After walking for about an hour, the young man stopped in front of an open clearing. It's here. It was here. That day, it was raining lightly, and I saw him crawl out of the ground next to that rock. Naruto closed his eyes, and the Nine-Tails' sensory ability spread out across a 200-meter radius. 10 meters underground, there was a faint, irregular chakra signature. Not human chakra. More like a mixture of plant and chakra. There's something below, Naruto said as he opened his eyes. Kakashi had sensed it too. White Zetsu. Akatsuki's intelligence network. Naruto stepped forward and pressed one hand against the ground. The chains of adamantine sealing chains drilled into the ground from his palm, spreading toward that chakra reaction like a plant's root system. The chains touched the target. The White Zetsu clone underground suddenly struggled and burst out of the soil. It was a white humanoid creature from head to toe, with one huge yellow eye on its face and a grin stretching all the way to its ears. It had no mouth to speak with, only letting out hissing sounds as its body began to swell. He's going to self-destruct, Kakashi shouted. Naruto's chains suddenly tightened, draining all the chakra out of the White Zetsu clone. The White Zetsu's body shriveled like a deflated balloon, turning into a sheet of white skin that collapsed limply onto the ground. Sakura leaned in for a closer look, frowning in disgust. What the hell is this? White Zetsu, Naruto said.
Artificial humans.
Akatsuki's scouts. They have no self-awareness. They're just tools used to pass on information. Kakashi crouched down and poked at the remains of the White Zetsu with a kunai. How do you two know so much about them? It was recorded in Orochimaru's research materials. Sasuke lied without changing expression. Kakashi glanced at him, but didn't press further. Just then, Naruto's perception caught a faint signal. Not chakra, a sound. An extremely deep voice, like it was coming from the depths of the Earth's crust, said, discovered. Retreat. He ran, Naruto said, looking into the distance. Deep underground. At least 50 meters down. My chains can't reach that far. Can't catch him? Sakura asked. No. And even if we did, it wouldn't matter. This is just a clone. The real body isn't here. Kakashi put away his kunai and looked around at the surrounding forest. Looks like Akatsuki has already set up an intelligence network along the border of the Land of Fire. They haven't made a move yet, but sooner or later they will. Naruto nodded. So we need to speed things up. On the way back to the village, The atmosphere was a little heavy. Sakura kept wanting to ask what Akatsuki was, and what white Zetsu was, but when she saw the expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, she held it back. Some questions wouldn't have answers even if she asked now. That night, they camped out. Kakashi took the first half of the night watch, and Naruto took the second half. At 2 in the morning, Naruto sat by the campfire, holding a branch and stirring the fire. Sasuke crawled out of the tent and sat down beside him. Can't sleep? Yeah. Thinking about what happened today. Sasuke looked at the flames. White Zetsu appearing at the border means Black Zetsu has already started laying out his plans. He's watching us. I know, Naruto said. But Black Zetsu won't act personally. He's very cautious. Using a white Zetsu clone to test us was just his way of feeling out our strength. If we show too much power, he'll send the information to Kaguya ahead of time? Send it to Kaguya? No, Kaguya hasn't been revived yet. Naruto tossed the branch into the fire. Right now, he can only pass it on to Madara's lingering will and Obito. But there's one problem. If Black Zetsu thinks we're too much of a threat, he might speed up Kaguya's revival. Sasuke fell silent. So we can't be too strong? He asked. No, we need to be strong, but we can't let Black Zetsu think we're targeting him. Naruto thought for a moment. We need to hide part of our strength. On the surface, we're just exceptionally talented genin. In the shadows, we're hiding trump cards that can deal with the Otsutsuki. How do we hide it? Use adamantine sealing chains less. Stop at the 3rd gate with the 8 gates. Only use Sage Jutsu when necessary. Same for you. Show Amaterasu and the black flame armor as little as possible. And don't let anyone see the precursor state of your Rinnegan. Sasuke nodded. That makes sense. Firelight flickered across the two of them, bright one moment and dim the next. In the distant woods, another white Zetsu clone poked half its head out from a tree trunk, staring at the two by the campfire with that single eye. The corner of its mouth curved up slightly, then it silently withdrew back into the tree. In the morning light of Konoha, Team 7 returned to the village. After the mission report was submitted, the 3rd Hokage specifically called Naruto and Sasuke into his hospital room. He was leaning against the headboard. His complexion looked much better than last month, but he still couldn't get out of bed and walk. White Zetsu. Akatsuki's artificial humans. The 3rd repeated the contents of the mission report. Your judgment is that Akatsuki has already spread its net along the border? Yes. Naruto said. They haven't started collecting the tailed beasts yet, but their intelligence work has already begun. The 3rd took a puff from his pipe. The doctors had forbidden it, but he couldn't help himself. When do you think they'll make their move? Within 1 year, Sasuke said. At most 1 year. The 3rd's brows drew tight. 1 year. How is your training progressing? Faster than expected, Naruto said. But still not fast enough. The 3rd fell silent for a while. Then he pulled a scroll out from under his pillow and tossed it to Naruto. This is the sealing jutsu notebook your mother Kushina left behind. I couldn't bear to give it to you before. It was too profound, and I was afraid you wouldn't be able to learn it. But now it seems you're ready. Naruto caught the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly. He opened the first page. On it was his mother's neat, graceful handwriting. Adamantine sealing chains secret art, chain barrier. Using 16 chains as the framework. Construct a sealing field with a diameter of 100 meters. All chakra activity within the field will be forcibly suppressed. Thank you, Grandpa 3rd, Naruto said, putting the scroll away. Don't thank me. If your mother were still alive, she would taught you these herself. I'm only passing them on for her. The 3rd waved a hand. Go on. Don't stand here bothering my rest. Naruto and Sasuke walked out of the hospital room and closed the door. The hallway was very quiet, with only the distant sound of nurses' footsteps. Your mom has really nice handwriting, Sasuke said. Naruto froze for a second, then smiled. Yeah. He touched the scroll inside his clothes. Even through the fabric, his mother's handwriting seemed to carry warmth and weight. After getting his mother Kushina's sealing jutsu notebook, Naruto locked himself in the storage building at Training Ground 3 for 3 straight days. When Sasuke brought him food, he saw the walls of the storage room covered in sealing formula diagrams, with dozens of ruined scrolls scattered across the floor. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center. 16 golden chains shot out from behind him, slowly weaving into a hemispherical net in midair. So this is the chain barrier? Sasuke placed the rice balls by the door and didn't walk in, because the chakra suppression released by the chains was too strong. Even his Sharingan felt uncomfortable. Prototype. Naruto didn't open his eyes. Using 16 chains as the framework, I can build a sealing field with a diameter of 30 meters. The chakra inside the field will be forcibly suppressed to around 30% of its original level. If it's an ordinary Jinchuriki, it might be drained dry on the spot. Sasuke walked to the edge of the barrier and reached out a hand. The suppressive force released by the chains was like an invisible hand gripping his chakra pathways, trying to draw the energy out of his body. His Mangekyo activated automatically, purple patterns appearing at the edges of his pupils, and only then was the suppressive force neutralized. Can even suppress my chakra. Sasuke pulled his hand back. Your mom's sealing jutsu really is powerful. Still nowhere near enough. Naruto withdrew the chains. The 16 chains shrank back behind him like snakes and vanished beneath his skin. Back then, Mother could use 16 chains to create a barrier 100 meters wide and maintain it for hours. Right now, I can only keep mine up for 3 minutes. And the range is only 30 meters. 3 minutes is enough. In a fight between experts, 3 seconds is enough to decide the winner. Naruto opened his eyes and smiled. You're right. He took the rice ball, bit into it, and said unclearly through the food, Did Kakashi-sensei arrange anything for today? No arrangements. Sakura went to the hospital to study medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, and Kakashi-sensei went to an ANBU meeting. Then let us keep practicing resonance. The two sat down facing each other, their palms pressed together. A silver-white sphere of light appeared between them, a whole circle larger than last month, and shining even brighter. At the center of the sphere, a tiny black dot appeared, like the prototype of a black hole. Sasuke closed his eyes and felt the changes in his own eyes. The purple patterns at the edge of the Mangekyo completely covered the pupil at this moment, leaving only a tiny 6-pointed star pattern in the center. His vision changed again. It was no longer just seeing more clearly. He could now see the direction of chakra flow, its density, and even its nature. What can you see? Naruto asked. I can see the path your Nine-Tails chakra takes through your body. I can see your heart beating. Every beat brings out a strand of golden chakra. I can see that the rice ball in your stomach still hasn't finished digesting. Naruto touched his stomach. That clear? As clear as if you were transparent. Naruto stopped channeling, and the sphere of light dispersed. Sasuke opened his eyes. The purple patterns in his pupils slowly faded, returning to an ordinary Mangekyo. Sasuke, are your eyes about to turn into the Rinnegan? Sasuke was silent for a moment. One last step remains. Orochimaru's scroll says that when Indra and Ajura's chakra resonance reaches the critical point, the Sharingan will directly transform into the Rinnegan. During the transformation process, there will be a brief purple phase. The pupil will turn completely purple with no pattern at all. We're still a little short of that critical point. What are we missing? A trigger, Sasuke said. Something intense enough to stir both our souls at the same time. Could be a battle, it could be a crisis, or it could be he didn't continue, because the next words were too heavy. Could also be loss. Both of them had thought of the same possibility. There won't be that kind of trigger. Naruto stood up and patted the dust off his pants. We won't lose anyone ever again. Sasuke didn't answer, but he stood up as well. Keep training. Night fell. The two of them trained until almost 10 o'clock before stopping, drenched in sweat. Naruto used Nine-Tails chakra to recover his stamina, while Sasuke used the Mangekyo's Amaterasu to burn a bucket of hot water. Black flames heating water, the efficiency was absurdly high. After washing up, the two of them sat on the training ground fence, letting the night breeze blow over them. Sasuke, have you ever thought about what things would be like now if we hadn't been reborn? Sasuke thought about it. I would spent my childhood trapped in Itachi's Genjutsu, hating him and wanting to kill him. You would been isolated by the whole village, desperately pulling pranks to get attention. And then we fight at the Valley of the End and lose arms and legs. And then the Ninja World War. Fight Kagaya. Fight the Otsutsuki, lose. Boruto gets sacrificed. Naruto paused. In the end, nothing changes. So we have to change it, right? The two of them silently looked at the moon for a while. Sasuke, what now? Thanks for being reborn. Sasuke didn't answer. He jumped down from the fence, walked a few steps toward the village, then stopped. Naruto, thanks to you too. He didn't turn back. He just kept walking. Naruto sat on the fence and watched Sasuke's back disappear into the night, then grinned. Early the next morning, Naruto was woken by a rapid pounding on the door. He opened it and saw Sakura standing outside, her face pale. Naruto, something happened. Kakashi-sensei said the Akatsuki has officially declared war on the 5 great nations. Naruto froze for a moment. What? That fast? Not a declaration of war. They sent 2 people to Sunagakure and said they're taking the One Tail. Who? An orange-haired man and a blue-haired woman. Sakura's voice was trembling. Pain and Konan. Naruto jumped off the bed, threw on his jacket, and ran out. Whereas Sasuke? He already went to the Hokage's office. By the time Naruto reached the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was sitting in a wheelchair, his face dark with anger. Jiraiya stood beside him, brows tightly furrowed. Sasuke leaned by the window with his hands in his pockets, his expression cold. When the 3rd saw Naruto enter, he nodded. Sunagakure has sent a request for aid. Pain and Konan have already reached the outskirts of Sunagakure and are demanding that Gaara be handed over. Lady Chiyo has organized resistance, but they won't be able to hold out for long. We'll go support them, Naruto said without hesitation. The 3rd glanced at him. The 3 of you? One 7-year-old, another 7-year-old, And one 8-year-old? Age doesn't determine combat power, Sasuke said. You know our strength very well. The third was silent for a long time. Jiraiya broke the silence. I'll go with them. The third nodded. Good. Jiraiya will lead the team. Team 7 all members. Also send Team Guy as well. 2 teams. 2 Jonin. That will be enough support. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. Gather at the village gate in 10 minutes. Don't be late. The two of them nodded at the same time and ran out of the office. In the hallway, Naruto and Sasuke ran side by side. Pain came early, Naruto said. 3 years earlier than in the original. Because of us, Naruto said. We changed something, so his plan changed too. No need to fear it, Sasuke said. 3 years early means his Rinnegan still hasn't fully matured. We're early too. Naruto looked ahead, golden flames igniting in his eyes. This time, there won't be a scene like Pain invading Konoha. We'll stop him in Sunagakure. The two figures vanished at the end of the corridor. At the village gate, the sunlight was blinding. Jiraiya was already standing there. Behind him were Guy, Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Sakura came running over, panting, with a medical pack on her back. Team 7 assembled. Naruto shouted. Guy gave a thumbs up. Youth should burn with hot blood. Jiraiya looked over his team. 2 Jonin, 6 Genin, and half of them were children. But he knew these children were not ordinary children. Move out. Destination. Sunagakure. The group sprinted toward the rising sun, racing in the direction of the land of wind. Outside Sunagakure, Pain stood atop a massive boulder. The purple ripples of the Rinnegan looked especially eerie under the sunlight. Konan stood beside him, sheets of paper fluttering in the wind. Nagato, Konoha's reinforcements are already on the way. Pain didn't look at Konan. His gaze remained fixed on Sunagakure. Let them come. Perfect. We'll deal with everything at once. He raised his palm toward the outer wall of Sunagakure. Shinra Tensei. A formless, repulsive force erupted from his palm. Sunagakure's outer wall was torn apart like paper, sand and stone exploding everywhere. The Sunagakure shinobi guarding it screamed as they were blasted away. Some smashed through the buildings behind them. Some were sent flying straight out of the village. Lady Chiyo stood atop the ruins of the inner wall, both hands trembling. Behind her were Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara wrapped in a cocoon of sand. He had lost control in battle and entered a false sleep state. Shikaku was taking over his body. Konoha's people should be here soon, Chiyo said in a low voice. Through the blowing sand, several figures appeared on the horizon. Orange. That was the color of Konoha shinobi uniforms. By the time Jiraiya's Konoha reinforcements arrived, Sunagakure's outer wall had already completely collapsed. Half the buildings in the inner city had been shattered by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, with broken stone and sand piled into small hills. Lady Chiyo, Temari, and Kankuro were guarding the Kazekage building. Behind them was Gaara's cocoon of sand. Inside it, the one-tailed Shikaku was roaring, and cracks kept appearing across the shell. Chiyo. Jiraiya landed beside her. How's the situation? Pain and Konan are on a giant boulder 3 kilometers outside the village. Konan has sealed the eastern and western exits with her paper ninjutsu. Pain used Shinra Tensei to break through the outer wall. Chiyo's voice was hoarse. Gaara suffered a backlash from Shikaku and entered a false sleep state. If he isn't awakens soon, Shikaku will completely take over his body. Naruto stood atop the ruins, his nine-tails perception fully unleashed. Pain and Konan's chakra could be clearly sensed outside the village. The feeling Pain gave him was different from his previous life. He was at least 30% weaker than Pain at his peak. The Rinnegan had not fully matured yet, and his body had not completely adapted to it either. Sasuke. He's weaker than back then, Naruto said in a low voice. We're stronger than we were too. Sasuke's Sharingan had already switched to the Mangekyo. Purple patterns spread along the edges of his pupils. We can fight him. Jiraiya heard their conversation and frowned. You fought Pain before? In our previous life. Naruto jumped down from the ruins. Jiraiya-sensei, the tactic is simple. Konan goes to you and Guy-sensei. Pain goes to me and Sasuke. As long as you hold Konan off for 10 minutes, we can take care of Pain. Jiraiya looked into Naruto's eyes and saw a calmness that did not belong to a 7-year-old child. All right, but if you can't hold on, call for me. Naruto nodded and exchanged a glance with Sasuke. The two of them dashed toward the outside of the village at the same time. On top of a giant rock. Pain's eyelid twitched slightly. They're here, Konan said. 2 children. The 7-year-old one is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The other 7-year-old is Sasuke Uchiha. In Pain's Rinnegan were reflected the 2 small figures rushing toward them. Does Konoha have no one left? Sending children here to die. Naruto and Sasuke came to a stop beneath the giant rock. The rock was about 20 meters high. Pain stood on top of it, looking down from above like a god statue gazing upon all living things. Pain. Naruto shouted upward. You came all the way from Amigakure just to bully one Sunagakure? Have you no shame? Pain's gaze turned cold. Brat, you're courting death. He raised his right hand, palm aimed at Naruto. Shinra Tensei. Invisible repulsive force pressed toward Naruto like an unseen wall. The air was compressed. Sand and stones on the ground were blasted away. Everything within a radius of 50 meters was forced back. Sasuke's black flame armor instantly covered his whole body. He stepped in front of Naruto and used the black flame armor to take the frontal impact of Shinra Tensei head-on. The repulsive force shoved him back more than 10 meters. His feet plowed 2 deep trenches through the sand, but his body held steady. Cracks appeared on the surface of the black flame armor, but under Sasuke's Kagetsuchi control, they were quickly repaired. Pain's pupils shrank slightly. Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi. At 7 years old, you can already use the Mangekyo? Naruto burst out from behind Sasuke. The third gate of life of the 8 gates was fully opened, and his speed surged. Nine-Tails chakra gathered in his right hand. Crimson aura burned around his fist as he smashed it toward Pain's face. A transparent barrier appeared in the air in front of Pain. Localized Shinra Tensei. Naruto's fist slammed into the barrier like hitting a steel plate. The rebound made his entire arm go numb. Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown. Sasuke's voice came from behind Pain. You used it just now. For seconds left. A black flame sword thrust in from behind. Pain did not turn around. His right hand twisted at a bizarre angle and caught the black flame sword with his bare hand. Rinnegan power covered his palm, and the black flames could not burn him. Within 4 seconds I can still defend. But you only have one body. Naruto attacked again from the front. 16 adamantine sealing chains shot out at the same time, wrapping toward Pain from all directions. Pain's Shinra Tensei had not finished cooling down yet, so he could only evade with taijutsu. But his body was a puppet controlled by Nagato. Its agility was limited. One of the chains brushed his arm and drained away part of his chakra. Pain's expression changed slightly. Adamantine sealing chains. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. That momentary pause gave Sasuke an opening. The black flame sword slipped from Pain's hand. Sasuke used the momentum to spin in midair and kicked Pain in the lower back. It was not a physical attack. It was Chidori's sharp spear electricity. Lightning pierced through Pain's body and disrupted Nagato's chakra supply to him. Pain's body froze for 1 second. Naruto's fist smashed into his chest. The crimson aura of the Nine-Tails chakra erupted, blasting Pain off the giant rock. Pain spun through the air, then landed on one knee. The clothes over his chest had been burned open, revealing the pale body underneath, pierced with black receivers. The look in his Rinnegan was no longer indifference. It was real shock. Who exactly are you two? Naruto and Sasuke stood at the edge of the giant rock, looking down from above. One was covered in crimson aura, with 16 golden chains spread behind him like wings. The other was covered from head to toe in black flame armor, with an undying black flame sword dancing in his right hand. 7-year-old Genin. Naruto grinned. The one's here to stop you. In the distance, Konan was being suppressed by Jiraiya and Guy working together. Jiraiya's sage art. Gomen had sealed off the transformations of Konan's paper release, while Guy's morning peacock scattered her paper clones in midair. Konan was steadily retreating and could no longer support Pain. Pain stood up, looked at his chest, then looked at Konan in the distance as she was being suppressed. He was silent for a moment. This time I will remember you. He turned and walked in the direction of Mangekyo. Next time you will not be this lucky. Konan's paper sheets gathered in the wind, wrapped around Pain, and vanished into the horizon. Naruto did not chase him. He knew he could not catch him. Pain could instantly return to Mangekyo. Chasing after him would only drag them into a home field disadvantage. Sasuke withdrew the black flame armor. The purple patterns in his pupils faded, returning to an ordinary Sharingan. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This battle had used up quite a lot of ocular power, but his eyes did not hurt, and they had not bled. They're gone, Sasuke said. Yeah. Naruto jumped down from the giant rock. Let's go check on Gaara. In front of Sunigakyo's main building, a crack had already split open in Gaara's sand cocoon. Shikaku's chakra leaked out from the gap, forming a massive sand arm that swung wildly through the air. Naruto walked up to the sand cocoon, reached out and pressed his hand against it. The chains of adamantine sealing chains seeped in through his palm and entered the inside of the cocoon, where they found Gaara's body. The moment the chains touched Gaara, Shikaku's chakra was forcibly suppressed, and the cocoon stopped expanding. Gaara, Naruto said softly, your mother Karura's sand is still protecting you, but you don't need to live by hatred. Wake up, I'll treat you to ramen. The sand cocoon cracked open. Gaara fell out from inside. His face was pale, and his whole head was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were open. Under those dark circles, his eyes were no longer Shikaku's yellow. They were his own brown eyes. He saw Naruto. Ramen? Naruto laughed, loudly. Yeah, ramen. When we get back to Konoha, I'll treat you. Granny Chio walked over. As she watched Naruto help the limp Gaara back up, a complicated look flashed through her old eyes. Nine-tails brat. You're more human than the Kazekage, she said in a low voice. Jiraiya walked over and slapped Naruto on the back. You brat, you fought pain head-on and even had the upper hand? How are the other ninja supposed to live with that? I don't care how other people live. Naruto grinned. As long as I live comfortably, that's enough. Guy was standing nearby with tears streaming down his face. This is youth. Youth that surpasses its limits. Niji rolled his eyes. Lee had already started running laps on the spot. Sakura and Temari helped Gaara over to the side to rest. Gaara leaned against the wall and watched as Naruto was surrounded by a noisy crowd. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. It was not a smile, but it was close. He closed his eyes. Only one thought remained in his heart. Ramen. As soon as they got back to Konoha, he was eating it. The sun was setting. On the ruins of Sunagakure, the ninja of Konoha and Sunagakure began cleaning up the battlefield. Pain had gained no advantage in this battle. Although Sunagakure had suffered heavy losses, no one had died. That was the one blessing in the middle of disaster. After Jiraiya and Granny Chio discussed the follow-up defense arrangements, Naruto and Sasuke sat at the highest point of the ruins, watching the sunset. Sasuke. We beat Pain once. Even if it wasn't his complete form yet. Naruto turned his head to look at Sasuke. Can you say something else for once? Sasuke thought for a moment. You're paying for the ramen. Naruto laughed. The setting sun dyed the two small figures gold. In the distance, the wind and sand gradually died down, and the first star lit up in Sunagakure's night sky. After this battle, Pain's threat was temporarily resolved. But both Naruto and Sasuke knew that Pain was only the surface leader of the Akatsuki. The real mastermind behind him was Obito. Behind Obito was Black Zetsu, and behind Black Zetsu was Kagaya Otsutsuki. After the battle in Sunagakure ended, Gaara was brought to Konoha. This was not an official diplomatic arrangement, but Naruto's personal request. He needed a change of environment. Sunagakure was full of people who wanted to kill him. Konoha was safe, at least. The third Hokage considered it again and again, then agreed. So Gaara moved into the empty room next to Naruto's apartment, and the two 7-year-old Jinchuriki became neighbors. On the first night, Naruto fulfilled his promise. At a Chiraku ramen stand, 2 bowls of miso chashu ramen steamed with heat. Gaara ate very slowly, just like last time, as if he were tasting something precious. Naruto ate extremely fast. By the time his first bowl was empty, Gaara had not even finished 1/3 of his. Is this how fast you always eat ramen? Gaara asked. I eat even faster during training. Naruto wiped his mouth. Battle finished in 30 seconds. Eating ISNTA battle. Not for you. For me, every minute is precious. Gaara did not reply. He lowered his head and looked at the slices of chashu floating in the bowl. He stayed silent for a long time. Naruto did not rush him. He simply ordered another bowl and slowed down to eat with him. Naruto, Gaara finally said. Yeah. Why are you so good to me? Naruto put down his chopsticks and looked at him seriously. Because someone was good to me too. Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, Grandpa Third. When I was at my loneliest, they pulled me up. Without them, I might have turned out even worse than you. Gaara's pupils trembled slightly. You were lonely too? The whole village was afraid of me. They avoided me. They called me Demon Fox. No friends, no family, living alone in an empty apartment, talking to the walls every night. Naruto's tone was calm, like he was telling someone else's story. I lived like that for 12 years. Gaara's hand trembled slightly. For the first time, he had met someone who truly understood him. Not sympathy, not pity, but resonance from someone who had walked the same road. What happened after that? Gaara asked. After that, I met them. Naruto smiled. Then I realized this world isn't that bad. Gaara lowered his head and looked at the ramen in his bowl, already gone cold. I don't know if I can meet people like that. You already did. Naruto patted his shoulder. Me. Gaara froze for a long time. Then he picked up the bowl and drank the completely cold broth in one gulp. There was the tiniest curve at the corner of his mouth. If you looked closely, it was a smile. Konoha Hokage's office. The third leaned back in his wheelchair. In front of him stood Jiraiya and Kakashi. Spread across the desk was an urgent report sent from Amigakure. Intelligence attaché had passed back through crow summoning. Pain moved ahead of schedule this time because he sensed a threat. Jiraiya pointed at Amigakure's location on the map. Someone has been secretly feeding intelligence to the Akatsuki, saying that Sunagakure and Konoha were integrating Jinchuriki resources and preparing to launch a proactive attack on the Akatsuki. Pain believed it, so he acted early. Who sent the fake intel? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No idea. But one thing is certain. This person knows the internal movements of both Konoha and Sunagakure extremely well. He even knows Naruto and Sasuke's true strength. Otherwise, Pain wouldn't he have come in person. Sending a puppet would have been enough. The third frowned deeply. You're saying there's an Akatsuki spy inside Konoha? Or Root? The third nearly dropped his pipe. Danzo? There's no proof, but he's highly suspicious. Jiraiya lowered his voice. Danzo has always wanted to get rid of you, third, and become Hokage himself. If Konoha suffered heavy losses under an Akatsuki attack, and you resigned to take responsibility, he could take the position openly and legitimately. And Pain coming to Sunigakure early just happened to sabotage the alliance between Konoha and Sunigakure. That's exactly the situation Danzo least wanted to see. So Danzo isn't the spy? Kakashi asked. Not necessarily. Jiraiya sighed. A man like Danzo would cooperate with anyone to achieve his goals, including the Akatsuki. But he shouldn't be stupid enough to invite the wolf into the house. If the Akatsuki really destroyed Konoha, he wouldn't become Hokage either. So it's more likely someone is using both Danzo and Pain at the same time. The three of them fell silent for a while. The third waved his hand. Keep investigating. Also, increase protection around Naruto and Sasuke. They're Konoha's most important combat power right now. Jiraiya and Kakashi nodded and left the office. Outside Konoha, deep underground in some hidden space, Black Zetsu's figure emerged from the rock wall, like a drop of ink spreading across paper. In front of him stood a massive stone tablet. Not the fake one from the Uchiha's Naka shrine, but the real tablet that recorded the history of the Otsutsuki clan. The Nine Tails and One-Tailed Jinchuriki have gathered together. Black Zetsu muttered in a low voice. And ahead of schedule too. The Uchiha survivor has also awakened the advanced form of the Mangekyo. This wasn't in the script. A white Zetsu poked its head up from the ground. Should we inform Lord Madara? Madara is still recovering inside the demonic statue of the outer path. Telling him is useless. Black Zetsu thought for a moment. Pass the intel to Obito first. Have him probe those two brats and find out what they're really capable of. White Zetsu sank back underground and disappeared. Black Zetsu turned around. His single yellow eye fixed on the words carved into the stone tablet. Indra and Azura's chakra resonance. He reached out and touched the runes on the tablet. If those two brats really can recreate the Sage of Six Paths power, then my plan is in danger. A strange arc split across his mouth. So before they can grow up, one of them must be eliminated. His body sank into the ground, leaving only a whisper echoing through the darkness. Or let them kill each other. Konoha Training Ground 3. Naruto and Sasuke's chakra resonance training continued as usual. A silver-white sphere of light floated between them, its diameter now close to half a meter. The black speck at its center had expanded to the size of a fingernail. The pressure radiating from the sphere made even the air around the training ground feel heavy. A few fallen leaves drifted near it and were instantly ground into powder. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes completely turned purple. Not the concentric rings of the Rinnegan, but a pure, patternless purple. The Mangekyo's six-pointed star was gone. The Sharingan's tomo were gone. Only purple irises and black pupils remained. Critical point. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. The critical point is here. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Sasuke's purple eyes. What kind of trigger do we need? Battle. A life and death battle. Sasuke withdrew his chakra. The sphere of light dispersed, and his purple eyes slowly returned to normal black. Only in that kind of situation will Indra and Azura's chakra complete the final fusion. Naruto fell silent for a moment. Then let us go find an opponent. Who? There are so many people in the Akatsuki. Just pick one. Sasuke glanced at him. You want to go find Itachi? No. Let us find one who won't hold back. Naruto thought for a moment. Kakuzu. He's lived for nearly 100 years and killed countless people. He won't go easy on us just because we're kids. Sasuke nodded. Okay. But wait a little first. I need a few days to stabilize my current state. Fine. Naruto stood up. Then you rest for the next few days. I'll go train with Gaara. You're training with Gaara? Yeah, his sand defense is really strong. I can use this chance to test how well adamant and sealing chains can break through defenses. Sasuke shook his head. You two better be careful when you train, or you'll tear the training ground apart. If it gets wrecked, Gai-sensei will fix it. He said that's the price of youth. Sasuke was speechless. He got up and left. Naruto watched his back, a trace of unease rising in his heart. Sasuke's eyes had turned completely purple. That wasn't exactly the same as what Orochimaru's scroll had described. The scroll said that, at the critical point, the Rinnegan pattern would gradually appear, with concentric rings forming around the edge of the pupil. But Sasuke's eyes right now were pure purple, with no pattern at all. Kurama, what's going on with Sasuke's eyes? Inside the ceiling space, the Nine Tails was silent for a moment. His awakening path to the Rinnegan is different from Madara's. Madara transplanted Hashirama's cells and triggered the fusion of Indra and Azura's chakra. Sasuke is relying purely on resonance. Without Hashirama cells to balance it out, he could lose control. What do you mean by lose control? It means his eyes might jump straight to the Rinnegan in an unstable state, skipping the Eternal Mangekyo stage entirely. At that point, he won't be able to control the Rinnegan's power, and it'll backfire on him. Naruto's expression changed. Then what do we do? Find Hashirama's cells, or find that Sharingan of Uchiha Obito-S, the Ninetales said. The active components in Hashirama's cells can suppress Indra Chakra going berserk. As for Obito-S Sharingan, it contains the data from how he evolved his Mangekyo through Hashirama's cells. That can be used as a reference. Naruto took a deep breath. 2 targets, and each one S harder than the last. Hashirama's cells were in Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru had been sealed, but his bases were still there. As for Obito-S Sharingan, Obito himself wasn't dead yet, and he might have already awakened the Mangekyo's power. Hashirama's cells first. Naruto made his decision. That very night, he slipped alone to Orochimaru's secret laboratory outside Konoha. Jiraiya had brought him there once before, so he still remembered where the entrance was. The underground laboratory hadn't been sealed off, but most of the cultivation tanks inside had been shattered. Clearly, the Sound Ninja had destroyed them while retreating. Naruto searched through the ruins for half an hour. At last, in a small tank in the corner, he found a perfectly preserved tube of Hashirama cell extract. The emerald green liquid gave off a faint glow inside the test tube, like the tail light of a firefly. He carefully stored the tube inside a sealing scroll and rushed back to Konoha overnight. The light was still on in Sasuke's apartment. Naruto knocked. Sasuke opened the door and saw him covered in dust, holding a scroll in his hands. Where did you go? Got something good. Naruto walked inside, unrolled the scroll, and took out the tube of emerald green liquid. Hashirama cell extract. High purity. Can be used directly. Sasuke stared at the tube and fell silent for a moment. You went alone? To Orochimaru's lab? Yeah. No one was guarding it. Easy. Sasuke picked up the tube and held it up to the light. Do you know how dangerous this stuff is? Madara awakened the Rinnegan only after transplanting Hashirama's cells, and he still almost died. You don't need a transplant, Naruto said. You only need a tiny bit. Apply it around your eyes and let the active cell components seep into the eyeballs. Orochimaru's scroll mentioned this method. Sasuke put the tube down and looked at Naruto. Why are you in such a hurry? Naruto was silent for 3 seconds. Because your eyes turned purple, and Kurama said you might lose control. I can't let you take that risk. A complicated emotion flashed through Sasuke's eyes. It wasn't gratitude. It was the warmth of being understood. Thank you. Naruto grinned. Don't say stuff like that. You drink tomato juice, I drink milk. That makes us even. Sasuke didn't smile, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It was deep into the night. After Naruto left, Sasuke sat alone at the table, staring at the tube of emerald green liquid. He opened Orochimaru's scroll, flipped to the page on Hashirama cell applications, and read it 3 times with extreme care. Then he dipped a cotton swab in the tiniest bit of extract and applied it to his eyelids. Cold. It felt like mint oil seeping into his eyeballs. Sasuke closed his eyes, sensing the active cell components spread across the surface of his eyes. The Mangekyo activated on its own. Purple patterns covered his pupils again. But this time, the patterns were no longer chaotic. They began arranging themselves into concentric circles. The outline of the Rinnegan had finally become clear. A few more times, Sasuke said softly, but it'll be soon. He lay down and closed his eyes. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground. Behind him, 16 golden chains swayed slowly through the air, as if weaving an invisible net. The coverage of the chain barrier had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. Within that area, the chakra suppression was so strong that even Kakashi didn't want to get close. Sasuke sat not far away with his eyes closed. Orochimaru's scroll spread open in front of him. He had already used the Hashirama cell extract 3 times, taking only a tiny amount each time and applying it to his eyelids. After the last application, his eyes had hurt non-stop for 3 days, as if countless fine needles were stabbing at the surface of his eyeballs. But when he woke up on the 4th day, the pain was gone. In its place was a clarity unlike anything he had ever felt before. When he opened his eyes, the world looked completely different. The rock layers 50 meters underground, the moisture flowing inside tree trunks, every weathered crack on the distant Hokage rock. All of it appeared in perfect detail within his vision. He walked to the mirror and saw that his eyes were no longer purple. They had become a faint grayish-white with rippling patterns. The concentric rings were very light, so light that they were almost impossible to notice unless you looked carefully. But they were there. The Rinnegan, not complete, just an early form, but it was enough. Naruto finished his training, put away the chains, and walked over to look at Sasuke's eyes. If you go out looking like that, you're gonna scare people. Then I just let them see. Sasuke took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. He had bought them at an ANBU supply shop. The black lenses completely hid the color of his pupils. With them on, he looked like a smaller version of Kakashi, except with black hair. Not bad, Naruto commented. Pretty cool. I don't need your praise. Sasuke packed away the scroll. Did you look into Kakuzu's information? Naruto nodded. Last night, He had searched through the archives in the 3rd Hokage's office and found detailed records on Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu, a missing nin from Takigakure, possessed 5 hearts, could use 5 different chakra natures, and had lived for nearly 100 years. Haiden, a missing nin from Yugakure, possessed an immortal body and could share damage through a curse ritual. Both of them were official members of Akatsuki. Their bounties together exceeded 30 million ryo. Both of their abilities are a pain. Naruto crouched on the ground and used a branch to draw rough figures of Kakuzu and Haiden in the sand. Kakuzu has 5 lives, so he needs to be killed 5 times. Haiden needs his opponent's blood to trigger the curse. As long as he can't get any blood, he's just a regular ninja with decent taijutsu. Sasuke pushed up his sunglasses and stared at the rough sketches on the ground. I'll fight Kakuzu. Chidori and Amaterasu counter his earth release and lightning release. You fight Haiden. Adamantine sealing chains can suppress his chakra and stop him from completing the ritual. Reasonable. Naruto stood up and tossed aside the branch. But Kakuzu and Haiden rarely act separately. They always show up together. If we split up, be careful not to let Haiden get your blood. With my black flame armor. He 1T get it, Sasuke said. 1T your blood get burned dry too? Sasuke fell silent for a moment. Good point. Then I'll try not to bleed. Naruto laughed. In the distance, Kakashi walked over with a mission envelope in hand. Something about his expression was off. Not his usual lazy, laid-back look, but a rare kind of seriousness. Their essay mission. A rank.
Urgent.
Kakashi handed the envelope to Naruto. The fire temple was attacked. All the monks were killed. Analysis of the chakra residue at the scene shows that it was done by members of Akatsuki. Naruto tore open the envelope. Inside was a short report and a stack of crime scene photos. In the photos, the monks of the fire temple lay in pools of blood. Their deaths horrific. One of the photos captured a mark on the wall, a huge circular ritual array, with a black spear stabbed into the center. Haiden's ritual. Sasuke glanced at the photo, and traces of Kakuzu's earth release too. Naruto pointed at the ground in the corner of the photo, where there were obvious signs of earth being churned up. Both of them are still inside the land of fire. Less than 100 kilometers from Konoha. Kakashi looked at his 2 students. He had no idea who Kakuzu and Haiden were, but Naruto and Sasuke clearly knew them very well. He did not ask further. Some things were better left unasked. Lord Third's order. Team 7 and Team 10 will operate together to hunt down the attackers of the fire temple. Kakashi put away the envelope. Shikamaru and the others are already waiting at the village gate. We leave in 10 minutes. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded at the same time. A joint operation. This was their first time fighting side by side with Shikamaru's team. And their enemies were official members of the Akatsuki. At the village gate, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji had already assembled. Asuma stood in front of them with a cigarette in his mouth, his expression grim. The head monk of the fire temple had been an old friend of his. After seeing his friend die such a miserable death, there was no way he could stay calm. When Shikamaru saw Naruto and Sasuke walking over, his brows furrowed. Why are they here? Because we're strong. Naruto said with a grin. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. I mean, if they're joining, then my tactical plan has to be changed again. No need for a plan. Sasuke pushed up his sunglasses. You just need to be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Shikamaru's frown deepened. Naruto and Sasuke really were strong. That much he knew. The Chunin exams, the Konoha crush, the battle supporting Sunagakure, those 2 had already become famous throughout Konoha because of their record. But Shikamaru did not like hearing things like no plan needed. Plans were his weapon. They were what he took pride in. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru turned to Asuma. Let them take the front. I'll handle support and tactical adjustments. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke and nodded. Fine. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke. You 2, don't get too reckless. Kakuzu and Haiden are S-rank missing nin. They've been alive longer than your grandfathers. Naruto put away his smile and nodded seriously. The team set out. The fire temple was located northwest of Konoha, about 80 kilometers away. The joint squad moved through the forest at top speed. Naruto ran in the lead, Sasuke close behind him while Asuma and Kakashi kept to the flanks. Shikamaru's group stayed at the rear, keeping a distance where they could provide support at any time. 2 hours later, they arrived at the fire temple. The temple was built deep within a valley, surrounded by dense forest. The ancient temple, once solemn and majestic, had already become ruins. The mountain gate had collapsed, the Buddha hall had been burned down, and the monks' corpses lay in pools of blood. The air was thick with the mixed smell of blood and burning. Naruto stood before the gate and closed his eyes. Kurama's sensory ability fully opened. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were no large chakra signatures. But he caught the lingering traces. 2 chakra signatures had gone northwest. One carried a heavy scent of blood, while the other felt as thick and heavy as earth. They left about 3 hours ago. Naruto opened his eyes. Northwest. After them. Asuma tossed away his cigarette butt and charged out first. After chasing for about 10 kilometers, the forest gradually thinned out, replaced by a wide grassland. At the far end of the grassland was an abandoned mine. Rusted rails and overturned mine carts lay scattered among the weeds. In the open space at the center of the mine, two figures sat beside a campfire, roasting something. One was tall and wore a black Akatsuki cloak. A black mask covered his face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. His hair was graying, and his back was slightly hunched, but the muscles in his arms were still solid. Kakuzu. The other was lean, also wearing a black cloak patterned with red clouds. He had large purple eyes and silver-gray hair. In his hand was a black three-bladed scythe, and he was enthusiastically turning over a rabbit on the fire. Haydn. Someone's here. Kakuzu did not even raise his head. I know. Haydn bared his teeth in a grin. 9 people. 2 really strong ones, 5 average ones, and 2 extras. Asuma jumped out of the woods and landed at the edge of the mine, chakra blades already in his hands. Kakuzu. Haydn. You killed my people at the fire temple. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Kakuzu finally raised his head, his cold eyes sweeping over the Konoha ninja. The fire temple? Those people were too weak. Killing them took no effort at all. Fury flashed through Asuma's eyes, and just as he was about to charge forward, Naruto grabbed his sleeve. Asuma-sensei, let Sasuke and me go first. Asuma froze for a moment. You two? We fought pain before, Naruto said. Kakuzu and Haydn are weaker than pain. Asuma looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, but gave no explanation. After hesitating for a moment, Asuma stepped back a few paces. Naruto and Sasuke walked toward the center of the mine. Kakuzu looked at the 2 7-year-old children and frowned. Is Konoha out of people? Sending brats here to die? Naruto did not answer. He slapped both hands onto the ground. Adamantine ceiling chains. 16 golden chains shot out from behind him, rapidly weaving in the air into a giant net 30 meters across, covering the entire mine. Kakuzu's expression changed. Adamantine ceiling chains? You're a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto still did not answer. The chain barrier descended, forcibly suppressing all chakra activity within its domain. Kakuzu's earth release techniques required massive amounts of chakra. Inside the barrier, they were almost impossible to use. Haydn had it even worse. His curse ritual needed chakra to complete the synchronization between heart and blood. The barrier directly cut off that synchronization process. Haydn stood up and waved his scythe. What the hell is this? My jutsu won't work anymore. That's why I said you're weaker than pain. Naruto's figure vanished from where he stood. 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, gate of life fully open. He was so fast that Kakuzu's eyes no Kakuzu did not have the Sharingan. Kakuzu simply could not catch him at all. A punch slammed into Kakuzu's chest. Crimson Ninetails chakra erupted from Naruto's fist. A hole exploded open in Kakuzu's back, and 1 heart flew out through it, bursting into a mist of blood in midair. 5 hearts. Now 4 remained. Kakuzu's body dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, but he quickly used earth release to repair the wound and staggered back to his feet. At last, a trace of shock appeared in his cold eyes. You brat. You first life. Naruto stood in front of him, flicking the blood off his fist. On the other side, Sasuke had already exchanged blows with Haydn. Without the support of his curse ritual, Haydn could only rely on taijutsu and his scythe. His taijutsu was not weak, but compared to Sasuke, he was a full level below. Sasuke's Sharingan was now the embryonic form of the Rinnegan, but he only used the Sharingan's abilities to see through every one of Haydn's attack trajectories and dodge them one by one. Chidori crackled in his hand. Is that all you've got? Sasuke dodged the horizontal sweep of the scythe and chopped his palm into Haydn's wrist. The sound of bone cracking was painfully clear. Haydn screamed, and the scythe flew from his hand. Clutching his broken wrist, he glared viciously at Sasuke. You little brat, just wait until I get your blood. You won't. Sasuke drove Chidori into Haydn's abdomen, and the current exploded through his body. Haydn's body convulsed violently, then went rigid and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His immortal body would not let him die, but Chidori's electric current had temporarily paralyzed his nervous system. At the very least, he would not be moving for several hours. Haydn's battle was over. Kakuzu looked at Haydn lying on the ground, then at the blonde brat standing before him. At last, he realized one thing. He really might die here today. He had lived for 100 years, killed countless people, and never once imagined that one day he would be pushed this far by a 7-year-old child. Who exactly are you people? Kakuzu asked. A 7-year-old genin, Naruto said. The one here to capture you. Kakuzu ground his teeth. His remaining 4 hearts exerted force at the same time. Earth release, wind release, fire release, and water release chakra intertwined inside his body, forcefully breaking through the suppression of the adamantine ceiling chains. The chain barrier trembled for a moment, and a crack appeared. Kakuzu did not choose to attack. He chose to run. For arms. He used Earth Release to create 2 extra arms. At the same time, all 4 hands formed seals, and his body turned into a torrent of mud, drilling underground and fleeing into the distance. He ran. Naruto frowned. We can't catch him anymore. Sasuke walked over and said, his speed traveling underground is faster than ours. Naruto withdrew the adamantine sealing chains, and the chains retracted back into his body. He looked at Haiden lying on the ground, then looked in the direction Kakuzu had escaped, and let out a sigh. One got away. If he comes back next time, it won't just be the 2 of them. Asuma walked over and looked at the unconscious Haiden on the ground. He stayed silent for a long time. He had originally wanted to avenge his old friend with his own hands, but Naruto had punched away one of Kakuzu's lives in a single blow, and Sasuke had directly crippled Haiden. As a jonin, he had stood guard the whole time and done nothing. Kakashi saw what he was thinking and patted him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Asuma gave a bitter smile. Are those 2 in your team really genin? Kakashi thought for a moment. In terms of strength, not anymore. Shikamaru walked up from behind and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. His expression complicated. He had been designing tactics the whole time, how to surround them, how to restrain them, how to use shadow possession jutsu to control the enemy. But before he could even make a move, the battle was already over. His tactical plan had really been completely useless. Ino and Choji looked at each other. They're way too strong, aren't they? Ino said quietly. Choji chewed on his chips and nodded. Monsters. Naruto crouched beside Haiden and used the adamantine sealing chains to wrap him up tightly several times over. Haiden's body was twitching, but his consciousness had not returned yet. The chains would continue draining his chakra, making him unable to use any jutsu. An immortal criminal was hard to imprison, but Konoha's underground prison had specialized sealing formulas specifically meant to deal with monsters like this that could not be killed. Take him back to Konoha and lock him up, Naruto said to Kakashi. When we fight the Otsutsuki in the future, his immortality might be useful. Kakashi raised a brow. Otsutsuki? Naruto realized he had let something slip. He gave a dry cough. It's nothing. Let us go. We're heading back to the village. The sun was setting. The joint squad set off on the return trip with the tightly bound Haiden in tow. Naruto and Sasuke walked at the very front of the group, just like when they had come. You used the gate of life from the 8 gates today? Sasuke asked. Yeah. The 3rd gate was fully opened. Can your body handle it? With the Nine-Tails chakra repairing me, it's fine. Naruto rolled his shoulders. But after we get back, I should still have Gai-sensei take a look. I feel like I kept the 3rd gate open for too long. My knees are kind of sore. Sasuke glanced at him. Your knees are sore because you're still growing, not because of the 8 gates. Naruto froze for a second, then laughed. You're right. Shikamaru listened to the 2 of them talking from behind, and his feelings became even more complicated. Not only were they strong, they also reminded each other and looked out for each other. These weren't rivals. They were partners. Ino and Choji were also partners, but they had never had this kind of tacit understanding. Maybe Choji was right. Those 2 really were monsters. The lights of Konoha flickered in the dusk like low-hanging stars. After returning to the village, Haiden was locked up in the ANBU underground prison. The 3rd Hokage personally added 4 more layers of seals onto the sealing formula to make sure he could not escape. When Haiden woke up in his cell, he found his entire body covered in sealing tags. It was hard even to move a finger. He stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself, Lord Jashin. I'll be back. No one listened to him. News of Kakuzu's escape spread through the 5 great nations. The Akatsuki had lost 1 official member, and Haiden had been captured by Konoha. On the tower of Mangekyo, Pain listened to White Zetsu's report and stayed silent for a long time. Kakuzu ran, and Haiden was captured. Konan stood beside him. That Nine-Tails brat and that Uchiha brat are stronger than we expected. There was not the slightest emotional ripple in Pain's Rinnegan. No matter how strong they are, they're still just children, Pain said. Notify Toby. Have him recover Haiden. If he can't recover him, destroy him. Konan nodded and dispersed into sheets of paper. Pain turned and looked at the curtain of rain outside the window. Endless rain was reflected in his purple eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. He murmured the 2 names softly. Will you become obstacles to peace? Or the foundation of peace? I'm looking forward to finding out. In the darkness, Black Zetsu rose out of the ground. The corner of his mouth curling into a strange arc. Toby is going to Konoha. He muttered in a low voice. Those 2 brats are finally going to face a real Uchiha. On the 3rd day after Haiden was locked in the Konoha ANBU prison, the Akatsuki still had not sent anyone to break him out. The 3rd Hokage found it abnormal. Jiraiya found it abnormal. Even Shikamaru found it abnormal. With the Akatsuki's usual style, there was no way they would just leave an official member imprisoned in enemy hands. Unless they had a more important target, or a more hidden method. Naruto and Sasuke did not wait. They trained as usual and carried out missions as usual, as if Haiden's matter had never happened. But every day, Naruto's nine-tail sensing scanned the area within 10 kilometers around Konoha, and although Sasuke's embryonic Rinnegan still could not see through spatial rifts, his perception of abnormalities had already surpassed the Sharingan by more than a full level. That evening, after training, Naruto went alone to buy ramen. He walked along Konoha South Main Street, the setting sun stretching his shadow long behind him. People came and went on the street. Genin were heading home after work to eat dinner. The owner of the ninja tools shop was packing up his stall. A mother was leading her child out of the vegetable store. Everything was part of peaceful daily life, exactly the same as a certain day in his previous life. But Naruto suddenly stopped walking. It was not because he saw something. It was because he sensed an absence. There should have been a person's chakra signature in that position, but it had suddenly gone empty, as if a piece had been cut out of the scene. He whipped his head around. The street behind him was still crowded with people, but a man wearing a swirl pattern mask and a black robe with red clouds was standing 3 meters behind him. Through the single eye hole in the mask, a scarlet Sharingan was visible. Naruto Uzumaki. Tobi's voice was low and emotionless. Naruto's nine-tails chakra exploded instantly. Crimson chakra flared around his whole body, and the first gate of the 8 gates opened at the same time. He did not step back. Instead, he stepped forward and positioned himself between the street and Tobi. There were innocent villagers behind him. Tobi, Naruto called him directly by name. The Sharingan behind the mask contracted slightly. You know who I am? I know more than you think. Naruto's adamantine chains shot out from behind him. 16 chains spread out in the air, forming a semicircular defensive net. But he did not attack, because he knew that in front of Tobi's Kamui, any physical attack was useless unless he caught the instant Tobi materialized. Tobi was silent for a second, then laughed. The laughter came from behind the mask, low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. You two brats are both interesting. That Uchiha brat awakened the embryonic form of the Rinnegan, and you brat know everything about me. You're not ordinary children. I told you. We know more than you do. Then let me ask you this. Tobi stared at him. Did you know I would come? Naruto stared at the eye behind the mask. You came to recover Haiden. But with your personality you wouldn't directly break him out of prison. You'd first test Mai and Sasuke's strength, then decide your next move. Obito's Sharingan spun, the Mangekyo pattern emerging against the crimson red. Correct. So let me see just how strong you really are. His body twisted, as if an invisible hand had wrung him into a vortex, and vanished into the air. Naruto didn't move. He knew where Obito had gone. Not to break Haiden out of prison but to Training Ground 3. Sasuke was there. Sasuke was indeed at Training Ground 3. He sat alone in the middle of the field, eyes closed, his sunglasses set beside him. The embryonic form of the Rinnegan slowly turned beneath his eyelids, sensing every subtle fluctuation of chakra within 1 kilometer. The moment Obito used Kamui, a void appeared in Sasuke's perception. It wasn't that the chakra had disappeared. It was that the chakra had instantaneously jumped from one point in space to another. Space-time ninjutsu. Sasuke opened his eyes, the purple concentric ring pupils of the Rinnegan focusing on a spot 10 meters in front of him. Obito stepped out of the void, soundless, like rising from the surface of water. So you're Uchiha Obito. Sasuke stood up. He wasn't wearing his sunglasses. The purple pupils of the Rinnegan glimmered faintly in the dusk. Obito stared at Sasuke's eyes for several seconds. Orochimaru's Hashirama cell experiment succeeded? No. This isn't a transplant. It's resonance. You and that nine-tails brat are using Indra and Azura's chakra to resonate? Sasuke did not answer. You came to retrieve Haiden, but what you really want is to confirm our strength. Smart kid. Obito raised his right hand, palm aimed at Sasuke. Then do you know what I'm about to do? Kamui. Sasuke's body was twisted by an invisible force, as if he were about to be sucked into an unseen vortex. His waist began to warp, his clothes tearing apart, spiral-shaped bruises appearing on his skin. But Sasuke did not panic. He focused the ocular power of his embryonic Rinnegan on the distorted area. A faint purple glow covered the surface of his skin, and the force of the spatial distortion was halted. Not cancelled, interfered with. The Rinnegan itself possessed the power to control space and time. Although Sasuke's embryonic form was nowhere near that level, when used against Kamui, the effect was that he would not be sucked in immediately. But he had no way to break free either. Interesting. Obito withdrew Kamui, and Sasuke's body returned to normal. It wasn't because Obito was showing mercy. It was because he had discovered that Kamui's effect was greatly reduced against someone who possessed an embryonic Rinnegan. Continuing to use it would only drain his own ocular power. Sasuke bent over slightly, breathing hard. A sharp pain came from his waist. Large bruises were left on his skin, but he did not fall. Naruto came sprinting from the distance and landed beside Sasuke. The crimson nine-tails cloak and golden adamantine ceiling chains spread out at the same time. The chains formed a hemispherical barrier, enveloping the two of them within. Obito stood at the edge of the barrier and did not enter, because the suppressive force of the adamantine ceiling chains really could affect the flow of his chakra. 2 against 1? Obito looked at the two of them. Want me to call a few more helpers too? No need, Naruto said. You don't dare go all out either, because your identity still can't be exposed. Madara, Nagato, Black Zetsu, they all still don't know your real goal. Obito's fingers twitched slightly. I know far more than you think. Naruto stared at the eye behind the mask. You walk down this path because of Rin. You want to create a world of infinite Tsukuyomi and let Rin be revived there. But the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi isn't resurrection at all. It will turn everyone into white Zetsu. Your Rin would also become a walking corpse without consciousness. Obito's body froze. What did you say? Infinite Tsukuyomi is not a resurrection technique. It's a sacrifice technique. Naruto's voice was very calm. Black Zetsu deceived Madara, and Madara deceived you. The entire Eye of the Moon plan is false from the root. Everything you've done for Rin will only end with feeding even her soul to the God Tree. Training Ground 3 was so quiet that they could hear dogs barking in the distant village. Obito stood there motionless. Behind the mask, his Sharingan trembled violently. Not because of anger, but because of fear. If what Naruto said was true, then his persistence, sacrifices, and slaughter over the past more than 10 years had all been meaningless. The ideal world he wanted to create for Rin had never existed from the very beginning. You're lying. Obito's voice turned cold. I'm not, Naruto said. You can investigate it yourself. Black Zetsu is a product of Kagaya's will. He worked with Madara in order to revive Kagaya. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the condition for Kagaya's resurrection. Everyone will have their chakra absorbed by the God Tree and become white Zetsu, and Kagaya will awaken from her seal. Even if Rin is revived within the infinite Tsukuyomi, she would only be Kagaya's puppet. Obito was silent for a long time. I'll verify these words myself. Obito's figure began to twist. If it's true, I will come back to find you. If it's false, then the next time we meet will be your death day. He disappeared. The training ground returned to peace. Naruto withdrew the adamantine ceiling chains, and the Nine-Tails cloak shrank back into his body. He turned to look at Sasuke and saw large bruises along Sasuke's waist, torn clothing, and spiral-shaped wounds still left on his skin. You okay? Won't die. Sasuke straightened up and used medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds with a simple patch-up. But he was right. Next time we meet, it'll be a fight to the death. He'll come again? He will, Sasuke said. He needs to verify our words. There is only one way to do that. Ask Black Zetsu, or ask Madara. Either way, he'll discover that what we said is true. At that point, he might become our ally. Naruto let out a sigh. Ally? The one who killed the 4th Mizukage, caused Rin's death, and was the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan massacre. He's also a pitiful man who was deceived for more than 10 years, Sasuke said. The two of them fell silent for a while. Let's go eat ramen. My treat. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder. You've treated me 3 times today. To celebrate us not getting beaten to death by Obito. Sasuke said nothing, but he followed Naruto in the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. In the distance, behind the window of the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage lowered his telescope. That child Obito is still alive? The 3rd's voice trembled slightly. Jiraiya stood beside him, his expression grave. The living Madara is a fake. The real Madara is already dead. This Obito is a survivor of the Uchiha clan. He was saved by Madara, deceived by Black Zetsu, and became what he is now. The 3rd closed his eyes. Konoha owes the Uchiha too much. So in this life we repay it, Jiraiya said. The 3rd nodded and said nothing more. In Konoha's night sky, the first star lit up. On a distant cliff, Obito stood atop a giant tree, the eye behind his mask staring at Konoha's lights. Infinite Tsukuyomi is fake? He softly repeated Naruto's words. Rin won't come back? His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. Black Zetsu. Obito let out a low roar. Black Zetsu's figure rose from the ground. You called me? Obito grabbed Black Zetsu by the throat and slammed him against the tree trunk. What is the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi? Can it revive people or not? Black Zetsu's single yellow eye looked at him calmly. It can. Why wouldn't it? You dare swear it? Obito's Sharingan spun, the Mangekyo pattern pressing close to Black Zetsu's face. Swear it in Kagaya's name. Black Zetsu fell silent. That brief silence was enough for Obito to know the answer. He released his hand, and Black Zetsu slid to the ground. Get lost. Black Zetsu glanced at him, then slowly sank back into the earth. Obito leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the moon. In that crimson Sharingan, the cold light of the full moon was reflected. Rin, have I been doing the wrong thing all this time? No one answered. The night wind blew past, and the leaves rustled softly. One by one, the lights of Konoha went out. Only in the direction of the training ground could 2 faint glimmers still be seen flashing in the darkness. One gold, one purple. They were 2 7-year-old children training in chakra resonance. We'll continue tomorrow, Naruto said. Sasuke said. About Obito we'll talk later. Let us eat ramen first. This is your fourth bowl today. I'm still growing. That S not growing a body. That S growing a stomach. On the third day after Obito left, Konoha returned to its surface calm. But both Naruto and Sasuke knew this calm was only a brief pause before the storm. Pain would not let this go. Kakuzu had escaped. Haiden was locked up in the ANBU prison. Akatsuki could not possibly swallow this humiliation. They would definitely come back, and next time, it would not be just two people. Sasuke sat beneath an old tree in the Uchiha clan district, holding an unsigned letter in his hand. The letter had been delivered by Itachi through crow summoning, and there was only one line written on it. 3 days later, Naka Shrine. I have something to tell you. Sasuke folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. He stood up and walked toward the depths of the clan district, toward that ancient shrine. Naka Shrine was built at the highest point of the Uchiha clan district, and the stone steps were covered in moss. This shrine held special meaning for the Uchiha clan. It was where the clansmen gathered, where the stone tablet was kept, and also the last place Itachi had looked at before the massacre. Sasuke pushed open the shrine door, and dust fell from the frame in soft rustling waves. No one was inside, but one of the drawers beneath the offering table was slightly open, revealing the Uchiha stone tablet within. Sasuke walked over, crouched down, and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Purple patterns appeared at the edges of his pupils. The words on the stone tablet shifted from blurry to clear. To awaken the Rinnegan, one must possess the power of Indra and Azura. He did not keep reading. He had already learned all of this long ago from Orochimaru's scrolls. You came. A hoarse voice sounded behind Sasuke. He turned and saw Itachi step out from the shadows, wearing the black robe with red clouds of the Akatsuki. Beneath the straw hat, his face looked even thinner than the last time they met. There were bloodshot streaks in Itachi's eyes, heavy shadows under them, and even his walking speed was noticeably slower than a normal person's. Sasuke knew why. Itachi's terminal illness was getting worse. Brother. Sasuke stood and looked at Itachi. Itachi walked to the stone tablet and reached out to touch those ancient symbols. Father brought me here before. I was only 5 at the time. He pointed at the stone tablet and told me, Itachi, this is the mission of the Uchiha clan, to surpass limits and obtain eternal power. Itachi withdrew his hand. At the time, I didn't understand what eternal power meant. Later, I understood. It meant sacrifice. Sasuke said nothing. He knew exactly what Itachi meant. That night of the massacre, Itachi had killed their parents with his own hands, slaughtered the entire clan, infiltrated Akatsuki as a traitor, and carried more than 10 years of infamy and pain all by himself. You've gotten thinner, Sasuke said. Itachi froze for a moment. He had stayed in the darkness for too long. It had been a very long time since anyone had spoken to him like that. Not questioning him, not hating him, just a younger brother's concern for his older brother. You don't hate me? Itachi asked. I did. In my previous life, I hated you for more than 10 years. Sasuke's voice was calm. I hated you so much I wanted to kill you with my own hands. I hated you so much I left Konoha and defected to Orochimaru. I hated you so much I turned myself into a machine of revenge. Later, I learned the truth. The massacre was Danzo's order. You infiltrated Akatsuki to protect Konoha. You stayed alive so I could kill you and awaken the Mangekyo. Itachi remained silent. Every word Sasuke said was true, but hearing those words come from the mouth of a 7-year-old child carried a sorrow far beyond his age. In my previous life, you died in front of me. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. The last thing you said to me was, forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Then you smiled. I thought you had finally found release. But you should not have died like that. A faint glimmer of moisture flashed in Itachi's eyes. In this life, I'm 8, and you're 16, Sasuke continued. I'll become strong. Strong enough that you need to sacrifice yourself to protect me. You also have to stay alive. Live long enough to see the peaceful world I create with your own eyes. Itachi closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scarlet of the Sharingan was gone. There were only ordinary black pupils left. He crouched down so he was level with Sasuke, then reached out and placed a hand on Sasuke's head, just like when they were little. Orochimaru's intel says you've awakened the embryonic form of the Rinnegan. The Hashirama cell extract you used, who helped you get it? Naruto. He took it from Orochimaru's lab. The corner of Itachi's lips lifted slightly. That Nine-Tails brat is even bolder than you. He has always been like that, Sasuke said. Itachi withdrew his hand and stood up. Black Zetsu has already noticed you too. He may act soon. Not by attacking personally, by driving wedges between people. What Black Zetsu is best at is making others kill each other. I know. Naruto said Black Zetsu is the most dangerous enemy in the entire ninja world. Not because he is strong, but because he hides in the dark and manipulates everyone. Yes, right. The two brothers stood side by side in front of the stone tablet and fell silent for a while. Brother, come back to Konoha with me, Sasuke suddenly said. Itachi shook his head. I can't. My mission in Akatsuki isn't finished yet. Although Pain and Konan were driven back by you two, they're still collecting tailed beasts. I need to stay in Akatsuki and pass information to you. That S no longer necessary. Sasuke looked into Itachi's eyes. You don't need to sacrifice yourself as a spy anymore. Naruto and I will defeat Akatsuki head-on. We'll defeat Black Zetsu. We'll defeat the Otsutsuki. You just need to stay alive and be my brother. Itachi's hand trembled slightly. And Lady Tsunade has already returned to Konoha, Sasuke said. Her medical ninjutsu can treat your illness. Your coughing, the blood, your failing eyesight, those can all be treated. At last Itachi smiled. Not a bitter smile. A genuine one, carrying relief. When did you become so good at convincing people? I learned it from Naruto. He is better with words than I am. That is true. Anyone who can talk pain into silence is definitely good with words. The two brothers laughed together. Their laughter echoed through the empty shrine, breaking the heaviness that had hung over this place for decades. On the stone steps of Naka Shrine, Itachi and Sasuke sat side by side, looking out at Konoha in the distance. The setting sun dyed the entire village orange-red. Cooking smoke drifted up from the chimneys, and the laughter of children could be faintly heard. Sasuke, do you know why I never used Kodo Amatsukami on you? Itachi asked. Because you didn't want to control me. No, Itachi shook his head. Because I knew you didn't need to be controlled. Ever since you were little, you've had your own thoughts. You were more determined than anyone. In the previous life, you chose revenge. In that life, you chose reconciliation. Both were your own choices. I would never interfere. Sasuke looked at the sunset. In this life, Naruto helped me make that choice. Many years ago, he already told me that hatred can't solve anything. He was right. So were you, brother. Itachi did not speak again. He took out a scroll from his robe and handed it to Sasuke. This contains detailed information on every current Akatsuki member. Their abilities, weaknesses, habits, and locations. I spent a long time gathering it. Originally, I planned to give it to Jiraiya before I died. Now I'm giving it to you ahead of time. Sasuke took the scroll and put it away. There's one more thing. Itachi's expression turned serious. Obito came to find me. He told me what Naruto said to him, the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi. If what Naruto said is true, Obito may break free from Black Zetsu's control. When that happens, he might become your ally. Naruto mentioned that possibility before. Itachi nodded and stood up. I should go. I can't be gone from Akatsuki for too long. Pain is already getting suspicious. Sasuke stood up as well. Brother, take care. Itachi turned and walked a few steps before stopping. Sasuke, Thank you. Itachi's figure disappeared into the dusk. Sasuke stood on the stone steps, looking in the direction his brother had left, and stayed there for a long time. The scroll in his pocket felt heavy. Inside it was the fatal weakness of every Akatsuki member. This intelligence was too valuable. It was enough to give Konoha an absolute advantage in its fight against the Akatsuki. But what he cared about more than the intelligence was Itachi's final thank you. That brother of his, who had hidden his feelings in the deepest place since childhood, had said that word to his little brother for the first time. Sasuke turned around and walked down the stone steps of Naka Shrine. In the distance, the lights of Konoha began to turn on one by one. By the time Sasuke reached Training Ground 3, Naruto was still practicing adamantine ceiling chains. 16 chains wove a giant net in the air with a diameter of 60 meters, one full size larger than 3 days ago. The suppressive force of the chain barrier was so strong that Sasuke could already feel a clear loss of chakra just standing at the edge of it. Your brother left? Naruto asked as he put away the chains. He left. What did he say? He gave me information on the Akatsuki. He also said Obito might become an ally. Naruto nodded. We'll talk about Obito later. Lady Tsunade can cure your brother's illness. Once the Akatsuki matter is settled, have him come to Konoha. I'll treat him. Sasuke glanced at him. How many people have you treated lately? I didn't count. Anyway, all my mission rewards have been spent on ramen. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Starting tomorrow, my mission rewards will go to you too. Naruto froze. Huh? Aren't you treating people? Gaara, Itachi, Obito, and if Nagato really becomes an ally too. With that many people, your little bit of reward money won't be enough. Naruto stared blankly for several seconds, then suddenly laughed. Sasuke, are you raising me? I'm investing. Sasuke's face stayed expressionless. Investing in Konoha's future Hokage. Once you become Hokage, pay me back double. Naruto laughed even harder, so hard he squatted on the ground with tears coming out. Sasuke looked at him, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly too. Under the moonlight, the two 8-year-old boys sealed their promise with a high five. In the distance, the light in the Hokage's office was still on. The third Hokage leaned back in his wheelchair. Spread out before him was an urgent report that had just been sent from Sunagakure. There had been abnormal troop movements at the Akatsuki base in Amagakure. They seemed to be gathering forces. After reading the report, the third Hokage handed it to Jiraiya beside him. The Akatsuki is making a move. Jiraiya took the report and skimmed through it. Earlier than expected. Because Naruto and Sasuke disrupted their plan. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. Pain 1T allow two people capable of threatening him to keep growing. Before they become stronger, he'll strangle them in the cradle. Jiraiya put down the report and stood up. I'll go to Mangekyo and see if I can find Pain's real body directly. By yourself? I'll bring Naruto and Sasuke with me. The third Hokage was silent for a while. They're still too young. They're stronger than most adults. Jiraiya looked at the moon outside the window. And this battle is going to come sooner or later. Better sooner than later. The third Hokage nodded. Make preparations. We leave in 3 days. Jiraiya pushed open the window and jumped onto the rooftop. The night wind stirred his white hair, and the moonlight shone across his face. Nagato. Jiraiya softly spoke that name. If you can still listen to anything your teacher says, then this time I 1T let you keep going down the wrong path. 3 days later at Konoha's gate. Before dawn, morning mist covered the streets. Jiraiya carried a giant scroll on his back, wearing his red outer robe, his wooden sandals making crisp sounds against the stone road. Behind him followed 2 8-year-old children. Naruto wore an orange tracksuit. Sasuke wore a dark blue high-collar jacket, with sunglasses covering the purple pupils of his Rasengan. Just the 3 of us? Naruto asked. Just the 3 of us. Jiraiya did not turn back. With more people, we'd be easier to detect. Mangekyo is Pain's territory. His rain tiger at-will technique can sense the chakra of any intruder. Sasuke pushed up his sunglasses. Then how are you sneaking in? I'm not sneaking in. I'm going in through the front gate. Jiraiya stopped walking and turned to look at his 2 students. I'm going to talk to Nagato, not steal something. I'll go in openly and talk openly. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Jiraiya made it sound easy, but they both knew Mangekyo was not a place you could enter just because you wanted to. Pain's perception covered the entire village. Any foreign chakra would be noticed by him. Jiraiya's openly meant he was already prepared for battle. After leaving Konoha, the 3 traveled northwest for 2 days. By the evening of the 3rd day, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The rain was fine and endless, landing on their faces with a sticky, damp chill. We entered Mangekyo's range. Jiraiya held out his hand and caught a few raindrops. This is Pain's rain tiger at-will technique. Every drop carries the caster's chakra and can sense the position and chakra strength of everyone in the rain. Naruto closed his eyes and fully opened his 9 tails perception. There really was an extremely faint layer of chakra attached to the rainwater. If Jiraiya had not pointed it out, Naruto would never have noticed it. Pain's control over chakra had already reached a terrifying level. He should already sensed us, Naruto said as he opened his eyes. Of course. Jiraiya kept walking forward. So there's no need to hide. We go straight to the central tower of the village. He'll definitely be waiting there. Mangekyo was a city made up of countless towering structures and iron bridges, shrouded in rain all year round. The streets were completely empty. The residents were all hiding inside their homes, with doors and windows tightly shut. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dampness. Occasionally, a few stray cats darted through the alleys. The 3 crossed an iron bridge and arrived at the central plaza of the village. Directly ahead of the plaza stood a giant tower piercing into the clouds, and at its top was the silhouette of a person. Pain stood there. Konan stood beside him, sheets of paper dancing in the rain without getting wet. Jiraiya-sensei. Pain's voice drifted down from above, cold and flat as if he were reciting a text. You brought 2 little brats here to die? Jiraiya looked up at his former student, his heart full of mixed emotions. Nagato, I came to talk to you. Talk about what? Peace? Mutual understanding? A trace of mockery entered Pain's voice. You've been a ninja for so many years. You should know peace has never been talked into existence. It's forged through strength. Jiraiya did not argue. He took the scroll from his waist, spread it open on the ground and formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. In a cloud of smoke, Gamaken, Gamero, and Gamabunta appeared at the same time, their massive bodies crashing into the plaza and making the ground tremble. Naruto, Sasuke, you 2 deal with Konan. Jiraiya jumped onto Gamabunta's head. Leave Pain to me. Naruto frowned. Jiraiya-sensei, by yourself, that's an order. Jiraiya's tone allowed no refusal. Naruto still wanted to say something, but Sasuke grabbed his sleeve. Follow his command, Sasuke said in a low voice. He understands Pain better than we do. Gamabunta drew the short blade from his waist and lunged toward the tower. Pain raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force blasted Gamabunta away in his entirety. He spun several times in the air, smashed through 2 iron bridges, and only then came to a stop. But Jiraiya had already jumped off in advance, his hands forming seals. Sage art. Needle Jizo Senbon. Countless hardened hairs turned into Senbon needles and shot toward Pain like a torrential storm. Shinra Tensei was still on cooldown, so Pain could only evade with taijutsu. His body flipped through the air, dodging most of the Senbon, but a few still grazed his arms and left several bloody cuts. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. The Senbon carried his Senjutsu chakra. Once they struck, they would continue eroding Pain's chakra pathways. But Pain only frowned slightly, reached out and pulled out the Senbon. The wounds healed rapidly. His body was a puppet controlled by Nagato. He felt no pain, and even if it was damaged, it could be replaced with spare parts. Jiraiya-sensei, you've gotten old. Pain landed and formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning jutsu. In the smoke, a giant chameleon, a multi-headed dog, and a Yata crow appeared at the same time. The three summons surrounded Jiraiya in the middle. The multi-headed dog opened its bloody maw and bit at him. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore. He slapped both hands onto the ground. Adamantine sealing chains. 16 golden chains shot out from his back, instantly wrapping around every head of the multi-headed dog. The Ninetales chakra attached to the chains drained all of the dog's chakra. The summon's body began to turn transparent, and after letting out an unwilling whine, it vanished. Pain's gaze shifted to Naruto. Brat, your chains really are troublesome. Naruto didn't answer. The chains wove into a giant net in midair and covered toward Pain. This time, Pain didn't use Shinra Tensei. He knew the chains could drain chakra, and even Shinra Tensei would be partially neutralized. He chose a more direct method.
Bonshotenin.
The attraction force pulled Naruto's entire body toward Pain. With no way to brace himself in midair, Naruto lost his aim with the chains. Pain's hand clamped around Naruto's throat and lifted him into the air. Ninetales brat, no matter how strong your chains are, your body is still only that of an 8-year-old child. Pain's fingers tightened. Kill you and the Ninetales will revive. When that happens, I'll take it back. Sasuke moved. A purple glow from the prototype Rinnegan shone through his sunglasses. He raised his right hand. It wasn't Chidori. It was a new ability he had comprehended from the prototype Rinnegan. A black gravitational field condensed in his palm. It was the opposite of Pain's Bansho Tenin. This was the repulsion version of Bansho Tenin. Not Shinra Tensei, but a force that converted attraction into repulsion and pushed the target away. Pain's body was shoved back by an invisible force, and he released Naruto. He staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. For the first time, surprise appeared in his Rinnegan. You can use Rinnegan techniques too? Not the Rinnegan. Prototype. Sasuke caught Naruto as he landed. But against you, it's enough. Pain stared at Sasuke's eyes for a few seconds. The sunglasses had been knocked crooked in the fight, exposing half of that purple concentric ring pupil. Pain's breathing turned rapid. Not out of fear. Out of excitement. Indra and Ajura's chakra resonance. You two are more valuable than the tailed beasts. He raised both hands, palms aimed at Naruto and Sasuke. Super Shinra Tensei. This was the same move he had used to destroy Konoha, amplifying the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei to the extreme, with a range large enough to cover an entire city. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. Get out of the way. Naruto and Sasuke didn't dodge. Naruto's adamantine sealing chains formed into a hemispherical barrier, covering the three of them inside. On the inner wall of the barrier, Sasuke's prototype Rinnegan layered another gravitational field over it to offset the impact of the repulsive force. The repulsion of Shinra Tensei slammed into the barrier like an invisible wall. The barrier shook violently, and the chains let out a harsh metallic screech. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Naruto's mouth. His body had taken part of the backlash, but the barrier didn't break. Pain's Super Shinra Tensei lasted for 5 seconds and consumed a huge amount of his chakra. The barrier still stood. Naruto was swaying on the verge of collapse, but he was still standing. You've used up a lot of chakra. Sasuke looked at Pain. The cooldown for Shinra Tensei is 5 seconds. The cooldown for Super Shinra Tensei is at least 10 seconds. That means you still have 8 seconds where you can't use repulsion. Pain's face darkened. For the first time, he had been pushed by 2 8-year-old children to the point where he had to seriously consider retreating. Konan descended from the air, sheets of paper gathering around her into wings. Nagato, retreat. Their strength exceeded expectations. The intel needs to be updated. Pain was silent for 2 seconds, then turned around. Jiraiya-sensei, next time we meet I want to hold back. Jiraiya stood between the 3 toads and watched Pain and Konan disappear into the shadow of the tower. He didn't pursue. Naruto withdrew the barrier. The chains shrank back into his body. His body swayed, and Sasuke supported him. You okay? Sasuke asked. I can hold on. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Pain's Super Shinra Tensei really is vicious. Jiraiya walked over and looked at his 2 students. There was an indescribable look on his face. Pride, worry, and heartache mixed together. Why didn't you listen to orders just now? Because if we did, you'd be dead. Naruto grinned. We don't want to be orphans. Jiraiya froze. He remembered that in Naruto's previous life, he had no parents, and Jiraiya had been his only master. In this life, Naruto had come to see him as someone like a father. Let us go. Back to the village. Jiraiya turned away so the two students wouldn't see the moisture in his eyes. Pain retreated this time, but next time he'll bring more people. We need to prepare in advance. The rain was still falling. The backs of the three of them disappeared into the curtain of rain. On top of the giant tower in the distance, Pain sat on a protruding beam, while Conan stood beside him. Nagato, those two brats. I know. Pain closed his eyes. The Ninetales Brat's adamantine sealing chains can drain chakra, and the Uchiha Brat's prototype Rinnegan can offset Shinra Tensei. Working together, the two of them almost counter all of my abilities. Then what do we do? Pain opened his eyes. Collect the other tailed beasts first. Don't touch the Ninetales for now. Once the demonic statue of the outer path fully awakens, we'll use its power to suppress both of them at the same time. When that happens, no matter what abilities they have, they'll only become nourishment for the god tree. Conan nodded. It had already been 5 days since they returned from Mangekyo. Naruto's injuries had mostly healed. The Ninetales regeneration ability let him get back on his feet and start running by the 3rd day, and by the 5th day he had already resumed normal training. Jiraiya watched him smash a stone apart with one punch on the training ground, frowned for a long time, and in the end only said one sentence. You brat, your regeneration is even stronger than I thought. Then he lowered his head and continued writing the new chapter of Ika Paradise. Sasuke hadn't been injured, but his prototype Rinnegan had consumed too much during the battle. For the first 3 days after returning, his eyes had remained in a half-blind state. It wasn't that he couldn't see, but that his vision was blurry, like he was looking through a layer of frosted glass. Every day, he applied Hashirama cell extract to his eyelids and combined it with the recovery formula from Orochimaru's scrolls. Only on the 4th day did his eyesight return to normal. This drain made him realize a very real problem. The ocular power of the prototype Rinnegan was strictly limited. Using it once meant spending it once. After it was exhausted, it needed a long period of rest to recover. It couldn't rapidly restore itself in battle through adrenaline stimulation the way the Sharingan could. I still need time, Sasuke said to Naruto. My eyes need at least 2 more years before they stabilize. Naruto nodded. He didn't say things like you're pushing too hard, because he himself was anxious too. The 8 gates had stalled at the 3rd gate and wouldn't go any further. Guy had said the 4th gate, the gate of pain, couldn't be opened until at least age 10, or his bones wouldn't be able to withstand it. His adamantine sealing chains, on the other hand, were improving every day. The number of chains had increased from 16 to 18, and the barrier's coverage had expanded to a diameter of 70 meters. But compared to his mother Kushina's 100-meter barrier, it was still far behind. That afternoon, a black crow landed on Sasuke's windowsill. The crow's eyes were red Sharingan, and a small bamboo tube was tied to its leg. Sasuke opened the bamboo tube and poured out a folded square note. After unfolding it, he saw Itachi's handwriting. The strokes were hurried, as if he had written it in a rush. The note said, "The Akatsuki has decided to begin collecting the tailed beasts ahead of schedule. The order has changed. Start with the 2 tails first, skipping the 1 tail and 9 tails. Pain has ordered all members to mobilize, splitting into 3 groups to act at the same time. Kakuzu has been sent to Kumogakure to deal with the 2 tails Jinchuriki. Deidara and Sasori have been sent to Iwagakure to deal with the 4 tails Jinchuriki. Pain and Konan remain in Mangekyo. They will not move against Konoha for now, and they will not move against Sunagakure either, but you must hurry and grow stronger." Itachi Sasuke handed the note to Naruto. After reading it, Naruto frowned. Skipping the 1 tail and 9 tails. Pain's gotten smarter. That's not smart, Sasuke said. It's caution. Sasuke folded up the note and put it away. He knew Konoha and Sunagakure wouldn't be easy targets, so Akatsuki would start with the other villages first. Once they gathered the other tailed beasts and the demonic statue of the outer path became strong enough, they would come back for them. Then we can't just sit around and wait. Naruto stood up. We need to go to Kumogakure and Iwagakure and warn them that Akatsuki is about to make a move. Will they believe us? 2 8-year-old Konoha genin running into another country and saying we're there to protect their Jinchuriki? Naruto fell silent. Sasuke was right. They were just kids. Their words carried no weight. The relationship between the 5 great ninja villages had always been tense. If Konoha kids ran into Kumogakure and said your Jinchuriki is about to be captured by Akatsuki, the most likely response from Kumogakure would be arresting them first and interrogating them as spies. Then let them get hit first, Naruto said. Once it hurts enough, they'll naturally believe it. Sasuke glanced at him. Since when did you become this realistic? Since the day Boruto died. Naruto's voice was very light. There was a knock at the door. Sakura pushed it open and walked in, holding a mission envelope in her hand. Kakashi-sensei said there's an urgent mission. We need to investigate an abandoned laboratory at the border of the land of rice fields. It's said to be one of Orochimaru's old bases. There might still be leftover research materials. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look. Orochimaru had been sealed away, But his research materials were among the most valuable resources in the entire ninja world when it came to fighting the Otsutsuki. If any of those materials had been left behind and not recovered, then they had to get them. "We're going," Naruto said. At the border of the land of rice fields 3 days later, Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory had been built inside a mountain. The entrance was hidden behind rocks and vines. Without exact map coordinates, it would have been impossible to find. Naruto smashed apart the rock wall sealing the entrance with a super strength punch. Inside was a pitch-black passageway. The air was damp and moldy, filled with the stench of decay. Sakura lit a flare. Its ghastly white light illuminated the walls on both sides of the tunnel. The walls were covered in runes and sealing formulas. Some were still faintly glowing. That meant the laboratory's basic sealing system was still running, and traces of Orochimaru's chakra had not fully dispersed yet. "This stuff is disgusting." Sakura covered her nose as she looked at the shattered culture dishes and dried blood scattered across the floor. Orochimaru's experiments were always like this. Sasuke walked at the front. The embryonic Rinnegan in the darkness gave off a faint purple glow. He could see the chakra traces deeper in the passage. There were two. One belonged to Orochimaru, cold and twisted. The other was unfamiliar, warm but chaotic. There's something ahead. Sasuke stopped. A living thing. Naruto's Ninetales sensing caught it too. At the end of the passage, inside a room, there was a weak, irregularly pulsing chakra signature. It didn't feel human, and it didn't feel like an animal either. It was more like a hybrid of both. The three of them reached the end of the corridor and pushed open a rusted iron door. Inside the room, there was only one giant cultivation tank. Floating inside it was a silver-haired boy, around 15 or 16 years old, his body covered in tubes and electrodes. His eyes were closed, but his chest still rose and fell faintly. He was still alive. "Who is this?" Sakura stepped closer to look. Naruto stared at the label on the tank. Experimental Subject A Series, number 7. Code name, Ku. He remembered now. This was an artificial human created by Orochimaru, a copy that possessed part of the Ninetales chakra. In the previous life, this artificial human had later been used by Danzo and had nearly destroyed Konoha. In this life, he had been discovered early while still inside the cultivation tank. This is an artificial human Orochimaru made. He has a copy of the Ninetales chakra inside him, Naruto said. It's too dangerous to leave him here. We'll take him back and hand him over to Lord Third. Sakura frowned. Take back a tank this big? Not the tank. Just the person. Naruto smashed the glass of the cultivation tank with one punch. The fluid inside surged out, and the silver-haired boy slipped from the tank. Naruto caught him. The boy's body was ice cold, and his skin was pale as paper, but he still had breath and a pulse. Sasuke walked over and checked the boy's pulse with his hand. There really is a Ninetales chakra fluctuation inside him, but it's very weak. Less than 1,000th of yours. Orochimaru's technique still wasn't mature. He could only copy this tiny amount. Naruto hoisted the boy onto his back. But even that tiny amount is enough for Danzo to cause trouble with it. He has to stay in Konoha. Danzo can't be allowed to get near him. The three of them left the laboratory with the silver-haired boy. On the way back, Sakura kept looking at the boy. She had the strange feeling she had seen his face somewhere before. It wasn't until they were almost back in Konoha that she suddenly realized it. The shape of the boy's features looked about 30% similar to Naruto's. Naruto, he couldn't possibly. Sakura stopped halfway through. No. Naruto knew what she wanted to say. It's just one of Orochimaru's cloning experiments. He used a bit of my cell sample. He doesn't have my bloodline. He's just an experiment. Sakura let out a breath of relief, but she still didn't feel very comfortable inside. After returning to Konoha, the third Hokage personally questioned the silver-haired boy. After waking up, the boy remembered nothing. He didn't remember his name, didn't remember where he came from, and could barely even speak properly. The way he looked at people was like a newborn cub, afraid, curious, and carrying a trace of instinctive trust. He poses no threat, the third said to Naruto. I'll send him to Konoha Hospital and have the medical department observe him for a while. If he's willing, he can stay in Konoha and live here. Naruto nodded. Don't let Danzo get near him. The third's expression darkened slightly. I know. The silver-haired boy was taken away. When he left, he turned back and looked at Naruto once. There was an indescribable sense of dependence in his gaze. Maybe because the copy of the Ninetales chakra inside him came from the same source as the real Ninetales chakra inside Naruto. He instinctively felt Naruto was his own kind. Naruto did not look back. It wasn't coldness. He just didn't want to give that boy pointless hope. He'll live well, Sasuke said as he stood beside Naruto. You saved him. Does this count as changing another piece of the future? Naruto finally turned his head and looked at Sasuke. It does. Every day we stay alive, we're changing the future. Sasuke didn't reply, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. A few days later, Itachi's crow delivered another letter. The letter was very short, Only 2 lines. Pain has sent Kakuzu to Kumogakure. He will move in 3 days. By the time Itachi's letter reached Konoha, there were only 3 days left before Kakuzu made his move. After reading it, Naruto rushed straight into the Hokage's office without another word. The third was leaning back in his wheelchair drinking medicine. When he saw Naruto barge in so aggressively, he almost choked. Grandpa Third, Kumogakure is about to get hit. Akatsuki is going after the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. The third put down the medicine bowl and wiped the corner of his mouth. I know. Jiraiya already showed me Itachi's intel. Then we need to go support them. The third was silent for a few seconds. Naruto, Kumogakure and Konoha have never had a good relationship. If we send people there saying their Jinchuriki is in danger, will they believe us? Most likely. Before Akatsuki even makes a move, Kumogakure will arrest our shinobi first. Then we go quietly, Naruto said. Just Sasuke and me. No Konoha forehead protectors, no exposed identities. When Akatsuki shows up, we help Kumogakure drive them back. Then they naturally know who was helping them. The third looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke who had followed him in. The eyes of 2 8-year-old children were filled with determination. The third let out a sigh. You can go, but Kakashi must follow you. He won't enter the fight. He'll only provide support from a distance. That's the bottom line. Naruto was about to argue, but Sasuke nudged him. Fine. Sasuke said. Kakashi-sensei will follow us, but he won't make a move. The third Hokage took out a mission document from the drawer and signed it. This is a B-rank mission. Head to the area around Kumogakure and investigate Akatsuki's movements. If combat breaks out, you are authorized to use any means necessary. Naruto took the mission document and grinned. Thanks, Grandpa Third. Kumogakure was located deep within the mountains of the Land of Lightning, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. The village was built on mountaintops, surrounded by steep cliffs and bottomless gorges. Naruto and Sasuke spent a full day and a half traveling there. Kakashi followed far behind, keeping a distance where he could provide support if needed without being discovered. By the time they reached the outskirts of Kumogakure, it was already evening. The setting sun dyed the sea of clouds orange-red, and the distant village flickered in and out of sight through the mist. Kakuzu still isn't here. Naruto crouched on the branch of a large tree, his 9 tails sensing spreading across a radius of 500 meters. There are several very strong chakra signatures inside the village. Those should be the Raikage and the 8 tails Jinchuriki. What about the 2 tails Jinchuriki? Sasuke asked. Naruto focused carefully for a moment. East side of the village, at the training ground near the foot of the mountain. There's one chakra fluctuation there that's very unstable. That should be her. Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails Matatabi, was an elite jonin of Kumogakure. She could fully control her tailed beast transformation, and in Kumogakure, her strength was second only to the Raikage. But in the original story, she had been defeated by Haiden and Kakuzu working together, and the 2 tails had been extracted from her. In this life, Haiden was locked up in Konoha. That left only Kakuzu. 2 against 1, no, with Naruto and Sasuke added in. Yujito had almost no chance of losing. Wait, Naruto said. We move after Kakuzu makes his move. Otherwise, Kumogakure's people will think we're intruders. Night fell. The mountain mist grew thicker and thicker, and visibility dropped to less than 10 meters. Within Naruto's sensing range, one chakra signature was rapidly approaching from underground. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Kakuzu had arrived, and he wasn't alone. There were also 2 unfamiliar chakra signatures beside him, white Zetsu clones, cannon fodder meant to interfere and restrain. Yes, here. Naruto jumped down from the branch, and a 9 tails chakra cloak instantly covered his whole body. Sasuke followed right after him, the purple glow of his Rinnegan shining faintly from behind his sunglasses. Kakuzu burst out of the ground and landed at the training field at the foot of the mountain. Less than 20 meters away from him, Yujito was training alone. She wore Kumogakure's blue skin-tight outfit, her long golden hair tied in a ponytail. In the mist, her green eyes looked like 2 emeralds. Akatsuki? Yujito took a combat stance, both hands covered in blue-tailed beast chakra. Kakuzu said nothing. His hands formed seals. Wind release, pressure damage. A massive blast of compressed wind surged toward Yujito like a wall. The stone slabs on the ground were torn up, and trees were uprooted on the spot. Yujito leaped up, and 2 blue tails formed behind her in midair. A tailed beast chakra cloak covered her entire body. First stage 2 tails transformation. Her speed exploded as she avoided the frontal impact of the wind pressure and lunged at Kakuzu from the side. Kakuzu's arm suddenly stretched out. Earth grudge fear tendrils. Black tendrils shot out from his joints and wrapped around Yujito's ankle. The chakra absorption ability within the tendrils immediately began draining her tailed beast chakra. Damn it! Yujito blasted the tendrils apart with tailed beast chakra, but part of her chakra had already been taken, and her speed slowed. Right then, 2 white Zetsu clones burst out of the ground and grabbed Yujito's arms from the left and right. White Zetsu's body could absorb chakra, and Yujito's tailed beast cloak began to fade. Kakuzu's tendrils struck again. This time, they were aimed at Yujito's chest. He was going to directly extract the two tails chakra. Naruto made his move. 18 adamantine sealing chains shot out from the mist and instantly wrapped around all of Kakuzu's tendrils. The 9 tails chakra on the chains drained all the chakra from the tendrils, and they drooped like withered vines. Kakuzu's expression changed. You again. Naruto walked out of the mist, his crimson 9 tails cloak fluttering in the night wind. Long time no see, Kakuzu. You ran pretty fast last time. Sasuke appeared from the other direction. Chidori crackled in his palm, and one lightning cutter pierced straight through the bodies of the 2 White Zetsu clones. The White Zetsu clones let out shrill screams as they turned into white sludge and collapsed to the ground. Yujito broke free from the restraints, retreated a few steps, and looked at Naruto and Sasuke with vigilance. Who are you? Konoha shinobi? Just passing by. Naruto grinned. Watching this old guy bully a woman was too much, so I stepped in. Killing intent flashed through Kakuzu's eyes. He had lived for 100 years, and now an 8-year-old kid was saying he bullied women. That humiliation felt worse than killing him. But he endured it. He couldn't beat Naruto and Sasuke by himself. He had learned that last time. I'll remember you. Kakuzu's body turned to mud and drilled back underground. He ran again. Naruto did not chase him. Yujito withdrew her tailed beast cloak and stared at Naruto for several seconds. You're Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki? The brat called Naruto Uzumaki? You know me? I've heard your name. Konoha Crush, the support battle with Sunagakure, your name has already spread through all 5 great nations. Yujito's gaze shifted to Sasuke. And you're Sasuke Uchiha? The brat who awakened the Rinnegan? Sasuke pushed up his sunglasses. Your intel network is pretty good. Kumogakure's intel network ISNT for show. Yujito withdrew her tailed beast chakra and moved the wrist that had turned purple from White Zetsu's grip. Why did you help me? Konoha and Kumogakure aren't allies. Akatsuki ISNT just after Kumogakure's tailed beasts. Naruto said. They want to gather all the tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and destroy the entire world. Helping you is helping ourselves. Yujito fell silent for a moment. Lord Raikage 1T believe you. He doesn't need to, Sasuke said. As long as you do. You're the 2 tails Jinchuriki. It's your life on the line. Yujito looked at the 2 8-year-old children, and a complicated look flashed through her eyes. She remembered how, when she was young, she had been treated as the village's weapon. Everyone feared her. Everyone avoided her. She had no friends, no trust. These 2 children were Jinchuriki too. Yet there was no self-pity in their eyes. Only determination. I believe you, Yujito said, but I'll handle Lord Raikage's side myself. You should leave first. Don't let the patrols find you. Naruto nodded. If Kakuzu comes again, he won't come alone. Haiden is locked up in Konoha, but Akatsuki still has other members. If you ever see someone wearing an orange spiral mask, don't hesitate. Run immediately. That guy's ability is 100 times more troublesome than Kakuzu's. Yujito memorized it. Where are you going next? Back to Konoha. Naruto turned around. Take care. Naruto and Sasuke disappeared into the mist. Yujito stood where she was, watching the direction they had left for a long time. On a distant mountaintop, stood by the office window with a telescope in hand. He had seen the whole battle. 2 brats from Konoha had driven back an S-rank missing nin of Akatsuki and saved his Jinchuriki. Interesting. I lowered the telescope. Konoha's younger generation is even stronger than ours in Kumogakure. Beside him, his secretary Mabui spoke softly. Do you need me to contact Konoha? No rush. I sat back down in his chair. Let us first see what they're trying to do. If those 2 brats really just came to help, then Konoha has one more ally worth working with. If they have other motives, he did not continue. On the mountain path, Naruto and Sasuke walked under the moonlight. Kakashi stepped out from the distant shadows, a faint smile in his dead fish eyes. Mission accomplished. Kakuzu ran off and the 2 tails Jinchuriki is fine, Naruto said. Let us head back to the village. Kakashi nodded. After returning from Kumogakure, Naruto could not sleep well for several days in a row. It wasn't because he was injured. It was because of dreams. In the dreams, Boruto stood in front of him, smiling as he called out, Dad. And then his body slowly turned into golden points of light and scattered away. Every time Naruto woke up, his pillow was soaked. He didn't tell anyone about it, including Sasuke. Kurama knew, but it didn't bring it up. Some wounds only hurt more when you touch them. Sasuke had noticed the dark circles under Naruto's eyes, but he didn't ask. He had his own nightmares too. Sarada's face blurring in the firelight, Itachi collapsing in front of him with blood at the corner of his mouth. 2 8-year-old children, each carrying memories from a past life like invisible boulders on their backs. They trained and fought during the day, then struggled in nightmares at night. That morning, Naruto went to training ground 3 as usual. The moment he pushed the door open, he stopped. A man was standing in the middle of the training ground. He wore an orange spiral mask and a black robe with red clouds. Behind the mask, a scarlet Sharingan was staring at him. Obito. Naruto's nine-tails chakra erupted instantly. 18 adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind him, weaving together into a defensive net in midair. At the same time, he swept the area with nine-tails sensory perception. No one else was there. Only Obito. Don't be nervous. Obito's voice came from behind the mask. Compared to last time, it held less coldness and more exhaustion. I'm not here to fight. Naruto didn't put the chains away. Then what are you here for? To verify what you said. Obito took one step forward. The tips of the chains instantly aimed at him, but he didn't stop. Last time you said the infinite Tsukuyomi was fake. That Black Zetsu deceived Madara. And Madara deceived me. I went to investigate. Naruto's pupils shrank slightly. What did you find? Obito fell silent. The Sharingan behind the mask spun, and the Mangekyo pattern appeared against the scarlet iris. Black Zetsu admitted it. His voice was low, almost like he was speaking to himself. I forced him to swear in Kagaya's name. When I did, his expression changed. That monster that lived for over 1,000 years. For the first time, it showed fear. Naruto slowly withdrew part of the chains. So now you know the truth. I know part of it. Obito walked over to the bench at the edge of the training ground and sat down, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. The infinite Tsukuyomi really can't bring Rin back. Anyone caught in it will have their chakra absorbed by the god tree and turn into white Zetsu. Their consciousness will be trapped in a dream forever, until their body rots away. Rin won't come back. She'll only become a walking corpse with no consciousness. What are you going to do? Naruto asked. Obito looked up. The eye behind the mask fixed on Naruto. What do you want me to do? Naruto walked over and stopped 2 steps in front of him, looking down at the man who was far taller than him. Leave the Akatsuki. Join us. Tell us everything you know about Black Zetsu, Madara, and Kagaya. Then atone. Atone? A trace of mockery entered Obito's voice. I killed the 4th Mizukage. I caused Rin's death. I manipulated the Uchiha massacre. I caused the deaths of the 4th Hokage and Kushina, your father and mother. Can atonement bring them back? Naruto's fists clenched. The moment Obito brought up his parents, it felt like a hand had seized his heart and squeezed hard. But he didn't attack. Because he knew attacking wouldn't solve anything. No, it can't bring them back. Naruto's voice was calm. But you can stop other people from dying. Boruto, my son, gave his life to win me and Sasuke one chance to come back. I'm going to use this chance to save everyone. You can too. Obito stared into Naruto's eyes for a long time. There was no hatred in those blue eyes. No anger. Only a seriousness that made people afraid to look away. You're stronger than your father, Obito said. Thanks. Naruto held out his hand. Obito looked at that small hand, hesitated for a few seconds, then reached out and shook it. Cooperation is fine. But I have conditions. What conditions? First, my identity can't be made public. If Konoha finds out I'm Obito, they won't accept me. I'll use the alias Tobi and keep acting in a mask. Second, I won't directly participate in battle against the Akatsuki. Pain and Konan. I can't bring myself to attack them. Third, once everything is over, I'll accept judgment. Naruto nodded. Deal. Sasuke stepped out from the shadows at the entrance of the training ground. He had actually been there the whole time. He just hadn't shown himself, and had been listening the entire time. One more condition. Sasuke walked toward Obito. I want you to take me to Black Zetsu. Obito glanced at him. You want to capture him? Not capture him. I want him to think we're still being fooled by him. You keep acting as his pawn and keep passing intelligence to the Akatsuki. But the content of that intelligence will be decided by us. That way, through you, we can feed the Akatsuki false information and lure them into a trap. Obito was silent for a moment. You're even more cunning than your brother. My brother taught me. The corner of Obito's mouth twitched slightly behind the mask. It wasn't a smile, but it was close. Fine. But I can't stay in Konoha. Black Zetsu has eyes everywhere across the 5 great nations. If I stay in Konoha, I'll be discovered. I'll wait for you outside the village in an underground base. If there's an emergency, contact me through a summon. He pulled a small messenger toad from inside his robe. This is a breed Jiraiya raised specifically for delivering encrypted information. Naruto took the toad and put it away. One last thing. Obito stood up and dusted off his robe. Your parents, Minato and Kushina. I'm responsible for their deaths. When all of this is over, I'll go to their graves and apologize. Naruto said nothing. Obito's figure twisted, as if an invisible hand had wrung him into a spiral, and vanished into the air. The training ground returned to silence. Sasuke walked over and stood beside Naruto. You almost hit him just now. I know. Naruto took a deep breath. But I held back. That's rare. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Do you think he can be trusted? Sasuke thought for a moment. He has no reason to lie to us. With his ability, if he really wanted to kill us, there'd be no need for this act. The fact that he came to us means he really has nowhere else to go. Naruto nodded. I hope you're right. Konoha, the Hokage's office. The third had just finished his medicine when Tsunade pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a green coat, and the strength of 100 seal on her forehead gave off a faint glow under the light. She sat down in the chair opposite the third and crossed her legs. Old man, your body can't take it anymore. Let me take over as Hokage. You retire and recover. The third gave a bitter smile. You're still as direct as ever. I learned it from you. Tsunade pulled out a document from inside her coat and tossed it onto the desk. Jiraiya recommended me. Both advisors agreed too. All that's left is your approval. The third picked up the file and looked at it for a long time before signing his name. Starting today, you are the 5th Hokage. Tsunade took the file back and stood up. Don't worry. I won't let Konoha collapse. She walked to the door, then paused. Those two brats, Naruto and Sasuke. Jiraiya told me where they came from. From the future, right? The third didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. Tsunade pushed the door open. Interesting. Starting now, I'll train them with everything I've got. Then she left and the door closed. The third leaned back in his wheelchair and looked out the window. Minato Kushina. Your son is even more outstanding than you imagined, he said softly. Outside the window, the setting sun was sinking westward. Naruto and Sasuke sat at Ichiraka Ramen, each with a huge bowl in front of him. Lady Tsunade became Hokage, Naruto said. Yeah. Several years earlier than originally. That's a good thing. Naruto slurped up his noodles. She's more decisive than Old Man Third, and she's more willing to use unconventional methods. That'll help with our training too. Sasuke nodded. Should we tell Tsunade about Obito? Not yet. We'll wait until the timing is right. Naruto set down his chopsticks. If we tell her now, she won't believe it. An S-rank missing nin who killed the 4th Mizukage and caused so much damage to Konoha suddenly saying he wants to be an ally, who would believe that? True. Sasuke put down his chopsticks too. The two of them looked at the broth left in their bowls and fell silent for a while. Naruto. Yeah. Did you dream about Boruto? Naruto's hand trembled slightly. Yeah. I also dreamed about Sarada. Neither of them spoke. The night wind blew past, making the ramen stall's curtain sway in the breeze. They'll come back to life, Naruto said. In another future, right? In another future. Naruto picked up his bowl and drank the soup down to the last drop. Sasuke also picked up his bowl and finished the last mouthful. Boss, another bowl. Naruto raised his hand. Me too, Sasuke said. In the darkness far away, Black Zetsu slowly emerged halfway out of the ground, staring at those two faint lights. Obito has betrayed us, he said in a low voice. I need to inform Lord Madara. His body sank back into the ground and vanished without a trace. Black Zetsu traveled underground from outside Konoha for a full day and night, passing through the crust beneath the land of fire, the land of grass, and the land of rain, finally arriving at an underground cave near the border of the land of rivers. The cave was unimaginably huge, like the chest cavity of some giant beast. Dense chakra patterns covered the rock walls like blood vessels. At the center of the cave crouched the demonic statue of the outer path, its enormous body taking up most of the space. Its 9 eyes were closed, and from its mouth extended countless tiny strands of chakra, each connected to the bodies of white Zetsu inside cultivation tanks throughout the cave. On top of the statue's head sat a white-haired old man on root-like tubes. His body was so withered that he was little more than skin and bones. Countless black rods were embedded in his back, connecting him to the demonic statue of the outer path. Uchiha Madara. He was already over 100 years old, barely clinging to life through the vitality of the demonic statue of the outer path. His eyes remained closed. The Rinnegan had already been transplanted into Nagato, but he still sensed Black Zetsu's arrival, and his cracked lips moved slightly. Black Zetsu, why have you returned? Black Zetsu rose from the ground and knelt before Madara. Lord Madara, Obito has betrayed us. Madara did not open his eyes, but his brows twitched slightly. Speak. Black Zetsu reported Obito's recent actions in full detail. Obito had gone to Konoha to test the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke, then suddenly disappeared for a period of time. When he returned, his attitude had clearly changed. He was no longer actively pushing the Eye of the Moon plan. He had also become perfunctory toward Akatsuki affairs, and had even begun secretly investigating the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi. He came into contact with 2 brats from Konoha, Black Zetsu said. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. There's something wrong with those 2 brats. They know far too much that they shouldn't know. Obito's change in attitude started after he contacted them. Madara remained silent for a long time, so long that Black Zetsu thought he had fallen asleep. How old are those 2 brats? 8 years old. And they managed to shake Obito? A trace of mockery entered Madara's voice. That brat Obito is still as weak as ever. He walked this path for the sake of one woman, and now he wants to leave it for the sake of one woman. He never knew what he truly wanted. Black Zetsu lowered his head. Lord Madara, should we eliminate Obito? No. Madara opened his eyes. They had already turned gray-white, having lost the luster of the Rinnegan. Yet they still carried a pressure that made people not dare meet his gaze. Obito is still useful. He has the coordinates of the Rinnegan, and he still controls Akatsuki. Without him, that brat Nagato won't continue collecting the tailed beasts. But he knows the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi. But he doesn't know the whole truth. The corners of Madara's mouth lifted slightly. The infinite Tsukuyomi indeed cannot bring the dead back to life, but it can create an ideal dream. If what Obito wants is Rin inside that dream, then the infinite Tsukuyomi can still fulfill his wish. You only need to tell him that what the infinite Tsukuyomi creates is not an illusion, but another real world. Black Zetsu froze for a moment. Another real world? If a lie is big enough, it can become the truth. Madara closed his eyes. Go tell Obito this. If he is willing to return, then once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, I will separate Rin out alone and let her live forever in his dream. If he refuses, then have Nagato deal with him. The power of the Rinnegan is not something Kamui can resist. Black Zetsu lowered his head. Yes, Lord Madara. His body sank into the ground and vanished into the cracks in the rock. Madara sat alone atop the demonic statue of the outer path, his gray-white eyes looking toward the unseen sky above the cave. Hashirama. Your era is over. My era has not yet begun. Deep inside the cave, the white Zetsus bodies swayed gently inside their cultivation tanks like countless sleeping infants. The corners of their mouths were all curled upward in unison, as if they were sharing the same dream. Konoha Training Ground 3. Obito's underground base was built inside a mountain belly 5 kilometers west of Konoha. The entrance was blocked by a massive boulder that could only be opened with a super strength punch or earth release. After Naruto shattered the boulder with one punch, he discovered a naturally formed cavern inside that had been modified by Obito. Glowing or was embedded in the walls, smooth stone slabs covered the ground, and in the corners were piled some daily necessities and ninja tools. Obito was not wearing his mask. This was the first time he had removed it in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Under the mask was a face covered in scars. The right half was badly twisted, the skin like melted wax from a burn. But the left half of his face still showed the handsomeness of his youth. Black hair, black eyes, and well-shaped features. Satisfied? Without the mask muffling it, Obito's voice sounded much more real. Naruto looked at his face without fear or pity. The scars on your face. Were they caused by Madara? Yes. And also by my own choice. Obito walked to the corner, took out a scroll from a box, and spread it open on the stone table. This contains detailed information on every current member of Akatsuki, including their abilities, weaknesses, habits, and hiding places. It's even more complete than Itachi's. Sasuke walked over, picked up the scroll, and flipped through it. The information really was more detailed than Itachi's. It listed where each of Kakuzu's 5 hearts was hidden in his body, what nature transformation could counter Deidara's clay bombs, where Sasori's puppet core was located inside Hiriko, and how Konan's paper clone technique could be broken. If this information is real, then Akatsuki isn't that scary anymore, Sasuke said. It's real, Obito said. I spent more than 10 years gathering this information. I'm not using it to trick you. Naruto walked over and looked at the contents of the scroll. Why didn't you bring it out before? Because before this, I believed in the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito's voice grew lower. I thought every sacrifice had meaning. Now I know it was meaningless. But the people who already died won't come back. The only thing I can do now is make sure no more people die. Sasuke closed the scroll and put it away. When do you plan to come clean to Black Zetsu? I won. Obito shook his head. I'll keep acting. I'll pretend Black Zetsu convinced me, and continue helping Akatsuki collect the tailed beasts. But at critical moments, I'll pass information to you so you can set up ambushes in advance. What about the tailed beasts? Naruto asked. If Akatsuki really goes after them, how do we stop it? We only stop their actions against the 9 tails and the 1 tail. As for the other tailed beasts, the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, we let Akatsuki collect them. Obito's words made both Naruto and Sasuke frown at the same time. Think about it. The demonic statue of the outer path needs the chakra of all the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails. If Akatsuki only has 6 tailed beasts and is missing 3, then they can't complete the plan. And in Konoha's hands you have the 1 tail and the 9 tails. Add the 2 tails of Kimogakure, the 4 tails of Iwagakure, and the 6 tails of Kirigakure. You can work with the other villages and spread out the protection of the tailed beasts. Akatsuki can't attack every village at the same time. Naruto thought for a moment. This is going to be a war of attrition, right? Stall for time. Obito looked at Naruto. Time is on your side. The older you get, the stronger you become. The longer Akatsuki drags this out, the weaker they become. Once you're strong enough to face pain head-on, that will be Akatsuki's end. Sasuke was silent for a while. You're thinking farther ahead than we expected. I've lived longer than you have. Obito took out a small bottle from the very bottom of the box. Inside was a column of emerald green liquid, Hashirama cell extract. But unlike the one Naruto had taken from Orochimaru's lab, this bottle had much higher purity and much stronger activity. Here. This is the original Hashirama cell solution Madara gave me back then. The purity is 10 times higher than the one you're using. Use this on your eyes, and the stabilization speed of your Rinnegan will double. Sasuke took the small bottle and unscrewed the cap to sniff it. A fresh scent of grass and wood rushed at him, mixed with a trace amount of lightning-released chakra. He carefully put the bottle away. Thanks, Sasuke said. Obito froze for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke saying thank you. This was probably the first time. No need. If you win, then I'll have a chance to atone. Naruto looked at Obito's scar-covered face and remembered what his father, Minato, had once said about him. That was a kind-hearted child. He just took the wrong path. Maybe Minato was right. Maybe everyone had times when they took the wrong road. What mattered was whether they could find their way back. By the time they left the underground base, it was almost dark. Naruto and Sasuke walked back toward the village without either of them speaking. When they were almost at the village entrance, Naruto suddenly spoke. Sasuke, do you think we can trust him? Sasuke thought about it. Not completely, but not completely distrust him either. Use his intel. Use his resources. But don't hand your life to him. Same as what I was thinking. Another 5 months passed after Obito officially became a double agent. Naruto turned 9. Sasuke was also 9. These 5 months had been the period of fastest growth since their rebirth. Not because they had suddenly become enlightened, but because the resources Obito provided were too abundant. The original Hashirama cell solution, Akatsuki training materials, Madara's cultivation notes, every single one was a top-tier training resource in the ninja world. In the past, even if they spent 10 years, they might not have had the chance to come into contact with any of them. Naruto's 8 gates had finally reached the 4th gate, the gate of pain with Guy's permission. The moment the 4th gate opened, his skin turned red, the muscles all over his body bulged, and his speed and strength became twice that of the 3rd gate. Guy had been so excited that day he cried for half an hour, saying this was the highest tribute to youth. Naruto didn't tell him that the side effects of the Gate of Pain had nearly put him in the hospital. If the Nine Tails chakra hadn't accelerated his recovery, his muscle fibers might have torn apart on a large scale. The chains of adamantine sealing chains had increased from 18 to 20, and the barrier's coverage had expanded to a diameter of 90 meters. He was only one final step away from matching his mother Kushina's 100-meter barrier. Sasuke's progress was even more astonishing. The original Hashirama cell solution Obito gave him was extremely pure. He had only used 3 months to stabilize his Rinnegan from a prototype into a half-awakened state. Now his left eye had fully transformed into a Rinnegan, the purple concentric ring pupil. He could use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Although the power was only around 60% of pains, the chakra consumption was much lower as well. His right eye was still the Mangekyo Sharingan, preserving the abilities of Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. His 2 eyes had formed a perfect complement. The left eye controlled attraction and repulsion. The right eye burned all things. Your current strength has already surpassed mine, Obito said to Sasuke once during training. In another 2 years, even I won't be able to beat you. Sasuke gave no response. He simply continued using Bansho Tenin to pull a block of iron from the distance to in front of him, then used Kagetsuchi to burn it into molten metal. A 9-year-old body, Kage-level strength. That evening, Naruto and Sasuke finished training and sat on top of the Hokage rock, watching the sunset. Konoha spread out beneath their feet as lights gradually lit up in thousands of homes. Today, Kakuzu captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at the distant sky, his tone as calm as if he were reading a weather report. Deidara and Sasori did it. Iwagakure lost 30 jonin, and the Four Tails was extracted. Intel from Obito? Sasuke asked. Yeah. Itachi confirmed it too. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. The Four Tails is gone. The Six Tails was captured by Kisame last month. The Five Tails was captured personally by Pain the day before yesterday. Now Akatsuki has 3-tailed beasts in their hands. Add the 7 tails they already had, and that's 4 in total. The 1 tail is on our side. The 2 tails is in Kumogakure. The 8 tails is also in Kumogakure. The 9 tails is inside me. Naruto counted on his fingers. Akatsuki still needs 4 more tailed beasts to complete the set. So next they'll target the 3 tails, Sasuke said. The 3 tails is wild in the waters near Kirigakure. It doesn't have a Jinchuriki yet. Anyone can capture it, and no one can easily capture it. Naruto nodded. Obito said Pain is preparing to send Tobi to capture the 3 tails, which meant Obito himself. He's deliberately slowing down the progress to buy us time. The two of them fell silent again for a while. Then Naruto suddenly said, Sasuke, do you remember what we were doing at this time in our last life? Sasuke thought about it. You were training with Lord Jiraiya. I was with Orochimaru, getting tortured by the curse mark every day and thinking about how to kill Itachi. Back then, we were only 11 or 12. Now we're only 9. But we're already stronger than we were back then. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. The afterglow of the sunset reflected in his blue eyes. Strong enough to protect everyone. Sasuke didn't answer. He looked at the distant sky and thought of Sarada. That girl with glasses and a ponytail, the one who called him dad. She had not been born yet and she never would be, because in this life, her mother was not Sakura. No, if in this life he had no connection with Haruno Sakura at all, then Sarada would never exist. His fingers slowly tightened, his nails pressing into his palm. Missing her? Naruto asked. Yeah, me too. That brat Boruto really loved hamburgers. Every time he ate one, he'd get ketchup all over his face. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Sarada liked tomatoes too. Maybe she got that from me. The two of them watched the sunset, while in their minds were two children who would never be born and never grow up. It was a strange kind of sorrow. Not loss, but never having had them in the first place. Yet precisely because they had never had them, they understood even more clearly that in this life, not letting any tragedy happen again was the best memorial they could give those children. Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair with a piece of intelligence in her hand. Her brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. 5 or 6 secret reports were spread across the desk in front of her. All of them about Akatsuki activity in different places. The 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. 4 were captured within 1 month. Tsunade's fist slammed onto the desk, making the teacup jump. Are the other ninja villages all eating for free or what? Jiraiya leaned against the windowsill with a toothpick in his mouth. It's not that they're useless. Akatsuki is just too strong. Pain's Rinnegan, Kakuzu's 5 hearts, Daidara's clay bombs, Kisame's Samahata, every member has strength at Kage level or above. Ordinary Jonin can't last 3 minutes in front of them. Tsunade took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. How's Naruto and Sasuke's training progress? Naruto's 8 gates has reached the 4th gate, and his adamantine ceiling chains have increased to 20 chains. Sasuke's Rinnegan has stabilized, and he can use Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. The chakra resonance between the two of them has also entered the 3rd stage. The black dot in the center of the orb has already become the size of a pinky nail. Jiraiya listed it all like treasured items. At this speed, in another year, they'll be able to face Pain head-on in a one-on-one fight. Tsunade was silent for a moment. We don't have enough time. Akatsuki won't give them a year. I know. That's why we have to buy time. Jiraiya walked over to the desk and pointed at several marked locations on the map. Send Naruto and Sasuke to Kirigakure to help protect the 3 tails. The 3 tails is in a wild state. There's no need to directly capture a Jinchuriki, so for Akatsuki it's the easiest target to take. If those 2 guard that side, whoever Akatsuki sends will have to think twice. Tsunade thought for a moment. Send just the 2 of them? Without Jonin following them? If we send Jonin with them, they'll just be dead weight. Jiraiya gave a bitter smile. With the strength those 2 had now, there were no more than 5 Jonin in Konoha who could keep up with their pace. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Fine, let them go, but have Kakashi follow them. He doesn't need to join the fight. He stays at a distance and provides backup. I'll take them there. Jiraiya straightened up. I'm familiar with the waters where the 3 tails is, and I also have a few things I want to say to Sasuke. Tsunade opened her eyes and glanced at Jiraiya. Alright, outside Konoha, underground base. Obito sat on a stone stool with a map spread out in front of him. Black Zetsu rose from the ground behind him, his single yellow eye glowing in the darkness. Obito, Madara-sama asked me to ask you this. What are you still hesitating for? Obito did not turn around. I'm not hesitating. I'm waiting for the right time. Waiting for what? Waiting for Nagato to finish preparing the demonic statue of the outer path. If we revive the 10 tails now, we're still missing the 9 tails and the 1 tail. Even if it revives, it won't be complete. Obito's tone was calm. And those 2 brats from Konoha are too much of an obstacle. They need to be dealt with first. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. You have a way to deal with them? I do. But there's no rush. They're only 9 years old. No matter how strong they are, they have a limit. Once I figure out all their trump cards, it won't be too late to make a move. Black Zetsu slowly nodded. Madara-sama hopes you'll do it soon. His body won't hold on much longer. Obito's fingers twitched slightly. No one could see the expression behind his mask. Got it. Black Zetsu sank back into the ground and disappeared. Obito took off the mask on his face, revealing a face that was half twisted and half handsome. He looked at Rin's photo hanging on the stone wall. It was his only keepsake, something he had never let leave his side for over 10 years. Rin, give me a little more time. He spoke in a low voice. Once I help them finish this war, I'll come see you. Rin in the photo smiled brightly, and would never answer him. Training Ground 3, late at night. Naruto and Sasuke had just finished their chakra resonance training. A silver-white sphere of light floated between them, and the black point at its center had already grown to the size of a fingernail. The pressure released by the sphere had crushed the training ground into a sunken pit with a diameter of 2 meters, while the surrounding air twisted into vortex-like spirals. We leave for the hidden mist tomorrow. Naruto withdrew his chakra, and the sphere vanished. Obito says Pain might send Kakuzu and Deidara to capture the Three Tails. Sasuke took out the intelligence Obito had just sent back. Kakuzu is an old opponent. Deidara's ability is something we need to watch out for. As long as we don't get caught in the blast, his clay bombs are manageable. Naruto said, my chains can drain the chakra from his bombs before he detonates them. And your Amaterasu can burn away his clay directly. Don't forget his giant bird can fly. Our aerial mobility isn't enough. Naruto thought for a moment. We can have Jiraiya-sensei summon Gamabunta, or I can use the Nine-Tails chakra to fly for a short time. It's unstable, but it'll do. Sasuke nodded and put the intel away. Let's go back and sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. The two of them jumped down from the training ground and headed toward the village. The moon flickered in and out behind the clouds, and the stars were scattered sparsely across the night sky. The lively warmth of Konoha had already faded, leaving only a few dog barks and the distant footsteps of sentries changing shifts. When Naruto reached the entrance of his apartment, he paused. Sasuke. Yeah, thanks. Sasuke froze for a moment. For what? Thanks for always believing in me. Naruto didn't turn back. He pushed open the door and walked into the apartment. Sasuke stood at the door, looking at the closed door in silence for a few seconds, then turned and walked toward his own place. The night wind swept through, and one by one, the lights of Konoha went out. Tomorrow they were going to the hidden mist. The day after that, who knew where they would go? But as long as they were together, they could go anywhere. Lying on his bed, Sasuke closed his eyes. What rose in his mind was not tomorrow's mission, but Naruto's thank you from just now. In their last life, they had fought side by side for decades and spoken countless words, but the number of times the word thanks had appeared could be counted on one hand. It wasn't because they weren't grateful. It was because they felt there was no need to say it. But some things were different when spoken aloud. Thanks. Sasuke whispered softly into the darkness. No one heard it, but he had said it in his heart. That was enough. The hidden mist was located along the coastline of the Land of Water, shrouded in dense fog all year round. This was Naruto's first time here. In his previous life, he had barely set foot in the Land of Water, and his impression of the hidden mist was limited to Zabuza, Haku, and Kisame. Sasuke, on the other hand, had been here before. That was when he had still been training under Orochimaru, passing through this place while searching for the secrets of the Sharingan. The fog really is thick. Naruto stood on a seaside cliff, his Nine-Tails sensory ability sweeping across the surrounding waters like radar. The Three-Tails chakra signature lay deep under the sea like a sleeping giant beast. Every now and then it would turn over, stirring ripples across the ocean surface. Jiraiya crouched at the edge of the cliff with a blade of grass in his mouth. The Three-Tails activity range is in these waters. It doesn't have a fixed nest. It changes location every few hours. Capturing it isn't hard. The hard part is making sure the Akatsuki don't interfere while we're doing it. The ones coming to interfere are already on the way. Sasuke pulled out the latest intel Obito had just sent over. Kakuzu and Deidara will arrive in 3 days. Pain also sent Tobi as support, which is Obito himself. Obito's coming to put on a show? Naruto asked. Yes. He'll hold back during the fight and give us a chance. Jiraiya frowned. Are you too sure Obito can be trusted? He's Madara Uchiha's pawn. He fooled everyone for over 10 years. Naruto thought for a moment. Not completely trustworthy, but not completely untrustworthy either. Like Sasuke said, use his intel, use his resources, but don't hand your life over to him. Fine. As long as you know what you're doing. Jiraiya stood up. Then in this battle I won't make a move. You two handle Kakuzu and Deidara. I'll keep an eye on the Three-Tails and make sure it doesn't run. 3 days later, the fog over the sea was even thicker. In Naruto's perception, 3 chakra signatures were rapidly approaching from the west. Kakuzu, Deidara, and Tobi. Kakuzu's chakra was gloomy and heavy, like a chunk of iron sunk at the bottom of the sea. Deidara's chakra was lively and jumping, carrying an explosive rhythm. Tobi's chakra was faint and wavering, like a candle in the wind about to go out. This was Obito's deliberate disguise. The 3 landed on the sea surface, standing on the water as steadily as if they were on solid ground. Kakuzu looked up at Naruto and Sasuke on the cliff, and a trace of killing intent flashed through his cold eyes. You two again. Deidara tilted his head and looked curiously at the 2 9-year-old boys. Uncle Kakuzu, these are the 2 brats that forced you back last time? Art is an explosion. Against little kids, 1 clay bomb is enough. Don't underestimate them. Kakuzu stepped back once. That blonde brat's adamantine sealing chains can drain chakra, and the black-haired brat's Rinnegan can repel explosions. Deidara didn't believe it. Repel explosions? My clay bombs aren't ordinary explosions. He pulled a lump of white clay from the pouch at his waist, kneaded it into a small bird, and threw it at Naruto. The clay bird transformed in midair into a giant flying bird and dove at Naruto. Deidara formed hand seals with both hands. Katsu. Explosive fire burst across the sea, and the shockwave kicked up waves several meters high. But Naruto was not at the center of the explosion. He had vanished from where he stood a second before detonation. The speed of the fourth gate of the 8 gates was so fast that even the Sharingan could barely catch it. In the next instant, he appeared behind Deidara, a crimson Ninetales chakra fist smashing toward the back of Deidara's head. Deidara had no time to dodge. Kakuzu's arm suddenly stretched out, grabbed Deidara by the collar, and yanked him away. At the same time, his other hand formed seals. Earth release, earth spear. Naruto's fist slammed into Kakuzu's arm with a metallic clash. A crack split open along Kakuzu's arm, but it did not break. The hardening effect of earth spear made his body tougher than steel. Fast speed but not enough power. Kakuzu shook his numb arm. Naruto didn't waste words. 20 adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind him, weaving into a giant net in midair as it came crashing down toward Kakuzu and Deidara. Kakuzu had seen this move before. He knew the chains could drain chakra, so he didn't dare take them head-on. He used the body flicker technique to dodge away. Deidara wasn't fast enough to avoid it. The chains wrapped around his ankle. The Ninetales chakra attached to the chains immediately began draining Deidara's chakra. Deidara's expression changed. His hands formed seals, clay clone. His body exploded, turning into countless white chunks of clay that scattered in all directions. His real body escaped from the blast and landed on the water in the distance, gasping for breath. That brat just sucked away 30% of my chakra. Sasuke cut in from the side. The Rinnegan in his left eye flashed with purple light, universal pull. Deidara's body was yanked toward Sasuke by an invisible force. He couldn't keep his balance, and the clay in his hand didn't have time to take shape. Kakuzu moved again. His hands formed seals, wind release, pressure damage. A huge blast of wind pressure rose in front of Deidara and cancelled out the pulling force of universal pull. For the first time, Sasuke's universal pull was broken head-on. Kakuzu, you're stronger than last time, Sasuke said. Not stronger, just prepared. A trace of cold mockery flashed through Kakuzu's eyes. You caught me off guard last time. It won't happen again. Tobi still hadn't made a move. He stood off to the side with his hands on his hips, watching the show. Uncle Kakuzu is amazing. Deidara-senpai is amazing too. Come on, senpai. His voice was frivolous and exaggerated, completely like an unreliable teammate. But Naruto and Sasuke knew this was Obito acting. Deidara was so annoyed by Tobi's cheering that his face turned green. Stop yelling. You go. Okay, senpai. Tobi charged at Sasuke with exaggerated movements and openings everywhere. Sasuke kicked him flying. Tobi rolled across the sea surface several times, screaming miserably the whole way. Naruto seized the chance. The adamantine chains shot out again. But this time they weren't aimed at both of them. They were aimed only at Kakuzu. Kakuzu failed to dodge in time. The chains wrapped around his left arm and right leg. His chakra was rapidly drained, and his speed slowed down. At the same time, Sasuke activated Amaterasu. Black flames burned across the water at Deidara's feet, sealing off his retreat. Deidara jumped up and flew into the air on a giant clay bird, narrowly avoiding the black flames. Kakuzu-senpai, I'll save you. Tobi crawled up from the sea and rushed toward Kakuzu, only to get tripped by the chains and plunge headfirst back into the water. Kakuzu's face went completely dark. Useless trash. Kakuzu knew there was no way to win today. Without hesitation, he severed the left arm wrapped by the chains. Earth grudge fear, limb separation. The arm detached from the shoulder and turned into black tendrils that scattered in all directions. Kakuzu's body leaped backward and landed on a reef in the distance. His right hand pressed against the wound on his left shoulder. In those cold eyes, a trace of pain finally appeared. Retreat. Kakuzu turned and vanished into the sea mist. Deidara gritted his teeth and chased after him on the giant clay bird. Tobi crawled out of the sea, drenched from head to toe. Senpai, wait for me. He hurried after them. After running a few steps, he suddenly looked back. The Sharingan behind his mask glanced at Naruto and gave a slight nod before vanishing into the mist. The battle was over. Naruto withdrew the adamantine sealing chains. The chains slid off Kakuzu's severed left arm. After losing its vitality, that arm turned into a mass of black tendrils. It squirmed a few times on the reef, then stopped moving. We took one of his lives, Sasuke said as he walked over. He still has 4 hearts left. That's enough, Naruto said. He'll have to recover when he gets back. He won't be able to move for at least 1 month. I also drained 30% of Deidara's chakra. He won't recover in the short term either. Pain's tailed beast collection plan is getting delayed again. Jiraiya jumped down from the cliff and landed beside his 2 students. He looked at the remains of the arm Kakuzu had left behind, then at Naruto. You two. Are you really only 9 years old? My mental age is older than yours. Naruto grinned. Jiraiya didn't argue, because he knew it was true. The Three Tails was still sleeping at the bottom of the sea and hadn't been disturbed by the battle. Jiraiya summoned a small toad and had it dive to the seabed to monitor the Three Tails' movements. Then he took Naruto and Sasuke and headed back. On the way back to Konoha, Sasuke suddenly spoke. Lord Jiraiya, can Lady Tsunade really treat my brother's illness? Jiraiya was silent for a while. Itachi's illness isn't an ordinary disease. It's bodily decline caused by overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu can slow it down, but she can't cure it completely. Unless what? Unless he stops using the Mangekyo or transplants new eyes. Jiraiya let out a sigh. But Itachi won't transplant someone else's eyes. And he won't stop using the Sharingan either. He's an undercover agent inside Akatsuki. Without the Sharingan, he would died long ago. Sasuke didn't reply. Naruto patted his shoulder. When your Rinnegan fully awakens, use the power of the six paths to repair his body. You could do it in your previous life. You can do it in this one too. Sasuke nodded. The lights of Konoha flickered at the foot of the distant mountains. Naruto and Sasuke walked down the road back to the village, their shadows overlapping under the moonlight. Sasuke, do you think Kakuzu will come again? He will. He has lived for 100 years. His biggest trait is persistence. Then next time, let us make him leave all 4 of his remaining hearts behind. After the mission in Kirigakure ended, Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha and rested for 3 days. Tsunade was very satisfied with their performance. Not only had they protected the Three Tails, they had also injured Kakuzu, drained Deidara, and caused a real delay to Akatsuki's tailed beast collection plan. As a reward, she approved S-rank mission authority for both of them. That meant they could accept high-difficulty missions directly without going through layer after layer of approval. Sasuke wasn't interested in any of that. What he cared about more was something else, Itachi's condition. After the battle, Obito sent over a secret report. Inside was a small bottle of medicine and a note. The handwriting on the note was Itachi's, even messier than last time. My condition is worsening. My eyesight is declining noticeably, and the coughing has gotten worse. When Akatsuki sends me on a solo mission, I'll find a chance to break away. Location: border of the Land of Rivers, abandoned temple. Time: 10 days later. Do not bring anyone else. Itachi. After Sasuke finished reading the note, his hand trembled slightly. Naruto stood behind him and saw the contents too. 10 days later. Border of the Land of Rivers. We'll go find him. Will Tsunade agree? Sasuke asked. We don't need her agreement, Naruto said. We're 9 years old, not genin anymore. In Konoha, our strength no longer needs anyone's approval just to leave the village. Sasuke looked at him, then nodded. 10 days later, border of the Land of Rivers, abandoned temple. The temple was built halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense forest. Vines crawled over the walls. Most of the roof had collapsed, exposing the broken Buddha statue inside and scattered roof tiles. Itachi leaned against one of the temple pillars, wearing the Akatsuki black robe with red clouds. His straw hat rested by his feet. His complexion was even worse than the last time they met, pale with a sickly yellow tint, and the bags under his eyes were so deep they looked carved in with a blade. You came. Itachi opened his eyes. The Sharingan slowly appeared in his sockets, but instead of its usual sharp red glow, it was dim, like a candle flame on the verge of going out. His eyesight had declined badly. He could no longer clearly see the faces of Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. Brother. Sasuke ran to Itachi and crouched in front of him, staring at his eyes. Your eyes. Soon. Itachi's voice was calm. In another half-year, this Sharingan will go completely blind. The other one won't last 1 year either. Sasuke took out the special medicine bottle Tsunade had prepared from his clothes and handed it over. This is medicine made by Lady Tsunade. Use it 3 times a day. Can slow the decline of your eyesight. Once you leave Akatsuki, she can give you a full treatment. Itachi took the bottle and looked at it. It's useless. Leaving Akatsuki isn't as simple as you think. Pain's Rain Tiger at will technique covers all of Mangekyo. He can sense any unusual movement from me. And Black Zetsu is everywhere. He has already noticed my crow summoning technique. How are you going to pass information to us, then? Naruto asked. The oldest way possible. Person to person, Itachi said. I'll have Kisame help pass it along. He is still a member of the Akatsuki, but he doesn't really believe in the Eye of the Moon plan anymore. Sasuke frowned. Can Kisame be trusted? Not completely, but he has his own judgment. Itachi coughed twice and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. A dark red bloodstain appeared on it. He has seen the 2 of you. He knows you're not simple. I called you here this time not just because of my illness. There is something else. Danzo is connected to Black Zetsu. Naruto and Sasuke both stiffened. What did you say? Naruto stepped forward, and the Nine Tails chakra flared out uncontrollably. Danzo's Hashirama cells and that Sharingan arm were provided by Black Zetsu. Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Black Zetsu started laying plans in Konoha over a dozen years ago. His goal is to create chaos, delay the alliance of the 5 great nations, and buy time for the Otsutsuki's arrival. Danzo is one of his most important chess pieces. Purple light flashed in Sasuke's Rinnegan. Rarely he was truly angered. So Danzo really did work with Black Zetsu. Not work with, be used by, Itachi corrected. Danzo thinks he is using Black Zetsu to gain power, but in reality, Black Zetsu is using him. The Hashirama cells he gave Danzo contain trace amounts of white Zetsu cells. Over time, they slowly erode Danzo's consciousness. When the time is right, Danzo will become Black Zetsu's puppet. Naruto took a deep breath and suppressed the Nine-Tails chakra. We have to tell Tsunade about this. You can't say it directly. Itachi shook his head. Danzo's roots in Konoha run too deep. You have no proof. If you tell Tsunade, she'll believe you, but the 2 advisors won't. Then Danzo will turn it around and accuse you of being spies. You'll end up on the defensive instead. Then what do we do? Sasuke asked. Wait, Itachi said. Wait for him to expose himself. The erosion of Black Zetsu's consciousness is irreversible. Danzo's body will gradually start showing abnormalities. His skin will turn pale. His chakra fluctuations will become unstable. All you need to do is monitor him. Once he shows an opening, strike and kill. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, then nodded. The sky gradually darkened, and mountain mist began to spread. Itachi stood up and tucked the medicine bottle into his clothes. I should go. The time limit for the mission Pain gave me is 3 days. I have to return to Mangekyo tomorrow to report in. Sasuke stood as well. Brother, when will you be able to leave the Akatsuki? Soon. When Pain launches a direct war against Konoha, I'll cut off his chakra supply from behind. Itachi turned and walked several steps before stopping. Sasuke. Yeah, take care. You too. Itachi's figure disappeared into the mist. Sasuke remained where he was, staring at the empty mountain path. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Naruto walked over and patted his shoulder. Your brother won die. I know. Then what are you still worried about? Sasuke was silent for a few seconds. I'm worried that after he leaves the Akatsuki, he'll still choose to carry everything alone. He's used to bearing everything by himself. He's not used to accepting help from others. Then we'll make him get used to it, Naruto said. We'll help him by force if we have to. Make him accept it. Just like you did to me back then. Sasuke froze for a second, then smiled. It was a faint smile, but it was definitely a smile. You really do hold grudges clearly. I don't have many strengths, but I do have a good memory. The 2 of them went down the mountain and followed the forest path back toward Konoha. The moon broke through the clouds and lit up the road beneath their feet. Konoha, route headquarters. Danzo sat in the darkness. The bandages on his right arm had already been removed, revealing a pale arm covered in Sharingan. Every eye on that arm was slowly rotating, as if searching for targets on its own. He stared at that arm, and a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Power. This was the power he had pursued his entire life. But he did not notice that the white color on the arm was slowly, almost imperceptibly, spreading toward his shoulder. Lord Danzo, a root shinobi knelt before him. A message has arrived from Black Zetsu. The Akatsuki are preparing to make a move on Kumogakure. The target is the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo withdrew his arm and wrapped the bandages around it again. Have Root stand by. Once Kumogakure and the Akatsuki have both suffered losses, we'll make our move. Yes. The shinobi vanished into the darkness. Danzo leaned back in his chair and closed the only exposed eye. Black Zetsu, Akatsuki, Konoha. He muttered softly. They're all my chess pieces. All of them will be trampled beneath my feet. In the shadow at the corner of the wall, a small white Zetsu quietly poked its head out and glanced at Danzo. The corners of its mouth were raised, as if it were smiling. Then it shrank back into the shadows without a sound. In the distant forest, Naruto and Sasuke were still hurrying on their way. Sasuke, do you think Black Zetsu knows we're working with Obito now? He probably doesn't. Obito's acting is very convincing. Even Black Zetsu, after living for 1,000 years, didn't see through him. What about Madara then? Sasuke thought for a moment. Madara might know or he might not. But he doesn't care. To him, Obito is just a chess piece he can discard at any time. The real problem is this: if Madara is revived ahead of time, our whole plan falls apart. Naruto nodded. So before Madara is revived, we need to deal with Black Zetsu first. How? Sasuke asked. Black Zetsu doesn't have a real body. Physical attacks are useless, and sealing jutsu can't hold him for long. Then we force his true body to show itself. Naruto said. Push him into possessing someone, then seal them both together. Or use yin-yang release to erase him directly. Sasuke stopped and looked at Naruto. Since when did you learn yin-yang release? I haven't yet. But part of the principle behind my mom's adamantine sealing chains involves yin-yang release. Once I fully master the adamantine sealing chains, I'll be able to learn it. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Sasuke looked at him and stayed silent for a few seconds. If you've got a plan, then I'm relieved. Even though your plans always end with solving things with your fists, that still counts as a plan. That's not a plan. That's charging in headfirst. Charging in headfirst is a kind of plan too. Konoha Hokage office building. Tsunade had officially taken over as the 5th Hokage for 1 month already. She sat in the Hokage's chair, with a pile of documents half a person's height stacked in front of her. The strength of 100 seal on her forehead gave off a faint glow under the ceiling light. Shizen stood behind her, holding Taunton, who kept squealing non-stop. Lady 5th, these are today's urgent documents. Shizen brought over another stack and set it on the corner of the desk. A vein twitched on Tsunade's forehead. Move those documents away. Go call Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke to see me first. Shizen froze. But those documents, the documents 1T run. The Akatsuki will. Tsunade waved a hand. Go. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya was leaning against the windowsill. Naruto was sitting on the sofa, and Sasuke was standing by the wall. All three were waiting for Tsunade to speak. Tsunade took out a map from the drawer and spread it across the desk. Marked on the map in red were the known locations of Akatsuki hideouts: Mangekyo, the land of rivers, the land of grass, the land of waterfalls. The dense red marks looked like a tightening net. This is the combined intelligence provided by Itachi and Obito, Tsunade said, pointing at the map. The Akatsuki currently have 4-tailed beasts in their hands and are going all out to capture the 3 tails and the 8 tails. Pain's plan is to gather all 9-tailed beasts within 1 year and revive the 10 tails. Naruto looked at the map. On the 3 tails side, we just drove back Kakuzu and Deidara. They 1T make another move there anytime soon. The 8 tails is in Kimogakure, and the Raikage isn't easy to deal with. That's why I plan to ally with Kimogakure, Tsunade said. I've already sent an invitation for an alliance to Kimogakure, but the Raikage still hasn't replied. Waiting for a response is too slow, so I need you to go to Kimogakure and speak with the Raikage in person. Naruto frowned. Talk to the Raikage directly? 1T he just treat us like kids and throw us out? He will, Tsunade said bluntly. That's why you need to bring evidence. Itachi provided a timeline of the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection, and it bears Pain's personal seal. People like the Raikage only believe in fists and evidence. Sasuke suddenly spoke. Lady 5th, before we go to Kimogakure, there is something I need to do first. Tsunade glanced at him. What is it? I'm going to bring my brother back. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiraiya set down the teacup in his hand and looked at Sasuke. Itachi is leaving the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked. Yes. His condition is getting worse, and his eyesight has declined badly. If he doesn't get treatment soon, he'll go completely blind. Sasuke's voice was calm, but his fingers were trembling slightly. He had already begun preparing for this. We need to bring him back to Konoha before Pain finds out. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Itachi is an S-rank missing nin, officially wanted by Konoha. Bringing him back. Do you know what that means? We do, Naruto said. It means Konoha will have to tell the entire ninja world that Uchiha Itachi wasn't a traitor. He was an undercover agent. To protect Konoha, he stayed alone in the darkness for over 10 years. Tsunade opened her eyes and looked at Naruto. You make it sound easy. Danzo 1T agree. The 2 advisors 1T agree either. They'll say this disgraces Konoha and makes us a laughingstock for the other hidden villages. Then let them talk. Sasuke's voice turned cold. Itachi doesn't owe Konoha anything. Konoha owes Itachi. Tsunade stayed silent for a long time. Jiraiya put down his teacup, stood up, walked in front of Sasuke, and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke, you're right, but you need to understand this. Bringing Itachi back to Konoha isn't as simple as just picking someone up. Pain will chase him. The Akatsuki will come after him too. The moment Itachi leaves, the Akatsuki may mobilize in full force, and Konoha could be facing war ahead of schedule. We're not scared, Naruto said. Sasuke and I have fought Pain, fought Kakuzu and Haiden, fought Obito. The Akatsuki only has a few real fighters anyway. If 1 comes, we beat 1. If 2 come, we beat the pair. Tsunade looked at the 2 9-year-old children. No, not children. The look in their eyes was like old soldiers who had already lived through war. At last, she nodded. Go bring him back. Jiraiya, you lead the team. Kakashi and Team Guy will go with you. If you run into Pain, don't force a fight. Just bring the man back. Yes, Maram. Jiraiya snapped upright and gave a salute. Land of River's border, abandoned temple. 3 days later, Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Rock Lee, Neji, and Tenten, a total of 8 people, were hidden in the forest around the temple. Itachi had sent word that today he would part ways with Kisame here. Kisame would return to the Akatsuki to report, while Itachi would use the chance to leave. At noon, 2 figures approached from the direction of Mangekyo. Itachi walked in front, Kisame behind him, Both wore the Akatsuki's black cloaks with red clouds. Kisame stopped walking. Mr. Itachi, are you really going to do this? Itachi didn't turn around. Go back and tell Pain that I was taken by Konoha Shinobi. He won't make things difficult for you. Kisame was silent for a moment. Then he unstrapped Samahata from his back and rested it on his shoulder. All right, Mr. Itachi, until next time. He turned around, walked off in another direction, and vanished into the forest. Itachi stood alone in front of the temple. The wind lifted his cloak, revealing the thin body underneath. His Sharingan slowly spun, catching the chakra of the Konoha Shinobi hidden in the forest. Come out. Naruto was the first to jump out from behind a tree. Big brother Itachi, long time no see. Itachi looked at Naruto, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You've grown a little taller. You've gotten way thinner. Naruto said. Come on. Let us go back to Konoha. Lady Tsunade is waiting to treat you. Itachi nodded and was just about to step forward when the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun. It was chakra so massive it was enough to change the weather itself. Rain clouds gathered from all directions, and fat raindrops slammed into the ground with a rapid crackling sound. Hidden rain tiger at will technique. Jiraiya's expression changed. Pain is here. Above the temple, a figure dropped down from the sky and landed on the temple roof. Pain's Deva path. Orange hair. The purple rippled pupils of the Rinnegan looked down on everyone below. Behind him, Konin's body formed out of sheets of paper. The wings of her paper angel spreading in the rain. Itachi, Pain said, his voice as cold as a machine. You really did betray us. Itachi raised his head and looked at Pain. I did not betray the Akatsuki, because from the very beginning, I was never one of them. I am a shinobi of Konoha. Pain raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Naruto moved. 22 adamantine ceiling chains shot out from behind him and formed into a shield in front of Itachi. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei slammed into the chains. A harsh metallic screech rang out, but the chains did not break. Part of Pain's force was absorbed by the Ninetales chakra on the chains, greatly weakening its power. You again. Pain's gaze shifted to Naruto. Yeah, me again. Naruto grinned. You ran last time. You running again this time? Pain did not answer. His hands formed seals. Summoning jutsu. A giant chameleon, a multi-headed dog, and a Yata crow appeared from the smoke at the same time and charged at the Konoha Shinobi. Guy kicked off one of the dog's heads with a single blow. Rock Lee, with the 8 gates open, tangled with the Yata crow. Niji used rotation to deflect the chameleon's tongue. Sasuke stood beside Itachi. Purple light flashed in his left Rinnegan.
Bonshotenin.
The multi-headed dog was dragged into the air by gravity, then blasted away by Sasuke's Shinra Tensei, smashing through one wall of the temple. Brother, move. Sasuke grabbed Itachi by the wrist and ran toward the forest. Pain wanted to pursue, but Jiraiya blocked his path. Jiraiya's Sage mode was already active. His nose had grown longer, and his eyes had turned into the horizontal pupils of a toad. Nagato stopped this. Pain looked at Jiraiya, and there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in his Rinnegan. Jiraiya-sensei, you're still as naive as ever. It's not naivety, it's faith. Jiraiya pulled out a massive scroll from behind his back. I believe you can still turn back. Pain raised both hands. Chibaku Shinra Tensei. At the same time, Jiraiya unleashed Sage Art, Gomen. Toad Oil, Wind Release, and Fire Release combined into one as a massive storm of flames roared toward Pain's repulsive force. The two powers collided in midair, and the explosion flattened half the temple. Broken stone and roof tiles blasted everywhere, and trees in the forest were ripped out by the roots. Jiraiya was blown flying and only stopped after crashing through 2 trees. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Pain's repulsive force was too strong. Gomen had only offset part of it. The remaining shockwave still struck his body. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto wanted to rush back, but Sasuke grabbed him. Leave Pain to him. We take Itachi and go. Purple light flashed in Sasuke's Rinnegan as he used Shinra Tensei to force open a path through the torrential rain. Naruto clenched his teeth, hoisted Jiraiya onto his back, and followed Sasuke deeper into the forest. Pain wanted to chase them, but Konan stopped him. Nagato, enough. Konan looked at Pain. Your body can't handle it. If you keep chasing, you might get killed instead. Pain was silent for a moment, then withdrew the summoned beasts. He watched the backs of Naruto and Sasuke vanish into the curtain of rain, and for the first time, a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his Rinnegan. Next time, I won't let them escape again. Pain and Konan's figures vanished into the sky. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight shone over the ruins once more. Konoha, Hokage office building. Naruto and Sasuke took Jiraiya to the hospital, then brought Itachi to Tsunade's office. Tsunade looked at the Itachi standing before her. An S-rank missing nin. A core member of the Akatsuki. The man who carried out the Uchiha clan massacre. But now, he was only a gravely ill young man. His eyes were on the verge of blindness. His lungs were close to rotting away, and he could collapse at any moment. Take off your shirt and lie down on the bed. Tsunade pointed to the examination bed beside her. Itachi removed his cloak, revealing an upper body covered in scars from black receivers and curse mark patterns. Tsunade frowned. His condition was even worse than she had expected. The strain of the Mangekyo, the erosion of terminal illness, years and years of battle. His body was like a machine falling apart, broken everywhere. Can he be cured? Sasuke asked. Yes, but it will take time. Tsunade did not say but. She knew what Sasuke needed was hope, not conditions. Itachi lay on the treatment bed and closed his eyes. Tsunade's palm covered his chest. An emerald green medical chakra seeped into his body, repairing those riddled and battered meridians. Sasuke stood at the doorway, looking at Itachi lying on the bed, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Naruto walked over and patted his shoulder. I told you, your brother won T-Dai. After Itachi returned to Konoha, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado rushed to the Hokage's office at the first moment, demanding that Tsunade immediately deal with the S-rank missing nin. The two advisors looked grim, not because they truly hated Itachi, but because his return had disrupted the balance of power between them and Danzo. Itachi knew too many secrets about Root, including how Danzo had manipulated the Uchiha massacre, how he had used Orochimaru for human experiments, and how he had secretly colluded with foreign forces. As long as Itachi lived, there would forever be a blade hanging over Danzo's head. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded over her chest. Itachi is not a traitor. He was Konoha's undercover agent, infiltrating the Akatsuki for more than 10 years to protect the village. All charges against him are revoked. Koharu Yuditane slammed the table. Revoked? Do you know what the other hidden villages will think? They'll say Konoha is sheltering an S-rank missing nin. What the other hidden villages think has nothing to do with me. Tsunade's tone turned cold. I am the Hokage, not the spokesperson for other villages. Itachi has merit and no fault. His treatment expenses will be covered by funds directly under the Hokage. If anyone has a problem with it, come to me. The two advisors were choked speechless and left with livid faces. Danzo did not come. He sat in the darkness of the root base, listening to his subordinate's report. The only eye he exposed showed no emotional fluctuation at all. But beneath the bandages, the arm on his right side covered in Sharingan was trembling slightly. Not fear, anger. Itachi is back. He knows too much. Danzo's voice was low, like it came from underground. We cannot let him keep living. A root ninja knelt before him. Lord Danzo, do you require? Not yet. Danzo cut him off. Itachi is under direct protection from the Hokage. Making a move now would be the same as openly falling out with Tsunade. Wait for an opportunity. He will go out. He will slip up. There will be a time when his guard is down. At that time, he did not continue, but the root ninja already understood. Konoha Hospital Special Care Ward. Itachi lay on the hospital bed with several 4 tubes inserted into him and an oxygen mask over his face. Tsunade's treatment had already gone on for 3 days. His condition had stabilized somewhat. His coughing had decreased, and his eyesight had stopped worsening. But if he wanted to recover enough to move normally, he would still need at least 1 month. Sasuke sat on the chair beside the bed with a book in his hand, but he was not reading it. His gaze stayed on Itachi the whole time. Aren't you going to train? Itachi's voice came from behind the oxygen mask, weak but clear. Not today. Sasuke closed the book. I'm staying with you. The corner of Itachi's mouth moved slightly. I don't need you to stay with me. Go get stronger. That's more meaningful than sitting here. Getting stronger is for protecting people. If I can't even protect you, then what's the point of getting stronger? Itachi fell silent for a moment. When did you become this good with words? Learned it from Naruto. He's better at talking than I am. That's true. Itachi closed his eyes. That kid Naruto is very suitable to become Hokage. Sasuke did not respond. He stood up, tucked Itachi's blanket in, then walked out of the room. In the hallway, Naruto was leaning against the wall with 2 rice balls in his hands. How's your brother? A little better. Sasuke took one of the rice balls and bit into it. Lady Tsunade said the lesion in his lungs is already under control. With 2 more weeks of treatment, his eyesight should recover to normal levels. That's good. Naruto took a bite of his rice ball too. Oh right. Lady Tsunade told us to leave for Kimogakure tomorrow. The Raikage agreed to negotiate, but he has one condition. What condition? He wants the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee to fight us once. If we win, he'll personally discuss an alliance with Tsunade. If we lose, we can crawl back to Konoha. Sasuke frowned. He wants us to fight the 8-Tails Jinchuriki? Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki. His strength is close to Kage level. Just close to Kage level. Naruto smiled. We fought Pain. We fought Kakuzu. We fought Obito. No matter how strong Killer Bee is, can he be stronger than Pain? Sasuke thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Then we fight. Early the next morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi set out for Kumogakure. They did not bring many people because this time it was a negotiation, not a war. Tsunade's instructions were simple. If they could talk, then talk. If they couldn't, beat them until they were willing to talk. Kumogakure was built atop the mountains of the Land of Lightning, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. The cliffs around the village were covered with defensive fortifications and sensory barriers. The moment any outsider approached, they would be discovered immediately. When the three of them arrived at the village gate, the Raikage's secretary, Mabui, was already waiting there. Everyone from Konoha, please follow me. Lord Raikage is waiting for you in his office. The Raikage's office was even messier than Tsunade's. Weapons hung all over the walls, files and liquor bottles were piled across the desk, and exercise equipment sat in the corners. The Raikage sat behind a massive desk with his arms crossed, his muscles stretching his white shirt taut. Behind him stood Killer Bee, wearing sunglasses and a scarf, with 7 or 8 swords hanging at his waist, humming an off-key rap through his teeth. You brats from Konoha are the ones who want to fight me? Killer Bee tilted his head as he looked at Naruto and Sasuke, clearly uninterested. Humph, 2 little kids. Not enough for me to beat on. Naruto did not get angry. He walked to the center of the office and looked at Killer Bee. So are we fighting or not? We are. Killer Bee pulled a sword from behind his back. But don't cry when you lose. The training ground behind the Raikage's office was the biggest in all of Kumogakure. The ground was covered in thick sand and gravel, and high walls surrounded the area, marked everywhere by blade scars and blackened explosion burns. Killer Bee stood in the middle of the field, 8 blades spinning flexibly between his fingers while he kept humming some unknown tune. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite him, 20 meters apart. The rules are simple. The Raikage stood at the edge of the field with his arms crossed. The fight continues until one side admits defeat. No killing. No lethal forbidden jutsu. Begin. Killer Bee moved first. He was so fast that an ordinary person's eyes could not track him at all. 8 blades cut 8 arcs through the air at once, attacking Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously. Naruto did not move. A purple flash shone in Sasuke's left Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force blasted all 8 blades away at the same time, and Killer Bee's body was forced back several steps too. The Rinnegan, behind his sunglasses, Killer Bee's eyes lit up slightly. Now that's interesting. His body began to change. A tailed beast chakra cloak covered his whole body, and behind him appeared the phantom shadows of 2 tails. Version 2 first stage. His speed surged again. This time, Killer Bee did not use swords. Instead, he used his fist, smashing toward Naruto with a punch wrapped in blue-tailed beast chakra. Naruto opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Pain. The crimson 9 tails chakra cloak and the red muscle expansion of the 8 gates stacked together, raising his speed and strength to the same level as Killer Bee's. The 2 fists collided in midair, and the shockwave ripped up a whole layer of the training ground's surface. The Raikage's brow twitched. 8 and 9-year-old kids matching Killer Bee in a fist clash? That was simply absurd. Killer Bee stepped back a few paces and shook out his numb fist. Not bad. Not bad. Warm-up's over. He untied his shirt, revealing the sealing formula across his chest and abdomen. Tailed beast chakra began pouring out in large amounts. Version 2. Second stage. For Tails. For Tails swayed behind him. His skin turned dark red, and his pupils became vertical slits. This time, Killer Bee did not use taijutsu. He opened his mouth, and a tailed beast ball condensed inside it. The black sphere of chakra compressed down to the size of a fist and aimed at Naruto and Sasuke. The purple light in Sasuke's left Rinnegan flared brightly.
Bonshotenin.
The tailed beast ball was pulled off course by the gravitational force. It flew out at an angle, slammed into the training ground wall, and blasted out a crater more than 10 meters wide. Broken stone and dust filled the air. Naruto seized the instant Killer Bee lost focus. 22 adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind him, wrapping around Killer Bee's body and limbs. The 9 tails chakra on the chains began draining tailed beast chakra. The tails behind Killer Bee dropped from 4 to 3, then from 3 to 2. This is adamantine sealing chains? Killer Bee struggled once, but the chains only tightened more and more. A sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan? Do you surrender? Naruto asked. Killer Bee looked at his condition. Nearly half of his tailed beast chakra had been drained away. His version 4 state had already fallen back to version 2. If the fight went on, he might get drained dry, but he still didn't surrender. He was the 8 tails Jinchuriki, one of Kumogakure's strongest ninja. He couldn't lose to 2 kids. That's enough. The Raikage's voice came from the edge of the field. Killer Bee froze for a moment, then withdrew his tailed beast chakra. Naruto also released the chains. Brats from Konoha, you win. The Raikage walked over and looked down at Naruto and Sasuke. I agree to form an alliance with Konoha, but I have one condition. When the Akatsuki attacks Kumogakure, you two must be there. No problem. Naruto held out his hand. The Raikage's large hand gripped Naruto's small one and shook it hard. That girl Tsunade took in 2 fine disciples. Naruto grinned. Thanks for the praise. On the way back to Konoha, Kakashi didn't say a word. He walked at the back of the group watching Naruto and Sasuke from behind, and thought to himself, these 2 students no longer need a teacher. What they need is a companion who can fight shoulder to shoulder with them. And they already have each other. The lights of Konoha flickered in the distance at the foot of the mountain. Naruto suddenly stopped walking. Sasuke, do you think the Raikage might go back on his word? He won tea, Sasuke said. The Raikage is the kind of man who keeps his word. That's good. Naruto kept walking forward. Next, we just wait for the Akatsuki to come. We're not waiting. We're going to hit them first. Naruto laughed. I knew you'd say that. The 2 of them walked through the village gate. The ninja guarding it saluted them. Konoha's night wind swept past, carrying the smell of ramen and the warmth of home. In the distance, Itachi's hospital room was still lit. Sasuke glanced in that direction and quickened his pace. Naruto shouted after him, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? To see my brother. I'm going too. The 2 of them ran into the night. By the Hokage office window, Tsunade lowered her telescope, the corner of her lips lifting slightly. Jiraiya, those 2 disciples of yours are better than you. Jiraiya lay on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading Ika Paradise. Obviously, otherwise why would I have taken them in? Konoha Hospital Special Care Ward. The hallway lights gave off a faint hum. The nurse on night duty was dozing at the front desk. Naruto and Sasuke walked lightly down the corridor and pushed open the door to Itachi's room. The light was still on. Itachi was leaning halfway up against the bed with a book in his hand. Hearing the door, he looked up. His complexion was much better than before they left. He was no longer pale enough to look frightening, and some color had returned to his lips. Tsunade's treatment was clearly working. Even if an incurable illness couldn't possibly be completely healed in just a few days, at least the condition had stabilized. You're back? Itachi's voice was still hoarse, but it carried more strength than before. Yeah. Sasuke walked to the bedside, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Kumogakure agreed to the alliance. The Raikage isn't that easy to persuade. How did you convince him? We fought. Naruto leaned against the wall with both hands in his pockets. Sasuke and I fought Killer Bee and beat him until he admitted defeat. The corner of Itachi's mouth lifted slightly. Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki. His strength is close to Kage level. If you 2 could beat him, that means you've improved a lot during this time. Still not enough. Sasuke looked into Itachi's eyes. Those Sharingan eyes that had once been sharp as blades now looked dim, as if covered by a layer of dust. Tsunade had said his eyesight could recover to a normal level, but returning to the peak power of his dojutsu was nearly impossible. Brother, your eyes as long as I can see you, that's enough. Itachi closed the book and placed it on the bedside table. His movement was slow, as if he was saving every bit of strength. Sasuke, I heard your left Rinnegan can already use Shinra Tensei stably. Yeah. The drain is still high. I can only use it 4 times a day. After the 4th time, my eye starts to hurt. Then don't use it a 4th time. Itachi's tone turned serious. The power of the Rinnegan isn't something you can fully control at your current age. Overusing it may affect the IS final form. Naruto cut in that's what Orochimaru's scroll says too. Every time Sasuke uses the Rinnegan, I use Ninetales chakra to help repair the meridians around his eye. So far, there hasn't been any degeneration. Itachi looked at Naruto, a trace of scrutiny appearing in his gaze. Your control over Ninetales chakra is getting better and better. Kurama's cooperating well. Naruto grinned. Footsteps came from outside the door. Tsunade pushed the door open with a medical file in her hand. Everyone's here? Good. Tsunade flipped through a few pages of the chart. The lesions in Itachi's lungs are under control. With another 2 weeks of treatment, he can be discharged. But after discharge, he absolutely cannot fight right away. He needs at least 1 month of rest. Also, the vision loss from the Mangekyo is irreversible. I can only help him maintain his current level. I can't restore him to his peak. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. That's enough. As long as he lives, that's enough. Itachi looked at Sasuke, and a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. More than 10 years ago, he had held infant Sasuke in his arms and thought he had to protect this little brother no matter what. Later, to protect Sasuke and Konoha, he slaughtered the clan, defected, infiltrated the Akatsuki, and carried everything alone. He had never imagined that one day, it would be Sasuke protecting him. Brother, focus on recovering. Sasuke stood up. When you're better, I'll train with you. You'll train with me? Yeah. You can't use your Mangekyo anymore, so I'll teach you the basic techniques of the Rinnegan. You have both Uchiha and Uzumaki blood in your body. In theory, you can awaken the Rinnegan too. Itachi froze for a moment. Then he smiled. Not a bitter smile, but the kind that came from the heart, carrying relief. All right. Naruto watched the 2 brothers from the side, warmth filling his heart. In his previous life, Itachi had died in front of Sasuke. Sasuke hadn't even gotten the chance to say goodbye. But in this life, they could still sit together and talk. They could still promise to train together in the future. That was the meaning of him desperately changing the future. By the time they left the hospital, it was almost midnight. Naruto and Sasuke walked down the empty street, the moon overhead round and bright. Sasuke, your brother smiled. Yeah. Did he smile much before? Sasuke thought for a moment. Before the clan massacre, he smiled a lot. After that, never again. Then make him smile more from now on. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. When did you become such a nag? This is called caring about people. Naruto stretched lazily. Right, starting tomorrow, you're learning Sage Mode from Jiraiya-sensei. And I'm learning the Strength of 100 style from Lady Tsunade. At night, we still have to keep up chakra resonance training. Our schedule is packed. Then it's packed. We don't have time to waste. The two of them stopped below the apartment building and said goodbye. Naruto went up the stairs. Sasuke headed toward the room next door. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly turned back. Sasuke stopped. Your brother's going to get better. I know. The door closed. The night wind blew past, and the countless lights of Konoha went out one by one. Only the light in the hospital's special care ward remained on, like a star in the darkness. Early the next morning, Hokage office. Tsunade sat in her chair with the alliance treaty from Kumogakure laid out before her. The Raikage had signed it and stamped it with Kumogakure's official seal. That meant Konoha and Kumogakure had officially become military allies, joining forces against the Akatsuki. The next step is Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Tsunade said to Jiraiya and Kakashi that over in Kirigakure, Mei Terumi had just become the new Mizukage and was open to an alliance. As for Iwagakure, Inoki was an old stubborn fossil. Someone would need to go convince him. I'll go to Iwagakure. Naruto raised his hand. You? Tsunade lifted a brow. Inoki isn't going to listen to a 9-year-old kid. I won T-talk. I'll fight. Naruto said. I'll beat him until he agrees to talk. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged. Yes, right. A guy like Inoki only respects fists. Sending Naruto and Sasuke would be more effective than any diplomat. Fine. Then you'll go to Kirigakure first and then Iwagakure. Kakashi will go with you. Don't let them cause too much trouble. Tsunade rubbed her temples. There's one more thing. Danzo has been making a lot of moves lately. Root has added 3 secret bases around Konoha. I'm not sure what he's planning, but be careful while you're out there. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. As for Danzo, they already knew what was up. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto and Sasuke did not go straight to training. Instead, they went to the hospital first. Itachi looked better today than he had yesterday. The nurse said he had slept deeply last night, without coughing once. It might have been the most peaceful sleep he had gotten in a long time. What are you planning to do about Danzo? Itachi asked, leaning against the headboard. Wait, Naruto said. Wait for him to make the first move. He has that Sharingan arm and Hashirama's cells. Sooner or later he'll lose control. When that happens, we won't even need to act. He'll expose himself. What about Black Zetsu? Obito's keeping an eye on him. Black Zetsu has been staying near the demonic statue of the outer path lately. Looks like he's preparing to revive Madara ahead of time. Sasuke frowned. If Madara comes back early, things will get troublesome. Itachi thought for a moment. Madara's revival needs both Rinnegan. One is on Nagato. The other is in Obito's hands. As long as Obito doesn't hand it over, Madara can't be revived. Obito won't give it to him, Naruto said. He's our ally now. Ally. Itachi repeated the word, without giving any opinion. Outside Konoha, underground base. Obito sat on a stone stool. Spread out in front of him was Akatsuki's latest operation map. Black Zetsu rose from the ground, his single yellow eye fixed on Obito. Obito, Madara-sama wants to know when the Rinnegan can be secured. Nagato still doesn't trust me. He said he'll only consider who gets the Rinnegan after all the tailed beasts are gathered. Obito's tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. Black Zetsu went quiet for a moment. Madara-sama doesn't have much time left. If the Rinnegan can't be obtained within 3 months, he'll use his own method to revive himself. Obito's Sharingan contracted slightly. What method? Black Zetsu did not answer. He sank back into the ground. Obito sat alone in the darkness, his fingers tapping against the stone table. 3 months. He turned his head and looked at Rin's photo on the wall. Give me another 3 months, he said softly. No one answered. Konoha, Training Ground 3. At dusk. The setting sun dyed the training ground gold. Naruto and Sasuke sat facing each other. A silver-white sphere of light floated between them, and the black dot at its center had already grown to the size of a fingernail. One more time, Naruto said. You sure? That last one almost exploded. If it blows up, we'll just cultivate it again. Sasuke looked at Naruto's serious face, let out a sigh, and reached out his hand. Their chakra met once more. The The sphere stabilized and began to rotate slowly. In the distance, Jiraiya stood on a tree, watching the two glowing children. He thought of Minato and Kushina. Minato had also been blonde with blue eyes. Kushina had also been a sealing jutsu genius from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto had inherited the strengths of both his parents, and now he also had Sasuke as his partner. Minato, your son is stronger than you, Jiraiya said quietly. The sun went down and moonlight rose. On Konoha's training ground, one gold light and one purple light were still shining. Tomorrow they would head to Kirigakure. Early morning, Konoha Gate. The mist had not fully cleared yet, but Naruto and Sasuke were already standing at the gate. Kakashi leaned against a nearby post, flipping through Ika Paradise. Though his eye kept drifting outside the village from time to time, Tsunade had sent Anbu to follow in secret, but Naruto's perception had already picked up those chakra signatures. 3 Anbu, around 300 meters away, hidden in the woods. Let us go. Kakashi closed his book and took the first step forward. From Konoha to Kirigakure, they had to cross the southern part of the Land of Fire and enter the Land of Water. The Land of Water was surrounded by sea on all sides and shrouded in thick fog year-round. Kirigakure was built among the coastal mountains, making it the most isolated of the 5 great ninja villages. Naruto walked in the middle of the group, his nine-tails perception scanning the surroundings like radar. No pursuers. No ambushes. Things were calm in a way that felt almost unnatural. Kakashi-sensei, has there been any news of Akatsuki activity near Kirigakure lately? No. Kakashi said. According to the intel Obito passed over, Pain's main focus is on the 8 tails and 9 tails. They were driven back over the 3 tails last time by you two, so they're not planning to make a move there for now. That's good. Naruto relaxed a little. 2 days later, the 3 of them arrived at the outer perimeter of Kirigakure. The entrance to Kirigakure was hidden behind a waterfall. To enter, they had to pass through a secret tunnel beneath it. Kakashi showed Konoha's official documents. The Kirigakure shinobi guarding the gate checked them several times before finally letting them through. The inside of the village was brighter than expected. Even though the fog overhead was still thick, the streets were clean and the buildings were arranged in neat order. Unlike Konoha, most of Kirigakure's structures were made from black stone, giving the whole place a cold and severe feeling. The Mizukage's office building stood at the highest point in the village, a 5-story black stone tower. Mei Terumi received them in a second-floor meeting room. She wore the white robes of the Mizukage, her dark red hair draped over her shoulders, her green eyes carrying a measuring look. Standing beside her was her guard, Ao, a Kirigakure Jonin with a white eye patch over his right eye and the Byakugan. Guests from Konoha, please sit. Mei Terumi took the main seat and crossed her legs. Tsunade sent you here to discuss an alliance? Yes. Kakashi placed Tsunade's handwritten letter on the table. Konoha hopes to establish a military alliance with Kirigakure and oppose Akatsuki together. Mei Terumi picked up the letter and read it carefully from start to finish. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she set it back down. Akatsuki is indeed a threat to every ninja village. Sitting in the Mizukage's position, I know that better than anyone, but an alliance is no small matter. There are still many people inside Kirigakure who oppose working with Konoha. Naruto spoke up. Mizukage-sama, Akatsuki is already collecting the tailed beasts. They have 4 in their hands already. If they gather all 9 and revive the 10 tails, the entire ninja world is finished. At that point, it won't be a question of whether we cooperate. It'll be a question of whether we survive. Mei Terumi looked at him. A trace of interest flashed through her green eyes. So you're Naruto Uzumaki? The 9 tails Jinchuriki? Yes. I heard that at age 6 you drove back Zabuza, a missing nin from Kirigakure? Naruto froze for a moment. He had not expected Kirigakure's intel network to be this sharp. That was an accident. An accident produced that kind of result? Mei Terumi smiled, then turned to Sasuke. And you are Sasuke Uchiha? The little brat who awakened the Rinnegan? Sasuke pushed up his sunglasses. Just a prototype. Prototype is still the Rinnegan. Mei Terumi stood up and walked to the window, looking out into the dense mist. I can agree to the alliance, but I have 2 conditions. Please say them, Kakashi said. First, if Akatsuki attacks Kirigakure, Konoha must send support immediately. Don't wait until the fighting is over to come collect corpses. No problem, Naruto said. Second. Mei Terumi turned around, her gaze landing on Sasuke. I want to see whether your Rinnegan is real. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then took off his sunglasses. The purple ripple-patterned pupil in his left eye glowed faintly under the light. He raised a hand toward the open ground outside the window. Universal pull. In the distance, a boulder weighing several hundred pounds was lifted by gravitational force. It hung in the air for a moment, then was gently set back down without cracking the ground. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank slightly. She had seen Nagato's Rinnegan before, cold as an abyss. Sasuke's Rinnegan was still immature, but that purple glow could not fool anyone. That's enough. Terumi Mei withdrew her gaze. I'll bring up the alliance at the internal meeting 3 days from now. If all goes well, Konoha will receive the official alliance document next week. Kakashi stood up and bowed. Thank you very much, Lady Mizukage. As they were leaving the Mizukage building, Ao stopped them. Uchiha brat, what method did you use to obtain your Rinnegan? OSB Akugan stared at Sasuke, as if scanning the chakra inside his body. Chakra resonance. Sasuke did not hide it. When Indra S and Azura S chakra fuse, the Rinnegan can awaken. Ao fell silent for a moment. We in Kirigakure also have someone with the Sharingan, but he didn't awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto knew who he was talking about. Shin Uchiha, one of Orochimaru's test subjects who was later taken in by Obito. But Naruto did not say it out loud. Everyone's situation is different. Maybe what he lacks isn't chakra, but an opportunity. Ao did not press further and stepped aside. After leaving Kirigakure, the three of them did not rush back to Konoha. Instead, they made a detour to Iwagakure. Iwagakure was hidden deep within the mountains of the land of Earth. The village was built at the bottom of a canyon, surrounded by towering rock walls. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, was a short old man, but his presence was astonishing. A hat sat on his head, and his white beard hung all the way to his chest. Konoha brats, what do you want with me? Anoki sat in the Tsuchikage's office with his arms crossed and legs propped up, his tone full of impatience. An alliance. Naruto went straight to the point. Akatsuki has already captured your Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Anoki's expression darkened. So what? Rashi wasn't captured willingly. He was defeated by Deidara and Sasori working together. Akatsuki's next target could be the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Can Iwagakure protect Han? Anoki was silent for a few seconds. Brat, are you threatening me? I'm not threatening you. I'm stating a fact. Naruto looked straight into Anoki's eyes. Lord Tsuchikage, you've lived most of your life. You should know when it's time to let go of your prejudice. Akatsuki is not Konoha's enemy. It is the enemy of every ninja village. If we join forces, we still have a chance to win. If we fight on our own, we'll only be defeated one by one. Anoki stared at Naruto for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Brat, you talk even more than your Hokage. Lady Tsunade doesn't say much, but her meaning is the same. Anoki put away his smile. An alliance is fine, but I have conditions. Please say them. When Akatsuki attacks Iwagakure, you two must be there. Anoki pointed at Naruto and Sasuke. I don't care how many reinforcements Konoha sends. You two must come. As the main force. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Deal. On the way back to Konoha, Kakashi rarely took the initiative to speak. This negotiation went more smoothly than I expected. Both Kirigakure and Iwagakure agreed, because they've been hit hard. Naruto said, the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails have all been captured. All 5 great ninja villages have lost important combat power. If they still don't join forces, they'll be next. Kakashi looked at Naruto's back and thought, this kid is looking more and more like a Hokage. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already dark. Naruto and Sasuke did not go back to their rooms. Instead, they went to the hospital first. The lights in Itachi's room were still on. Itachi was sitting on the bed with a kunai in his hand, practicing throwing. Tsunade would not allow him to get out of bed, so he practiced while sitting there. Brother, your hand isn't shaking anymore. Sasuke walked in and saw the kunai Itachi had thrown lodged steadily in the center of the target on the wall. The treatment is working. Itachi put down the kunai. Where did you go? To Kirigakure and Iwagakure. The alliance talks succeeded. Naruto leaned against the doorframe. Big brother Itachi. Once you're discharged, there'll be work for you. Itachi looked at Naruto, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. What work? Fighting Akatsuki. As the main force. Itachi froze for a moment, then smiled. Good. Another 2 years passed after the alliances with Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Naruto was now 11 years old, and Sasuke was also 11. These 2 years were a rare period of peace in the ninja world. After realizing that the major villages had formed an alliance, Akatsuki suspended its tailed beast capture operations. The 5 great ninja villages each focused on rebuilding and reorganizing their forces, and even the small-scale border conflicts had decreased by quite a lot. Naruto's changes were the most obvious. In 2 years, he had grown a full head taller. The lines of muscle on his arms and shoulders were clearly visible, and he was no longer that skinny blonde brat. The amount of Nine Tails chakra he could draw on had increased from 50% to 70%. Beneath the crimson cloak, the phantom outlines of 4 tails could occasionally be seen. More importantly, he could finally stably enter Nine Tails chakra mode. Not the golden mode of a perfect Jinchuriki, but the first stage red-tailed beast cloak that covered his whole body. His speed and strength were now 3 times greater than they had been 2 years ago. Kurama said that in another 2 years, I'll be able to fully control the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto stood in the center of Training Ground 3 as the Nine Tails chakra mode faded away, revealing the orange tracksuit underneath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke's changes were just as obvious. He was half a finger shorter than Naruto, but his temperament had grown much steadier. The Rinnegan in his left eye had gone from a half-awakened state to full awakening. The purple ripple pattern pupil was now clear and sharp. He could use most of the Deva Path S abilities, including Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Chibaku Tensei. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye had also evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Through the Uchiha clan transplant data provided by Obito, along with the continued enhancement from Hashirama Cell Serum, his eyes had completed a self-evolution. Without transplanting anyone else's eyes, he had still reached the ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo. The chakra consumption of Amaterasu and Akatsuki had dropped by 60%. He could use them 7 or 8 times in a row without feeling tired. How's your super strength punch training going? Sasuke put away his Sharingan and asked Naruto. Naruto walked to a giant boulder at the edge of the training ground, took a deep breath, concentrated Ninetales chakra into his right fist, and threw a punch. The boulder exploded from the middle. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the ground shook. Tsunade stood in the distance watching and nodded. The power of that punch was already close to 60% of her peak. Not bad, but it's still not enough. Tsunade walked over with her arms crossed over her chest. Your chakra control still lacks a little precision. The super strength punch isn't about brute force. It's about an instant burst. You need to compress the Ninetales chakra onto the surface of your fist, then release all of it within 1 microsecond. Naruto nodded, walked to another giant boulder and continued training. Sasuke walked over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged on the ground with the newest volume of Ika Paradise in his hand. His writing passion had been running high over the past 2 years, and he had already released 5 sequels. Ready? Jiraiya closed the book. Ready. Jiraiya stood up and formed hand seals. Sage mode. His nose lengthened. His eyes turned into a toad's horizontal pupils, and the aura of Senjutsu chakra rose from his body. Come on. Let me see how far your Senjutsu training has gone. Sasuke closed his eyes and absorbed natural energy. His Rinnegan activated on its own. Within the purple pupils, patterns of Senjutsu chakra appeared, not Aishidao, but a faint golden ring emerging around the edges of the pupils, like the solar corona during an eclipse. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. Rinnegan Senjutsu. Even I can't do that. Sasuke opened his eyes and formed hand seals. Senjutsu Bansho Tenin. Jiraiya's body was dragged towards Sasuke by a massive force of attraction. Jiraiya's feet carved 2 deep trenches into the ground before he barely managed to steady himself. He counterattacked with Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon, but Sasuke used Shinra Tensei to knock the Senbon away. At the same time, he drew a circle of Amaterasu's black flames beneath Jiraiya's feet, sealing off his retreat path. Jiraiya leaped up and counterattacked in midair with fire release. Flame bullet. Purple light flashed in Sasuke's Rinnegan. Blocking technique absorption seal. The flame bullet was absorbed into Sasuke's palm and vanished without a trace. Jiraiya landed, took a few steps back and dispelled Sage mode. Alright, if we keep fighting, this old man is really going to lose all face. Sasuke also withdrew his Senjutsu and Rinnegan. Lord Jiraiya, there's still a lot about Senjutsu you can teach me. I can't teach you anymore. Your Senjutsu has already gone beyond what I know. Rinnegan plus Senjutsu. In the entire ninja world, the only one who could probably teach you now is the Sage of Six Paths himself. Sasuke did not respond. He turned to look at Naruto, who was practicing the super strength punch. Naruto had already smashed the 3rd giant boulder and was now gathering power in front of the 4th one. Lord Jiraiya. Sasuke suddenly spoke. When do you think we'll finally be able to take it easy? Jiraiya froze for a moment, then laughed. When you become the head of the Umbu, Naruto becomes Hokage, and the ninja world achieves eternal peace. Maybe then you'll be able to relax. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Then we might never get to relax. Then you'll never relax. Jiraiya patted his shoulder. As long as you two are together, being a little busy isn't so bad. Sasuke did not reply, but a wave of warmth rose in his heart. Konoha. Root base. Danzo sat in the darkness. The bandages on his right arm had already been completely removed. That arm covered in Sharingan was fully exposed to the air. Every eye was turning, as if each one had a will of its own. Even more terrifying, the whiteness had already spread from his arm to his shoulder, and was even starting to creep up toward his neck. Lord Danzo, a root ninja knelt before him. Black Zetsu has sent word. The Akatsuki is preparing to restart the Tailed Beast collection plan within 3 months. Their targets are the 8 tails and 9 tails. Danzo was silent for a while. Notify the Raikage and the Hokage. Tell them to prepare. Yes. The ninja vanished. Danzo lowered his head and looked at his whitening arm. A trace of fear flashed in the only exposed eye. Not fear of the Akatsuki. Fear of his own body. He had long known that the Hashirama cells Black Zetsu gave him contained white Zetsu cells. But he had not expected the erosion to spread this fast. Black Zetsu. You lied to me, Danzo spoke in a low voice. From the darkness, a voice answered him. I did not lie to you. White Zetsu cells can strengthen the effects of Hashirama cells and make your Sharingan arm even more powerful. As for the side effects, didn't you already know about them? Danzo's fist clenched. What I wanted was not to become a White Zetsu, but the power you gained is real. Black Zetsu's voice echoed through the darkness. Power has always come at a price. You paid the price and obtained power. The transaction is fair. I senti it? Danzo fell silent. He wrapped the bandages around his arm again, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Konoha Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair with a map of the 5 great nations spread out in front of her. Jiraiya stood beside her. Kakashi leaned against the wall. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the sofa. The Akatsuki will restart the Tailed Beast collection plan within 3 months. Tsunade pointed at the marked locations on the map. Their targets are the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. The Raikage has already received the message, and he told us to be ready. The 8 Tails is in Kumogakure. Killer Bee and the Raikage are guarding it. So it won't be captured anytime soon, Naruto said. The 9 Tails is inside me. What Konoha needs to guard against is pain coming in person. Tsunade nodded. So I plan to set up 3 additional layers of defensive barriers around Konoha, with the Umbu and the sensory unit taking turns on watch. Naruto, Sasuke, your mission is this. If pain comes, stall him until reinforcements arrive. How long do we need to stall? Sasuke asked. Until Jiraiya and Team Guy get there. At most, 10 minutes. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. We'll do our best, Naruto said, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Tsunade looked at the 2 11-year-old boys, and a complicated feeling rose in her heart. They had grown up. They were no longer those inexperienced little brats just starting out. But their enemies were growing stronger too. Meeting adjourned. Night. Naruto and Sasuke sat on top of the Hokage rock, looking down at Konoha below them. The lights of countless homes spread out like stars, warm and peaceful. Naruto. If pain comes this time, can we win? Naruto thought for a moment. We can. Last time, when we were 9, we could already block his Shinra Tensei. Now we're 11. I can use 9 Tails chakra mode now. And you're more skilled with the Rinnegan S techniques too. We're more than twice as strong as we were 2 years ago. Pain is stronger than he was 2 years ago too. He can't have improved that much. His bodies are just puppets controlled by Nagato. Their upper limit is there. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. The one we really need to worry about is Madara. If he revives ahead of time, we're in trouble. Sasuke fell silent. Madara. The legendary ninja whose name stood alongside the first Hokage. The man who had toyed with the entire ninja world in the palm of his hand. If he really revived ahead of time, then with Naruto and Sasuke's current strength, they would only be able to hold out for a few minutes at most. So before he revives, we need to deal with Black Zetsu first, Naruto said. Without Black Zetsu, Madara won't be able to revive early. Obito said Black Zetsu has been moving around the demonic statue of the outer path lately. It looks like he is preparing something. You want to make the first move? No, we wait. Naruto shook his head. We wait for Black Zetsu to move first. Once he moves, he'll expose a flaw. And once he exposes a flaw, we'll have a chance. Sasuke looked at Naruto's side profile and remembered how 2 years ago, he had still been a reckless little brat who wanted to solve everything with his fists. Now he could think. He could weigh pros and cons. He could wait for the right moment. You've grown up, Sasuke said. Naruto froze for a moment, then smiled. You too. 3 months passed in a flash amid the tense war preparations. The 3 additional defensive barriers Tsunade ordered around Konoha had all been completed. The sensory unit S shifts had increased from 2 teams rotating to 4 teams rotating, and the Umbu patrol density had doubled. Jiraiya had completed his Senjutsu training at Mount Myaboku, and all of Team Guy had entered a 24-hour standby state. Everyone knew the Akatsuki could make their move at any time. But the first distress signal did not come from Konoha. It came from Kumogakure. That day, Naruto was on the training grounds practicing the super strength punch. At 11 years old, he could already shatter the special test rocks made by Tsunade with one punch. His chakra compression precision had improved from releasing everything within 1 microsecond to within half a microsecond. Tsunade said that level of precision had already exceeded her expectations. Sasuke was practicing Chibaku Tensei. Ever since his Rinnegan had fully awakened, he had been trying to control this ultimate sealing technique. Right now, he could create a gravitational core 3 meters in diameter within 10 seconds. While it was nowhere near Pain S scale, the basic form was already there. Kakashi suddenly appeared at the edge of the training ground, his expression grim. In his hand was a letter sealed with Kumogakure S burning wax mark, and the envelope bore the Raikage S urgent seal. Kumogakure is requesting aid. The Akatsuki has attacked the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. They sent Pain S Devapath, Konin, Kakuzu, Deidara and Kisame. Their full force is out. Naruto dropped his super strength punch stance, took the letter, and swept his eyes over it. His brows tightened. Pain went personally. In the Raikage-S handwritten letter, he says Pain used Shinra Tensei to blast open Kumogakure-S outer wall. Killer B has already been forced into full-tailed beast transformation and is currently entangled with Pain. But the Rinnegan counters tailed beasts. He won't last long. We leave immediately. Sasuke walked over, and the Rinnegan in his left eye flashed with purple light. Tsunade rushed over from the Hokage's office, with Jiraiya and Itachi behind her. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, Kakashi, Jiraiya, you five are gonna Kumogakure. Team Guy will remain on standby in case the Akatsuki tries to strike Konoha while we're distracted. Tsunade spoke quickly. Clearly, she had already made all the pre-battle arrangements. When you get to Kumogakure, follow the Raikage-S command. If Pain cannot be stopped, then stall him until everyone is there, then attack together. Understood. Naruto nodded. Itachi stood at the back of the group, wearing Konoha's green flak jacket. His complexion looked much better than last month. Although Tsunade's treatment could not cure his illness completely, it had at least restored his physical strength and mobility to that of a normal person. I'm pretty familiar with the abilities of Pain's six paths, Itachi said. I'll be in charge of analyzing his weak points. Jiraiya patted Itachi on the shoulder. Nagato, that kid, took the wrong path. If we can make him turn back, try not to kill him. Itachi fell silent for a second, then nodded. The five-man squad departed from Konoha and rushed toward Kumogakure at full speed. Naruto activated Ninetales chakra mode. He was the fastest, so he ran at the very front to scout the way. Sasuke followed close behind, his Rinnegan-esque perception fully activated as he scanned all the chakra reactions around them. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta and traveled on its back. Kakashi and Itachi stayed at the rear, keeping a distance where they could support each other at any time. 2 hours later, the outline of Kumogakure came into view. But Kumogakure no longer looked the way Naruto remembered from 2 years ago. More than half the outer wall had collapsed. Several towers had been snapped in the middle. Thick smoke was rising from all over the village. The destruction caused by Pain's Shinra Tensei was even worse than what he had done in Sunagakure last time. In the sky, a massive eight-tails octopus was locked in battle with the Deva Path of Pain. Killer B had fully transformed into his tailed beast form. All 8 octopus tentacles were whipping wildly through the air, but Pain's repulsive force knocked every attack away. The Raikage is over there. Sasuke pointed toward the east side of the village. The Raikage was fighting Kakuzu and Deidara. He had already activated lightning release chakra mode. Blue lightning covered his entire body, and his speed was so fast it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. But Kakuzu's wind release countered lightning release, and Deidara's clay bombs kept exploding in the air. The Raikage was being forced back step by step. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, you two go help the Raikage. Naruto assigned the tasks. Big brother Itachi, go deal with Kisame. Sasuke, the 2 of us will take on Pain. Understood. The 5 split up and moved separately. Naruto and Sasuke leaped onto the tallest tower in Kumogakure and stood across from Pain. The Deva Path floated in midair. His orange hair fluttered in the wind, and the purple pupils of the Rinnegan looked down on the 2 boys. So it's you 2 again. Pain's voice was cold, like a machine. 2 years apart, and you've grown quite a bit taller. You've gotten older too. Naruto grinned. Pain did not smile. He raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. This was a full power strike, not a test. The repulsive force came crashing toward Naruto and Sasuke like an invisible wall. The air was compressed to the extreme, letting out a sharp explosive scream. Bricks from the tower were ripped free. The stone slabs on the ground shattered apart. Everything within a 100-meter radius was breaking down. The purple light in Sasuke's left Rinnegan flared. Shinra Tensei counter. A repulsive force of the same intensity burst from Sasuke's palm. The 2 forces collided in midair, and the exploding shockwave blasted the surrounding ruins into the air once again. Pain's body swayed slightly. This was the first time his Shinra Tensei had ever been directly cancelled head-on. In 2 years, your Rinnegan has improved a lot. Pain looked at Sasuke. In 2 years, your body has gotten a lot weaker. Sasuke fired back. Pain said nothing more. He formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. A giant chameleon, a multi-headed dog, and a Yata crow appeared at the same time and lunged at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto did not move. 24 adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind him. 2 years ago, there had been 22. Now there were 24. The chains wove together in the air into a giant net 100 meters across, trapping all 3 summoned beasts inside. The Ninetales chakra on the chains began draining the summoned beast's chakra. The chameleon failed to turn invisible. The heads of the multi-headed dog went limp one after another. The wings of the Yata crow lost all strength. After struggling a few times inside the chain net, the 3 summoned beasts turned into bursts of smoke and vanished. Pain's pupils contracted. 24 chains. You're already close to your mother's level. Still not enough. Naruto withdrew the chains. Wait until I train it to 28, then come find me again. Pain stopped testing him. He raised both hands level. Chibaku Tensei. A black gravitational core flew out from his palms, floated in midair, and began absorbing the surrounding rock and soil. The ground cracked apart. Broken stones and rubble were pulled toward the core by gravity, gathering into a massive sphere in the sky. Sasuke moved at the same time. Chibaku Tensei counter. A black gravitational core of the same size flew from Sasuke's palm and cancelled out Pain's core. The two cores collided in the air, and the tearing pull of gravity shredded everything around them. Naruto used adamantine sealing chains to wrap around his and Sasuke's waists, fixing them to the remains of the tower. Only then were they not dragged away by the gravity. Pain's body swayed in the air. Using Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei, one after another had drained a huge amount of his chakra. Nagato was controlling this puppet from afar, and the burden on his body was growing heavier and heavier. Conan, retreat, Pain said in a low voice. Conan's figure condensed from paper scraps, and the wings of the paper angel spread open through the smoke. Nagato, your body, I can endure it, but we can't win today. Those two brats have grown faster than expected. Pain and Conan's figures vanished into the air, as if they had never been there at all. Kakuzu and Deidara received the retreat signal and disengaged from the battlefield at the same time. Deidara rode a giant clay bird into the sky, while Kakuzu's body turned into mud and drilled underground. Kisame had been frozen for a few seconds by Itachi's genjutsu. After regaining his senses, he also retreated quickly. The battle was over. On the ruins of Kumogakure, the Raikage, dropped to one knee and gasped for breath. His lightning release chakra mode had already been released, and his body was covered in burns and cuts. Killer Bee reverted from his tailed beast form and collapsed onto the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth. Naruto and Sasuke jumped down from the tower and walked over to the Raikage. Lord Raikage, Pain has retreated, Naruto said. The Raikage raised his head and looked at the two 11-year-old boys. You two drove Pain back? Not drove him back. He left on his own, Sasuke said. His chakra couldn't hold out anymore. If the fight had continued, he might be lost. The Raikage was silent for a few seconds. Then he stood up and placed his large hands on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. Konoha owes you two a favor. Kumogakure owes you two a favor too. You don't owe us anything, Naruto said. We're allies. The Raikage looked into Naruto's blue eyes and saw a firmness that did not belong to his age. Right? Allies. In the night sky above Kumogakure, the stars lit up one by one. On the ruins, the ninjas began cleaning up the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the edge of a collapsed tower, looking at the distant mountain ranges. When we fought Pain today, did you hold back? Naruto asked Sasuke. No. Countering Chibaku Tensei is already my current limit. Sasuke paused. But you didn't go all out either. You only used 24 adamantine sealing chains. You can clearly open 26 now. Naruto smiled. You can't show all your trump cards. When Pain goes back, he'll think of countermeasures. When he comes again next time, we'll show him a new card. Sasuke looked at Naruto, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You're getting more and more like a Hokage. Still far from it. Naruto stretched lazily. Come on, let us go check on big brother Itachi. He fought Kisame today, so he probably isn't hurt. On the 5th day after the smoke of the Battle of Kumogakure had cleared, Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha. Waiting for them at the village gate were Sakura and Ino. Sakura was no longer the girl from back then who could only watch their backs from afar. She had studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade for 2 years, and now she was already one of the main doctors at Konoha Hospital, capable of independently performing high-difficulty surgeries. When she saw Naruto and Sasuke walk in through the gate, she first let out a breath of relief, then put on a stern face. You two, every time you go out you have to make a huge mess. Kumogakure's outer wall got blown away. Half the Raikage's office collapsed. Can't you keep a lower profile? That was Pain, not me. Naruto raised his hands with a grin in surrender. Pain did it, sure. But weren't you two there too? Sakura rolled her eyes, then looked at Sasuke. Your brother is waiting for you at the hospital. He said he has something to talk to you about. Sasuke nodded. Without saying anything else, he headed straight for the hospital. Naruto followed behind him, and Sakura came along as well. The three of them walked down Konoha's streets. The sunlight was warm, the shops along the road had reopened, and children were chasing each other through the alleys, laughing and playing. The shadow of war had temporarily retreated, and the scent of peace filled every corner. But Naruto knew this peace would not last long. Konoha Hospital Special Care Ward. Itachi was not lying in the hospital bed. Instead, he was sitting in a chair by the window looking outside. His complexion was noticeably better than before he left for Kumogakure. Although he had fought Kisame in the battle there, Itachi had used genjutsu to control him, so there had been no high-intensity fight, and his body had not been affected too badly. Brother. Sasuke pushed the door open and walked in. Itachi turned his head. His gaze paused on Sasuke for a moment, then shifted to Naruto. You're back. How's the situation in Kumogakure? The Raikage is rebuilding the village. Killer Bee got a little injured, but it's nothing serious, Naruto said. Pain won't be coming again anytime soon. He used up a huge amount of chakra, and Nagato's body can't hold on either. Itachi nodded. But this isn't the end. Pain is only the surface of the Akatsuki. The real threat is still behind him. Sasuke walked over to Itachi, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Brother, you said you had something to talk about? Itachi took out a note from his clothes and handed it to Sasuke. There were only a few lines on it. The handwriting was crooked and messy, as if it had been written in a rush. Madara is going to be revived ahead of schedule. Black Zetsu has already extracted enough Hashirama cells from the demonic statue of the outer path. Within 1 month, Madara will be revived through Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Target: the Rinnegan on Nagato. Obito. After Sasuke finished reading, his fingers tightened slightly. He handed the note to Naruto. Naruto scanned it once, his brows knitting tightly. Within 1 month? That fast? If Obito's information is accurate, then we don't have much time left. Itachi's tone was calm. Once Madara is revived, with the strength he had in life, no one in the entire ninja world will be able to fight him alone. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance. Naruto returned the note to Itachi. What else did Obito say? He also said Black Zetsu doesn't trust him as much anymore. Recently, whenever Black Zetsu passes on information, he deliberately hides part of it in front of him. Black Zetsu may have already noticed the change in Obito. Naruto was silent for a few seconds. Then we can't rely completely on Obito's intel anymore. We need our own source of information. Itachi nodded. That's why I plan to leave Konoha for a while. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. Where? Mangekyo. Itachi stood up and walked to the window. I was in the Akatsuki for more than 10 years. I'm familiar with Mangekyo's terrain and Nagato's habits. Pain thinks I've already completely cut ties. He won't expect me to go back. I can hide on the outskirts of Mangekyo and monitor Nagato and Black Zetsu's movements. Sasuke stood up as well. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Pain's Rain Tiger at will technique can sense the chakra of any intruder. That's why I won't enter Mangekyo. Itachi turned around and looked at Sasuke. I'll set up an observation point in the valleys outside the village and monitor things remotely with crow summoning. And I won't be alone. I'll bring Kisame with me. Kisame? Naruto froze for a moment. He's still in the Akatsuki? Kisame has already decided to leave the Akatsuki. After the battle in Kumogakure, he came to find me and said he wanted out. He has completely lost faith in the Eye of the Moon plan. Itachi paused. But he doesn't dare betray them outright. He is afraid pain will hunt him down. So he wants to help me with a few things first, and then leave openly once the Akatsuki completely collapses. Sasuke frowned. Can Kisame be trusted? Not completely, but not completely distrusted either, Itachi said. He knows my physical condition. If he wanted to harm me, he would done it back in Mangekyo already. He didn't. That means at the very least, he doesn't want to kill me. Naruto thought for a moment. Alright, but big brother Itachi, can your body handle it? The weather in Mangekyo is damp and cold. That's bad for your lungs. I can handle it. Lady Tsunade prepared 1 month's worth of medicine for me. It's enough. Itachi walked over to Sasuke and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sasuke, stay in Konoha and train properly. On the day Madara is revived, I need you standing on the front line. Sasuke looked into Itachi's eyes, stayed silent for a moment, then nodded. You too, come back alive. The corners of Itachi's mouth lifted slightly. I'll do my best. That night, Itachi left Konoha. Sasuke stood at the village gate, watching his brother's back disappear into the night. He remained there for a long time. Naruto walked over and patted his shoulder. Your brother won't die. I know. Sasuke turned and started walking back. He promised me. 2 days later, the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair. The intel Obito had sent spread out in front of her. Madara was going to be revived ahead of schedule. Jiraiya stood beside her. Kakashi leaned against the wall. Naruto and Sasuke sat on the sofa. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. Madara's revival means we'll be facing an enemy 10 times stronger than Pain. Tsunade tapped her finger on the desk. We need to unite every force we can. Sanagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, we need to notify all of them. Jiraiya nodded. I'll make the trip. I'll contact Sanagakure and Kirigakure. Let Kakashi handle Iwagakure. Alright. Tsunade looked at Naruto and Sasuke. You two stay in Konoha. If Madara is revived ahead of time, Konoha will need you. Naruto raised his hand. Lady Tsunade, Madara's revival requires the Rinnegan on Nagato. Nagato is in Mangekyo right now. If we control Nagato before Madara makes his move, then Madara won't be able to revive, right? Tsunade froze for a moment, then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought for a bit. In theory, yes, But Nagato isn't someone you can control that easily. He has Pain's real body and possesses all the abilities of the Rinnegan. Even if Naruto and Sasuke work together, trying to control him without killing him would be difficult. Difficult or not, we have to try, Naruto said. Instead of waiting for Madara to revive and then fighting him, it's better to cut him off at the source. Sasuke picked up the thread. And Nagato is Lord Jiraiya's student. If we can persuade him to turn back, the Akatsuki will completely fall apart. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, then let out a sigh. You're right. But first, there's something I need to do. I'm going to Mangekyo to meet Nagato and talk to him one last time. If that fails, then we'll consider other options. Naruto was about to say something, but Sasuke stopped him. It's too dangerous for Lord Jiraiya to go alone, Sasuke said. I'll go with you. No. Jiraiya shook his head. If you go, Nagato will think we came to fight, not to talk. Then Naruto goes. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto and finally nodded. Fine. Naruto comes with me. Sasuke stays in Konoha. If we don't send any word within 3 days, then you lead people to Mangekyo as backup. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. After the meeting ended, Naruto and Sasuke walked home together. You didn't want me going because you were worried about my brother? Sasuke asked. Naruto did not deny it. You two Uchiha, one has already gone into hiding near Mangekyo. If we throw in another one, what am I supposed to do? Sasuke was silent for a moment. I'm not a child anymore. I know. But I'm your partner. Naruto stopped walking and looked at Sasuke. Being partners means we face danger together. Don't even think about carrying everything by yourself. Sasuke looked into Naruto's blue eyes, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Fine. If there's still no word from Lord Jiraiya after 3 days, we go together. The night wind blew past, and the lights of Konoha glowed behind them in a wide stretch. In the distance, the stone faces of the past Hokage on the Hokage rock overlooked the village, their stony eyes shining under the moonlight. Tomorrow, Jiraiya and Naruto would head to Mangekyo. Early morning. The village gate of Konoha was still covered in a thin mist. Jiraiya wore a newly changed red outer robe, a massive scroll strapped to his back, and a kunai pouch at his waist. Naruto stood beside him in his orange tracksuit, with the Nine-Tails chakra lying dormant and quiet inside him. Sasuke leaned against the pillar at the village gate, both hands in his pockets. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes had stayed on Naruto the whole time. 3 days. Sasuke spoke. If you two aren't back in 3 days, I'm going. Got it. Naruto grinned. You've said that 3 times already, because you never let anyone relax. Jiraiya patted both of them on the shoulder. All right. Don't make it look like a husband and wife saying goodbye. Let us go. He turned around and strode out of the village. Naruto followed. After a few steps, he looked back at Sasuke and waved. Sasuke didn't wave back. He only gave a slight nod. From Konoha to Mangekyo at Jiraiya and Naruto's speed, it would take a day and a half. Jiraiya didn't choose to travel at full speed. On the way, he told Naruto about Nagato's past. Nagato was discovered together with Konan and Yahiko. Back then, the 3 of them were all war orphans starving to death. I took them in as my students and taught them ninjutsu for 3 years. Jiraiya walked in front, his voice lower than usual. Yahiko was their leader, bright, cheerful, a lot like you. Konan was gentle and careful, like an older sister. Nagato was the most introverted, but he was kind-hearted, and his talent was the highest. His Rinnegan was something he was born with. What happened after that? Naruto asked. After that, Yahiko died. He died in front of Nagato while trying to save Konan. Nagato was pushed over the edge and awakened the power of the Rinnegan, killing everyone there. From that day on, he changed. He started believing that only pain could bring peace. That only by making the world feel pain could the world stop war. Naruto was silent for a while. He's not a bad person. He just took the wrong path. That's why I want to go talk to him one last time. Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto. If even I can't persuade him, then there's no one in the entire ninja world who can. I can, Naruto said. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then laughed. Maybe. Your talk no jutsu is stronger than mine. A day and a half later, the outskirts of Mangekyo. Rain fell from the sky, fine and endless. Jiraiya stood on a mountain ridge, looking through the curtain of rain at Mangekyo in the distance. Towers stood everywhere, iron bridges crossing over each other. It looked no different from the last time he had come, but his mood was completely different. Last time he had come to fight. This time, he had come to talk. Naruto, wait outside. I'm going in alone. No. Naruto shook his head. Last time you went in alone, you almost got beaten to death by pain. This time I'm coming with you. I want to make a move, but if you're in danger, I have to save you. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's determined eyes and let out a sigh. Fine. But promise me this. Without my order, you absolutely do not attack. Promise. The 2 of them went down the mountain and approached Mangekyo. The rain grew heavier and heavier. It hit their faces hard enough to hurt. Naruto fully opened his nine-tails perception and caught the massive chakra presence at the central tower of the village, Pain's Deva Path, as well as the faint but tenacious chakra hidden deeper underground in a shelter, Nagato's real body. The rain tiger at will technique had sensed the intruders. Pain's voice drifted down from the tower, cold as ice. Jiraiya-sensei, you still came. Nagato, I came to talk to you. Jiraiya stood in the plaza before the tower and looked up at Pain. Not to fight, to talk. Pain was silent for a few seconds, then jumped down from the tower and landed 10 meters in front of Jiraiya. Konan's figure condensed out of paper sheets as she stood behind Pain, the wings of the paper angel spreading open in the rain. Talk about what? Pain asked. About peace. About war. About Yahiko. Jiraiya's voice was calm. About why you chose this path. There was no emotional fluctuation in Pain's Rinnegan. Yahiko is dead. He died in the wars of the great nations. He died in Konoha's schemes. This world is twisted. Only Pain can correct it. You're wrong. Jiraiya took a step forward. Pain won't bring peace. It will only bring more pain. If Yahiko were still alive, he wouldn't want you to do this either. Pain's hand trembled slightly. It was the first crack he had shown in this conversation. Yahiko is already dead. Pain's voice lowered. His death made me understand one truth. Kindness can't save anyone. Only power can. Then now that you have power, why haven't you created peace? Pain fell silent. Jiraiya continued because power is never enough. If you bring down Konoha, there's still Iwagakure. If you bring down Iwagakure, there's still Kumogakure. If you bring down Kumogakure, there's still Kirigakure. You kill one group and their families will hate you. They'll take revenge. They'll start another war. You'll never kill them all. Pain's Rinnegan stared at Jiraiya. Then tell me, what should be done? Mutual understanding. Jiraiya's tone was sincere. It's hard. It's slow. But it's the only path. That sentence you taught Nagato back then, people can come to understand each other. Did you forget? Pain's hand stopped completely. Konan's paper wings stopped flapping too. Underground, inside the shelter, Nagato sat in his wheelchair before the demonic statue of the outer path. His skin and bones body trembled slightly. His Rinnegan stared at the ceiling, and something in his eyes began to loosen. Sensei, Nagato said softly. Pain's Deva Path body suddenly dropped to its knees. It wasn't he kneeling on its own. Nagato had started trembling and lost control of the puppet. Naruto stood behind Jiraiya watching all of this, and a complicated emotion rose in his heart. Nagato wasn't a bad person. He had only lost his direction. Jiraiya-sensei, leave. Pain's voice came from the ground. Today, I don't want to kill you. Then come with me. Jiraiya reached out his hand. Back to Konoha. Your illness, Tsunade can treat it. Your Rinnegan can be used to protect people, not kill them. Pain raised his head and looked at the hand Jiraiya had extended. That hand was rough, covered in calluses, exactly the same as it had been when he taught him ninjutsu more than 10 years ago. Underground, Nagato began to cry. Silent tears slid from his Rinnegan. Sensei. Konan walked to Pain's side, crouched down and held Pain's hand. Nagato, maybe he's right. Right then, a black figure rose out of the ground. Black Zetsu. His single yellow eye stared at Nagato, and the corner of his mouth curled into a strange arc. Nagato. You can't let his sweet words fool you. How did Yahiko die? Konoha forced him to death. Have you forgotten? Nagato's body froze. Konoha's ninja killed your parents, killed your friend, destroyed your country. And now they come to tell you about mutual understanding? Do you believe that? Black Zetsu's voice was like a poisonous snake, drilling into Nagato's ears. Only you know your pain. Don't let them fool you. Nagato's hand tightened around the wheelchair armrest. Pain rose from the ground. The looseness in his Rinnegan disappeared, turning cold again. Jiraiya-sensei, leave. Next time we meet, I won't show mercy. Konan stood up. Paper gathered in her hand into a sword and pointed at Jiraiya. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore. He stepped out from behind Jiraiya. Nagato, you were clearly listening. Why are you letting Black Zetsu control you? Pain looked at Naruto. Brat, you don't understand. I do. Naruto's nine-tails chakra flared out. I understand the pain of loss better than you do. My parents died. My master died. My son died. I've experienced despair deeper than yours. But I know hatred can't solve anything. Pain was silent for a moment. You are not me. The chains of adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind Naruto. But they didn't attack. They only hovered in the air. I can help you. The demonic statue of the outer path inside your body is devouring your life force. If this keeps going, you'll die. Come back to Konoha with me. Lady Tsunade can save you. Pain looked at those golden chains, then at Naruto's serious face. He hesitated. Black Zetsu spoke again. Nagato, Lord Madara asked me to ask you something. Do you still want the Rinnegan or not? Nagato's pupils contracted. Madara. That name was like a curse, pulling Nagato back from his hesitation. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no emotion left in them. Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto, you should leave. Mangekyo doesn't welcome you. Shinra-tensei. An invisible repulsive force blasted Jiraiya and Naruto away. The two of them spun several times in midair before crashing to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. This time he hadn't been on guard. Naruto wanted to rush back, but Jiraiya grabbed him. Let's go. Jiraiya's voice was hoarse. We can't talk this out today. But I said go. A rare fury appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. It wasn't directed at Nagato, but at himself. He hadn't managed to persuade his own student. The two turned around and vanished into the rain. Black Zetsu watched their backs and grinned. Lord Madara, Nagato is still obedient. Inside the underground shelter, Nagato sat in his wheelchair with his head lowered. Tears mixed with rainwater and dripped onto the ground. Konan stood beside him, the paper sword in her hand slowly dispersing. Nagato, you almost agreed just now. I know. Nagato's voice was very soft. But I can't turn back anymore. Too many people have already been killed. Too much blood has already been spilled. If I turn back now, then all those people will have died for nothing. Konan stayed silent for a long time. Maybe they wouldn't have died for nothing. If you're willing to change, then their deaths will have meaning. Nagato did not answer. The 9 eyes of the demonic statue of the outer path were closed. Countless tiny chakra threads came out of its mouth, connecting to Nagato's back. Those threads were like shackles locking up his body. And locking up his heart too. On the road away from the village, the rain still hadn't stopped. Jiraiya didn't speak. Naruto didn't speak either. The two walked silently through the rain, soaked from head to toe, but neither of them stopped to take shelter. After leaving the range of Mangekyo, Jiraiya suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Nagato, I still couldn't pull you back. Naruto stood beside him, looking at Jiraiya's exhausted profile and felt awful. Jiraiya-sensei, you already did everything you could. Doing everything I could isn't enough. What matters is the result. Jiraiya wiped the rain off his face. Let's go. Back to the village. The 3-day limit isn't up yet. That brat Sasuke probably hasn't left yet. When Jiraiya and Naruto returned to Konoha, they were half a day earlier than the agreed 3 days. Sasuke was standing at the village gate. When he saw the two of them drenched through, with a bloodstain still at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, his expression immediately darkened. The talks fell through? They did. Naruto stepped out from behind Jiraiya and brushed the rainwater off himself. Black Zetsu interfered halfway through and dragged Nagato back again. Jiraiya-sensei almost got hurt by Shinra-tensei. A purple light flashed in Sasuke's Rasengan. I'm going to find them. No rush. Jiraiya stopped Sasuke. If you go now, the result will be the same. Black Zetsu is by Nagato's side. What he says carries more weight than mine. We need to lure Black Zetsu away from Nagato first. How? Jiraiya thought for a moment. Obito. What Black Zetsu cares about most is Madara's resurrection plan. If something goes wrong on Obito's side, Black Zetsu will definitely leave Mangekyo to deal with it. Then we can go find Nagato again, and no one will interfere. Naruto nodded. That can work. I'll go find Obito. No, I'll go. Sasuke said, you've met Nagato before. Your chakra has already been remembered by pain. Me going would be more covert. Naruto looked at Sasuke, thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. But if you go alone, I won't feel at ease. I'm not alone. Sasuke took out a communication toad from his clothes. Obito gave me this. Once I get near his base, I'll use this to contact him. Watching the interaction between the two boys, Jiraiya felt deeply moved. They really had grown up. They were no longer little brats who needed his protection. That very night, Sasuke left Konoha alone. He didn't tell anyone exactly where he was going. It wasn't because he didn't trust them, but for safety. If he got caught by Akatsuki scouts on the way, then the less they knew, the safer it would be. Naruto saw him off at the village gate. The two looked at each other and didn't say things like take care. They just slapped palms once. Early the next morning, Konoha Hospital. Inside Itachi's hospital room, Jiraiya sat on the chair by the bed and gave a detailed account of what had happened in the Mangekyo negotiation. Itachi leaned against the headboard and listened seriously, coughing once or twice from time to time. Black Zetsu being by Nagato's side really is troublesome, Itachi said. He's lived for over 1,000 years. What he's best at is sowing discord and manipulating people. Nagato lost his parents when he was young, and then Yahiko's death dealt him another heavy blow. His mental defenses are very fragile. Black Zetsu can control him very easily. So we have to deal with Black Zetsu first. Jiraiya sighed. But that thing doesn't have a real physical body, and sealing jutsu can't hold him for long. There is a way, Itachi said. Yin-yang release. Jiraiya froze for a moment. Yin-yang release? That's the Sage of Six Paths power. Naruto's adamantine sealing chains already contain the principles of yin-yang release. Once he fully masters his mother's sealing jutsu, he'll be able to use yin-yang release to directly attack Black Zetsu's true body. Itachi paused. But he's only 11 right now. He still needs time. Jiraiya fell silent for a while. Time. That's exactly what we lack the most. Madara may be about to revive. The room went quiet. Sunlight streamed in through the window, painting bright patches of light across the floor. Naruto leaned against the wall in the hallway, listening to the conversation inside as he clenched his fists. At the border of the Land of Rivers underground base, Sasuke found the lava cave where Obito was hiding. The entrance was still sealed by that huge boulder. After smashing it apart with a monster-strength punch, the scene inside made him frown. The lava cave was far messier than the last time he had come. The stone table had been overturned, scrolls were scattered all over the floor, and half of the map on the wall had been torn away. Obito was sitting on the ground without his mask. Under the dim light, the scars on his face looked especially vicious. His left arm was wrapped in bandages, and blood was seeping through them. "You're injured?" Sasuke walked up to him. "Black Zetsu." Obito's voice was hoarse. "He found out I was passing intelligence to Konoha. He sent 3 white Zetsu clones to kill me. I killed 2 of them, but 1 got away. My arm got bitten, though." Sasuke crouched down and examined Obito's wound. The wound had turned black and was giving off a rotten smell. White Zetsu's saliva was poisonous. "Does it need amputation?" "No." Obito climbed up from the ground and walked to a box in the corner. He pulled out a tube of Hashirama cell extract and injected it into his arm. The blackened wound began healing slowly, while black poison seeped out from it and dripped onto the ground, corroding small pits into the floor. "Black Zetsu knows you're working with Konoha?" "He knows. But he hasn't told Madara." Obito leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. "He's still making use of me. If Madara knew I'd betrayed him, he'd send Nagato to kill me directly. Black Zetsu doesn't want that because I still have control over the whereabouts of the Rinnegan." Sasuke was silent for a moment. "Madara needs the Rinnegan to revive. Nagato has one of them. The other one is in your hands?" Obito looked at Sasuke but didn't answer. "Your left eye." Sasuke stared at Obito's Sharingan. "Madara gave you that one. So the other Rinnegan. Is it in your left eye socket? Or did you hide it somewhere else?" Obito stayed silent for a long time. Then he reached up and removed the contact lens over his left eye. Under it was a purple eye with concentric ring pupils. "The Rinnegan. This Rinnegan was transplanted into me by Madara before he died." Obito's voice was low. "His plan was that after Nagato used Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive him, I would return this eye to him. Once both Rinnegan were reunited, he'd be able to recover the power he had at his peak. Do you plan to give it back?" Obito looked at Sasuke, his fingers brushing the eye socket of that Rinnegan. "No. Even if Madara revives, I won't return it." Sasuke nodded. "Then we've already won half the battle." Obito put his contact lens back on, covering the purple of the Rinnegan. "What about your side?" Jiraiya went to find Nagato. "How did the talk go?" "Fell apart." Black Zetsu interfered. "Black Zetsu." A trace of hatred entered Obito's voice. "That guy is even harder to deal with than Madara. He has no real body. You can't kill him and you can't seal him. His only weakness is that he has to attach himself to someone else to use most of his abilities." "Attach himself to who?" "Madara." Sasuke's pupils shrank. "You mean Black Zetsu can only truly show his strength after Madara is revived?" "Right. As he is now, Black Zetsu can only do scouting and pass messages. In a real fight he can't do much." Obito stood up and moved the arm that had just recovered. "So before Madara is revived, we have to pull Nagato out of Black Zetsu's control first. Without Nagato, Madara can't be revived. How do we pull him out?" "With your Rinnegan." Obito looked at Sasuke's left eye. "Your Rinnegan and Nagato's come from the same source. If you can enter his spiritual world and talk to him directly bypassing Black Zetsu's interference, you might be able to persuade him." Sasuke was silent for a few seconds, then stood up. "I understand. Keep recovering here. I'll go back to Konoha and prepare." "Wait." Obito stopped him, took out a scroll from the box and tossed it over. "These are Madara's notes from back when he trained his Rinnegan. There's a method for invading a spiritual world in there. Take it and learn it." Sasuke caught the scroll and put it away. "Obito." "Yeah, thanks." Obito froze for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "You're welcome." After Sasuke left, Obito sat alone in the lava cave. He looked at Rin's photo on the wall and said softly, "Rin, it's soon. Just wait a little longer." Konoha. Naruto sat on the fence at Training Ground 3, looking at the sunset in the distance. The Ninetales spoke inside him. "Brat, are you worried about Sasuke?" "Not worried. I just feel like we still aren't moving fast enough." "You're already moving very fast. You're 11 and you can already use Ninetales chakra mode. Sasuke is 11, and his Rinnegan has fully awakened. Compared to the last life, you're at least 5 years ahead. 5 years isn't enough. Madara will revive in 1 month." The Ninetales was silent for a moment. "Then make this 1 month count. I'll undo the last bit of the chakra seal, so you'll be able to use 80% of the Ninetales chakra." Naruto froze for a moment. "Kurama, you..." cut the crap. If you die, I won't live either. Helping you is helping myself. Naruto smiled. Okay. Starting tomorrow, no more sleeping. The Nine Tails did not reply. Night fell, and the lights of Konoha lit up one by one. Naruto sat on the fence, waiting for Sasuke to return. The moon rose, round and bright. He remembered that in his last life, at this age, he had still been running all over the world with Jiraiya, understanding nothing, only knowing how to shout that he wanted to become Hokage. In this life, he already knew that Hokage wasn't something you shouted your way into. It was something you fought your way into. In the distance, a figure walked out of the darkness. Sasuke, you're back. Naruto jumped down from the fence and ran toward him. The two looked at each other and spoke at the same time. I have a plan. I have an idea. Then they both laughed. The morning after Sasuke returned from the border of the Land of Rivers, the scroll Obito had given him was already spread out on the training ground. The scroll was very long. Once opened, it stretched to nearly 2 meters, densely packed with Madara's research notes on the Rinnegan. The handwriting was messy, and some parts were blurred by bloodstains, but the core content was still readable. Naruto sat cross-legged beside the scroll with a rice ball in hand, reading while eating. Madara's handwriting is really ugly. He is not a calligrapher. Sasuke sat cross-legged across from him, his finger moving over the scroll. Section 7. Method of Spiritual World Invasion. Found it. Naruto leaned over to look. The contents of that section were very simple. The core was only a few lines. 2 pairs of Rinnegan from the same source can, through chakra resonance, project the caster's consciousness into the target's spiritual world. The projection requires the target's mind to be in an unstable state, extreme anger, extreme sorrow, or extreme hesitation. Once inside, the caster can speak directly with the target's subconscious, bypassing all outside interference. Rinnegan from the same source. Naruto looked at Sasuke's left eye. Your Rinnegan and Nagato's both come from the Sage of Six Paths bloodline inheritance, so that counts. Counts. Sasuke nodded. But Nagato's Rinnegan was transplanted into him by Madara, so at the source, it's still Madara's eyes. My Rinnegan was awakened through the resonance of Indra's and Ajura's chakra, so its source is the Sage of Six Paths himself. Strictly speaking, my Rinnegan is closer to the origin than Nagato's. Then the success rate should be higher. Not necessarily. Sasuke pointed at a line of small text on the scroll. It was a note Madara had written in cinnabar red. Spiritual invasion is extremely dangerous. If the target's mental strength is stronger than the caster's consciousness will suffer backlash and be trapped forever in the target's spiritual world. Naruto's hand paused for a moment. Are you confident? No. Sasuke was honest. Nagato's mental strength has been tempered by 20 years of pain. He is much stronger than me. But this isn't a contest of who is stronger. It's a contest of whose conviction is firmer. My conviction is no weaker than his. Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes, stayed silent for a few seconds, then smiled. Fine. Then I'll wait outside Mangekyo and back you up. Once you enter Nagato's spiritual world, your body will lose consciousness. Someone needs to protect you. No need for you to go. Sasuke shook his head. You're too obvious. Pain will sense your chakra. Let Obito take me. Obito? He has Kamui. He can send me straight underground outside Mangekyo. Pain's Rain Tiger at will technique can't sense deep underground. Sasuke rolled up the scroll. And he has white Zetsu cells. He can imitate Nagato's chakra fluctuations and fool Rain Tiger at will. Naruto thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. If it doesn't work within 3 minutes after you enter, pull out. Don't force it. 3 minutes isn't enough. Then 5 minutes. No more than that. Sasuke looked at Naruto's serious face, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Since when did you become this nagging? From the day you became my partner. Naruto stood up and patted the dust off his pants. If you die, I can't beat Madara by myself. Sasuke stood up too. I won die. 2 days later, outside Mangekyo, deep underground. Using Kamui, Obito transported himself and Sasuke to a depth of 50 meters beneath Mangekyo. The rock walls around them were damp and dark. Occasionally, groundwater seeped out and dripped onto the stones with crisp sounds. Using earth release, Obito carved out a cramped space in the rock layer, barely enough for 2 people to sit. Mangekyo is right above us. Obito pointed upward and lowered his voice. Nagato's real body is in the underground shelter beneath the central tower in the village, about 30 meters deep. If you go 20 meters upward from here, you'll be close enough to reach the range of his spiritual fluctuations. Sasuke sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. You stand guard. If anyone gets close, use Kamui to move me away. I know. Obito leaned against the rock wall across from him. Are you sure you want to do this? If spiritual invasion fails, you'll become a vegetable. I'm sure. Sasuke opened his left eye. The purple concentric rings of the Rinnegan glowed in the darkness. Let us begin. Obito said nothing more. Sasuke closed his eyes and followed the method written in the scroll, gathering the Rinnegan's ocular power at the center of his brow. Chakra surged out from both eyes and converged at his brow, forming a tiny purple point of light. The point of light grew brighter and brighter, like a purple star flickering in the darkness. Nagato's consciousness drifted in the dark. He saw Yahiko. Yahiko stood in the sunlight, his orange hair lifted by the wind, a bright smile on his face. He reached out his hand and said to Nagato, "Come, let us create peace together." Nagato wanted to reach out and take it, but he couldn't lift his hand. Something was holding him back. He lowered his head and saw countless black chains stretching out from the darkness, wrapping around his ankles, wrists, waist, and neck. The chains were ice cold and gave off a rotten stench. "Nagato, you can't leave." Black Zetsu's voice came from the other end of the chains. "You need power. Only power can create peace. Yahiko is dead. He is not coming back. You can only rely on yourself." "No." Another voice came from the light. Nagato looked up and saw a young man standing beside Yahiko. Purple hair, black eyes, the Rinnegan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right. "Sasuke?" Nagato's pupils contracted. "You're Uchiha Sasuke? Why are you here? This is your spiritual world." Sasuke stepped forward. The black chains under his feet began to tremble. "I came to tell you something. Yahiko's death was not Konoha's fault." Nagato's body froze. Yahiko chose to die willingly. Sasuke's voice was calm. "To save Konan, he threw himself into your kunai. That wasn't Konoha's conspiracy. That was Yahiko's own choice. He chose to protect his comrade and used his death to let Konan live." "You're lying." Tears surged into Nagato's eyes. "Konoha forced him to die. It was a trap set by Hanzo of Mangekyo and Danzo of Konoha. That is true. But Yahiko's final decision was his own." Sasuke walked up to Nagato, crouched down, and met his gaze. "Do you know why Yahiko was willing to die? Because he believed in you. He believed you could carry on his will and create a world without war. But what did you do? In his name, you killed countless people. You betrayed his trust." Nagato's tears mixed with the rain and dripped onto the ground. I just wanted to. You wanted to use pain to stop war. But pain only brings more pain. You killed other people's loved ones, and their loved ones will hate you, retaliate against you, and start war again. You'll never be able to kill them all." Nagato lowered his head. Tears dripped onto the black chains. The chains began to loosen, letting out cracking sounds. "Nagato, come with me." Sasuke reached out his hand. "Return to Konoha. Tsunade can treat your illness. Your Rinnegan can be used to protect people. Yahiko is watching you from above. He wants to see you return to the right path." Nagato looked at the hand Sasuke had extended and tremblingly reached out his own. Black Zetsu's chain suddenly tightened and yanked Nagato's hand back. "Nagato, don't listen to him. He is from Konoha. He is lying to you. Yahiko is dead. Konoha's people killed him. If you turn back now, then Yahiko will have died for nothing." Nagato's hand stopped. He remembered the day Yahiko died, the blood splashing across his face. He remembered Konan's crying. He remembered the overwhelming hatred he felt when he awakened the Rinnegan. Konoha killed Yahiko. It was Danzo and Hanzo, not Konoha. Sasuke's voice was resolute. "Danzo is already close to death. His body has been eroded by white Zetsu cells. He won't live much longer. Hanzo already died at Pain's hands. The killers have already paid the price. Are you still going to keep killing?" Nagato was silent for a long time. "What if they bully Mangekyo again? Konoha will protect you." Sasuke said, "Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, promised me that if he became Hokage, he would protect all villages. He keeps his word." Nagato looked into Sasuke's eyes and saw sincerity there. Slowly, he reached out his hand and grasped Sasuke's. The black chains shattered completely. In the underground shelter, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Tears slid from his Rinnegan and dripped down his cheeks onto the ground. Konan stood beside him. When she saw him wake up, she let out a sigh of relief. "Nagato, you suddenly lost consciousness just now. No matter how much I called you, I couldn't wake you." "Iemme fine." Nagato's voice was hoarse. "Konan, I want to see Jiraiya-sensei." Konan froze. "I want to talk to him." Nagato closed his eyes. Not as pain, as Nagato. Konan was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "I'll make the arrangements." Outside Mangekyo, deep underground, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. The purple glow in his Rinnegan had dimmed a lot. Spiritual intrusion had consumed a huge amount of his ocular power and mental energy. "Did it work?" Obito asked. "It worked." Sasuke wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Nagato is willing to talk to Jiraiya-sensei. Not as pain, as Nagato." The corner of Obito's mouth lifted slightly. "You did it. Not me." Sasuke stood up, but his body swayed, and Obito caught him. There was still light in his heart. He was just bound by Black Zetsu's chains. He needed someone to help him break free. Obito used Kamui to send Sasuke back to the underground base at the border of the Land of Rivers. Sasuke leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. The cost of spiritual intrusion had been far greater than he had expected. Obito sat on the stone bench across from him and looked at the photograph on the wall. Rin, that kid did it. He spoke softly. He entered someone's spiritual world and pulled him out of the darkness. Back then, I couldn't enter your spiritual world, and I couldn't pull you back either. Rin in the photograph smiled brightly, never to answer him. Obito lowered his head and clenched his fists. But now I can help them. Help the world you gave your life for. Sasuke slept unconscious in Obito's underground base for a full day and night. The cost of spiritual intrusion had far exceeded his expectations. The purple point of light between his brows had burned not only ocular power, but also soul-level energy. Obito stayed by his side, injecting him with nutrient solution every few hours to maintain his basic vital signs. By the following evening, Sasuke woke up. What time is it? His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping together. You slept for a day and a half. Obito handed him a cup of water. There's movement on Nagato's side. Sasuke took the cup and drank a few mouthfuls. His mind recovered a little. What kind of movement? Konan sent word that Nagato is willing to meet Jiraiya. The condition is that only Jiraiya can come. No one else. Obito paused. And the meeting place isn't in Mangekyo. It's at the abandoned shrine on the border between Mangekyo and the Land of Fire. The same shrine where Itachi left the Akatsuki. Sasuke set down the cup. Can Konan be trusted? Whether she can be trusted or not isn't important. What matters is that Nagato's attitude has changed. If he wanted to kill Jiraiya, he wouldn't need to use this kind of method. It would be easier to do it in Mangekyo. Sasuke nodded. Has Jiraiya-sama been informed? He has. He set out this morning already. Obito looked at the clock on the wall. He should be almost there by now. Sasuke stood up and moved his stiff limbs. I'm going to back him up. Your body hasn't recovered yet. I won't die. Sasuke pushed open the exit of the cavern. The night wind poured in, lifting his black hair. And Naruto definitely went too. If I don't go, he'll charge in by himself. Obito did not stop him. He knew he couldn't. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, at the abandoned shrine, Jiraiya stood alone in the open space before the shrine, wearing that red outer robe and carrying the massive scroll on his back. The setting sun sank below the horizon behind him, dyeing the sky dark red. He had not brought anyone with him. Even Naruto had only been discovered after arriving nearby. That kid had secretly followed him and was hiding in the forest 300 meters away. Jiraiya did not drive him away, because he also felt that one more person meant one more layer of security. From the shadows of the shrine, two figures walked out. Nagato sat in a specially made wheelchair, pushed by Konan. His body was even more frail than Jiraiya remembered. His legs had completely withered, and tubes were inserted into his arms to sustain his life. But his eyes, those Rasengan, were still sharp, like two purple stars shining in the dusk. Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato's voice was hoarse, but it was no longer pain-s cold, machine-like voice. It was the voice of a real, exhausted, terminally ill young man. Jiraiya's eyes grew a little hot. He stepped forward, crouched down in front of Nagato, and met his gaze at eye level. Nagato, you've gotten thinner. The corner of Nagato's mouth twitched slightly. You've gotten old. No kidding. I'm already over 50. Jiraiya smiled, then put the smile away. Sasuke told me, you're willing to talk. Not as pain but as Nagato. Nagato lowered his head and looked at his shriveled legs. After Yahiko died, I thought only power could change the world. So I created pain, gathered the tailed beasts, and made the entire ninja world feel pain. But after 20 years of pain, the world didn't get better. It only got worse, because pain won't bring peace. Jiraiya's voice was soft, but firm. It only brings more pain. You kill someone, their loved ones hate you, take revenge and start another war. You'll never kill them all. Nagato raised his head and looked into Jiraiya's eyes. Then tell me, what should I do? Let it go. Jiraiya reached out and placed a hand on Nagato's shoulder. Let go of hatred. Let go of pain. Let go of the Eye of the Moon plan. Come back to Konoha. Tsunade can treat your illness. Your Rinnegan can be used to protect people just like Yahiko wanted. A trace of tears flashed in Nagato's eyes. I killed so many people. My hands are covered in blood. If I let go, can I really be forgiven? No. Jiraiya shook his head. You killed people, so you have to accept punishment. But punishment isn't the end. Atonement is. Live on. And use the rest of your life to protect more people. That's how you make it up to the dead. Nagato fell silent for a long time. Konan stood behind him, holding a kunai within the sheets of paper, but she did not raise it. She was waiting for Nagato's decision. Jiraiya-sensei, if I go back to Konoha with you, what about the Akatsuki? Pain's followers won't let this go. Pain's followers will deal with them. Jiraiya's tone was firm. Kakuzu, Deidara, Kisame, Konoha, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure will join forces to clean them up. All you need to do is hand over control of the demonic statue of the outer path so the Ten Tails can't be revived. Nagato closed his eyes. Control of the demonic statue of the outer path. ISNT in my hands. It's in Obito's hands. Jiraiya froze for a moment. Obito? The demonic statue of the outer path was inherited by Obito from Madara. I was only responsible for controlling it with the Rinnegan. The real key is with Obito. Nagato opened his eyes. Obito is the true executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. I was only a pawn. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Obito never mentioned any of this. Obito is our ally now, Jiraiya said. Nagato's pupils shrank slightly. Ally? Him? He betrayed Madara. Jiraiya looked straight into Nagato's eyes. Just like you, he was also deceived by Black Zetsu for 20 years. Now he wants to atone. Nagato was silent for a moment, then nodded. If Obito is really willing to hand over control of the demonic statue of the outer path, then I'm willing to go back to Konoha with him. In the distant woods, Naruto was lying behind a bush, with Kurama's sensory ability fully unleashed, catching every word spoken in front of the shrine. When Nagato said he was willing to return to Konoha, Naruto almost jumped up and cheered. But he held back, because Black Zetsu still hadn't appeared. Black Zetsu had to be nearby. Naruto's perception swept through the underground depths around them like radar. Sure enough, 20 meters below the ground, a faint, icy chakra signature was slowly moving. Black Zetsu, Naruto shouted, and 24 adamantine sealing chains shot out from behind him, drilling straight into the ground and chasing after that chakra signature. Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, his yellow single eye fixed on Naruto. You brat of the Nine Tails. You ruined my plans. The chains wrapped around Black Zetsu's ankles. Even though he had no true physical body, the adamantine sealing chains could drain chakra and still had some suppressive effect on his spirit-like form. Black Zetsu struggled a few times, but the chains only tightened more and more. Nagato raised his right hand. A purple flash passed through his Rinnegan. Universal pull. Black Zetsu's body was dragged toward Nagato. It twisted and warped in midair, letting out a shrill scream. Nagato, have you lost your mind? Lord Madara 1T let you off. Madara is already dead. Nagato's voice was so calm. It was like he was commenting on the weather. His era is over. Konan drew a long sword from her paper and aimed it at the back of Black Zetsu's neck. Nagato, should we kill him? We can't kill him. He has no physical body. Nagato released universal pull. Black Zetsu crashed to the ground in a miserable state, but he could still be restrained. Use a yin-yang release barrier. Naruto raised a hand. I don't know yin-yang release. I don't know the complete version either, but I can try. The purple glow in Nagato's Rinnegan flared brightly as his hands formed seals. Outer path, yin-yang seal. A black and white barrier spread out from his palms and enveloped Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's body struggled violently inside the barrier, letting out piercing screams. But the barrier walls grew thicker and denser until, in the end, they compressed him into a black and white sphere the size of a fist. Nagato withdrew the barrier, and the sphere dropped into his palm, falling quiet. This can only trap him for 1 month. Nagato was breathing heavily. The yin-yang seal had consumed a massive amount of his chakra. Within 1 month, we have to find a way to destroy him completely. Naruto ran over and looked at the black and white sphere in Nagato's palm. 1 month is enough. Madara needs Black Zetsu to be revived. Without Black Zetsu, there is no way for Madara to come back early. Nagato looked up at Naruto. You're the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto Uzumaki? Yes. Naruto grinned. Long time no see, big brother Nagato. Nagato froze for a moment at that title. Yahiko used to call him that too. His eyes reddened again. If Yahiko were still alive, he'd probably be about your age. He is alive. Naruto pointed at Nagato's chest. In your heart. At last, Nagato's tears fell. Jiraiya stood up and brushed the grass off himself. Let us go. Back to Konoha. It's getting late. Konan pushed Nagato's wheelchair and walked beside Jiraiya. Naruto walked at the back, glancing behind them from time to time. In the woods, Sasuke stepped out from the shadows and walked side by side with Naruto. When did you get here? Naruto asked. Just now. I saw that Black Zetsu had already been sealed, so I didn't make a move. How's your body? Me fine. Slept for a day and a half. I'm much more clear-headed now. Sasuke looked at Nagato and Konan ahead of them. He's really willing to go back to Konoha? Yeah. Jiraiya-sensei convinced him. Your mental invasion helped too. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Then next, we deal with the Akatsuki remnants and Madara. And Danzo, Naruto added. His right arm is almost out of control. Danzo's people have been watching us the whole time. We need to find a chance to bring everything into the open. No rush. Once Nagato reaches Konoha, everything will become clear. The two of them walked through the dusk. The lights of Konoha flickered at the foot of the distant mountain, like stars hanging low. Nagato sat in the wheelchair, looking at those lights, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Not fear, not hostility, but curiosity. He had lived for over 20 years, yet had never once set foot in Konoha. That was enemy territory. The place that had killed his parents and driven Yahiko to his death. But now, Jiraiya-sensei was pushing his wheelchair at his side. Konan was following behind, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was leading the way ahead. The place he was going to might not be hell. It might be another beginning. The lights of Konoha drew closer and closer ahead. Nagato sat in the wheelchair as Jiraiya pushed him forward, with Konan walking at his side and Naruto and Sasuke following behind. When the group passed through Konoha's main gate, the ninja guarding it were stunned for a moment. Pain? No. It's Nagato. Tsunade had already informed them in advance, saying that special guests would be arriving today. Lord Hokage is waiting for you in the office. The gate ninja stepped aside and opened the way. His gaze paused on Nagato's Rinnegan for a brief moment before quickly shifting away. There were not many people on Konoha's streets. Now and then, a few genin passed by, curiously looking at this strange group. An old white-haired man pushing a wheelchair. A skinny young man sitting in it, little more than skin and bones, with purple eyes that made people not dare meet his gaze. Nagato kept his head lowered, unwilling to look at those eyes on him. He was used to being feared, but not used to being looked at with curiosity. They're not afraid of me, Nagato said softly. Why should they be afraid of you? Jiraiya pushed the wheelchair, his tone calm. You're my disciple, not an enemy. Nagato did not reply. At the Hokage office building, Tsunade was already waiting at the door. She wore a green coat, arms folded across her chest, her gaze sweeping over Nagato once. Come in. Inside the meeting room, Itachi was already there. He leaned by the window with both hands in his pockets. When he saw Nagato enter, he gave a slight nod. Nagato's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki's traitor, Konoha's spy. They had once worked together in Akatsuki, but had hardly ever spoken. Sit, Tsunade said, pointing at the sofa. Konan pushed Nagato's wheelchair next to the sofa, then sat down beside him. Jiraiya pulled over a chair and sat next to Tsunade. Naruto and Sasuke sat across from them. Itachi did not sit. He remained by the window. Tsunade got straight to the point. Nagato, are you willing to give up the Eye of the Moon plan, sever your connection with the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and hand over control of the Rinnegan? Nagato was silent for a few seconds. I am willing, but I have conditions. Speak. First, Konoha must protect Mangekyo from invasion by the other great nations. Second, Konan must not be held accountable for her past crimes. Third. Nagato paused. My Rinnegan cannot be taken by anyone. Tsunade looked into Nagato's eyes. I can agree to the first and second conditions. As for the third, the Rinnegan is yours by birth. No one will take it. But if you die, the Rinnegan must be placed under Konoha's custody. Cannot fall into the hands of Akatsuki's remnants. Nagato nodded. Agreed. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. He had not expected Nagato to agree so easily. Maybe after that conversation at the temple, Nagato had already made his decision in his heart. He had only needed a way to step down. Tsunade took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Nagato. This is the alliance agreement between Konoha and Mangekyo. Sign it, and Mangekyo will become Konoha's ally. Konoha will station ninja there to assist with its defense. Nagato picked up the pen, his hand trembling slightly. Konan pressed down on his hand. Nagato, have you really thought this through? Nagato looked at Konan. I should have thought it through 20 years ago. He signed his name. Tsunade took the document, signed it as well, and stamped it with the Hokage's seal. From today onward, Mangekyo is Konoha's ally. The balance among the 5 great nations begins to change today. Naruto grinned from the side. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Itachi walked over from the window and looked at Nagato. Welcome back. Nagato raised his head and looked at Itachi. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. You're braver than I am. You endured inside Akatsuki for more than 10 years. I always knew you were a spy, but I never exposed you. Why not? Itachi asked. Because you were suffering too. Nagato's voice was low. I could see your pain. People who share the same sickness won't hurt each other. Itachi was silent for a moment. Thank you. That night, Nagato and Konan were arranged to stay in a special care room at Konoha Hospital. Tsunade personally examined Nagato's body. His condition was worse than she had expected. The muscles in both legs had completely atrophied. His spine had been severely damaged by the black rods. His internal organs were declining in function. If he was not treated in time, he had at most 3 more years to live. Can he be cured? Konan asked. Partially. His legs can recover enough for him to walk again, and his spine can be repaired. But the damage to his internal organs is irreversible. His lifespan will still be shorter than a normal person's. Tsunade looked at Nagato. If you're willing to cooperate with the treatment, then in 3 years at the very least, you'll be able to walk. Nagato closed his eyes. Being able to walk is enough. I haven't walked in 20 years. Konan held Nagato's hand, her eyes reddening. Nagato. Don't cry. Nagato opened his eyes and looked at Konan. We still have things to do. The things Yahiko didn't finish, we'll finish them for him. Outside Konoha, in an underground base near the border of the Land of Rivers, Obito sat in the darkness. An Akatsuki map spread out before him. News of Nagato leaving Akatsuki had already reached the various hideouts. Pain had suddenly lost contact. Konan was missing too. Kakuzu and Deidara were on standby near Kumogakure. Kisame's whereabouts were unknown. Black Zetsu had been sealed. In truth, Akatsuki had already fallen apart. But Obito knew the real threat was not Akatsuki. It was Madara. Madara's resurrection plan would not stop just because Nagato had betrayed them. He had backup plans. Obito pulled a scroll from his robe and spread it on the ground. On it was a detailed structural diagram of the demonic statue of the outer path, marked with the coordinates of each eye and the paths of chakra flow. I need to destroy the demonic statue of the outer path ahead of time, Obito muttered to himself. Without it, even if Madara revives, he won't be able to gather the tailed beasts. He stood up, walked to the wall and looked at Rin's photo. Rin, help me one more time. In the photo, Rin was still smiling. Obito reached out and touched her face through the glass. Konoha, Training Ground 3. It was deep into the night. The moon was mostly hidden behind clouds. Naruto and Sasuke sat facing each other. A silver-white sphere of light floated between them, and the black dot at its center had shrunk to the size of a millet grain, almost too small to see. The Nine Tails spoke inside Naruto. Almost there. When the black dot at the center of the sphere disappears, that will be the moment your chakra resonance is complete. At that time, Sasuke's Rinnegan will fully awaken, and your Nine Tails chakra will also resonate with Indra's power. You might even directly enter Six Paths mode. Naruto replied in his heart. How much longer? That depends on you too. If it's fast, 1 month. If it's slow, half a year. 1 month. The same as the time until Madara's revival. Naruto opened his eyes and met Sasuke's gaze. Sasuke, within 1 month we have to complete the resonance. Sasuke nodded. I know. The sphere of light slowly dissipated, and the two of them stood up. Moonlight broke through from behind the clouds and illuminated the training ground. Sasuke. Yeah. When all this is over, what do you want to do? Sasuke thought for a moment. First, help Itachi get his illness cured. Then, maybe go traveling. Traveling? Yeah. Go see the ninja world. In my previous life, I only cared about revenge and atonement. I never really went anywhere. In this life, I want to go see it. Naruto smiled. Then I'll go with you. Aren't you going to become Hokage? I can become Hokage anytime. But if I miss the chance to travel, then it's gone. Sasuke looked at Naruto, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Alright. On the third day after Nagato officially joined Konoha, Tsunade convened a preparatory meeting for the 5 Kage Summit. It was called a 5 Kage meeting, but in reality, only representatives from Konoha, Sunagakure and Kumogakure were present. The people from Kirigakure and Iwagakure were still on the way. Inside the Hokage meeting room, Tsunade sat in the main seat, with Jiraiya and Kakashi seated to her left and right. Sunagakure's representatives were Elder Chiyo and Temari. Chiyo was already old. After sitting for less than a quarter of an hour, she began nodding off. Kumogakure's representative was the Raikage's secretary, Mabui. She had brought a handwritten letter from the Raikage, along with a defense deployment map of Kumogakure. Naruto and Sasuke sat in the corner. Itachi leaned by the window. Nagato sat in his wheelchair and was pushed into the meeting room by Konan. Everyone's eyes gathered on Nagato, the Rinnegan, Pain's true body, the former public enemy of the ninja world. Chiyo opened one eye, glanced at Nagato, then closed it again. Everyone, Tsunade said, tapping the table, Nagato is no longer an enemy. He has signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. From today onward, Amigakure is Konoha's ally. Mabui raised her hand. Lady Hokage, the Raikage asked me to ask one question. How will the Rinnegan in Nagato's possession be handled? It stays. Tsunade's tone allowed no argument. The Rinnegan belonged to Nagato. It was not a war trophy. Mabui jotted down a few notes in her book and did not ask any more questions. Tsunade spread a map across the table. Marked in red were the known Akatsuki hideouts. Amigakure, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, and several more locations inside the Land of Fire. Although Akatsuki's main force has scattered, the remnants are still active. Kakuzu and Deidara are near Kumogakure. Kisame's whereabouts are unknown. Obito is now our ally. According to the intelligence Obito provided, Madara's revival plan has already reached its final stage. He needs 2 Rinnegan and the demonic statue of the outer path to fully revive. The demonic statue of the outer path is underground in Amigakure, and Nagato has already cut off its connection. But Madara still has a backup plan. What backup plan? Chiyo opened her eyes. White Zetsu. Nagato spoke up, his voice hoarse but clear. Before his death, Madara cultivated a large number of white Zetsu and stored them in culture tanks around the demonic statue of the outer path. White Zetsu can serve as temporary vessels for the Rasengan. The effect is much worse, but it's enough to let Madara revive in an incomplete form. Naruto frowned. How strong is an incomplete form? Stronger than Pain, weaker than Madara at his peak. Nagato paused. But even so, it would still take at least 4 Kage-level fighters working together to oppose him. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Tsunade placed her hand on the table, her fingers lightly tapping the surface. Then before he fully revives, we destroy the demonic statue of the outer path first. To destroy the demonic statue of the outer path, you need Yin-Yang release. Itachi walked over from the window. Yin-Yang release was the Sage of Six Paths power. In the entire ninja world, fewer than 3 people can use it. Which 3? Tsunade asked. Itachi looked at Nagato. Nagato looked at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto froze. Why are you looking at me? I can't use Yin-Yang release. Your adamantine sealing chains are the foundation of Yin-Yang release, Itachi said. Your mother's adamantine sealing chains contained the principles of Yin-Yang release. You just haven't developed them yet. Jiraiya cut in. I've already arranged Naruto's training schedule. For the next month, he's coming with me to Mount Myaboku to complete his Yin-Yang release training. A month? Tsunade frowned. Madara might revive within a month. Then I'll learn it within a month. Naruto stood up, his tone firm. If I can't learn it, I won't come back. Tsunade looked at Naruto, stayed silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Fine. What about Sasuke? Sasuke stood up from the corner. I'm going to Mangekyo to guard the demonic statue of the outer path. If Madara revives early, I'll be on site and able to react immediately. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Tsunade shook her head. Obito is going with me, Sasuke said. He has Kamui. At a critical moment, he can transfer me out. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then nodded. It's feasible. Obito can't be fully trusted, but his Kamui really is the key to staying alive. After the meeting ended, Naruto and Sasuke stood on the rooftop of the Hokage office building. The sun was setting, dyeing Konoha's rooftops orange-red. See you in a month. Naruto held out his hand. Sasuke clasped it. See you in a month. The two of them slapped palms. Neither said things like take care. Their relationship did not need that. Early the next morning, Naruto followed Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku. Sasuke and Obito went to Mangekyo. Itachi stayed in Konoha to assist Tsunade in handling intelligence on Akatsuki's remnants. Nagato and Konan also remained in Konoha, and Tsunade began the first phase of Nagato's rehabilitation treatment. Life in Konoha returned to a surface-level calm, but everyone knew this was only the final breath of relief before the storm. Mangekyo deep underground. Obito used Kamui to transport himself and Sasuke into the cavern where the demonic statue of the outer path was located. The enormous statue crouched in the center of the cave, its 9 eyes closed, countless tiny chakra threads pouring from its mouth. The threads connected to culture tanks all around the cavern, and each tank was filled with sleeping white Zetsu. A violet light flashed in Sasuke's Rasengan as he scanned every node of the demonic statue of the outer path. The statue's chakra flow has already stopped. Nagato cut off the connection, but the white Zetsu are still active. Obito pointed at several culture tanks in the corner. The white Zetsu inside the tanks opened their eyes. Their yellow pupils stared at them, the corners of their mouths curling upward into eerie smiles. Obito walked to one of the tanks and pressed a hand against the glass. These white Zetsu are Madara's backup vessels. If reviving in his real body fails, he'll use a white Zetsu body as a substitute. Then destroy them. Sasuke raised a hand, black flames of Amaterasu gathering in his palm. Obito stopped him. Not yet. If we destroy the white Zetsu, Madara will notice something is wrong. He might revive early and ruin our plan. Then what are you planning to do? Leave them. Obito withdrew his hand. Once Naruto learns Yin-Yang release, we seal the demonic statue of the outer path and all the white Zetsu in one go. Until then, all we need to do is monitor them. Sasuke stayed silent for a moment, then dispelled the Amaterasu. How long do we monitor them? At most a month. Naruto won't make us wait too long. Sasuke nodded and turned toward the depths of the cave. He needed to find a suitable observation point, one that would let him monitor the demonic statue of the outer path while also hiding his chakra. Obito followed behind him. The two of them walked soundlessly through the darkness. On the cave walls, one yellow-white Zetsu eye after another lit up, like countless eerie stars watching them. Mount Myaboku. Naruto sat cross-legged beside the toad oil pool, eyes closed, hands forming seals. Behind him, 26 golden chains slowly unfurled, dancing in the air like wings. Fukasaku stood beside him, stroking his beard. The limit of the adamantine sealing chains is 28 chains. At her peak, your mother could reach that number. You have 26 right now. You're still short by 2. The last 2 are the hardest. Naruto did not open his eyes. They need the support of Yin-Yang release. That's why you need to learn Yin-Yang release. Fukasaku jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and patted his head with a tiny claw. Yin-Yang release is not a jutsu. It's a principle. Yin release governs the spirit. Yang release governs the body. Combine the two, and you can create something from nothing, or turn something that exists into nothing. Naruto opened his eyes. How do I learn it? Start with Yin release. Jiraiya walked over from the distance, a scroll in his hand. Yin release is the foundation of genjutsu. In your last life you weren't good at this, but in this life, you have the Nine Tails chakra. With me and Fukasaku teaching you, you should be able to get the basics in a month. Naruto took the scroll and opened it. It was densely packed with theory on Yin release, spiritual energy, projection of consciousness, qualitative change in chakra. He looked at the words and felt his head grow 3 sizes bigger. Jiraiya-sensei, can't I just learn Yang release? No. Yin-Yang release can't be missing either half. Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder. Don't be scared. You can even handle the Nine Tails. What is Yin release compared to that? Naruto let out a sigh and closed his eyes again. Morning at Mount Mayaboku. While the toads were still sleeping, Naruto was already sitting by the toad oil pool. This was his 11th day at Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya had given him a goal that was almost impossible to complete. Master Yin-Yang release within 1 month. Fukasaku said this was a sage of 6 paths level power, something ordinary people could never even touch the threshold of in their entire lives. But Naruto was not ordinary. Inside him were the Nine Tails, Ajura S chakra, and the memories of speaking with the sage of 6 paths in his previous life. 26 golden chains spread out behind him. One more than 10 days ago. 27. Only one final step remained before he reached his mother's peak of 28 chains. But that final step was harder than the previous 27 combined, because the last chain needed to be created from the void through Yin-Yang release. Yin release governs the spirit. Yang release governs the body. Naruto kept his eyes closed, repeating Jiraiya's words. Yin and Yang as one. Create something from nothing. He divided the Nine Tails chakra into 2 streams. One gathered at his brow, representing spirit. One gathered at his lower abdomen, representing body. 2 streams of chakra circulated at the same time, without interfering with each other. This was the foundation of Yin release and Yang release. Inside him, the Nine Tails said, "Not bad. Your chakra separation is getting more and more stable. But separating it alone is useless. You still need to fuse it." Naruto released the 2 streams of chakra from his brow and dantian at the same time, letting them meet at his chest. The Nine Tails golden chakra and the silver-white spiritual energy collided, exploding into a blinding burst of light. When the light faded, nothing happened. The 97th failure, the Nine Tails counted. "You're still far from it. Shut up and focus on helping me stabilize the chakra." The Nine Tails snorted and said nothing more. Jiraiya leaned against a rock in the distance, watching Naruto train, and sighed inwardly. He had spent his whole life studying senjutsu, yet had never even touched the threshold of Yin-Yang release. And this 11-year-old boy was challenging that legendary power in less than a month. "Minato, your son is stronger than you," Jiraiya said softly. Mangekyo deep underground. Sasuke sat on the rock wall opposite the demonic statue of the outer path, his legs hanging in the air. His left Rinnegan glowed faintly in the statue's dim light. 11 days had passed, and the demonic statue of the outer path still showed no change. The white Zetsu were still asleep inside the cultivation tanks. Every now and then, a few of them would open their eyes, glance at Sasuke, then close them again. Obito sat deeper in the shadows, almost fused with the darkness itself. "Are you sure Madara will come?" Sasuke asked. "Not sure, but this is the only way." Obito's voice came from the darkness. "The demonic statue of the outer path is the key to Madara's revival. If he doesn't come, he can't be revived. If he comes, are the 2 of us enough?" Obito was silent for a moment. "No, but we can stall. Stall until Naruto learns Yin-Yang release." Sasuke asked no more. He looked at the demonic statue of the outer path's 9 tightly shut eyes and recalled Nagato's words. The demonic statue of the outer path was the shell of the 10 tails, a collective mass of chakra. Its power far surpassed that of the tailed beasts. If Madara truly revived and took control of the demonic statue of the outer path, the entire ninja world would fall into darkness. All the white Zetsu opened their eyes at the same time. Not 1 or 2, all of them. The white Zetsu in the cultivation tanks seemed to have been awakened by something. Their yellow pupils all turned in perfect unison toward the depths of the cave, to the direction of the demonic statue of the outer path. Sasuke and Obito stood up at the same time. One of the demonic statue of the outer path's 9 eyes, the smallest one, slowly opened. Nine Tails chakra. The demonic statue of the outer path let out a low voice. It was not human language, but the vibration of chakra itself. "I smell the Nine Tails." Obito's expression changed. "It's sensing Naruto." Nagato cut off the connection, but the demonic statue of the outer path itself has consciousness. Can you cut off its perception? Sasuke asked. No. The demonic statue of the outer path's consciousness comes from the god tree. It's a higher level than even the Rinnegan. Obito walked to the statue and placed a hand on its surface. But I can suppress it temporarily. Obito's Sharingan spun, the Mangekyo pattern appearing over the crimson background. Outer path suppression. The demonic statue of the outer path had just opened slowly closed again, and the white Zetsu all fell back into slumber. Obito pulled his hand back, breathing heavily. I can't hold it for long. At most half a month, the demonic statue of the outer path will awaken again. When that happens, Madara will definitely come. Sasuke looked at Obito's weary back. Half a month. Naruto still needed 20 days on his side. So we stall. Stall until he gets here. Sasuke nodded and sat back down on the rock wall. The purple light of his left Rinnegan flickered as it continuously monitored the chakra fluctuations of the demonic statue of the outer path. Obito leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tsunade received an urgent report from Kumogakure. Kakuzu and Deidara had attacked Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki near Kumogakure, but had been driven back by the joint efforts of the Raikage and Killer Bee. Kakuzu had lost one heart, and Deidara's right hand was injured. This was the first active move by the Akatsuki remnants in nearly half a month, which meant they were still active, and their targets were clear: the Eight-Tails and the Nine-Tails. Kakuzu and Deidara have temporarily withdrawn to the borders of the Land of Grass. Kakashi pointed at the map. According to ANBU reconnaissance, they have a temporary stronghold there. Send people to wipe them out, Tsunade said. Who? Kakashi looked at Tsunade. Naruto and Sasuke are both away from Konoha. Itachi's body hasn't fully recovered yet, and Nagato is still undergoing rehabilitation. Most of Konoha's combat-capable jonin are on outer defense. Tsunade fell silent. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at Konoha beyond it. Send Team Guy, Niji, Lee, Tenten, and add Itachi. Itachi 1T fight. He'll only be responsible for analyzing intelligence. Understood. After Team Guy set out, Tsunade stood alone by the window, holding a pen in her hand and absent-mindedly scribbling on paper. Jiraiya had gone to Mount Mayaboku. Naruto had gone to Mount Mayaboku. Sasuke had gone to Amigakure. Itachi had gone to the Land of Grass. Konoha's strongest fighting forces were all outside. If some other enemy attacked at a time like this, she shook her head and threw those thoughts out of her mind. She was the Hokage. She had to trust her subordinates. Mount Mayaboku, Day 13. Behind Naruto, 27 chains danced in the air. He had already reached the point where he could separate his chakra instantly, but fusion was always just a little short. Every time the golden and silver light at his chest collided, it would scatter apart, unable to condense into substance. Fukasaku hopped onto his shoulder. Little Naruto, you're too impatient. Inyang release ISNT achieved through brute force. Comes through understanding. You have to imagine the process of a chain going from nothing to something. You're not using chakra to create it. You're using your will to make it appear. Will? That's right. Why could your mother's adamantine sealing chains suppress the Nine-Tails? It wasn't because she had more chakra. It was because her will was stronger than the Nine-Tails. Fukasaku tapped Naruto's temple with his little claw. You have to believe that chain was already there. You just couldn't see it. What you need to do isn't create it. It's make it manifest. Naruto closed his eyes and thought of his mother, Kushina. She stood before the Nine-Tails. 28 chains spread behind her like wings, golden light illuminating the entire ceiling space. The Nine-Tails lowered its head before her. Not in submission, but in respect. The chains were always there, Naruto muttered. I just couldn't see them. He opened his eyes. The golden and silver light at his chest no longer clashed. Instead, they slowly entwined together like two mating snakes. The light grew brighter and brighter, extending out from his chest and condensing into a new chain. It was neither gold nor silver, but translucent, like a crystal-clear chain of light. The 28th chain. Fukasaku's eyes widened. It worked. Naruto stood up, and the 28 chains behind him spread out at the same time. Golden and silver light interwove, illuminating all of Mount Mayaboku. The toads jolted awake from their sleep and looked at the boy standing beside the oil pool, their eyes full of awe. Jiraiya jumped down from the rock and walked over to Naruto, reaching out to touch the chains. They felt cold, but carried a pulse like living things. So this is a chain condensed from Inyang release? Yeah. Naruto withdrew the chains and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was harder than I thought. You did it. Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Use the remaining half-month to consolidate your training. Once we get back to Konoha, we'll head to Amigakure together. Naruto nodded and looked in Amigure's direction. He wondered how things were going on Sasuke's side. Amigakure, deep underground. One of the demonic statue of the outer path's eyes opened again. Not the smallest one from last time, but the larger, brighter one in the center. Obito suppressed it with genjutsu, but this time it lasted less than 10 minutes before the statue opened its eye again. We're running out of time, Obito said. 10 days at most. Sasuke jumped down from the rock wall, walked to the demonic statue of the outer path, and pressed his hand against its surface. The purple glow of the Rinnegan flowed through his arm into the statue. All 9 of the statue's eyes trembled at the same time, then shut completely. What did you do? Obito asked. For the time being, he had sealed its senses. Sasuke withdrew his hand. The light in his Rinnegan dimmed a lot, but it can only last 7 days. Obito looked at Sasuke. 7 days is enough. On the 7th day, Naruto will definitely come. Sasuke did not answer. He walked back to the rock wall and sat down again. His left eye throbbed faintly from overusing the Rinnegan, but he did not close it. He was waiting. Waiting for Naruto. Waiting for Madara. Waiting for this war that had lasted for 1,000 years to finally reach its end. Far away at Mount Myaboku, Naruto stood by the toad oil pool. Behind him, 28 chains shimmered under the moonlight with interwoven gold and silver radiance. Far away in Konoha, Tsunade stood by the window of the Hokage's office, looking in the direction of Mangekyo in the north. Far away in the land of grass, Itachi stood outside Kakuzu and Deidara's hideout, his Sharingan glowing in the darkness. Everyone was waiting. The 7th day. The morning mist at Mount Myaboku had yet to disperse, and Naruto was already standing by the toad oil pool. Behind him, 28 chains floated quietly in the air. The semi-transparent chains refracted faint golden and silver light in the morning glow. Jiraiya stood beside him. Fukasaku hopped onto Jiraiya's shoulder, his expression far more serious than usual. You've already grasped the basics of Yin-Yang release, but how much you can bring out in actual battle depends on your will. Fukasaku stroked his beard. Remember, the adamantine sealing chains do not suppress the enemy through chakra. They suppress through will. The stronger your will, the stronger the chains. Naruto nodded and put away the chains. Jiraiya-sensei, when do we leave? Now. Jiraiya took out a summoning scroll from his robe, spread it open on the ground, and formed hand seals. Reverse summoning jutsu. In a burst of smoke, the 2 of them returned to training ground 3 outside Konoha. Konoha in the early morning was covered in a thin layer of mist. Tsunade was already standing at the edge of the training ground waiting for them. Behind her were Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, and Nagato. Nagato sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Konan. After half a month of treatment, his complexion looked much better than when he first arrived, and his legs had also started to regain a faint sense of feeling. Naruto, have you mastered Yin-Yang release? Tsunade asked. I have. Naruto walked up to her. What about Sasuke's side? Tsunade's expression darkened. Sasuke is guarding the demonic statue of the outer path underground in Mangekyo. Obito is with him. The 7-day sealing limit is up, and the demonic statue of the outer path has awakened again. Sasuke used the Rinnegan to suppress it, but he won't be able to hold on much longer. Madara could appear at any moment. I'm going to Mangekyo. Naruto turned and was about to leave. Wait, Tsunade stopped him. It's not just you. This is the final battle. Konoha will send all available forces. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, and Nagato will all go to Mangekyo. I'll stay behind to guard Konoha. Naruto froze for a moment. Lady Tsunade, you're not going? Konoha cannot be without the Hokage. If something happens to us in Mangekyo, Konoha will still need someone to hold everything together. Tsunade's tone was calm, but Naruto could hear the weight behind her words. She was preparing for the worst. Itachi stepped out from the crowd and stopped in front of Naruto. I'm going with you. My body has mostly recovered. At the very least, I can still fight one battle. Nagato also spoke. I'm going too. The demonic statue of the outer path and I still have a connection. I can help Sasuke suppress it. Naruto looked at Nagato's frail body and frowned. Your body, it can handle it. Nagato stood up from the wheelchair. Even though his legs were still trembling, he really did stand. Konan wanted to help him, but he gently pushed her hand away. I haven't walked in 20 years. Today I want to walk. Naruto was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, we go together. Guy was already in tears at the side. This is youth. The final battle. Let us burn together. Lee was crying too. Guy-sensei, I'm going too. You're going. Guy patted Lee on the shoulder. But you stay on the perimeter. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Lee nodded and wiped away his tears. The group departed from Konoha and headed toward Mangekyo. Naruto ran at the very front with Jiraiya and Itachi close behind. Guy led Lee and Neji in the middle. Nagato walked at the rear, supported by Konan. Kakashi covered the back, his Sharingan constantly scanning the surrounding chakra fluctuations. No one spoke. Everyone knew that this trip to Mangekyo might be one from which they would never return. But no one backed down. Mangekyo deep underground. 6 of the demonic statue of the outer path's 9 eyes had already opened. Sasuke sat cross-legged against the rock wall opposite it. The purple light in his left Rinnegan had dimmed to the extreme. 7 straight days of high-intensity suppression had nearly exhausted all of his ocular power and mental strength. His right eye was still bleeding. The black flames of Amaterasu flickered weakly in his palm, ready to go out at any moment. Obito stood beside him. Behind the mask, his Sharingan was also bloodshot. Your eyes can't hold on any longer. They can. Sasuke's voice was hoarse. Naruto is almost here. How do you know? Because he promised me. The demonic statue of the outer path's seventh eye opened. A massive surge of chakra erupted from the statue's body, blasting both Sasuke and Obito backward at the same time. Sasuke's back slammed into the rock wall, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Obito used Kamui to evade the impact, but his mask was still cracked open by the shockwave, revealing the Sharingan beneath it. Madara is here. Obito stared at the demonic statue of the outer path. The statue's eighth eye slowly opened. After those two eyes opened, a beam of black light shot out from the statue's mouth. Within that light, a figure slowly condensed into shape. White hair, red armor, and a huge war fan strapped to his back. Uchiha Madara. An incomplete form, but already enough to make the entire cavern tremble. Madara opened his eyes. His purple Rinnegan locked onto Obito. Obito, you betrayed me. Obito said nothing. Madara's gaze shifted to Sasuke. So you're the brat who awakened the Rinnegan? Younger than I expected. Sasuke climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The purple light in his left Rinnegan flared again. You're the last one. Madara laughed. His laughter echoed through the cavern, shaking loose bits of rock from the walls. The last one? Brat, do you know how long I've lived? Do you know how long I've waited for this day? He raised a hand and aimed it at Sasuke. Almighty Push. Sasuke used Almighty Push at the same time. The two repulsive forces collided in midair, and the entire cavern shook violently. Sasuke's body was sent flying, crashing into the rock wall, and broken stones half-buried him. Madara only took one step back. Not bad. To use Almighty Push to this level at 11 years old. You're the first. Madara lowered his hand. But your body can't hold on anymore. If this continues, you'll die. Sasuke crawled out from the rubble, blood flowing even more heavily from the corner of his mouth. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Obito's figure appeared behind Madara, his kunai stabbing toward the back of Madara's neck. Madara did not turn around. His arm twisted at a bizarre angle, and he caught Obito's wrist with his bare hand, snatching away the kunai. Your Kamui is useless against me. My Rinnegan can see through spatial coordinates. Obito's wrist creaked under the crushing grip, but he did not struggle. He looked straight into Madara's eyes and pulled a scroll from his robe. On it was a sealing formula for the demonic statue of the outer path. Madara, you lost. Madara's pupils shrank. From the cavern entrance came the sound of dense footsteps. Golden light surged in from the tunnel. 28 chains, like 28 golden flood dragons, lunged at Madara. Naruto had arrived. The golden chains tore through the darkness. 28 dragons of light roared out from the tunnel and charged straight at Madara's face. The purple light in Madara's Rinnegan flashed. Almighty Push. The repulsive force slammed into the chains with a metallic roar. Several chains were knocked aside, but even more pierced through the gaps in the force and wrapped around Madara's arms and waist. Naruto burst out from the tunnel, fully entering Nine-Tails chakra mode. The red gold-tailed beast cloak was especially dazzling in the darkness. Jiraiya, Itachi, Guy, and Kakashi followed right behind. Nagato stood at the entrance of the passage, supported by Konan, the image of Madara reflected in his Rinnegan. Madara! Naruto roared. Your era is over. Madara lowered his head and looked at the adamantine sealing chains wrapped around his body, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Kyuubi brat, your chains are far inferior to your mother's. He suddenly exerted force. The chains creaked under the pressure, but they did not break. Chains condensed from yin-yang release were far harder than ordinary chakra chains. Sasuke crawled out from the rubble, and the Rinnegan in his left eye lit up once more with a purple glow. His body had already reached its limit. His right hand could no longer form hand seals, his left eye was blurry, yet he was still standing. Naruto glanced at him. A trace of heartache flashed through his blue eyes, but he said nothing. Now was not the time for words. Everyone, attack together. Guy shouted. Opening the sixth gate of the 8 gates released formation, the Gate of View. His entire body turned red, and his speed surged to the point it could no longer be tracked by the naked eye. He kicked toward the back of Madara's head. Madara turned to dodge, but at the same time, Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu activated, Izanami. Not a complete Izanami, just a brief mental interference that slowed Madara's movement by 0.5 seconds. That 0.5 seconds was enough. Jiraiya's Sage Art. Gomen came blasting in from the front. A 3-in-1 flamestorm of toad oil, wind release, and fire release swallowed Madara whole. Madara used Shinra Tensei to blast away most of the flames, but Naruto's adamantine sealing chains took the chance to wrap around both his arms and legs. Seal him, Jiraiya shouted. Nagato raised his right hand from the entrance of the passage, purple light surging from his Rinnegan, outer path. Samsara seal. This was a sealing jutsu specifically aimed at the Rinnegan. It required both the caster and the target to possess eyes from the same source. Purple sealing formula spread out from Nagato's palm, covering Madara like a giant net. For the first time, a trace of panic flashed through Madara's eyes. Nagato, you sensei taught me that if you're wrong you have to admit it. Nagato's voice was calm, but veins bulged on his forehead and his body trembled violently. I was wrong for 20 years. Today I'm here to correct it. The sealing formula landed on Madara's body and resonated with his Rinnegan. Madara's body began turning transparent, like a sheet of paper burning away. All 9 eyes of the demonic statue of the outer path closed at the same time. The white Zetsu inside the cultivation tanks let out shrill screams and melted into white sludge. Obito appeared behind Madara, his kunai stabbing into Madara's lower back. It was not an ordinary kunai. A sealing formula was engraved on it. Madara's body stiffened. He lowered his head and looked at the sealing symbols on his chest. Obito. I'm apologizing to you on Rin's behalf. Obito's voice was low, but your path was the wrong one. Black blood flowed from the corner of Madara's mouth. He looked at Obito, at Naruto, at Sasuke, at Nagato, at these people he had once viewed as pawns. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. Hashirama. Your dream may have been right. His body turned into black powder and scattered into the air. The Rinnegan fell from his eye sockets and landed on the ground with a crisp sound. The demonic statue of the outer path fell completely silent. All 9 eyes were shut. It no longer spewed chakra threads from its mouth. Every white Zetsu in the cultivation tanks had turned to sludge, and the cave was filled with a sharp, rotten stench. The battle was over. Naruto withdrew the adamantine sealing chains, his legs going weak as he dropped to his knees. His Kyuubi chakra mode faded, revealing the orange tracksuit inside, soaked through with sweat. His chest rose and fell violently. The drain from 28 chains had far exceeded his expectations. Leaning against the rock wall, Sasuke slowly slid down into a seated position. The Rinnegan in his left eye had completely lost its light, turning into an ordinary gray eyeball. The Sharingan in his right eye had also closed, and dried blood still clung to the corner of it. Guy released the 8 gates and dropped to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. Lee ran over to support him, only to be pushed away with a wave of Gaia's hand. Itachi walked up to Sasuke, crouched down, and looked at his blind left eye. Does it hurt? It doesn't. Sasuke kept his eyes closed. But I can't see anymore. Lady Tsunade can heal it. Itachi reached out and placed his hand on Sasuke's head. Just like when they were little. You did well. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Jiraiya walked over to Nagato. Nagato had already gone limp in Konin's arms. The Samsara seal had consumed what little life force he had left. His face was white as paper. Sensei. I did it. Yeah, you did. Jiraiya's eyes had reddened. Leave the rest to me. Nagato closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Konin held Nagato in her arms, tears dripping onto his face. Nagato, wake up. Don't sleep, let him sleep, Jiraiya said softly. He is too tired. Konin did not loosen her grip. Obito stood alone in the shadows of the cave, looking at the place where Madara had vanished. The kunai in his hand was still dripping with Madara's black blood, and the wreckage covering the ground was reflected in his Sharingan. Obito. Naruto stood up from the ground and walked over to him. Obito looked at him. Thank you. Obito froze for a moment, then smiled. This was the first time Naruto had seen Obito smile. Not a cold smile, not a mocking smile, but the smile of someone exhausted, relieved, someone who had finally put down a heavy burden. You're welcome. Naruto held out his hand, and Obito took it. The two of them stood beneath the shadow of the demonic statue of the outer path. Behind them a battlefield in ruins, before them an unknown road. But they were walking it. They had always been walking it. Konoha, the Hokage's office. When Tsunade received the battle report, the teacup in her hand slipped to the floor and shattered. She did not bend to pick it up. She simply stared at the line on the paper. Madara eliminated. The demonic statue of the outer path sealed. 0 deaths in the allied forces. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and slowly let out a long breath. We won. Shizune cried beside her. Not out of sorrow, but joy. 3 days later, Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke lay in hospital beds at Konoha Hospital, separated by a curtain. Naruto's arm was wrapped in bandages, and Sasuke's left eye was covered with gauze. Itachi sat beside Sasuke's bed, peeling an apple in his hand. Brother, when can I be discharged? 3 days. That's too long. If you don't behave, then 5. Sasuke, shut up. Naruto laughed from the other side of the curtain. Naruto, don't laugh either. You're staying at least 1 week. Tsunade's voice came from the doorway. She walked into the room with a stack of examination reports in her hand. Your chakra pathways are severely overdrawn, and too much of the QBS chakra was consumed. You need time to recover. Madara's already been beaten. What's the rush? Naruto lay on the bed with both hands behind his head. Next comes cleaning up the remaining Akatsuki members and rebuilding the ninja world. We can take it slow. Tsunade did not argue. She walked to the window and looked out over Konoha. The sunlight was warm. Children were chasing each other through the streets. The owner of the ninja tool shop was sunbathing at the entrance. A long line had formed in front of Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto. Yeah. The day you become Hokage, I'll place the hat on your head with my own hands. Naruto froze for a moment, then smiled. Okay. From the other side of the curtain, Sasuke said, what about me? You'll be the Hokage's guard. No, I want to be the head of the Umbu. Wait until your eye heals before you talk. Laughter came from both sides of the curtain at the same time. Itachi finished peeling the apple, cut it into small pieces, and set them by Sasuke's hand. Sasuke found a piece by touch, put it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. The sunlight outside shone into the hospital room, falling over all four of them. The corner of Itachi's mouth was slightly raised. Naruto was grinning wide, teeth showing. Sasuke's eye was covered with gauze, but the curve of his mouth gave him away. Tsunade leaned against the windowsill and watched all of it, thinking that this was what she had fought so hard to protect. Not the village, not the position of Hokage, but these people's smiling faces. The war was over. A new era had begun. The 10th day after Madara disappeared, Konoha Hospital. Naruto had his bandages removed, and the chakra pathways in his arm had already fully recovered. The Nine Tails' regenerative ability was far stronger than Tsunade had expected. What was originally estimated to need a week of recovery only took him 5 days before he was lively and full of energy again. The bandages over Sasuke's left eye still hadn't been removed. Tsunade said they needed to observe him for another 2 days. The overuse of the Rinnegan had caused severe retinal damage, and whether it could recover was still unknown. What are you in such a hurry for? Sasuke leaned against the headboard. Even though he couldn't see, he could hear Naruto pacing back and forth in the hospital room. Madara is dead. Akatsuki is gone. The ninja world is peaceful for now. Will you die if you sit still for a few days? I will. Naruto dropped back onto the bed with a thump. I can't sit still. Then go ask Lady Tsunade for a mission. She told me to rest. Then rest. Naruto let out a sigh, fell back onto the bed, and stared at the ceiling. Sasuke, do you think Nagato can be healed? Sasuke fell silent for a moment. I don't know. Lady Tsunade said his vitality was overdrawn too badly. The fact that he's still alive is already a miracle. After returning from Mangekyo, Nagato had remained unconscious in a special care room at Konoha Hospital. The Samsara sealing jutsu had drained away the last bit of his life force, and Konan stayed by his bedside every second of the day. Jiraiya went to see him every day. He would sit by the bed for an entire afternoon without saying a word, just watching him like that. He'll wake up. Naruto said. He still hasn't seen a world of peace. Sasuke didn't answer. The door was pushed open. Tsunade walked in with a file in her hand, her expression much more relaxed than usual. Good news. The remnants of Akatsuki have all been wiped out. Kakuzu was captured by Team Guy in the Land of Grass. Deidara was personally defeated by the Reikage. Kisame surrendered on his own and is now being held in Konoha prison. Abito took the sealing scroll of the demonic statue of the Outer Path and went somewhere no one knows. He said he'd handle it himself. Naruto sat up. Abito left. He left. He left a letter for you too. Tsunade handed the letter to Naruto. Naruto opened it. Inside were only a few lines. Naruto, I've gone to atone for my sins. Maybe 10 years. Maybe 20. When I feel like I'm ready, I'll come back to see all of you. The Hokage's seat suits you. Sasuke can be the head of the ANBU too. Don't die. Abito, after reading it, Naruto folded the letter and put it into the pocket over his chest. Tsunade then looked at Sasuke again. One more thing. Itachi's condition has stabilized. His lungs and eyes have both recovered to normal levels. As long as he doesn't overuse the Mangekyo again, he can live to old age like a normal person. Sasuke's shoulders loosened slightly. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank himself. His persistence over these past dozen years saved all of you, and it saved himself too. 5 days later, Konoha beneath the Hokage rock. Naruto stood in front of the newly built hero memorial, holding a bouquet in his hand. The monument was carved with the names of the ninja who had died in this war. There weren't many of them, 90% fewer than in the original story. Nagato, Konan, Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi. Those names did not appear on the monument because they were still alive. Naruto placed the flowers in front of the monument and bowed. Sasuke stood behind him. The bandages over his left eye had already been removed, and the Rinnegan had recovered. Even though he still couldn't use Shinra Tensei, at least he could see again. Who are you offering flowers to? Sasuke asked. To everyone who died in this battle in my previous life, Naruto said. In this life? They didn't die. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Then he bowed too. In the distance, Itachi stood at the top of Hokage Rock, looking down over the whole of Konoha. The sunlight was good, and the wind lifted his black hair. The corners of his lips curved slightly upward. It wasn't a smile, but a kind of peace. Jiraiya walked up and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? The past. Itachi said, that night of the clan massacre, I thought I'd never be able to come back again. Now that I'm standing here, it feels like a dream. It's not a dream. Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder. You're home. That afternoon, Konoha Hospital. Nagato woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Konan asleep by his bedside, still holding his hand. Sunlight streamed in from outside the window, coating her hair in a layer of gold. Nagato didn't move, afraid of waking her. He lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Yahiko. If Yahiko were still alive, he would probably smile and say, "So you finally figured it out." Konan woke up, lifted her head, saw Nagato's eyes open, froze for a moment, and then burst into tears. "You're awake, you really woke up." "Yeah." Nagato's voice was very soft. "I'm hungry." Konan broke into laughter through her tears and wiped her eyes. "I'll go buy you something to eat." Konan. "Yeah. Thank you." Konan looked at him, and tears started falling again. "Don't say something like that." She turned and ran out of the hospital room. Nagato lay there alone, closed his eyes and smiled. 1 week later, Konoha Hokage's office. Tsunade formally announced, the permanent peace alliance of the 5 great nations has been established. Sunigakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha, the 5 great ninja villages, had signed a treaty of non-aggression and mutual defense. The threat of Akatsuki had been completely eliminated, and Amigakure joined the alliance as the 6th member. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the hallway outside the Hokage's office, listening to the applause and cheers coming from inside. "Naruto. Yeah. When are you becoming Hokage?" "Lady Tsunade is staying Hokage for at least another 10 years. She said she's still young." The corners of Sasuke's lips lifted slightly. "She's not young anymore." "You dare say that to her face?" "No." The two of them laughed at the same time. As the sun set, Naruto and Sasuke walked along the streets of Konoha. There was a long line in front of Ichiraku Ramen. The owner of the ninja tools shop was dozing at his doorway. A few kids were kicking a ball around in an alley. Peace was just that simple. "Sasuke." "Yeah." "When everything is completely settled down, let's go traveling." "Where to?" "Anywhere. We'll just go wherever we end up." Sasuke thought for a moment. "Sure, but you're paying." "Why?" "You're the future Hokage. Your salary will be higher than mine." Naruto laughed, laughing from the heart. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two boys stretched long. In the distance, the stone faces of the previous Hokage on Hokage Rock looked down over the village, their stone eyes glinting in the moonlight. The war was over. A new era had begun, and they would become the guardians of this new era. In the first month after Madara disappeared, life in Konoha gradually returned to peace. Naruto no longer needed to get up at 5 every morning to train, but he still kept the habit. Konoha in the early morning was very quiet. Once in a while, a few crows would fly over the rooftops, casting black silhouettes through the morning light. He was used to going to training ground 3 first to run 10 laps, then heading to Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast. The owner already knew him. Every time, before he even sat down, a bowl of miso chashu ramen would already be placed in front of him. "No extra noodles today?" the owner asked. "Not today. I made an appointment with Sakura to go to the hospital for a follow-up checkup." The owner nodded and went back to wiping the table. After finishing his ramen, Naruto went to Konoha Hospital. Sakura was already waiting at the entrance, holding a stack of test results. Her hair had grown quite a bit longer than before and was tied into a ponytail. Over the past 2 years, she had grown a lot taller. Standing in front of Naruto now, she was only half a head shorter than him. "You're 3 minutes late. Took too long eating ramen." Sakura rolled her eyes and led him into the hospital. "The follow-up results are very good. The repair of the Ninetales chakra pathways is already complete, and there are no aftereffects at all." Tsunade signed the report and said, "You can go back to being your monster self." When Naruto walked out of the hospital, the sunlight was bright. He saw Sasuke sitting on a bench by the hospital entrance, holding an open book, but not actually reading it. The Rinnegan in Sasuke's left eye had already fully regained its function, but Tsunade advised him not to overuse it for the time being. At most, he could use Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin once a day. "You didn't go train?" "Already finished." Sasuke closed the book. "I just went to see Nagato. He was doing rehab training, and he could already walk 100 meters on his own." 100 meters? Naruto sat down beside him. "Wasn't he at only 50 meters last week?" "Yes, improving fast. Konan trains with him every day, and Jiraiya-sensei goes over often too. Nagato said he wants to walk 1 kilometer before winter." Naruto smiled. "That guy's even more stubborn than me." The two of them sat at the hospital entrance, watching people come and go on the street. A few genin ran past them, mission scrolls in hand, shouting for each other not to be late. A mother was leading a child by the hand to buy groceries. The child was holding a fox mask, exactly the same as the one Naruto had worn when he was little. Naruto looked at that mask, froze for a moment, then smiled. "What is it?" Sasuke asked. "It reminded me of when I was a kid. Third Hokage Grandpa gave me a fox mask once. I wore it for a full 3 years, and only threw it away when it didn't fit anymore." Sasuke didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. "Sasuke, have you ever thought about adopting a child?" Naruto suddenly asked. Sasuke froze for a moment. "What? I mean, don't you want a child? In the last life, you had Sarada. In this life, even though you don't know Sakura anymore, you could adopt one." Sasuke was silent for a long time. "I've never thought about it. What about you?" "I have." Naruto looked at the sky. "Boruto want to be born, but I still want a child. Not to replace him. A new beginning. Then go find yourself a girlfriend." Naruto laughed. "Who? Sakura? She likes me. That was in the last life. In this life, she is not that obsessed with you." Sasuke thought about it. "That's true. But she might not like you either." "I know." Naruto stood up and stretched. "No rush. I'm only 11. I've got plenty of time." Sasuke stood up too. "Let us go. To the training ground. We haven't practiced chakra resonance yet today. Are your eyes okay?" "I want to use the Rinnegan. Just the Sharingan." The two of them walked side by side toward the training ground, their shadows overlapping under the sunlight. That afternoon outside Konoha, in the underground base Obito had left behind. After Obito left, the place had become empty. Naruto and Sasuke came by once in a while to check if anything had been damaged. This time they found an extra box. It hadn't been left by Obito. It was placed there by Itachi. Inside the box were copies of all the intelligence Itachi had gathered while infiltrating the Akatsuki, including Black Zetsu's origins, the method to seal Kagaya, and detailed records about the Otsutsuki clan. On top was a note in Itachi's handwriting. "For Naruto and Sasuke. The enemies of the future are among the stars." Naruto picked up the note and stared at it for a long time. Among the stars. The main Otsutsuki family. Sasuke saw it too. Ishiki still hasn't appeared. His Kama may still be on some vessel. So peace is only temporary. Naruto folded the note and put it into his pocket. "When we grow up, we'll still have to fight." The two of them looked at each other. No sighing. No complaints. Because they had known for a long time already that this road had no end. At dusk, when Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha, they ran into Itachi, who had just come back from outside the village. Itachi was wearing Konoha's green flak jacket, with a Kusanagi sword on his back. He looked to be in pretty good spirits. His complexion was much rosier than it had been 2 months ago, and his coughing had basically stopped. "Brother, where did you go?" Sasuke asked. "I went to Naka Shrine and cleaned it up a little," Itachi said. No one had been there for a long time. A lot of dust had built up. "You cleaned the shrine?" "No one lives in the Uchiha compound anymore, but the shrine can't be left to waste away." Itachi looked at Sasuke. "It's the last memory I have of father and mother. I want to keep it." Sasuke was silent for a moment. "I'll go with you next time." Itachi nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped. "Sasuke, yeah, you've grown up. You say that every time we meet. Because every time we meet, you're a little older than last time." Itachi left. Sasuke stood there, watching his brother's back as a warm feeling rose in his heart. That night, Naruto lay in bed, unable to sleep. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened today. Nagato could walk now. Itachi's body had recovered. Madara was dead. The ninja world was at peace. Everything was moving in a good direction, but there was still one knot in his heart. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki wasn't as flamboyant as Madara. He hid in the darkness, and he might already be possessing someone. Naruto didn't know when he would appear, but he knew he definitely would. "Kurama, do you think Ishiki will make a move after Madara's death?" The Ninetales yawned inside the seal space. "Maybe, but maybe he'll keep hiding. Ishiki is much craftier than Madara. He'll appear when you least expect it. Then what do we do? Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. Strong enough that if he doesn't come, fine. But if he does come, he won't be going back." Naruto closed his eyes. "Okay." Early the next morning, Naruto went to Training Ground 3 for his usual run. When he reached the 10th lap, he saw Kakashi standing in the middle of the field with a copy of Ika Paradise in his hand. When Kakashi saw him, he closed the book. For once, there was a trace of seriousness in those dead fish eyes. "Naruto, Lady Tsunade told me to inform you that starting next week, you'll be learning lightning release from me." Naruto froze for a moment. "Lightning release? Didn't you already teach Sasuke?" "Sasuke's lightning release is his own Chidori. What I'm teaching is a different form, the advanced application of lightning blade." Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his pocket. "Your Ninetales chakra has yang nature. Lightning release has in nature. Combining the two can produce a much stronger burst of power. Lady Tsunade said your potential is still far from fully developed. Naruto took the scroll and opened it. It showed the flow path of lightning release chakra through the chakra pathways, with 3 key nodes marked: heart, lungs, spine. These 3 nodes are the core of lightning release. If you control them, you'll be able to stack lightning release chakra on top of your Ninetales chakra mode. Double speed, double attack power. Naruto's eyes lit up. This is good. Don't rush. We start next week. Kakashi turned and walked away. Take it easy this week. And while you're at it, think about what you want to do after the ninja world is completely settled down. Kakashi left. Naruto stood on the training ground, scroll in hand, looking at the distant sky. What did he want to do? There were a lot of things he wanted to do. He wanted to travel. He wanted to eat Ichiraka ramen all across the ninja world, if there was any elsewhere. He wanted to go see the ocean with Sasuke. But most importantly, he wanted to see this peaceful world last forever. The peaceful days lasted for a full 2 months. Naruto began learning lightning release from Kakashi, training for 2 hours every morning with the rest of the day free. Sasuke's Rinnegan had recovered to the point where he could use universal pull, but he didn't rush back into hard training. Instead, he followed Itachi around, sorting through the relics left behind in the Uchiha compound. The two of them would occasionally meet at the training ground and practice chakra resonance, but the intensity was much lower than before. You've gotten lazy, Naruto said to Sasuke once. Not lazy. There's just no need. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the training ground, eyes closed as he absorbed natural energy. There are no enemies right now. No need to push myself that hard. Enemies will come sooner or later. Then I'll train when they come. 1 month is enough for me to recover to my peak. Naruto felt like that made sense, but he still showed up at the training ground on time every day. It wasn't that he was uneasy. It was just habit. An 11-year habit, impossible to change. That evening, on Naruto's way back to his apartment from the training ground, he saw a stranger standing at Konoha's entrance. It was a silver white-haired boy, around 15 or 16 years old, wearing a white robe and carrying a huge wooden box on his back. His skin was white as paper. His eyes were pale violet, with no pupils. They looked very similar to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, but the color was different. The ninja guarding the gate stopped him. Konoha is not open to outsiders. Please show your pass. The boy said nothing. He took a letter from his clothes and handed it to the gate ninja. The envelope bore the sealing wax of Sunagekyo. It was a recommendation letter from Lady Chiyo. After reading it, the gate ninja's expression eased a little. You're here for an exchange program? The boy nodded. Go on in. Report to the Hokage's office. The boy walked into Konoha, his gaze sweeping over the shops and pedestrians lining both sides of the street. There was no emotional fluctuation at all in his light purple eyes. His gaze paused on Naruto for a brief instant, just an instant, before moving away as he continued forward. Naruto's Ninetales perception caught that fleeting look. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't hostility. It was confirmation. He was confirming Naruto's identity. Naruto followed after him. Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Are you the exchange student from Suna? The boy stopped, turned around, and looked at Naruto. I know who you are. His voice was very soft, like wind brushing past bamboo leaves. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. The one who defeated Pain and Madara. We all did that together. Naruto scratched his head. What's your name? Code name, Ku. The boy did not give his real name. Lady Chiyo sent me to Konoha to study medical ninjutsu. Ku? That's a pretty weird name. The boy did not explain. He turned and kept walking. Naruto watched his back, a strange feeling rising in his heart. There was a familiar aura around this boy, not the aura of chakra. Something deeper. The Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at Lady Chiyo's recommendation letter, then at the silver-haired boy standing before her and frowned. Chiyo says you're her distant relative. You're highly talented, and she hopes you can study medical ninjutsu in Konoha for 1 year. Yes. The boy lowered his head. Have you studied medical ninjutsu before? I've learned the basics. Lady Chiyo taught me the mystical palm technique. Tsunade had Shizen bring in an injured ninja and told the boy to demonstrate on the spot. The boy placed his hand over the wounded man's injury. Emerald green medical chakra poured from his palm, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade's brow lifted slightly. Your technique is very skilled. You don't seem like a beginner. Your level in medical ninjutsu is already close to Jonin standard. Why do you still want to study in Konoha? Lady Chiyo said Konoha's medical ninjutsu is the strongest in the ninja world. I want to learn Lady Tsunade's creation rebirth. Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Creation rebirth isn't something just anyone can learn. It requires extremely precise chakra control and powerful life force. Are you confident? Yes. Tsunade looked into his light purple eyes. She kept feeling like she had seen that color somewhere before. She thought for a while but couldn't remember. Fine. For now, You'll be assigned to the medical unit and study under Sakura. Konoha will provide food and lodging, but you may not leave the village freely. Yes. The boy bowed, then turned and left. Shizen closed the door and quietly said to Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, this person's chakra is a little strange. What is strange about it? His chakra doesn't feel human. It's too pure. Like what? Like the first Hokage's cells. Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly. She sat in her chair, fingers tapping on the desk. Keep him under surveillance. Don't alert him. That night, Naruto went to Konoha Hospital to deliver something. As he passed the medical unit's training room, he saw that silver-haired boy sitting cross-legged on the floor. A medical ninjutsu textbook spread open in front of him. His wooden box was placed beside him. The lid was not fully closed, revealing what was inside. A specimen jar. Inside the jar was an eye soaking in fluid. A purple eye, with concentric ripple-pattern pupils. The Rinnegan. Naruto's heart thudded hard. He pushed the door open and walked up to the boy. What's in your box? The boy looked up, his light purple eyes calmly meeting Naruto's. A spare eye. Whose? Mine. Naruto stared at his eyes. Light purple but without pupils. Those aren't the Rinnegan. Your eyes aren't that color. The boy was silent for a moment, then reached up and removed his contact lenses. His eyes were the same as the one in the box, purple ripple-pattern pupils. The Rinnegan. Naruto's Ninetales chakra erupted instantly. Adamantine ceiling chains shot out from behind him and surrounded the boy. Who exactly are you? The boy did not panic. He put the contact lenses back on, and his eyes returned to light purple. My name is Ku. I'm one of Orochimaru's test subjects. The one you rescued from the lab when you were a child. Do you remember? Naruto froze. Of course he remembered. 2 years ago, he and Sasuke had rescued a silver-haired boy from one of Orochimaru's abandoned laboratories. That artificial human, Ku. Later, Naruto had handed him over to the third Hokage, who arranged for him to live in Konoha. But that Ku had normal black eyes. Not the Rinnegan. You're not that Ku. I am. But my body was modified. The boy took the specimen jar from the wooden box and set it on the table. Orochimaru implanted the first Hokage's cells and Uchiha clan genes into my body. My eyes can evolve. After Madara died, my eyes evolved into the Rinnegan on their own. Naruto fell silent. He carefully recalled what had happened 2 years ago. That silver-haired boy who had slipped out of a cultivation tank, pale-skinned, body cold to the touch. Naruto had indeed checked the boy's eyes himself. They had been ordinary black eyes. But 2 years was enough time for someone's eyes to evolve. You didn't come to Konoha just to study medical ninjutsu. Half of that is true. The boy said, the other half is that I wanted to see you. You're the only person who never treated me like a test subject. I want to follow you. Naruto withdrew the adamantine ceiling chains, sat down on the floor, and met the boy at eye level. What's your name? Not your code name. Your real name. The boy was silent for a long time. I don't know. Orochimaru called me Ku. Grandpa Third called me Shao Chi, because I was the 7th test subject. I don't have a real name. Naruto thought for a moment. Then I'll give you one. Yang. The Yang from Sun. The boy looked up. His light purple eyes glimmered faintly. Why? Because my name is Naruto. It has the sound Ming in it, the sound of the sun rising. Your name is Yang. You're the sun itself. That way we'll be a pair. The boy lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Yang is good. Naruto held out his hand. Yang, welcome to Konoha. Yang took his hand. That hand was cold, but steady. Outside the door, Sasuke was leaning against the wall, listening to the conversation inside. The purple light in his left Rinnegan flickered. He had already been ready to move at any moment, but after hearing the end, he withdrew his chakra, picked up another one. Sasuke said softly, then turned and left. On Yang's 3rd day in Konoha, Sakura officially became his instructor. Though calling her an instructor wasn't quite accurate. It was more like helping him get familiar with the environment. Yang's level in medical ninjutsu was already very high. Ordinary external injuries and internal treatment were both well within his abilities. What Sakura taught him was Tsunade's original modified version of the mystical palm technique. An advanced technique that stimulated the patient's own cells to regenerate through chakra. It required extremely precise chakra control. Yang learned quickly. Sakura only demonstrated it twice, and he was already able to reproduce it perfectly. Sakura watched as his hand lightly swept across the test subject, and more than half the wound healed at once. The expression on her face turned a little complicated. You really never learned this before? No. But my body has a very high affinity with medical chakra. Yang withdrew the mystical palm technique and looked at Sakura with his light purple eyes. Maybe it's because of the first Hokage's cells. Sakura fell silent for a moment. She had heard from Naruto about Yang's origins. Orochimaru's test subject. The first Hokage's cells inside him. Uchiha genes. Eyes that could evolve into the Rinnegan. Any one of those things would be an S-rank secret. and now all of them were concentrated in a single 15-year-old boy. Aren't you afraid? Sakura asked. That your own body isn't what you wanted. Yang thought for a moment. I was back when I was in the incubation tank. I didn't know if I would ever be taken out, or if I would die after being taken out. Later, third grandpa settled me in Konoha, taught me how to read and gave me food. After that, I wasn't scared anymore. The day Naruto saved you from the lab, what did he say to you? He said I would live well. Sakura felt her eyes grow a little hot. She turned to look out the window. On the training ground, Naruto was practicing lightning release. The Nine Tails chakra mode and lightning release chakra intertwined around his body into a golden blue radiance. Behind him, 28 chains spread out like wings. That's just the kind of person he is. Sakura said he's like that with everyone. If you're not careful, you'll be moved to death by him. Yang didn't answer. He looked at Naruto's figure outside the window, and a trace of light appeared in his pale purple eyes. That afternoon, Yang ran into Sasuke in the hallway of Konoha Hospital. Sasuke had just come out of Nagato's room. Nagato's rehabilitation training was going very smoothly, and he could already walk 200 meters on his own. Konan stayed by his side, and the two of them had grown closer than before. Sometimes when Nagato got tired from walking, Konan would support him, and the two would lean against each other to rest. Sasuke saw Yang and stopped. Your eyes. Let me see them. Yang took off his contact lenses, revealing those purple ripple pattern pupils. Sasuke leaned in for a closer look. The Rinnegan in Yang's sockets rotated slowly, almost exactly the same as the immature form of Sasuke's own Rinnegan 3 years ago. Your ocular power is weaker than Nagato's, but more stable than mine. Sasuke took a step back. Orochimaru's modification techniques are more precise than Madara's when it comes to fusing the Sharingan with Hashirama's cells. Your eyes 1T consume your life force like Nagato's did. Will you treat me as a weapon?
Yang suddenly asked.
Sasuke froze for a moment. What? Naruto treats me like a person. What about you? Do you see me as a person, or as a weapon? Sasuke was silent for a long time. He looked into Yang's eyes. In those eyes, there was no hatred, no fear, only a simple longing to be treated like a person. Person. Sasuke said. You're someone named Yang, not some experimental subject. Yang lowered his head, his fingers trembling slightly. Thank you. Sasuke didn't say you're welcome. He turned and left. When he reached the end of the hallway, he stopped without looking back. The name Naruto gave you is pretty good. Yang stood there, and the hand holding the contact lenses slowly lowered. That evening, Naruto treated Yang to dinner at Ichiraku Ramen. Sasuke sat beside him, and Sakura sat across from them. The four of them each had a bowl of ramen. After Naruto finished his own, he ordered another one with extra chashu, egg and seaweed. Your appetite really is as ridiculous as ever, Sakura complained. I'm still growing. You're 11 years old. You're not in the peak stage of growing anymore. For me, it's always the peak stage. Yang ate very slowly. During the 2 years he had lived in Konoha before, he had rarely gone out to eat. Third Hokage had always arranged for people to bring food to where he lived. This was his first time sitting at a ramen stand, eating noodles together with several people his own age, though not completely the same age. Is it good? Naruto asked.
Yang nodded.
It's very good. Ichiraku Ramen is the best ramen in all of Konoha. Now that you're living here, you can come often. Yang looked at the broth left in his bowl and said softly, I will. At night, Naruto walked Yang back to his place. Yang lived on the east side of Konoha village, in a small standalone house arranged by the third Hokage. It wasn't too big, but it was clean and tidy. There was a cherry tree at the entrance. It wasn't tea blossom season now, so it stood bare. Yang, what do you want to do in the future? Naruto asked. Yang thought for a moment. I want to be a doctor. I want to save people with medical ninjutsu. When Orochimaru created me, he injected me with a lot of different people's cells, first Hokage's, Uchiha's, and also several medical ninjas. My body has a very high affinity with medical chakra. I should be able to do better than ordinary people. Then be a doctor. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Konoha Hospital happens to be short on people. Study well with Sakura, and in the future, become a medical ninja even stronger than Lady Tsunade. The corner of Yang's mouth lifted slightly. Stronger than Lady Tsunade? That's impossible. Who says it's impossible? You've got Hashirama's cells inside you. Your regeneration ability is stronger than normal people's. Your cheat is already fully set up, so don't waste it.
Yang paused.
Then smiled. This was the first time Naruto had seen him smile. It was faint, but it was definitely a smile. Naruto-kun. Thank you for giving me my name. You're welcome. Naruto turned around. Get some sleep early. We still have training tomorrow. Naruto left. Yang stood at the doorway, watching his back disappear into the night. The night wind blew past, and the dry branches of the cherry tree rustled softly. The Yang from sunlight. Yang murmured his own name in a low voice. Sounds nice. Konoha Village, Hokage office. Tsunade sat in her chair, with Yang's physical examination report spread out in front of her. Shizune stood beside her with a serious expression. The report read, Hashirama Senju cells detected within the body, Uchiha genes, and fragments of multiple Kekkei Genkai. Chakra purity extremely high. Talent in medical ninjutsu far surpasses ordinary people. Eyes identified as Rinnegan, currently in an incompletely awakened state. Estimated to fully awaken within 1 year. That bastard Orochimaru. What the hell did he create? Tsunade threw the report onto the desk. Lady Tsunade, is it safe to let this person stay in Konoha? Shizune asked. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and looked at the ceiling. Not safe. But we can't drive him away. He's not an enemy. He's just a child who was created and doesn't he know where he's supposed to go. Naruto chose to keep him, so Konoha has to take responsibility. But his Rinnegan, I'll keep an eye on it. Tsunade stood up. If his eyes really do fully awaken, then maybe he can become a weapon for us against the Otsutsuki clan. But that's only if he's willing to be a person, not a weapon. Shizune didn't say anything more. Outside the window, the moon had risen, round and bright. Yang sat alone on the steps in front of the little house, looking at the moon. In his hands was a notebook. It had been given to him by the third Hokage back then. On the title page was written, Little 7, live well, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He flipped to a blank page and wrote with his pen, Yang, live well. The scene of the four of them sitting together and eating ramen gradually became a strange kind of scenery in Konoha village. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Rinnegan boy, the rising star of the medical corps, and that Uchiha orphan who wore a cold face all day. Whenever you four get together, it always feels like something big is going to happen. Old man Tucci said while cooking noodles. It one tea, uncle. Naruto laughed. This is a time of peace now. Peace is good, peace is good. Tucci nodded and kept cooking noodles. Yang sat beside Naruto, eating a little faster than he had in his first few days here. He had discovered that if he ate too slowly, Naruto would finish his own ramen and then stare at Yang's bowl. That kind of look made it impossible to eat slowly. What are you doing this afternoon? Naruto asked. Their SA surgical observation session with the medical corps. Sakura told me to go take a look. What surgery? Lady Tsunade is performing it personally. She's doing nerve repair on a ninja with a spinal injury. Naruto blew on his noodles. Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. She's the only one in the world who can do that. Learn well, and someday you'll be able to do it too. Yang nodded. Sasuke, sitting across from them, didn't say anything. He had already finished the noodles in his bowl and was using his chopsticks to move around the leftovers at the bottom. He didn't have anything scheduled for that afternoon. He had originally planned to go to the training ground and practice lightning release for a while, but after seeing Naruto here, he decided not to go. Even if he went, he would just be alone anyway. Sasuke, are you free this afternoon? Sakura suddenly asked. Yeah. What is it? Help me take Yang to the hospital. I got a last-minute mission this afternoon, so I can't go with him. Sasuke glanced at Yang. Fine. 2 in the afternoon, Konoha Hospital. Yang watched Tsunade perform surgery from the observation room. A transparent glass wall separated the operating room from the observation room. Yang could clearly see Tsunade's palm pressed over the injured patient's spine, emerald green medical chakra seeping into the wound like water. Nerves reconnected at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken bones began to heal under the stimulation of chakra. Tsunade's hand was very steady, completely motionless. Fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, but her expression remained calm. Yang watched her every movement with full focus, every detail of the chakra flow. Sasuke sat in a chair at the back of the observation room, flipping through a book he had borrowed from Itachi, History of the Uchiha Clan. He had actually read it many times already, but every time he still noticed details he had missed before. For example, Madara and Hashirama's first meeting had been by the bank of the Naka River. Their personalities were completely different, yet they became each other's strongest rival. Do you come to the hospital often? Without turning around, Yang suddenly asked. Sasuke turned a page. Not often. Only when I need to have my eyes checked. Or when I come to see my brother. Is your brother's illness better now? It's better. But he still can't overuse the Sharingan. Then you'll protect him in his place. Sasuke's fingers paused for a moment. Yang's words had struck right at his heart. He closed the book and looked at Yang's back. There'll be someone to protect you too. Yang did not answer and continued watching the surgery. 2 hours later, the surgery ended. Tsunade walked out, wiped away her sweat, and saw Yang. Can you understand it? Most of it. I don't really understand the nerve reconnection part. That part requires extremely precise chakra control. Learn the basics first. Once Sakura teaches you to a certain level, I'll teach you myself. Tsunade patted his shoulder. Your talent is very high. Don't waste it. Yang nodded. Tsunade glanced at Sasuke sitting in the back. You came too? Are your eyes bothering you? No. I came with him. Tsunade gave Sasuke a look, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. You too? Since when did your relationship get this good? Not good. We just happened to be on the same way. Tsunade did not expose him. In the evening, Yang and Sasuke left the hospital and walked home together. The setting sun dyed Konoha's rooftops orange-red, and cooking smoke curled up from the chimneys. Sasuke-kun. Why do you think Naruto-kun treats me so well? Sasuke thought for a moment. Because he thinks you're a lot like how he used to be. How he used to be. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Since he was little, the villagers isolated him. No one treated him well, so he treated others well because he wanted them to feel warmth too. Sasuke paused. Later, he realized that being kind to others doesn't need a reason. If he wants to do it, then he does it. Yang was silent for a long time. I want to be kind to others too, but I don't know how. Start with the people who are kind to you, Sasuke said. Like Naruto, like Sakura, like Lady Tsunade, like me. Yang lifted his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke did not look at him and kept walking forward. Come on, let us go eat ramen. Your treat. Why am I the one paying? Because you owe Naruto a meal. He has been treating you for 10 days already. Yang froze for a second, then smiled. Okay. The two of them walked into Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was no longer there. He had finished eating and gone home to sleep. Yang ordered 2 bowls of ramen. One for himself and one for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, do you have someone you want to protect? Sasuke took a slurp of noodles. Yeah. Who? A lot of people. Naruto Itachi, Sakura Kakashi-sensei Jiraiya-sama. And you? Yang lowered his head and stared at the broth in his bowl. His eyes felt a little hot, but he did not cry. He was no longer that experimental subject trembling inside a culture tank. His name was Yang. Someone had given him that name, someone treated him to meals, someone was willing to protect him. I'll become stronger, Yang said. Strong enough that I need you all to protect me. Sasuke glanced at him. Then become stronger. After the two of them finished eating, they each went home. At night, outside Konoha, deep underground, a white Zetsu poked half its head out of a rock wall, its single yellow eye staring in Konoha's direction. The corner of its mouth split open into a bizarre smile. A new Rinnegan. An artificial human made by Orochimaru. Interesting. The white Zetsu withdrew back into the rock wall and vanished. In an even deeper underground space, a white-haired man sat in the darkness. His face was hidden in shadow, revealing only one purple eye, the Rinnegan. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the lone Uchiha survivor, and that artificial human-s Rinnegan. The man's voice was low and heavy, like a tremor rising from deep within the earth. They're all in Konoha. Saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. He stood up, his figure flickering in and out of the darkness. When the time is right, I'll deal with them all at once. On Yang's 20th day in Konoha, Naruto noticed something strange. Sasuke had started taking the initiative to talk to Yang. Not the usual perfunctory or O, but full sentences, and sometimes even 2 or 3 in a row. Sakura secretly said to Naruto, Sasuke seems to like that kid quite a bit. Naruto thought about it and felt that made sense. Sasuke was the kind of person who acted cold toward everyone, but deep down, his heart was softer than anyone's. Yang's background was somewhat similar to his. Both were lonely people toyed with by fate. The difference was that Sasuke chose revenge, while Yang chose silence. That morning, Naruto was practicing lightning release at the training ground. He had basically mastered the lightning release chakra mode Kakashi had taught him. Golden blue arcs of electricity danced over his body, interweaving with the golden cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra. He tried running a lap around the training ground, moving so fast that only a string of shallow footprints was left on the sandy ground. Your speed has already surpassed mine. Kakashi stood at the edge of the field and closed Ika paradise. A trace of complicated emotion in his dead fish eyes, pride and disappointment mixed together. But I still have to remind you, speed isn't everything. If you run into an opponent with spacetime ninjutsu, then no matter how fast you are, it won't matter. Spacetime ninjutsu? Naruto stopped, and the arcs of electricity around him slowly faded. Like a Beto-s, right? And the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan too. Kakashi walked over to him. The intelligence attaché left behind mentioned that nearly every member of the Otsutsuki clan can use spacetime ninjutsu. They can move freely between different dimensions. No matter how fast your fist is, if you can't hit them, then it's worthless. Naruto fell silent. He knew Kakashi was right, but spacetime ninjutsu was not something you could just casually learn. In the entire ninja world, aside from Obito, the 4th Hokage, and the 2nd Hokage, there was almost no 4th person who had mastered this level of ability. I have a way. A voice came from the entrance to the training ground. Yang stood there in a white medical unit coat, holding a scroll in his hand. He walked into the training ground and handed the scroll to Naruto. These are research materials Orochimaru left behind. Inside is detailed theory on spacetime ninjutsu, not how to use it but how to counter it. Naruto opened the scroll and glanced at it. The dense text and symbols made his scalp go numb. You can understand this? Most of it. Orochimaru implanted a lot of ninjutsu theory knowledge into me, including spacetime techniques. Then teach me. Naruto handed the scroll back to him. Yang nodded. But I need time to prepare. Starting next week, 1 hour every night. Okay. Kakashi watched the interaction between the two of them, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. This boy named Yang was becoming more and more like a real person. That same afternoon, Konoha Hospital. Sasuke accompanied Itachi for a routine checkup. Itachi's lungs and eyes had both recovered to normal levels. Tsunade wrote on the report, recommended follow-up once every 3 months. No other abnormalities. Brother, what are you planning to do next? Sasuke asked Itachi while sitting on the bench outside the consultation room. Itachi thought for a moment. Maybe go back to the Uchiha district and repair the house. No one else lived there for more than 10 years. Even the roof leaks. I'll help you. Don't you need to train? Training can be done anytime. A leaking roof 1T wait. Itachi looked at Sasuke, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Since when did you get so good at caring about people? Naruto rubbed off on me. Itachi smiled. Sasuke watched him smile, and his heart felt warm. In his last life, Itachi had died in front of him, smiling as he said his final words. In this life, Itachi could still sit beside him with a smile, saying the roof was leaking and needed repairs. That was enough. By evening, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang were sitting on top of the Hokage rock, watching the sunset. Yang, you're starting to teach me the theory of space-time ninjutsu next week, right? Naruto asked. Yeah. Then thanks in advance. I'll treat you to ramen later. You've already treated me a lot of times. Then I'll keep treating you, until you get sick of it. Yang looked at Naruto's profile. The setting sun dyed his blonde hair orange-red. Naruto-kun. You still want to become Hokage in the future, right? Yeah. Why? Then after you become Hokage, what will you do? Naruto thought for a moment. I'll protect Konoha. Protect everyone. I'll make sure war never happens again. And kids 1T have to go to the battlefield anymore. I'll let the villagers eat ramen in peace every single day. Sasuke cut in from the side. If you become Hokage and eat ramen every day, sooner or later you'll bankrupt the village. I'm not spending public money. I'll use my own salary. And how many bowls a day do you think a Hokage's salary can cover? What is it to you? Listening to the two bicker, the corners of Yang's mouth lifted slightly. He wasn't laughing. He just felt warm. He had never felt this kind of warmth inside a cultivation tank. In the distance, the lights of Konoha began to turn on one by one. Late at night outside Konoha, deep underground, a white Zetsu clone emerged from the rock wall, its single yellow eye glowing in the darkness. Its body began to change, transforming from a white humanoid shape into a sapling of the god tree. The sapling absorbed the chakra underground and grew slowly, its roots stretching in all directions. A white-haired man stood beside the sapling, his purple Rasengan fixed on it. Just 1 more month, and the god tree will bloom. When that time comes, the Nine Tails, the Rasengan, and that artificial human's eyes will all be mine. The man turned and vanished into the depths underground. Only the god tree sapling continued growing soundlessly in the darkness, its roots already extending beneath Konoha. Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto lay on his bed, still awake. Inside him, the Nine Tails said, "Kid, I've got a bad feeling." What kind of feeling? Something is growing underground. Not a plant. Chakra. Naruto closed his eyes, and the Nine Tails opened its perception to the fullest. Deep underground beneath Konoha, he sensed a faint but incomparably massive flow of chakra moving slowly. Like a hidden river, quiet and unstoppable, spreading in all directions. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Naruto opened his eyes. Yes, here. The Nine Tails was silent for a moment. Your strength still isn't enough. I know. That's why I need to get stronger. And keep getting stronger. Naruto sat up and picked up the scroll by his bedside, The Theory of Spacetime Ninjutsu. He opened the first page and started reading. Kurama, starting tomorrow. Double the training time. The Nine Tails did not object. Fine. 3 days after Naruto sensed the disturbance underground, Konoha's sensory unit also detected the anomaly. Tsunade called an emergency meeting in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi, Naruto, and Sasuke were all present. Yang was also called in as a special advisor. He sat in the corner, holding the scroll Orochimaru had left behind. At a depth of 300 meters underground, an unknown chakra reaction has been detected. Tsunade pointed at the marked location on the map. The range is continuously expanding and has already covered 1/3 of the underground area beneath Konoha. The sensory unit's conclusion is that this is not a natural phenomenon. Someone is deliberately planting a chakra source. Jiraiya frowned. The god tree? Not certain. But the possibility is high. Tsunade looked at Naruto. You sensed it 3 days ago? Kurama told me, Naruto said. Something is growing underground. Not a plant but chakra. Spreading like roots. Its target is to absorb the chakra of the entire Konoha. Itachi spoke. Otsutsuki Ishiki's god tree is different from Kagaya's. Ishiki's god tree is a fruit type 1. It doesn't need a tailed beast to bear fruit, but it does require a massive amount of living human chakra as fertilizer. If this god tree grows beneath Konoha, then by the time it blooms and bears fruit, every ninja in the village will be drained dry. The meeting room went quiet for a few seconds. Tsunade's expression turned ugly. How do we stop it? Destroy its core before it blooms. Itachi stood up, walked to the map, and drew a circle at a location west of Konoha. The god tree's roots and trunk will converge into a core, usually at the deepest underground point. Find the core and seal or destroy it with Yin-Yang release. The god tree will wither. I'll go. Naruto stood up. I'm going too. Sasuke stood up as well. Yang raised his hand. I'll go too. My Rinnegan can see the path of chakra flow deep underground. I can help you find the core. Tsunade looked at the three of them and fell silent for a moment. Fine. But don't alert the enemy. If you run into Ishiki, don't fight him head-on. Retreat and come back. We move together only after everyone is ready. Understood. The three of them spoke at the same time. That afternoon, on the outskirts of Konoha, 30 meters underground, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang stood inside an underground space dugout with earth release. Yang crouched on the ground with his palm pressed against the floor. The purple glow of his Rinnegan showed faintly through the contact lenses. At a depth of 200 meters, there's a clump of chakra. About the size of a basketball, but the energy density is very high. Yang closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Still moving downward. Going deeper and deeper. Naruto frowned. Is it hiding from us? Possible. Or maybe it hasn't matured yet and doesn't want to be discovered. Sasuke walked over to Yang's side. Can you find its exact coordinates? Yes. But I need time. Yang opened his eyes. And I need your help suppressing the chakra interference on the surface. Your chakra is too strong. It interferes with my perception. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and both restrained their chakra to the lowest possible level. Naruto's Ninetales chakra withdrew back into his body, and Sasuke closed his Rinnegan as well. The air around them quieted down. Only a faint tremor came from the depths underground. Yang closed his eyes again, his palm pressing against the ground. The purple glow in his Rinnegan grew brighter and brighter as his chakra sank underground like a probe. 220 meters. 250 meters. 280 meters. It stopped. The coordinates are 3 kilometers west of Konoha, at a depth of 310 meters. Sasuke opened his eyes and memorized the coordinates. Can you sense whether there's any other chakra around it? Yang was silent for a moment. Yes. Very faint but definitely there. Next to the core, there's a very small chakra reaction. Like a person. Naruto's heartbeat sped up. Ishiki? Could be. Or it could be White Zetsu. Naruto took a deep breath. No matter what it is, we head back first and give the information to Lady Tsunade. The three of them withdrew from underground and returned to the surface. The sunlight was harsh. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky for a while. The clouds were white. The sky was blue, peaceful to an absurd degree. But beneath the earth, danger was growing. Konoha Hokage's office. After hearing Yang's report, Tsunade marked the core's coordinates on the map. 3 kilometers west. 310 meters underground. At that depth, ordinary earth release 1T reach it. We'll need a special infiltration jutsu. I'll go bring Obito back. Jiraiya raised his hand. His Kamui can send people directly into the deep underground. Where is Obito? Tsunade asked. He said he went to atone for his sins. But I know where he is. On the border of the land of rivers, near Mangekyo. I'll go find him. Tsunade nodded. Go. Fast. Jiraiya turned and left the office. At dusk, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang sat on the hill west of Konoha. The vertical distance from here to the core of the god tree was only 300 meters, but from the surface nothing looked unusual at all. The grass was green, the trees were lush, and the wind was warm. Naruto lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. Yang, are you scared? Yang sat beside him, hugging his knees with both hands. Scared of what? Ishiki. Dying. Yang fell silent for a moment. Yeah, I am. But I'm even more afraid of going back to my old life. Inside the cultivation tank, there was no light, no sound, and no way of knowing when someone would take me out. That kind of life is more terrifying than death. Naruto sat up and looked at Yang. You won't go back there again. Promise. Yang looked into Naruto's blue eyes and nodded. Sasuke stood a little farther away with his hands in his pockets. Watching the sunset, Itachi walked up from the foot of the hill and stopped beside him. Will Obito come back? Itachi asked. He will. He promised Naruto. And you? What did you promise? Sasuke did not answer. In this life, he had promised himself that he would never let anyone sacrifice themselves again. Night fell, and the lights of Konoha gradually lit up one after another. Naruto returned to his apartment, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. Kurama said inside him, Brat, are you sure about this? No, but we have to try. If you try, you might die. If I don't risk it, how will I know whether I can win? Kurama was silent for a moment. You're just as stubborn as your father. Thanks for the compliment. On the 5th day after Ishiki disappeared, Konoha regained its surface-level calm. But Naruto knew that the roots of the god tree beneath the earth were still growing, like a ticking time bomb that would never stop. Tsunade held the final emergency meeting about Ishiki in the Hokage's office. Everyone's expressions were even grimmer than before, because Obito had sent back a short piece of intel. Ishiki didn't leave. He's waiting for the god tree to mature, and waiting for you to grow stronger. He's more patient than Madara. Jiraiya leaned against the window with his arms crossed. What ninjas fear most is an enemy with patience. Madara waited more than 10 years. Ishiki might have waited over 1,000. If we compete with him in patience, we're guaranteed to lose. Then we won't compete in patience. Naruto stood up. We'll get stronger before he does. Tsunade looked at him, stayed silent for a few seconds, then pulled out a document from her drawer. It was a training plan she had written by hand, packed full with detailed notes on the training schedule for the next 4 years. Naruto would train in the 8 gates with Guy, lightning release with Kakashi, and yin-yang release with Yang. Sasuke would train his Rinnegan with Itachi and further study Sage Jutsu with Jiraiya. Every week had a clear goal. Every 3 months had an evaluation. For years. Tsunade pushed the document in front of Naruto. You only have 4 years. 4 years from now you'll be 15, right at the peak of your physical strength and chakra. Ishiki will probably make his move then. When that time comes, no matter how far you've trained, you'll be going to the battlefield. Naruto looked at the plan and gently ran his fingers across the handwriting. 4 years is enough. Sasuke stood beside him. Instead of looking at the plan, he looked out the window. Ishiki's eyes can see through space-time. He can also predict my Ameno Tajikura. I need to develop a new ability. A new ability? Itachi asked. Time. Sasuke turned around, and the Rinnegan in his left eye flashed with purple light. Mamoshiki's space-time ability is stopping time. Ishiki's is compressing time. My Rinnegan should be able to do something similar too. I just haven't developed it yet. Itachi was silent for a moment. I'll help you. After the meeting, Naruto and Sasuke walked out of the Hokage tower side by side. The sunlight was bright. People were walking their dogs, buying groceries, and kids were playing soccer in the street. It was peaceful to an almost unbelievable degree. Looking at all of it, a powerful urge to protect rose in Naruto's heart. He absolutely would not allow this kind of everyday life to be destroyed. Sasuke. Yeah. If we're still alive 4 years from now, let's go eat ramen together. Your treat. Deal. The two of them slapped palms. Over the next 4 years, the people of Konoha gradually got used to a certain scene. Every morning, a golden figure would run from the east side of the village to the west side, faster than even the Raikage, with a streak of purple lightning following behind. That was Naruto and Sasuke on their morning run. Every evening, the third training ground would echo with massive explosions and the sound of metal colliding. That was them sparring. The villagers went from panic to numb acceptance, and finally to pride. Those were Konoha's twin gods. In the first year, Naruto opened the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit. In the 8 gates, Guy was so excited he cried for 3 days, saying this was the peak of youth. Naruto didn't tell him that the side effects of the 5th gate had left him bedridden for a full week before he recovered. At this stage, Kurama's regeneration was still not enough to fully repair the muscle tearing caused by the Gate of Limit. Sasuke's Ameno Tajikura took its initial shape. He could instantly swap positions with an object within 10 meters, but only 3 times a day. If he used it too much, his left eye would bleed. Every time, Itachi would press a hand on his shoulder and softly say, "That's enough." In the 2nd year, Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode entered its 2nd stage. The 4 tails beneath the golden cloak became 6, and his chakra output rose from 70% to 85%. Kurama said that in 1 more year, he would become a perfect Jinchuriki. The chains of adamantine sealing chains increased from 28 to 32, and the barrier's coverage expanded to 150 meters. Compared to his mother Kushina's 100-meter barrier, he had not only caught up, but surpassed it. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo appeared in full for the first time. It stood 100 meters tall. With its wings spread, it could cover half the sky above the training ground. One slash of its blade could shave flat a distant mountaintop. Standing by the window in the Hokage's office, Tsunade saw that scene and let out a whistle. In the 3rd year, Naruto learned yin-yang release from Yang. Using the spiritual world ability of the Rinnegan, Yang helped Naruto sense the subtle differences between yin and yang chakra. Naruto's yin-yang release evolved from being able to create chains to being able to create small-scale barriers. Fukasaku said this had already reached the threshold of 6 paths sage-level power. Sasuke's time ability made a breakthrough. He could freeze the surrounding time for 0.5 seconds. It was not true time stop. Rather, he was pushing his perception and reaction speed to the limit, making it look to others as if time had stopped. He developed it through reverse research into Mamoshiki's time stop ability. He called it Moment. In the 4th year, 1 week before Naruto's 15th birthday, He stood in the center of the third training ground with his golden six paths chakra mode fully activated. Behind him, 7 tails danced in the air. 2 truth-seeking balls floated behind his back. Not the 9 that the Sage of Six Paths had in the original story, but enough to leave even Kurama amazed. Your current strength has already surpassed every Jinchuriki I've ever seen. Kurama's voice sounded in his mind. But Ishiki's power exists on another level entirely. You still need to learn one more thing. What? The Gate of Death. Naruto froze for a moment. The Gate of Death from the 8 gates? That's right. The 8 gates guy taught you includes the Gate of Death as the final gate. But opening it means death.
Kurama pauset.
However, you have 6 paths Yang power. The essence of Yang power is life and regeneration. If you use 6 paths Yang power to repair your heart while opening the Gate of Death, you might be able to hold on. Naruto fell silent. He knew Kurama would not lie to him, but opening the Gate of Death was something that required courage. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying. He was afraid that even after opening it, he still wouldn't be able to win. Let's talk about it after I turn 15. On the morning of the 5th day, the sky above Konoha was clear for miles. When Naruto woke up, he found an extra package beside his pillow. When he opened it, he found a pair of wrist guards from Sasuke. Embroidered on them were the crests of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. A golden spiral intertwined with a purple fan. Naruto smiled and put them on. They fit perfectly. He walked out of the apartment and found Sasuke already standing at the door. "Happy birthday," Sasuke said. His tone so flat it sounded like he was just commenting on the nice weather. The gift arrived. Naruto raised a hand. "Did your brother pick this, or did you?" "I did. He came up with the idea." Naruto laughed. "You brothers really are a good match. One handles the thinking, the other handles the doing." The two of them walked side by side toward Ichiraku Ramen. People on the street kept greeting Naruto. "Happy birthday, Naruto-kun. The Hokage candidate is 15 today. Future Lord Hokage." Naruto responded to every one of them. His smile was bright, and his eyes felt a little warm. In his previous life, no one had wished him a happy birthday when he turned 15. But in this life he had friends, teammates, and villagers who trusted him. That was enough. At the Ichiraku Ramen stand, Sakura, Yang, Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Rock Lee, and Niji were all there. Nagato and Konan had sent a birthday gift from Mangekyo, a hand-woven bamboo fan with the word peace written on it. Obito had also sent a letter through someone else. There was only one sentence in it. "Don't die. Obito." Naruto folded the letter and put it into his pocket. "Let us eat." He raised his ramen bowl. Everyone raised their bowls at the same time, and the steam from the noodles rose into the morning light. Naruto took his first bite. The noodles were hot, the broth was rich, and the chashu was soft. At that moment, he suddenly felt that this was what he wanted to protect. Not the village, not the position of Hokage, but the smiling faces of these people sitting together and eating ramen. Halfway through the meal, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't T-clouds covering the sun. It was something. 2 things were descending from the sky. They were so fast that even Naruto's Kurama sensing only caught blurry shadows. The 2 figures landed in the wasteland west of Konoha, less than 1 kilometer from the village gate. Naruto put down his chopsticks. Kurama chakra mode activated instantly, and the golden cloak lit up the entire ramen stand. The purple light of Sasuke's left Rinnegan flickered, and the skeletal frame of complete body Susanoo appeared behind him. Yang rose from his seat, his Rinnegan locking onto the distant chakra through his contact lenses. "They're here." Naruto leaped up and landed on Konoha's outer wall, staring at the 2 figures in the wasteland. One had long silver-white hair, a Rinnegan on his forehead, purple eyeshadow, and a white robe. The other was huge, dark-skinned, with 2 horns on his head and an enormous weapon on his back. "Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki." Mamashiki lifted his head. His golden Rinnegan and Byakugan both stared toward Konoha. The corner of his mouth curved upward slightly. "The 9 tails chakra. And another Rinnegan. Interesting." Kinshiki said nothing. He only stood silently behind Mamashiki with his arms crossed. Standing on the wall, Naruto said to Sasuke, who had just arrived behind him, "Go inform Lady Tsunade. I'll hold them off first." "No need." Sasuke stood beside him. "She's already watching." By the window of the Hokage's office, Tsunade set down her binoculars, picked up the Den Mushi, and issued a combat alert to all of Konoha. "All personnel, enter first-level combat readiness. Evacuate non-combatants. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, head to the village gate." 6 figures landed in the wasteland outside Konoha at the same time, facing the 2 visitors from outer space. Mamashiki tilted his head and looked at Naruto. "So you're the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Younger than I expected. And you're Otsutsuki Mamashiki? Uglier than I expected." Naruto bared his teeth in a grin. Mamashiki's smile froze. In the wasteland outside Konoha, the air seemed to freeze solid. Mamashiki stood on the cracked ground, his silver-white hair drifting slightly in the windless air. There was a golden Rinnegan on his forehead, and a red Rinnegan in each palm. All three Rinnegan locked onto the 6 people in front of him at the same time. Kinshiki stood half a step behind him. His huge body was like a small mountain, dark skin, crimson horns, and the weapon on his back gave off a cold gleam under the sunlight. Naruto's Kurama Chakra mode was already fully unleashed. Beneath the golden cloak, the phantom outlines of 6 tails flickered in and out of view. The truth-seeking balls behind him had increased from 2 to 3, slowly rotating in the air. Sasuke stood on his right. The purple light of his left Rinnegan flickered, and the skeletal frame of complete body Susanoo had already formed behind him, only 1 step away from fully taking shape. Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Guy each took position on the flanks. 6 people. Momoshiki swept his gaze over them, his tone full of contempt. Do you really think numbers matter? Jiraiya pulled out a scroll from behind his back and formed hand seals with both hands. Sage art. Needle Jizo Senbon. Countless hardened strands of hair turned into Senbon needles and shot at Momoshiki like a torrential storm. Momoshiki did not dodge. He raised his left hand, and the red Rinnegan in his palm flashed. All the Senbon stopped 1 meter away from his body, then were compressed by an invisible force into a single metal ball and dropped to the ground. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Momoshiki lowered his hand. Your attacks will only become my power. Guy roared and opened the 6th gate, Gate of View. His entire skin turned red, and his speed surged. He charged at Momoshiki from the side and kicked at his head. The kick was as fast as lightning. The air split apart with a sharp explosive shriek. Kinshiki moved. His speed completely did not match his size. In an instant, he appeared in front of Momoshiki and caught Gaia's ankle with one hand. Gaia's pupils shrank. A kick from his Gate of View could shatter stone. But Kinshiki's hand was like an iron vice, clamped tightly around his ankle without moving at all. Too weak. Kinshiki's voice was low, like a vibration rising from underground. With a casual swing, he flung Guy away like a cannonball. Guy smashed into a distant mountainside, sending shattered rock flying everywhere. Rock Lee rushed over and caught Guy, and the two of them rolled several times before finally stopping. Gaia's ankle was already swollen, but he gritted his teeth and stood back up without falling. Naruto made his move. 32 adamantine ceiling chains shot out from behind him, and the intertwined gold and silver light illuminated the wasteland. The chains moved as if alive, wrapping toward Momoshiki from every direction, trying to bind him in place. Momoshiki raised his right hand, and the red Rinnegan in his palm flashed again. Before the chains could touch his body, they actually began to shrink. Dekokuten. Shrinking. All 32 chains were compressed in Momoshiki's palm into a single metal thread as thin as a hair and fell to the ground. Naruto's expression changed. His adamantine ceiling chains had never been broken like this before. Not blocked, not knocked away, but physically shrunk down to the point of becoming unusable. Your ability is interesting. Momoshiki looked at Naruto. Adamantine ceiling chains. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Your mother Kushina used it better than you did. But in front of me, her chains would have ended the same way. Sasuke moved. The purple light in his left Rinnegan flashed. Ameno Tajikara. In an instant, he swapped places with Kinshiki. Sasuke appeared behind Momoshiki, and the black flames of Amaterasu condensed into a long sword in his right hand as he thrust it toward Momoshiki's back. Momoshiki did not even turn around. An invisible barrier appeared around his body, sealing jutsu absorption. The black flames of Amaterasu were absorbed by the barrier and vanished without a trace. After being switched into Sasuke's original position, Kinshiki immediately turned and charged at Naruto. His fist smashed toward Naruto with force enough to tear the air apart. Naruto twisted to dodge, but the edge of the shockwave still brushed him, tearing a gash in his golden cloak. So strong. Naruto gritted his teeth as Kurama's chakra rapidly repaired the cloak. Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu activated soundlessly. Izanami. Momoshiki's movements suddenly stalled for half a second. His consciousness was dragged into a brief loop. But the golden Rinnegan on Momoshiki's forehead flashed, and the Genjutsu was directly broken. Genjutsu is useless against me too. Momoshiki raised his right hand, and a black energy sphere condensed in his palm. This was power converted from the needle Jizo Senbon and adamantine ceiling chains he had just absorbed. I'll return it to you. The black energy sphere exploded. No, not exploded. Expanded. Countless tiny black needles shot in all directions. This was Momoshiki's improved version after absorbing needle Jizo Senbon. Each black needle carried Otsutsuki chakra and could pierce through any defense. Naruto shielded himself with 6 paths chakra, but the black needles still pierced through his golden cloak and stabbed into his shoulder and arm. Sasuke used Susanu's skeletal frame to block most of the black needles, but a few slipped through the gaps and pierced his waist. Jiraiya blocked the black needles with his hair, but a huge chunk of it was sliced away. Kakashi stopped them with earth-style, earth flow wall, but the earthen wall ended up covered in black needles. Itachi stepped back several paces, but one still struck his arm. This was the power of an Otsutsuki. Kakashi gritted his teeth and pulled the black needle out of his arm. Black blood flowed from the wound. Momoshiki looked at the 6 injured people and shook his head. Your strength is weaker than I expected. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Rinnegan wielder, and those few jonin. In your world, you may be considered strong. But before the Otsutsuki, you are less than insects. Kinshiki stood beside Momoshiki, arms crossed, expressionless. Naruto climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Nine-Tails chakra was repairing his wounds, but the Otsutsuki chakra on the black needles was interfering with the healing speed, making the wounds recover very slowly. He looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was also looking at him. The two of them saw the same thought in each other's eyes. They needed greater power. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto and lowered his voice. This guy is 10 times stronger than Pain. His abilities perfectly counter ours. He absorbs ninjutsu, shrinks sealing techniques, and breaks genjutsu. And in taijutsu, we can't beat the brute beside him either. I know, Naruto said, so we can't fight them the normal way. He looked toward Yang. Yang was standing on the wall at the village entrance, observing the battle through the Rinnegan behind his contact lenses. Hearing Naruto's words, he jumped down from the wall and ran toward the battlefield. Yang, can your medical ninjutsu deal with the Otsutsuki chakra on those black needles? Yang checked the wound on Naruto's arm and frowned. Yes, but it'll take time, and I can only handle yours one by one. I can't purify it on a large scale. That's enough. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, you guys fall back into the village first and treat your wounds. Sasuke, Yang and I will stay here. Jiraiya froze for a moment. The 3 of you against the 2 of them? Not fight, Naruto said. Stall them. Stall until we find his weakness. Jiraiya looked into Naruto's eyes and saw a calmness that didn't belong to a 15-year-old boy. He nodded, then retreated toward the village entrance with Itachi, Kakashi, and Guy. On the wasteland, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang remained. Facing them were Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Momoshiki tilted his head and looked at Yang. Another Rinnegan? An artificial human created by Orochimaru? Interesting. Your eyes are even younger than that Uchiha's. Yang said nothing. Purple light flickered in his Rinnegan as his hands formed seals. Medical ninjutsu, chakra purification. Emerald green light covered Naruto and Sasuke's wounds. The Otsutsuki chakra on the black needles began to be neutralized. The speed of the wounds healing visibly increased. Your medical ninjutsu is pretty good, Momoshiki said. But you can save them once. You can't save them forever. Sasuke stood up. The wound at his waist had already healed. The purple light in his left eye Rinnegan surged, and his complete body Susanoo finally appeared in full 100 meters tall, wings spread wide, holding a long sword condensed from black flames. Naruto. Yeah. Use that move. Naruto nodded. He closed his eyes. Nine-Tails chakra, Senjutsu chakra, and 6 paths yang power began circulating through his body at the same time. Golden, green, and silver light poured out of him, weaving together above his head into a rotating sphere of light. For the first time, Momoshiki frowned. What is this? He muttered. Yang looked at that sphere, his pupils shrinking. Chakra resonance. Complete form. The sphere split into 2. One flew toward Naruto, and the other toward Sasuke. Naruto's golden cloak turned silver white, and for truth-seeking balls floated behind him. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo also changed. Silver white patterns appeared over the purple armor, and the black flame sword in its hand turned into a silver white blade of light. Momoshiki took one step back. It was the first time he had stepped back since arriving on Earth. The Sage of 6 Paths power? A trace of shock entered Momoshiki's voice. How do you have this kind of power? Naruto opened his eyes. They were no longer blue. They were silver white with no pupils like 2 full moons. Because we came back from the future. His voice was no longer that of a 15-year-old boy. Carried an ancient, profound echo. Kinshiki moved in front of Momoshiki, pulled out the weapon on his back and took a defensive stance. Naruto raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Kinshiki. Now it's our turn. Silver white light erupted from Naruto and Sasuke at the same time, illuminating the entire wasteland. Naruto's eyes were no longer blue, but silver white full moon pupils, without any mixed color or fluctuation, like 2 mirrors that could reflect everything. His golden Nine-Tails cloak had completely turned silver white. The 4 truth-seeking balls behind him rotated slowly, and with every turn, they sent out visible ripples of chakra. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo had also completed its transformation. A layer of silver white patterns covered the purple armor, and the blade of light in its hand gave off the exact same glow as Naruto's body. Momoshiki's brows drew tight. He had seen this kind of power before in ancient murals within the clan, in the legends passed down through generations of the Otsutsuki. The Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the traitor who had betrayed the main family and remained on Earth. He had thought this power had long vanished into history. He had not expected to witness it with his own eyes today. Kinshiki. Momoshiki's voice turned cold. Do not underestimate them. Kinshiki said nothing, but his grip on his weapon tightened. His instincts told him that the two boys before him were no longer the same as before. Naruto moved. He did not run. He did not use the body flicker. He simply raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Kinshiki. Silver-white light condensed into a fist-sized orb in his palm, and then vanished. The orb did not fly out. It appeared directly at Kinshiki's chest. Its speed was so fast that even the Rinnegan could not catch its trajectory. Kinshiki's body was struck by the orb. The skin on his chest exploded open, black blood splattering as his body flew backward. He smashed through a giant boulder and was buried in the rubble. Momoshiki's pupils contracted. Space-time. You've mastered space-time ninjutsu too? Not space-time. Naruto lowered his hand. Speed. Just so fast your eyes can't see it. The four truth-seeking balls behind him shot out at the same time, drawing for silver-white trails through the air as they crashed toward Momoshiki from four directions at once. Momoshiki raised both hands. The red Rinnegan in his palms flashed. Absorb. The truth-seeking balls stopped 1 meter from his body. But he realized that their energy was not being drawn into his Rinnegan. These are truth-seeking balls formed from yin-yang release. Naruto's voice came from behind them. Not ninjutsu, not chakra, but matter created from nothing. Your Rinnegan can't absorb them. Momoshiki's expression finally changed. Yin-yang release. This was the core power of the Sage of Six Paths, and also the power the Otsutsuki feared most. Because matter created by yin-yang release did not belong to the chakra system. The Rinnegan could not absorb it, could not shrink it, and could not repel it. The four truth-seeking balls exploded at the same time. Silver-white light swallowed Momoshiki whole. When the light faded, Momoshiki was still standing where he was, but several holes had been torn through his white robe, and black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His body was trembling slightly, not from fear, from rage. How dare you injure me? Sasuke's voice came from behind Momoshiki. Injuring you is the light part. Susanu's blade of light swept across. The silver-white edge slashed toward Momoshiki's waist. Momoshiki forcefully tanked it with the Otsutsuki power inside his body. But he was still sent flying, spinning several times in midair before crashing to the ground. A deep wound opened at his side, and black blood poured out like a spring. Kinshiki crawled out from the rubble. The wound in his chest had already been temporarily sealed with chakra. He rushed in front of Momoshiki, dropped to one knee, and used his own body to shield him. Lord Momoshiki, please use my power. Momoshiki looked at Kinshiki, stayed silent for a second, then raised a hand and placed it on top of Kinshiki's head. Kinshiki, I will remember your sacrifice. Kinshiki's body began to twist and shrink, turning into chakra. Momoshiki opened his mouth and swallowed the chakra fruit Kinshiki had become. His body started swelling. The golden Rinnegan on his forehead turned purple, and the red Rinnegan in both palms also turned purple. His skin became grayish-white, his hair grew longer, and 2 horns grew from his back. His presence was at least 3 times stronger than before. Naruto's expression darkened. He ate his companion. Sasuke's Susanoo tightened slightly. That's the kind of people the Otsutsuki are. Companions are just tools. Momoshiki's new form, wrath form. His speed, strength, and dojutsu power had all risen sharply. He raised a hand toward Naruto. An invisible repulsive force burst from his palm. This was not Shinra Tensei. This was the Otsutsuki version of repulsion, several times stronger than pain-s. Naruto was struck by the force. More than half of his silver-white cloak was torn apart, and his body slid backward over a dozen meters, his feet plowing 2 deep trenches into the ground. Sasuke used Susanu's wings to block the aftershock of the repulsive force, but the silver-white patterns on the wings dimmed quite a bit. His power got stronger. Doesn't matter. Naruto steadied himself. His silver-white cloak repaired itself automatically. He has a weakness. What weakness? His body can't handle this much power. Kinshiki's chakra and his own chakra are clashing. He can't maintain this form for long. The Rinnegan on Momoshiki's forehead suddenly lit up. Amanamanaka. A huge different space opened above Naruto and Sasuke and pulled both of them inside. The surrounding environment changed instantly. It was no longer the wilderness outside Konoha, but a dimensional space filled with countless floating boulders. In my space you have nowhere to run. Momoshiki's voice came from all directions. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back on a floating giant rock. The purple light in Sasuke's left eye Rinnegan flickered as he sensed the coordinates of this space. This is an independent space created with his dojutsu. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. If we fight here for a day, only 1 hour may pass outside. Then we finish him within 1 hour. Naruto closed his eyes and pushed the 6 paths yang power to its limit. Silver-white light surged from his body and condensed into a massive sphere above his head. The sphere split into countless smaller spheres, floating around him like countless stars. Yin-yang release, stardust. Countless silver-white light spheres shot toward Momoshiki at the same time, each carrying the power to break down everything. Momoshiki dodged between the giant rocks at extreme speed, but he still got hit by several light spheres, adding several more wounds to his body. He used repulsive force to knock away the remaining spheres, but after being blasted aside, the spheres automatically changed direction and continued pursuing him. Sasuke Esameno Tajikura was even more effective in this different space. He no longer needed an object as a swap point. He could directly switch positions with any coordinate in the space. He instantly appeared behind Momoshiki, and Susanu's light sword stabbed toward the middle of his back. Momoshiki twisted aside to dodge, but Naruto's Stardust spheres had already sealed off all his retreat paths. Momoshiki was trapped inside the sphere formation, his body repeatedly scorched by silver-white light. His wrath form began to destabilize, and cracks appeared across the surface of his body. His body can't handle Kinshiki's chakra anymore. No. Impossible. Momoshiki's voice turned hoarse. How could I lose to two lower life forms? Naruto walked up in front of him. The 4 truth-seeking balls behind him floated around Momoshiki, trapping him in the middle. You didn't lose to us. You lost to them. To who? To everyone who fights to protect their companions. Naruto raised a hand, and 1 truth-seeking ball dropped into his palm. Nagato chose death to save Konan. Itachi carried more than 10 years of infamy to protect Konoha. Obito took the wrong path because of Rin, but in the end, he came back, and you treated your companion as food. You will never beat us. Momoshiki looked into Naruto's eyes. His own figure was reflected in those silver-white pupils. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but his body began to collapse. Kinshiki's chakra and his own chakra had fully entered into conflict. His body shattered into countless pieces like dried, cracked earth. Sasuke raised a hand. 6 paths, planetary devastation. A huge gravitational core pulled Momoshiki's fragments together, condensing them into a sphere floating in the different space. Momoshiki was sealed. The different space began to collapse. Naruto and Sasuke moved through the broken fragments of space, found the exit, and returned to the wilderness outside Konoha. The sunlight was blinding, and the wind blowing across their faces was warm. Naruto lay on the ground, breathing in big gulps of air. Sasuke sat beside him. Susanoo had already been dismissed, and the Rinnegan in his left eye had returned to calm. Yang ran over and knelt beside Naruto, checking his injuries. After the silver-white cloak faded, Naruto's body was covered in fine wounds, but none of them were deep. Yang quickly used medical ninjutsu to treat the few wounds that needed urgent bleeding stopped. You won. Yang's voice trembled slightly. You really won. Naruto lay on the grass, looking at the sky. The clouds were white, the sky was blue, exactly the same as before they entered the different space. Sasuke. Yeah. Did we miss one? There should have been one more person with Momoshiki. Sasuke thought for a moment. Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki. He didn't come with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. He was probably watching us from somewhere else. Naruto sat up. Then it's only a matter of time. He'll come. Jiraiya, Itachi, Kakashi, and Guy ran out from the village. When Jiraiya saw that Naruto and Sasuke were covered in injuries, but still alive, his eyes turned red. You two brats. You almost scared this old man into a heart attack. Naruto grinned. It's fine, Jiraiya-sensei. We still have to live long enough to become Hokage. Guy was crying rivers at the side, while Lee handed him tissues. Itachi walked over to Sasuke, crouched down, and looked into his eyes. Are you hurt? My waist was pierced by a black rod. It's already healed. Itachi nodded, stood up, and looked toward the distant sphere sealing Momoshiki. This is 6 paths planetary devastation? Yeah. Sasuke also looked at the sphere. Momoshiki is sealed inside. He'll never come out. Itachi fell silent for a moment. Ishiki is much stronger than Momoshiki. Are you two ready? Naruto stood up and patted the dirt off his body. No, but we have time. As the sun set, the lights of Konoha lit up one by one. Naruto and Sasuke walked back toward the village side by side, with Yang following behind them. Sasuke. Yeah. Let us go eat ramen when we get back. You're paying. You fought too. Why am I paying? Because you're the one who called me over to fight. On the 3rd day after Momoshiki was sealed, Konoha was immersed in the joy of victory. Tsunade held a commendation meeting in the Hokage's office and awarded Naruto and Sasuke first-class merit. Guy ran 500 laps around the training ground to celebrate, and Lee followed behind him with 600 laps. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen treated the whole village to free ramen, saying it was to celebrate Konoha's twin gods protecting the village. Naruto ate 6 bowls, Sasuke ate 3, and Yang ate 2. But Naruto still felt uneasy. His Nine-Tails perception had been constantly scanning the area around Konoha. He always felt like a pair of eyes was watching them from the dark. It wasn't hostility. It was a feeling of observation, like a cheetah staring at its prey from the grass. Even Kurama couldn't quite tell what it was. He only said there was a very ancient chakra, different from Momoshiki's, colder and darker. On the night of the 3rd day, Naruto's premonition became reality. In the wilderness west of Konoha, a figure descended from the sky. Unlike Momoshiki, he did not arrive with overwhelming pressure. He landed on the grass in complete silence, like a leaf drifting down. Silver-white long hair, blue Rinnegan eyes, not Momoshiki's golden ones, and a red fishing rod strapped to his back. The corners of his mouth always held a faint smile, like a fisherman waiting for the fish to bite. Urashiki Otsutsuki. Urashiki stood on the wasteland and took a deep breath. Konoha's air is more humid than I expected. He raised his right hand. The red Rinnegan in his palm flickered as he sensed the chakra inside the village. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, the Rinnegan wielder, and that artificial human Rinnegan. All three are here. Saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. He did not attack directly like Momoshiki had. Instead, he took the fishing rod off his back and gave it a light swing. The fishing line passed through space itself and silently appeared above Konoha, like a transparent snake slithering toward Naruto's apartment. Naruto was asleep. Kurama suddenly shouted inside him, "Kid, something south getting close." Naruto's eyes snapped open. Ninetales chakra mode activated instantly, and golden light lit up the whole room. He saw a transparent line wrapped around his wrist, draining his Ninetales chakra. What is this? Naruto punched through the line, but only one section broke off while the other retreated back into the void. Part of his Ninetales chakra had been stolen, and he felt a little weak. At the same time, Sasuke ran into the same thing. His left eye Rinnegan activated on its own to defend him, and he used Shinra Tensei to snap the line apart, but some of his chakra was still absorbed. In Yong's medical squad dormitory, the line wrapped around his neck. Yong used the Rinnegan's absorption sealing technique to absorb the chakra inside the line in reverse, forcing it to pull back. The three of them rushed out of their rooms at the same time and met on the apartment rooftop. "It's Urashiki," Sasuke said. "Urashiki Otsutsuki, Momoshiki's companion. He didn't come with Momoshiki because he was waiting for us to wear ourselves out." Naruto clenched his fists. "Where is he?" Yong pointed west. "On the wasteland. Same place Momoshiki landed last time." The three of them jumped off the rooftop and sprinted west. Urashiki stood on the wasteland with the fishing rod resting on his shoulder, smiling as he watched the three boys run toward him. "Good evening, little ones. Your chakra is delicious." Naruto landed, and 32 adamant sealing chains shot out from behind him, covering Urashiki. Urashiki stayed completely calm. With a light hop he dodged the chains. He was not especially fast, but every move landed perfectly in the gaps between the chains, as if he already knew every attack path in advance. "Your chains are fast, but my eyes are faster." Urashiki pointed at his blue Rinnegan. "I can see the future a few seconds ahead. I can see all of your attacks." Sasuke activated a Menotajikara and appeared behind Urashiki in an instant. His Chidori sharp spear pierced toward Urashiki's neck. Urashiki did not even turn his head. He simply leaned forward one step and narrowly avoided it. With a swing of his rod, the line wrapped around Sasuke's wrist and began draining chakra. Sasuke burned through it with Amaterasu, but some chakra was stolen again. "I've already seen through both of your attack patterns." Urashiki put away his fishing rod. "You still haven't fully mastered your six paths power. Dealing with Momoshiki already took more than half your strength. In your current state you can't beat me." Naruto gritted his teeth. He knew Urashiki was right. The battle with Momoshiki had consumed huge amounts of chakra and ocular power from both him and Sasuke. Six paths mode could only be maintained for a few more minutes. Yong's Rinnegan had not fully awakened yet, so his combat strength was limited. Urashiki raised his fishing rod, and the line traced a circle in the air, forming a massive vortex. Space-time fishing ground. The vortex sucked the three of them in, and the surroundings changed into a different dimension filled with countless floating points of light. Urashiki stood in the air and swung his rod. Countless fishing lines shot in from all directions. Naruto used adamant sealing chains to block part of the lines, but there were too many. Several wrapped around his ankles. His chakra was drained rapidly, and the golden cloak around him dimmed. Sasuke used Susanu's skeletal frame to protect himself and Yang, but even Susanoo was having its chakra absorbed by the fishing lines. Yong's Rinnegan suddenly flashed. "I see it. The speed at which his fishing lines absorb chakra has a limit, and at most only 4 lines can absorb at the same time. If we unleash enough attacks all at once, his lines won't be able to catch all of them in time." Naruto understood immediately. "Sasuke, cover me." Sasuke's Susanoo fully expanded. One hand blocked all the fishing lines while the other grabbed Naruto and hurled him toward Urashiki. In midair, Naruto entered six paths mode. For truth-seeking balls flew out at once, crashing toward Urashiki from 4 directions. Urashiki used the fishing lines to wrap around 2 of the truth-seeking balls, but the other 2 hit his shoulder and waist. Urashiki's body shook, and black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you actually hurt me." Urashiki's smile vanished, replaced by icy killing intent. His blue Rinnegan turned red, and a massive black energy sphere gathered on the fishing rod. Naruto and Sasuke both prepared their defenses at the same time. At that moment, Yang slammed both hands onto the ground. An emerald green medical chakra seeped into it. Urashiki, your space-time has a range limit. The space you created is rooted in the ground of the real world. Urashiki's pupils shrank. How do you know that? Because my Rinnegan can see the source of chakra. Yang stood up and formed hand seals. Medical ninjutsu, chakra severing line. Emerald green light rose from the ground and cut the connection between the different dimension and the real world. The space began to collapse, and the points of light went out one after another. Urashiki flew into a rage. He hurled the black energy sphere in his hand at Yang. Naruto blocked it with his own body and was blasted away, crashing into the wall of the dimension. Most of his golden cloak shattered, and blood tore across his back. Sasuke used Ameno Tajikura to swap Naruto to his side, then used the core of Chibaku Tensei to block the remaining impact. The space completely collapsed. All four of them fell back onto the wasteland in the real world. Urashiki landed in the distance. His clothes were torn and his hair was loose, but his injuries were not serious. He looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang in silence for a few seconds, then smiled. Interesting. You three are stronger than Momoshiki said. I won fight today. I've used up quite a bit of chakra too. Next time, I'll bring more companions. His body turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Naruto lay on the ground, the wound on his back still bleeding. Yang knelt beside him and used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding as quickly as possible. Sasuke stood nearby, his left eye Rinnegan fixed on the sky the whole time, making sure Urashiki had really left. Who will he bring next time? Sasuke asked. Possibly an even stronger Otsutsuki, Yang said in a low voice. Or maybe Ishiki. Naruto gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. The wound on his back pulled hard enough to make him bare his teeth. Doesn't matter who it is. If one comes, I'll beat one. If two come, I'll beat both. The three of them supported each other as they walked back to Konoha. Moonlight lit their backs, and the lights at the village gate in the distance were warm and bright. The countless lights of Konoha shone one by one, as if welcoming them home. After returning to the hospital, Tsunade personally treated Naruto's wound, while using the mystical palm technique to repair the torn flesh on his back. She scolded him. Are you trying to die? You blocked an energy sphere with your body? Is your six paths mode just for decoration? Yang was behind me at the time. If I didn't T-block it, he would died. Naruto lay face down on the bed, his voice muffled. Tsunade's hands paused for a moment. Then she continued the treatment. Next time you block something, use your truth-seeking balls. Don't tank it with your flesh. On the 5th day after Urashiki's retreat, the wound on Naruto's back had basically healed. The double recovery from 6 paths Yang power and 9 tails chakra made his healing speed astonishing. Tsunade said this was already beyond the healing speed a human should have. By the time Naruto was discharged from the hospital, Sasuke was already waiting for him at the training ground. Your injury is healed? Healed. Naruto rolled his shoulder. With Yang's medical ninjutsu and Kurama's regeneration, 5 days already counts as slow. Sasuke didn't reply. He pulled a note from his clothes and handed it to Naruto. The handwriting on the note was Itachi's. Urashiki hasn't left the planet. His chakra has been appearing repeatedly around Konoha, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, like he is setting something up. I suspect he is creating a massive barrier. Naruto's brows furrowed. A barrier? What is he trying to do? Sasuke took back the note and turned to look at the wasteland outside Konoha. Trap us. Or lure us out one by one and deal with us separately. On the night of the 6th day, a huge fire suddenly broke out in the forest east of Konoha. The flames spread incredibly fast. It wasn't ordinary fire, but black flames infused with chakra. The ANBU reported that an Otsutsuki chakra signature had been detected at the source of the fire. Tsunade sent Team Guy and Kakashi to put out the fire, while also ordering Naruto and Sasuke to stand by and not move out on their own. But the moment the eastern fire was extinguished, black flames erupted on the hills in the west, then the riverbank in the north, then the bamboo forest in the south. At the same time, fires broke out in all 4 directions. Splitting up our forces. Sasuke stood by the Hokage's office window, watching the towering flames in the distance. Urashiki wants to draw away everyone around us one by one, until only a few of us are left. Naruto clenched his fists. Then we stay put. No. Tsunade stood up. If we don't put out the fires, the villagers will die. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, each of you take a team and head to 3 of the directions. For the remaining one, Naruto, Sasuke, Yang, the 3 of you go. But remember, if you run into Urashiki, don't get tied down in battle. Hold him there and wait for reinforcements. The 4 of them rushed out of the Hokage's office at the same time. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang headed for the northern riverbank. The black fire there was even fiercer than the reports had described. The flames rose more than a dozen meters high, and even the river surface had been roasted into steaming. Naruto lashed the flames with the chains of adamantine sealing chains, trying to put them out, but every time the black fire was scattered by the chains, it gathered back together again. Sasuke used Amaterasu's black flames to cancel them out. Black flames of the same origin began devouring each other, but Urashiki's black fire was clearly denser, and the devouring went very slowly. Yang crouched on the ground with both hands pressed against the earth, his Rasengan flashing with purple light. This isn't normal fire. It's the result of chakra being materialized. The source is deep underground. There's an artificial chakra core down there continuously supplying it with energy. Can you cut it off? Yes, but I need time. Yang closed his eyes and focused the Rasengan's perception underground. He found the chakra core. A fist-sized black sphere floated inside a hollow 50 meters below the ground. The sphere rotated slowly, and with each full turn, it released a ring of black fire. Yang condensed his medical chakra into a thin needle and pierced the core of the black sphere. The sphere exploded. As if its fuel had been ripped away, the black fire rapidly went out. Yang opened his eyes and panted heavily. Done. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Nice work. Right then, Urashiki's voice came from above the riverbank. Nice work. You just helped me clear away the obstacles. All three of them looked up. Urashiki stood in the air above the riverbank. A pair of blue chakra wings spread behind him. Below him, a massive circular formation was slowly taking shape, trapping Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang in the center. This is the sealing array I've been setting up around Konoha for the past 5 days. It was specially made for the abilities of you three: Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra, Sasuke's Rasengan, and Yang's medical ninjutsu. Inside this array, your chakra will be constantly suppressed, while I can freely use space-time abilities. Urashiki raised his right hand. Purple walls of light rose up along the edge of the formation, forming a hemispherical cage. Naruto lashed the wall of light with his adamantine chains, but they were bounced right back. Sasuke used the gravitational core of Chibaku Tensei to pull at the wall of light, but it didn't budge in the slightest. Yang used chakra scalpel to cut at the wall of light, but it only trembled slightly. Useless. This array was used by the Otsutsuki clan to imprison their own kind. Even Kagaya couldn't break free from it. And you three brats think you can break it? Urashiki pulled out his fishing rod from behind his back. The fishing line drew a circle in the air, and 3 lines wrapped around Naruto's, Sasuke's, and Yang's wrists at the same time. Their chakra began draining away rapidly. Naruto's golden cloak dimmed. The light in Sasuke's left eye Rasengan weakened. Yang's face turned pale. I'll be taking all of your chakra. Urashiki closed his eyes and took a deep breath, like he was savoring some kind of delicacy. The Nine Tails chakra, scorching and rich. Uchiha power, cold and deep. And an artificial human-s medical chakra, pure and sweet. All top grade. Naruto gritted his teeth as the Nine Tails chakra surged inside him, trying to break free from the lines. But the lines only tightened more and more, cutting bloody marks into his wrists. Sasuke used Amaterasu to burn the lines. The black flames could burn away ordinary matter, but they were useless against Urashiki's fishing lines. The lines were made from a special material of the Otsutsuki clan. The 5 elemental natures were ineffective against them. Yang tried using his own Rasengan to reverse absorb the chakra within the lines, but Urashiki's Rasengan was on a higher level than his. The speed of reverse absorption was nowhere near enough to keep up with the rate he was being drained. Naruto. The Nine Tails voice sounded inside Naruto's mind. Use the Gate of Death. What? The explosive power produced by your 6 paths Yang power combined with the Gate of Death can tear apart the sealing array. But once the Gate of Death opens, your heart will collapse. I'm not sure whether the 6 paths Yang power can repair it. Naruto fell silent for half a second. Even if you're not sure, I still have to try. Naruto. Sasuke saw the resolve in Naruto's eyes. What are you trying to do? Naruto didn't answer. He closed his eyes and compressed all the Nine Tails chakra, Sage chakra, and 6 paths Yang power inside his body into his heart. His heartbeat became faster and faster, heavier and heavier, like it was about to burst out of his chest. The first gate of the 8 gates, the second gate, the third gate, the fourth gate, the fifth gate, the sixth gate, the 7th gate, they all burst open one after another. Then came the final gate, the Gate of Death. His whole body began to glow. Not the golden cloak of the Nine Tails, not the silver white of 6 paths mode, but red, a blood-red color, like a burning sun. The 8th Gate of Death. Open. Urashiki's pupils contracted. He had lived for thousands of years and seen countless final struggles from powerful opponents, but he had never seen anyone willingly open the inevitably fatal Gate of Death. Naruto reached out, grabbed the fishing line wrapped around his wrist, and gave it a light tug. It snapped. He grabbed the line around Sasuke's wrist. That one snapped too. Then Yang's line. It broke just the same. Red aura erupted from Naruto's body, and the wall of light of the sealing array began to shake violently. Cracks spread from the center to all sides. That's impossible. Even Kagaya couldn't break free from this array. Urashiki's voice was trembling. Naruto raised his head. His eyes had turned completely red, with no pupils and no whites. That's because Kagaya wouldn't open the gate of death. He slammed a fist into the ground. The wall of light of the ceiling array shattered like glass, and purple fragments flew in every direction. The shockwave blasted Urashiki away, sending him tumbling through the air several times before he finally stabilized himself. Black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cracks appeared on his fishing rod. Naruto stood up. The red aura behind him condensed into the shape of a giant dragon. His heart was beating at 10 times the speed of a normal person, while Six Paths Yang power frantically repaired every tear in it. Urashiki. Naruto's voice was low, like a vibration rising from underground. How many fishing rods do you have left? Urashiki gritted his teeth, turned into a streak of light, and vanished into the sky. He ran. Naruto remained standing there as the red aura slowly faded. His body started to sway, and Sasuke rushed over to catch him. Naruto, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes, and his pupils returned to blue. Not dead. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The Six Paths Yang power really did repair my heart. Sasuke's eyes reddened. You idiot. Yang ran over and used medical ninjutsu to examine Naruto's heart. His heartbeat had returned to normal. His chakra pathways were undamaged. There wasn't even any muscle tearing. Unbelievable. The gate of death had been open for at least 10 seconds, yet his body was somehow completely unharmed. Naruto lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. Stars flickered in the night, lighting up one after another. Sasuke. Yeah. From now on, unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not opening the gate of death again. It hurts too much. Sasuke crouched down and smacked him on the forehead. If you dare open it again, I'll beat you to death first. Naruto laughed. His laughter echoed across the riverbank, mixing with the cooking smoke rising in the distance after the black flames had been put out. Yang sat on the ground, gasping for breath, a smile of surviving disaster still on his face. In the distance, the lights of Konoha came back on one by one. On the northern riverbank, the shadows of the three boys overlapped together under the moonlight. After Urashiki escaped, Konoha returned to temporary peace. But Naruto knew Urashiki would never let this go. He would come back with more companions, or he would go find Ishiki. The descent of the Otsutsuki clan was only the beginning. Naruto lay on a hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. The Ninetail said inside him, Brat, you almost died today, but I didn't. What about next time? I won't die next time either. Naruto closed his eyes, because I promised Boruto that in this life, I'd live well. On the third day after Urashiki fled, Konoha finally returned to real peace. When Naruto was discharged from the hospital, there was already no trace left of the injury on his back. Tsunade wrote recommended 1 week of rest on his discharge report. But that very afternoon, Naruto showed up at Training Ground 3. Sasuke was already training there. Yang was there too. Recently, he had started learning the basic combat techniques of the Rinnegan from Sasuke. Even though his Rinnegan wasn't meant for fighting, having one more life-saving skill was always a good thing. Your body is really fine? Sasuke put away his Chidori and looked at Naruto. I'm fine. Naruto rolled his shoulders. Kurama said my heart was completely rebuilt by Six Paths Yang power. Even if I don't open the gate of death now, my heartbeat is still 1/3 slower than a normal person's. This is called a battle heart. It was the physique the Sage of Six Paths had back then. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, didn't he keep asking, and resumed training. Recently, he had been practicing a new Rinnegan ability, Shane. It was reverse-derived from Mamoshiki's time stop. For an extremely short instant, it could push his reaction speed to the absolute limit. Even though it could only last for a fraction of a second, that fraction of a second was enough for him to vanish and reappear in other people's eyes. Yang sat cross-legged at the edge of the field, eyes closed, with a scroll floating in front of him. He was studying the information Orochimaru had left behind on the Otsutsuki clan. The contents were extremely complicated, covering everything from Kagaya's origins to analysis of Ishiki's abilities, filling several hundred pages. Orochimaru had been sealed, but the knowledge he left behind was the most valuable asset this ninja world had in its fight against the Otsutsuki. At dusk, the three finished training and walked back to the village together. As they passed the Hokage building, Tsunade's secretary, Shizune, came running out, her face pale. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Yang-kun, Lady Tsunade wants you upstairs immediately. The three exchanged a look and quickly headed up. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in her chair with a huge map spread out in front of her. Jiraiya stood beside her, Itachi leaned by the window, and Kakashi stood at the door. Everyone looked grim. An emergency report came from Obito. Tsunade pointed at a marked location northwest of Mangekyo on the map. Ishiki is about to make his move. The core of the god tree has already matured. In 15 days, on the night of next month's full moon, He activate the God Tree. At that point, the chakra of the entire ninja world will be absorbed by it. Naruto walked over to the map and looked at that marked point. Ishiki's true body is there? Not certain. But the God Tree core is there. Tsunade looked up at Naruto. Obito said Ishiki will personally guard the God Tree core on the night of the full moon. He has already half-fused with the God Tree. His strength is at least 5 times greater than in his Jigen form. 5 times? Sasuke frowned. We already had a hard enough time against Momoshiki. If it's an Ishiki 5 times stronger than Jigen, we might not even be able to take a single move from him. The room went silent for a few seconds. Naruto clenched his fist, and chakra glowed faintly in his hand. Then I'll open the gate of death, he said. No. Jiraiya objected immediately. The last time you opened the gate of death for 10 seconds, it almost killed you. This time you're fighting an Ishiki far stronger than Urashiki. You'd have to keep it open for at least 1 minute. Can your heart handle that? Naruto was silent for a moment. Even if it can't, it still has to. Otherwise the entire ninja world is finished. Jiraiya looked into Naruto's eyes and saw that familiar stubbornness, that refusal to lose. He let out a sigh and said nothing more. Itachi walked over from the window and stood before the map. Ishiki's weakness is his body. Jigen's south body is already close to breaking down. Even if it fuses with Ishiki, it won't last much longer. If we can stall him until his body collapses, we win. How long do we need to stall? Kakashi asked. At least half an hour. Guy walked in from outside the door, a scroll in his hand. Half an hour? I'll stall him. A rare seriousness was on Guy's face. How long can the gate of death last? If I open it, I can fight him for at least 10 minutes. Everyone's gaze focused on Guy. Naruto shook his head. No. If you open the gate of death, you'll die. Guy-sensei, if I open it, I have 6 paths yang power to repair me. I'll be the one to stall him. Your gate of death is for the main assault, not for stalling. Guy walked up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. This life of mine should have been repaid to Konoha a long time ago. Back then, opening the gate of death and kicking Madara without dying. That was heaven giving me the chance to live another dozen years. Now it's time to pay it back. Rock Lee rushed in from outside. Guy-sensei, I'll open the gate of death in your place. No. Guy smacked Lee on the head. Your youth is still long. Don't waste it on the gate of death. He looked at Tsunade. Lord Hokage, I request assignment as a gate of death assault operative to face Otsutsuki Ishiki. Tsunade looked at Guy and stayed silent for a long time. Approved. At dawn the next day, Konoha began full war preparations. The sensory division set up 7 layers of barriers around Konoha, each one infused with the chakra of sensory ninja. The Umbu planted traps and ceiling arrays all over the outside of the village. The medical division stockpiled huge amounts of emergency supplies. The combat division canceled all leave and entered a 24-hour standby state. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang were assigned to the core combat group, responsible for facing Ishiki head-on. Guy, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Itachi were assigned to the support group, responsible for restraining Ishiki and protecting Naruto and Sasuke's flanks. Nagato and Konin came from Mangekyo and joined the support group. The Raikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage all received the battle report at the same time and promised to send reinforcements within 30 minutes after the battle began. Everyone was waiting for the full moon on the 15th day. On the 10th day, outside Konoha, Naruto sat alone on the Hokage rock, looking down at the village below. The setting sun dyed all of Konoha orange-red. Smoke rose gently from the chimneys, and children chased each other through the streets. He remembered his previous life, when pain came to Konoha and the entire village was flattened. In this life, he would never let that scene happen again. The Ninetales said inside him, Brat, are you afraid? No. Why? Because I promised Boruto that in this life, I won't let anyone sacrifice themselves again. Naruto stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Kurama, in 15 days, give me all your chakra. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment. When you open the gate of death, repairing your heart will require a huge amount of Ninetales chakra as fuel. If I give you all my chakra, I'll fall into a deep sleep. For how long? Maybe a few months. Maybe a few years. Maybe forever. Naruto's hand trembled slightly. Then sleep. After I finish off Ishiki, however long you sleep, I'll wait for you. The Ninetales laughed. This was the first time Naruto had ever heard the Ninetales laugh. Not a cold snort. Not mockery. A real laugh carrying relief. Alright, I'll wait for you. On the night of the 14th day, dark clouds covered the sky above Konoha. Naruto didn't sleep. He sat by the apartment window watching the rain outside. The raindrops were fine and dense, pattering softly against the glass. Sasuke pushed the door open and walked in, completely soaked. You don't knock? I did. You didn't hear it. Naruto froze for a second. He really hadn't heard it. Sasuke walked over and leaned against the window frame beside him. Nervous? Not nervous. It just feels like time passed too fast. Sasuke looked out at the rain. In the last life we fought at the Valley of the End. You lost an arm. I lost an arm. We were only 16 then. In this life we're 15, and the enemy we have to fight is even stronger than Kaguya. But this time, we're not alone. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. This time there are two of us. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Right? Two of us. Late at night, the rain stopped. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, round and bright. Tomorrow would be the full moon. Tomorrow would be the final battle. Naruto lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He didn't dream, or maybe he did and just couldn't remember it when he woke up. At daybreak, he opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, drawing a golden line across the floor. He got up, got dressed, and put on the wrist guard Sasuke had given him. When he walked out of the apartment, he found Sasuke already standing at the door, wearing a newly changed dark blue high-collared combat suit. His left IS Rinnegan and right IS Sharingan were both activated. Yang came running over from the medical unit with a medical pack on his back. His Rinnegan wasn't covered by contact lenses, and the purple ripple-pattern pupils glimmered faintly under the sunlight. "Let us go," Naruto said. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang stood at the very front. Behind them was the first support echelon made up of Jiraiya, Itachi, Kakashi, and Guy. Nagato and Konan had arrived from Mangekyo and stood on the left flank of the formation. The reinforcements from the Raikage, Uchiha, Mizukage, and Kazekage were still on the way. They would need at least 20 minutes to arrive. Tsunade stood on the roof of the Hokage's office, watching the distant horizon through a telescope. It wasn't that she didn't want to go to the front lines. She had to stay behind in Konoha. If the front collapsed, she would need to organize the final defense. "Where's Obito?" Naruto asked. "He already went ahead." Jiraiya pointed northwest. He used Kamui to infiltrate directly into the core region of the God Tree. He confirming Ishiki's exact location. Before he even finished speaking, Obito's figure stepped out of the void. His mask had been replaced with a new one, an orange spiral pattern that exposed only the Sharingan in his right eye. His left eye was still the Rinnegan, hidden behind a contact lens. Ishiki is directly above the God Tree's core. He is already half-fused with the God Tree. Half his body has turned into a tree form. Obito's voice was low. "He sensed your arrival. He is waiting for you." Naruto nodded. "Let us go." All 14 of them sprinted northwest at the same time. Under the moonlight, their shadows looked like a pack of wolves moving through the night, silent and fast. Running at the very front were Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's golden nine-tails chakra and the purple glow of Sasuke's Rinnegan stood out sharply in the darkness. Yang followed behind them with the medical pack on his back, his Rinnegan fully active, ready to deal with any sudden situation at any moment. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the area where the God Tree's core was located. It was a massive basin, roughly 2 kilometers in diameter and about 500 meters deep. At the center of the basin, a gigantic God Tree had grown up from underground, more than 300 meters tall. Its trunk as thick as a building. Its roots stretched in all directions, and some had already extended beneath Konoha. At the top of the God Tree, a humanoid figure stood on the canopy, backlit by the moon with only a single purple Rinnegan visible. Otsutsuki Ishiki. His body was no longer completely human in form. The right half of his body had fused with the God Tree's branches, and woody patterns covered his skin. But the left half of his body still looked like Jigen. He wore a white robe, and in the center of his left palm was a red Rinnegan. "You're here?" Ishiki's voice drifted down from above, calm as if he were commenting on the weather. "Slower than I expected." Naruto looked up at him. "How long have you been waiting for this day?" 1,000 years. Ishiki jumped down from the canopy and landed on a giant boulder at the base of the God Tree. 1,000 years is enough for me to watch every war on this planet, every massacre. You humans are selfish creatures down to the bone. I feel no psychological burden at all in eating you." Jiraiya stepped forward. "Nagato, this is the kind of person I told you about. He treats humans as food and himself as a god." Nagato said nothing, but his Rinnegan was already locked onto Ishiki. Konan's paper sheets fluttered in the wind, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Ishiki raised his left hand, and the red Rinnegan in his palm flashed. The God Tree's roots burst from underground and lunged toward Konoha's ninjas like countless giant pythons. Naruto's adamantine ceiling chains erupted instantly, 36 chains. Over the past 4 years, he had increased them from 28 to 36. They wrapped around most of the roots, and with a powerful yank, the roots were shredded apart by the yin-yang release on the chains and turned into dust. But there were too many roots. Several slipped past the chains and wrapped around Kakashi's and Gaia's ankles, hanging both of them upside down. Itachi used Amaterasu to burn through the roots around Kakashi's feet. Guy used the explosive force of the 8 gates to break the roots apart, landing on the ground while gasping heavily. His roots absorbed chakra. Yang shouted, "Don't let them bind you for too long." Naruto withdrew the adamantine ceiling chains and switched to 6-path sage mode. A silver-white cloak covered his whole body, and for truth-seeking balls rotated behind him. At the same time, Sasuke activated complete body Susanoo. 100-meter-tall purple giant appeared in the center of the basin, its blade of light slashing toward the god tree. Ishiki raised a hand. Sukuna Hikona. His body instantly shrank to the size of an ant, dodging Susanoo's blade of light. Then he returned to normal size and appeared behind Sasuke, thrusting a black rod toward the center of Sasuke's back. Sasuke used Ameno Tajikura to switch places with a distant boulder, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The black rod missed, but the moment it pierced into the ground, countless tiny black spikes instantly grew from it and spread in every direction. Ameno Tajikura. Not bad spacetime ninjutsu. Ishiki looked at Sasuke. But every time you use it, your Rinnegan releases a brief fluctuation of chakra.
Ikan senza Italia.
A purple glow flashed in Sasuke's left Rinnegan. Instant. The surrounding time seemed to stop for 0.5 seconds. Within that 0.5 seconds, Sasuke used the blade of complete body Susanoo to pierce straight through Ishiki's chest. Ishiki lowered his head and looked at the wound in his chest. Black blood poured out, but he didn't T-fall. Instant. An ability reverse derived from Mamashiki. Ishiki reached out and pulled the blade from his chest. The wound began healing on its own. But you can't kill me. My body is connected to the god tree. As long as the god tree doesn't T-die. I won T-die. Naruto charged forward, his silver-white fist in six paths sage mode smashing toward Ishiki's face. Ishiki shrank to dodge, then returned to normal and thrust a black rod toward Naruto's abdomen. Naruto neither dodged nor retreated. A truth-seeking ball automatically flew in front of the black rod and blocked the attack. The black rod left a white mark on the truth-seeking ball, but failed to pierce through it. Truth-seeking balls. The highest form of yin-yang release. Ishiki stared at the four spheres behind Naruto. You're only 15. How could you possibly have mastered this kind of power? Naruto didn't T-answer. He slammed a punch into Ishiki's face. This time, Ishiki didn't T-shrink. He took the punch head-on, and his body flew sideways, smashing through 3 god tree roots. He climbed up from the rubble, and the blood at the corner of his mouth flowed even more heavily. I underestimated you. Ishiki wiped away the blood and pulled a black iron staff from his robe. It wasn't an ordinary black rod. It was a weapon forged from his own bones. The staff was about 1.5 meters long. Its surface was engraved with the runes of the Otsutsuki clan, radiating an oppressive aura that made people instinctively uncomfortable. The Spear of End. I haven't used it in 1,000 years. Today I'll let you witness it. Ishiki drove the Spear of End into the ground. The god tree's roots began writhing violently, and the entire basin started trembling. A huge crack appeared in the sky. Countless black fragments fell from it, forming a rain of black. Every fragment exploded the moment it hit the ground, with power comparable to an explosive tag. Kakashi used Earth-style wall to block several of them, but the wall was blown apart. Guy moved through the fragment rain, using taijutsu to kick away most of the fragments. Yang used a medical ninjutsu chakra barrier to shield himself and the injured ninja around him. Naruto released all 4 truth-seeking balls, forming a silver-white barrier above his head to block the black rain. Sasuke used Susanoo's wings to protect Jiraiya and Itachi. Hold him back. Jiraiya shouted. His body can't last much longer. The life force the god tree gave him is limited. When Ishiki heard that, his expression changed slightly. He sped up his attacks. The Spear of the End drew countless black trails through the air, and every single one could tear through space. Naruto blocked with the truth-seeking balls. Sasuke blocked with Susanoo, but both of them were under enormous pressure. Guy rushed out from the side and kicked at Ishiki's head. 7th Gate. Daytime Tiger. A white tiger-shaped shockwave slammed into Ishiki and sent him flying. Ishiki flipped in midair. When he landed, he dropped to one knee, and cracks appeared across the tree-transformed right half of his body. Guy-sensei, his body is about to give out, Naruto shouted. Ishiki stood up. The Rinnegan in his left hand flickered with light. He wanted to use Dekokuten to shrink Naruto, but Naruto had been ready for it. With Ameno Tajikura's coordination from Sasuke, he instantly shifted into another space and back again, dodging the shrinking range. Ishiki's hand grabbed empty air. You! Ishiki's breathing started growing ragged. You insects! Naruto walked up in front of him. The 4 truth-seeking balls floated above his head and condensed into a silver-white spear. Ishiki, your era is over. Ishiki raised his head and looked into Naruto's eyes. In those blue eyes, there was no hatred, no anger, only a kind of pity that made people not dare meet his gaze. You pity me? Ishiki's voice was hoarse. It's not pity. I'm telling you that in this world, strength isn't the only thing that gives meaning. The silver-white spear in Naruto's hand pierced Ishiki's chest. It was not to kill him. It was to sever his connection to the god tree. The truth-seeking ball power broke down the god tree's roots. Ishiki's body was stripped away from its tree-transformed state and returned to Jigen's original appearance. Frail, aged, and dying. Blood flowed from the corner of Jigen's mouth. He looked at his own hands. The hands that had once held the power of the Otsutsuki were slowly turning transparent. His eyes returned to human black. No longer the purple of the Rinnegan. I lost. Jigen's body turned into black dust and scattered into the moonlight. Without a host, the god tree began to wither. Its roots shrank, its trunk cracked, and in the end, it collapsed with a deafening crash. A massive cloud of dust rose from the basin. The battle was over. Naruto withdrew the truth-seeking balls. The silver-white cloak faded, revealing the orange tracksuit underneath, soaked with sweat and blood. Sasuke's Susanoo dissipated. He dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, and the Rinnegan in his left eye temporarily shut. Yang ran over to give them emergency treatment. Naruto had a deep cut on his arm from a black rod. Sasuke had several burns across his back. Obito stood in the distance, looking at the remains of the god tree without saying a word. Rin's photo was in the pocket over his chest, pressed against his heart. Rin. It's over, he said softly. Jiraiya leaned against a broken wall and looked up at the moonlight. Nagato, did you see that? We didn't kill. We didn't use hatred. We won. Nagato sat in a wheelchair. He had just finished rehabilitation training before the battle, and his legs were still unsteady, and Konan pushed him over. Tears flowed from his Rinnegan. Not sorrow. Relief. Jiraiya-sensei, you were right. Mutual understanding really can bring peace. Far away, Konoha was brightly lit. Tsunade lowered the telescope and let out a long breath. Shizune behind her was crying. Lady Tsunade, we won. Yeah. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. We won. On the battlefield, Naruto sat on the ground while Yang bandaged his wounds. Sasuke walked over and sat beside him. Does it hurt? No. Liar. Naruto smiled. A little. But it was worth it. On the morning of the second day after the god tree collapsed, the people of Konoha noticed a strange glow in the western sky. It was not the sunrise. It was the remnants of the god tree burning away the last of the Otsutsuki chakra. The flames were purple and gold intertwined, like a giant flower blooming in the sky. Naruto stood atop the Hokage rock, looking at that light. His arm was wrapped in bandages, and there were still a few cuts on his face that had not healed, but his blue eyes were bright. Sasuke stood beside him. His left Rinnegan was closed to rest, while his right Sharingan watched the lingering echoes from the distant battlefield. How long until the god tree is completely burned away? Sasuke asked. Yang said about 3 days. Naruto stretched lazily. After 3 days, every trace of the Otsutsuki will disappear from Earth. What about Momoshiki's seal? Still there. The Chibaku Tensei sphere is floating over the wasteland. Kakashi-sensei had people set up a barrier so nobody can get near it. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Ishiki is dead. Momoshiki is sealed. Urashiki ran away. Will the Otsutsuki main family send more people? Sasuke was silent for a moment. They will, but not anytime soon. People from the main family might only come to Earth once every few hundred years. We have time to prepare. A few hundred years. Naruto laughed. Then we won't live to see it. What about the next generation? Naruto thought for a moment. Let the next generation worry about it. Our generation's job is to create a world where the next generation won't need to worry. Sasuke did not respond, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. In the special care ward of Konoha Hospital, Guy lay on a hospital bed with his left leg in a cast and his whole body wrapped in bandages. He had opened the 7th gate in the final battle. Even though he had not opened the gate of death, the backlash from the 7th gate had already caused massive tearing throughout his muscles. Tsunade said he would need at least 3 months in bed before he could walk again. Guy-sensei. Naruto pushed the door open, holding a bouquet of flowers. How are you feeling? The pain of youth is a badge of honor. Guy raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, only to pull at his wounds and bare his teeth in pain. Naruto put the flowers on the bedside table and sat in the chair by the bed. Guy-sensei, thank you. If you hadn't held back Ishiki's roots, Sasuke and I would never have gotten close. Guy lowered his hand, becoming serious for once. Naruto, when you opened the gate of death, I saw it. That red aura was even fiercer than my night Guy. Is your heart really okay? It's fine. The 6 paths yang power repaired my heart at the same time the gate of death opened. Kurama said my heart is a 6 paths heart now. Even if I open the gate of death a few more times, it won't collapse. Naruto paused. But I don't want to do it again. It hurts too much. Guy burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the hospital room, and sunlight streamed in from outside the window, casting warm patches of light over the two of them. Amegakure, Nagato's residence. Nagato sat in a wheelchair while Konan pushed him through the streets of Amegakure. The rain had stopped. This was the first clear day Amegakure had seen in decades. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the entire village in gold. Nagato, the rain stopped. Konan's voice trembled slightly. Yeah. Nagato tilted his head back and closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. Yahiko, did you see it? The rain stopped. Konan pushed him to Yahiko's grave. Nagato stood up from the wheelchair. His legs had regained feeling and he could stand now, though he still could not walk for long. He placed a bouquet before the grave, crouched down, and spoke to Yahiko the way he had when they were children. Yahiko, we won. Not with your method. Not with my method. With Jiraiya-sensei's method. Mutual understanding really can bring peace. There was no photo on the gravestone, only Yahiko's name and the years of his birth and death. Nagato reached out and gently touched the words carved into the stone. Wait a little longer. Once Mangekyo is rebuilt, I'll take you to see the sea. Konan stood behind him, tears streaming down her face. Konoha, the Uchiha clan district. Itachi stood in front of his old family house, a broom in his hand. No one had lived there for more than 10 years. The roof leaked, the walls were cracked, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. But Itachi's expression was calm, even carrying a faint smile. Sasuke walked over and took the broom from his hand. Big brother, I'll do the sweeping. Itachi did not refuse. He leaned against the doorframe and watched Sasuke sweep the fallen leaves in the yard. Sasuke, where are you planning to live from now on? Konoha, the Umbu already saved a spot for me. You're not going back to Sakura? Sasuke's hand paused for a moment. That was the last life. We won. Bring it up in this one. Itachi did not press further. His gaze passed over Sasuke and landed on the distant Hokage rock. Naruto will become Hokage. You'll become the head of the Umbu, the twin cores of Konoha's next generation. Yeah. Very good. The two brothers finished cleaning the yard together. As the sun set, the shadow of the old house stretched long across the ground. Yong's residence, a small house on the eastern side of Konoha. Yong sat alone beneath a cherry blossom tree. The blossoms were in full bloom, pink petals falling onto his white hair and shoulders. In his hand was the notebook the third Hokage had given him all those years ago. On the title page, the handwriting that said, Little Seven, live well, had already become a little blurred. On a blank page he wrote, Ishiki is dead. Naruto 1. I'm now an official doctor at Konoha Hospital. Everyone has a name, and now I do too. My name is Yong. He closed the notebook and looked up at the sky. The evening glow was beautiful, pink and orange woven together, like the love between cherry blossoms and the setting sun. Naruto walked over from the distance, holding 2 bowls of ramen in his hands. Yong, time to eat. Yong took the ramen, opened the lid, and the steam rushed against his face. He took a bite. It was hot and it was delicious. Taste good? Naruto asked. Yeah, it's good. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Ramen. Don't you get tired of eating ramen every day? No. Why not? Because you're the one treating me. Naruto froze for a second, then laughed. All right, then I'll treat you every day from now on. Under the moonlight, the two of them ate ramen beneath the cherry blossom tree. Their shadows stretched long. In the distance, the lights of Konoha lit up one by one, like stars. Late at night, Naruto lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Inside him, the Ninetales said, Kid, you should sleep. I can't. I'm thinking about the future. What about the future? Like when I'll become Hokage. Like when Yong will fully master the Rinnegan. Like when Urashiki will come back. The Ninetales yawned. Why think so much? Tomorrow eat ramen first. Naruto laughed. You're right. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. That night he had no dreams. Or maybe he did dream of Boruto. Boruto stood in a field of golden light, smiling as he waved at him, then slowly disappeared. Naruto did not chase after him, because he knew Boruto wanted him to keep moving forward. Stopping in place would only let him down. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright. The night in Konoha was quiet and long. But tomorrow the sun would still rise as always. And Naruto would keep walking the path of protecting this peace. Together with Sasuke, together with Yong, together with everyone he cherished. In this life they had done it. On the 5th day after Ishiki was destroyed, Konoha's reconstruction work was moving forward in an orderly way. The shockwave created by the collapse of the God Tree had destroyed some houses on the western side of the village, but there had been no casualties. That alone was a blessing in the middle of disaster. Naruto had spent 2 days helping with the rebuilding, carrying lumber, hauling cement, repairing roofs. Only then did the villagers realize that he was not just a combat genius. When it came to physical labor, he was just as capable. But Naruto's Ninetales sensing had never relaxed. Urashiki had escaped, and no one knew where he was hiding. That crafty fox would not give up so easily. His blue Rinnegan could see through the near future. His fishing rod could absorb chakra. His space-time ability made him nearly untouchable when it came to escaping. A person like that was the most dangerous. On the night of the 7th day, Naruto's premonition became reality. Urashiki did not come to Konoha. He went to a place no one had expected. Mangekyo. Nagato and Konan were rebuilding the streets of Mangekyo. The war was over, and the rain had stopped. For the first time, the villagers stepped out of their homes, repairing roofs under the sunlight and cleaning the streets. Nagato leaned on a cane, walking down the street step by step with Konan beside him. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Urashiki stepped out of it, his blue Rinnegan looking down on Mangekyo from above. Nagato, Konan, Obito's voice came from the distance. He had rushed over with Kamui. Urashiki is over there with you. Nagato looked up and saw Urashiki. As his Rinnegan met Urashiki's Rinnegan, an instinctive sense of pressure rose from the base of his spine. Konan, evacuate the villagers. Konan's paper instantly scattered outward, turning into countless sheets that wrapped around the villagers and transferred them to a safe place. Urashiki did not stop her. His target was not ordinary villagers. It was Nagato's Rinnegan. He raised his fishing rod, and the line shot silently toward Nagato. Nagato's legs had not fully recovered yet, so he could not move quickly. He used Shinra Tensei to knock away the line, but Urashiki's fishing line moved like it had a life of its own. It turned in midair and wrapped toward Nagato again. Nagato used Shinra Tensei 3 times in a row. The strain on his eye power was heavy, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Your Rinnegan was transplanted into you by Madara. It is not your power. Urashiki's voice was cold. You will never be able to bring out its true might. Konan attacked from the side. Her paper turned into countless senbon needles and shot toward Urashiki. Urashiki absorbed the senbon with his absorption technique, then with a backhand swing, sent them right back. They pierced Konan's shoulder and arm. Konan let out a muffled groan and fell from the air, only to be caught by Nagato with Bansho Tenin. Konan, I'm fine. Konan gritted her teeth and pulled out the senbon. Black blood flowed from the wounds. Otsutsuki chakra had been attached to the senbon, and the injuries could not heal quickly. Urashiki raised his fishing rod again. This time, the line passed directly through space and appeared behind Nagato's neck. Nagato's Rinnegan caught the line's trajectory, but his body could not react in time. The line wrapped around his neck, and his chakra began to be drained rapidly. Nagato's Rinnegan quickly dimmed, and his face turned pale. At that moment, a golden fist smashed out of the void and slammed straight into Urashiki's chest. Naruto rushed out from Obito's Kamui dimension. The silver-white cloak of 6 paths mode gleamed with a cold light beneath the moon. Sasuke followed right behind him. The skeletal frame of his complete body Susanoo condensed behind him, and its blade of light cut through the fishing line wrapped around Nagato's neck. Yang appeared from another direction. Medical chakra covered Konan's wounds and began neutralizing the toxin in Urashiki's chakra. You 3 again. Urashiki staggered back a few steps and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You really do chase fast. And you really do run fast. Naruto landed on the ground, for truth-seeking balls floating behind him. From Konoha all the way to Mangekyo. What are you, a rabbit? Urashiki's expression darkened. He stopped wasting words. His fishing rod drew a massive formation in the air. At the center of the formation, a black hole-like vortex appeared, and from it poured countless white phantoms, white Zetsu. Not ordinary white Zetsu, but enhanced versions cultivated by Urashiki with his own chakra. Every single one had the strength of a jonin. I have already analyzed your chakra thoroughly. Naruto's Ninetales power, Sasuke's Rinnegan, Yang's medical ninjutsu, I have absorbed them all before. I have studied them all. Urashiki's voice carried a kind of twisted confidence. Your attack patterns, your weaknesses, I know all of them. Naruto frowned. If you know that much, then why did you still run? Because I was waiting. Urashiki raised his fishing rod. The fishing line split into countless strands in midair. Wait until your chakra is drained by the reconstruction work. Wait until your guard is down. Wait until the best moment. Then you waited for the wrong one. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo fully unfolded. 100-meter-tall purple giant stood atop the ruins of Mangekyo. Its blade of light pointed at Urashiki. The best moment was for you to never appear again. Susanoo's light blade slashed down. Urashiki blocked it with his fishing rod, but cracks appeared on the rod. He had already used up a lot of chakra in the earlier battle. On top of that, creating the white Zetsu had consumed a huge amount of his energy. He was no longer in peak condition. At the same time, Naruto's truth-seeking balls shot out. For spheres smashed toward Urashiki from 4 directions. Urashiki used the fishing line to bind 2 of them, but the other 2 struck his left arm and right leg. Urashiki's left arm dropped limply. His right leg gave out in a limp, and his body started to sway. Where's your future sight now? Naruto walked up in front of him. Weren't you saying you could see a few seconds into the future? Did you see the second? Urashiki raised his head. Naruto's figure was reflected in his blue Rinnegan. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but Sasuke's Susanoo light blade pierced through his chest from behind. Urashiki's body froze. The fishing rod slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a crisp clang. I saw it, but I couldn't change it. Urashiki's voice came out in broken fragments. Your future. I can't see it. Because you are not people of this world. You came back from the future. Your fate is outside my sight. Sasuke pulled out the light blade, and Urashiki's body fell forward. Naruto used the truth-seeking balls to condense a silver-white sphere, wrapping Urashiki inside it as it slowly rose into the air. 6 paths. Planetary devastation. The sphere carried Urashiki's body high into the sky, becoming a new star. Yang helped Konan to her feet. Konan's wound had already stopped bleeding. Nagato pushed himself up from the ground, his Rinnegan returning to normal. After Urashiki was sealed, his suppression over Nagato's chakra vanished as well. It's over now, Nagato said softly. It's all over. Naruto withdrew the truth-seeking balls, and the silver-white cloak faded away. He walked up to Nagato and held out his hand. Nagato looked at him, then took it. Thank you. No need. We're allies. Naruto grinned. Konan stood beside Nagato. There were still tear marks on her face, but the corners of her lips had lifted. Obito stepped out from the Kamui dimension. After seeing all this, he turned to leave. Obito, Naruto called out to him. Obito stopped, but did not turn around. Stay and eat with us. Obito was silent for a few seconds, then said, next time. His body twisted and disappeared into the air. Naruto looked at the place where Obito vanished and sighed. He is still not used to being around people. Sasuke walked over and patted his shoulder. Give him time. In the distant sky, Urashiki's planetary devastation sphere had already become a tiny star, mixed in with all the others until it was impossible to tell which was which. Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang stood on the ruins of Mangekyo, moonlight shining across their faces. Nagato and Konan stood behind them. Naruto-kun, where are you going next? Nagato asked. Back to Konoha, to eat ramen. Naruto stretched lazily. Want to come? Nagato looked at Konan. Konan nodded. All right, the 7 of them, Naruto, Sasuke, Yang, Nagato, Konan, and also Itachi and Jiraiya, who had come rushing over from another direction, walked together toward Konoha. The moonlight lit their path. In the distance, Konoha was brightly illuminated, and it almost felt like the smell of ramen had already drifted all the way here. Sasuke, you're treating today. Why is it me again? Because your brother is here too. Treating your brother to a meal is only natural. Itachi smiled. Then I'll pay. No way. Naruto shook his head. If you pay, Sasuke will get embarrassed. Sasuke's face stayed expressionless. When have I ever been embarrassed? You're embarrassed right now. Go eat ramen and stop talking. The night sky over Mangekyo returned to peace. The star Urashiki had become floated high above, mixed among the other stars. Only Naruto's nine-tail sensing could still precisely locate its position. That was the last threat of the Otsutsuki, permanently sealed inside 6 paths. Planetary devastation. Konan's wound had already stopped bleeding. Yang used medical ninjutsu to completely remove the lingering poison in Urashiki's chakra. She leaned against Nagato's shoulder. Her face still a little pale, but she was already able to walk on her own. Nagato, you really want to come back to Konoha with us? Naruto asked. Nagato shook his head. Mangekyo needs me. I've been away for too many years. The villagers need someone who can lead them in rebuilding. He looked at Konan. And besides, someone is staying with me. Naruto did not try to persuade him again. He held out his hand, and Nagato grasped it. Under the moonlight, their hands clasped together. One was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the other the wielder of the Rinnegan. 2 people who had once stood on opposite sides had now become allies who could entrust their backs to each other. If the Otsutsuki come again, Nagato said, we'll call you. Naruto released his hand. And you have to come too. Definitely. Jiraiya walked over and patted Nagato on the shoulder. Nagato, you've grown up. His eyes were a little red, but he did not cry. Nagato looked at Jiraiya and remembered that night more than 10 years ago, when the rain had poured endlessly and Jiraiya had taken in the 3 war orphans. Yahiko had died. He had gone down the wrong path. But now, he had come back. Jiraiya-sensei, thank you. Jiraiya smiled and shook his head. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. The people who can turn back are the ones who still have light in their hearts. Konan supported Nagato as they turned and walked toward the streets of Mangekyo. After a few steps, Nagato stopped without turning around. Naruto, on the day you become Hokage, I'll come to Konoha to see it. Okay, Naruto said with a smile. Nagato and Konan's figures disappeared into the night. Naruto stood where he was, watching their backs, and suddenly felt his nose sting a little. Sasuke walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Drink. Thanks. Naruto took the water and gulped down a big mouthful. You almost cried just now. I did not. Your eyes were red. That was the sand. Sasuke did not expose him. They stood side by side on this land that had gone through countless battles. The giant crater left behind by the collapse of the god tree was still there. The planetary devastation sphere sealing Momoshiki floated in the distance. Urashiki's fishing rod was still stuck in the ruins. When the night wind blew through it, it made a low humming sound, like some ancient instrument playing a mournful song. Obito had been standing far away in the shadows the whole time, never coming closer. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke, at Jiraiya and Itachi, at all those people he had once hurt. Now all of them were still alive and doing well. Inside the pocket on his chest, Rin's photo rested against his heart. In the photo, Rin was smiling brightly. He turned around, ready to leave with Kamui. Obito. Naruto's voice came from behind him. Obito stopped, but did not turn around. You really want to come eat ramen with us? Obito was silent for a few seconds. Next time. You say tomorrow every time. You say next time every time. Naruto walked to his side. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Next time is next time. Today is today. Obito turned his head. Behind the mask, his Sharingan looked at Naruto. This 15-year-old boy, with blonde hair and blue eyes, still had battle scars on his face. But there was light in his eyes. Obito had seen that kind of light before, in Rin's eyes, in Kakashi's eyes when he was young, in the eyes of the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's. It was the kind of light only people who believed the future could become better would have. Naruto. Yeah. If Rin were still alive. What would she think of me? Naruto looked at Obito and thought for a moment. She'd say, Obito, it's enough that you came back. Obito's body trembled slightly. He raised a hand and removed the mask from his face, revealing a face that was half twisted and half handsome. His right eye was the Rinnegan, and his left eye was the Sharingan. Both were bloodshot. Naruto, I've killed people. A lot of people, including your parents. I know. Why don't you hate me? Naruto fell silent. He looked at the moonlight in the distance, at the houses of Mangekyo still being rebuilt, at the people who had survived the war. I did hate you. In my previous life, when I found out you were the one who released the Ninetales and caused my parents' deaths, I wanted nothing more than to kill you. But later, I understood that you were used too. Black Zetsu deceived you. Madara used you. The darkness in your heart was amplified by them. But that Obito who wanted to become Hokage, who wanted to protect his comrades, never died. Tears streamed down Obito's face. Silent tears slid from that Sharingan and dripped onto the ground. He did not wipe them away, because he had not cried in many years, and he did not want to interrupt that feeling. I should go now. There's somewhere I need to go, and something I need to do. What thing? Destroy the last fragments of the demonic statue of the outer path. Obito put his mask back on. Madara is dead, and the demonic statue of the outer path has been sealed, but some fragments are still scattered across different parts of the ninja world. If they aren't cleaned up completely, they might become the seed of the next god tree. Naruto nodded. Need help? No. This is my own matter. Obito's body began to distort, and Kamui's spatial vortex formed around him. Before disappearing, he said one last sentence. Naruto, on the day you become Hokage, I'll come see you. Then he vanished, as if he had never appeared at all. Naruto stood where he was as the wind lifted his hair. Sasuke walked over. You really left? Yeah. He went to clean up the fragments of the demonic statue of the outer path. Alone? Alone. Sasuke did not ask anything else. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder on that land bathed in moonlight. In the distance, Konoha was brightly lit, like a warm nest waiting for them to return home. The next morning, Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang returned to Konoha from Mangekyo. Tsunade was waiting for them in the Hokage's office. War reports and reconstruction plans were spread across the desk. Urashiki has been sealed? Tsunade confirmed. Sealed. Naruto gave a detailed account of everything that had happened. The Chibaku Tensei sphere was floating above Mangekyo, and Nagato would be responsible for watching it. Tsunade nodded and signed the report. Your mission is complete. Rest for 1 week, then resume regular training. Are there still enemies? Yang asked. Tsunade glanced at him. The main Otsutsuki family may still send people. But based on the intelligence Itachi got from Akatsuki, their next move may not come for decades or even centuries. We have enough time to prepare. Yang was silent for a moment. Then I'll use that time to improve Konoha Hospital's medical system. I want every injured shinobi to receive treatment in time. Tsunade looked at Yang, and a trace of approval flashed through her eyes. All right, I'll approve funding and personnel for you. Yang bowed and left the office. Naruto and Sasuke were about to leave as well, but Tsunade stopped them. Naruto, wait a moment. Naruto stopped. Sasuke glanced at him, then went out first. Tsunade took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Naruto. Written on the cover were the words, Hokage Successor Training Plan. What is this? Naruto opened the file. Your future. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. When I retire, you'll take the Hokage's seat. This isn't an order. It's an invitation. Naruto closed the file. Lady Tsunade, you're still young. You can be Hokage for at least another 20 years. 20 years is too long. I can only do another 5. Why? Tsunade raised her hand and rolled up her sleeve, revealing the vein-like markings on her forearm. Those markings were slowly fading. I've used creation rebirth too many times. My body has already started aging. 5 years from now I'll have to retire. Otherwise it'll affect Konoha's decision-making efficiency. Naruto looked at Tsunade's arm and stayed silent for a long time. 5 years from now I'll be 20. A 20-year-old Hokage isn't unheard of in history. The fourth Hokage, Minato, was only in his early 20s when he took office. Tsunade looked at Naruto. And you're stronger than he was. Naruto tightened his grip on the file. I'll think about it. Tsunade smiled. Fine, think about it. Just don't crumple the file. That's the only copy. Naruto walked out of the office. Sasuke was leaning against the hallway wall, waiting for him. What did Lady Tsunade say to you? She wants me to become Hokage in 5 years. Sasuke was silent for a moment. Did you agree? No. I said I'd think about it. You've already agreed in your heart. Naruto looked at him and smiled. How do you know? Because you smiled just now. The two of them walked down the stairs side by side. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, painting golden squares across the hallway floor. As Naruto stepped across the floor where light and shadow overlapped, he remembered his previous life, when he had stood atop the Hokage rock with the stone faces of the past Hokage behind him. Back then, he thought the seat of Hokage was a kind of glory. In this life, he felt that the seat of Hokage was a kind of responsibility. Sasuke, in 5 years, you'll be the head of the Umbu. No. Why? The head of the Umbu has to write reports. I don't like writing reports. Naruto laughed. Then I'll write them for you. Can you even write them? No. But I can learn. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. We'll talk about it later. At the village entrance, Yang was already sitting at Ichiraku Ramen's stand. In front of him was a bowl of miso chashu ramen. When he saw Naruto and Sasuke walk over, he raised his chopsticks. You two are late. The noodles are about to get cold. Naruto sat down and said to the owner, large miso chashu, extra egg and extra seaweed. Same, Sasuke said. 3 bowls of ramen were served, steam rising under the sunlight. Naruto ate a piece of chashu, chewed for a long time, then swallowed. Yang. Yeah. You're staying in Konoha from now on? Yang nodded. Konoha Hospital needs me. The people here need me. I'm not leaving. Naruto smiled. That's good. The 3 of them finished their ramen. Naruto paid for it. Today was his turn. Sasuke glanced at him. Tomorrow's my turn. I know. Naruto stood up. Come on. Let us head to the training ground. The 1-week break starts tomorrow. Today, we train for 2 more hours first. Sasuke and Yang stood up at the same time. The 3 of them walked side by side toward training ground 3. Their shadows stretched long beneath the sun. In the distance, the faces of the past Hokage on Hokage Rock looked down at them. Their stone eyes gleamed in the sunlight, as if watching these 3 boys. They still had a long road ahead of them, but the direction was already clear. Peace was not the end. It was the beginning. What protected peace was not heroes, but the perseverance of one generation after another. As the sun set in the west, the training ground echoed with the sound of fists striking wooden posts and the roar of bursting chakra. Cooking smoke rose from Konoha. Lines formed in front of Ichiraku Ramen's stand, and children chased each other through the alleyways. On the 30th day after Ishiki was eliminated, Konoha had fully returned to normal. The huge crater left behind when the god tree collapsed had been filled in, and new saplings had been planted over it. The destroyed houses on the west side of the village had already been rebuilt, stronger and more spacious than before. Ichiraku Ramen's business was even better than before. Every day, the line stretched from the stand all the way to the street corner. The owner said this was the taste of peace. Naruto's life also returned to its normal rhythm. He got up at 5 in the morning, ran to training ground 3, and trained taijutsu and ninjutsu for 2 hours. At 8, he went to the Hokage's office to report in and help Tsunade handle some simple paperwork. She said this was to cultivate his qualities as a Hokage. First, Naruto found it boring. But little by little, he came to realize that behind every document was the life of a villager. Land disputes, ninja tool procurement, mission assignments, placement of the wounded. These seemingly trivial matters were all gears in the village's operation. The Hokage was not just the strongest ninja, but also the one who understood the village best. Tsunade told him that once. Naruto remembered those words. He could use the afternoon however he wanted. Sometimes he sparred with Sasuke. Sometimes he went with Yang to help out at the hospital. Sometimes he sat alone on the Hokage rock in a daze, looking down at the village below. He realized he was getting more and more fond of spacing out. Not because he was slacking off. He was observing the villagers' expressions, habits, and the rhythm of their lives. What time each mother went out to buy groceries every day. What time each old man walked his dog every day. What time each child passed by Hokage Rock after school and looked up at the faces carved above. He had never noticed these details before. What are you looking at? Sasuke asked him once. The village. What do you see? It's alive. Not just a point on a map. It's alive. Sasuke did not reply. He sat down beside him and started looking too. Yang was getting busier and busier at Konoha Hospital. His Rasengan's use in medical ninjutsu far surpassed ordinary people. He could see the chakra pathways inside a patient's body, precise down to every single node. During surgery, he could visualize the patient's life force and know exactly where the damage was worst and what needed to be repaired first. Tsunade said Yang's medical ninjutsu had already surpassed hers. He was only lacking experience now. Dr. Yang, the patient in bed number 3 needs you. A nurse called out in the hallway. Coming. Yang put down the book in his hand and quickly walked toward the ward. In the pocket of his white coat, he always carried the notebook the third Hokage had given him. The words on the title page, Little 7, Live Well, had already become a little blurry from being flipped through so many times. He could not bear to replace it. That evening, Naruto and Sasuke waited at the hospital entrance for Yang to get off work. The 3 of them went to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner together. Yang, you did 3 surgeries today? Naruto asked. 4. Yang ate his ramen as he spoke. 1 spinal repair, 2 chakra pathway reconstructions, and 1 severe burn case. Lady Tsunade said the time is ripe for me to independently complete burn surgery now. Sasuke looked at him. Aren't you tired? I am, but it's worth it. Yang put down his chopsticks. Every patient who gets discharged after being healed says thank you to me. No one ever said thank you to me before. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. A lot of people will say it to you from now on. The corner of Yang's mouth lifted slightly. After they finished eating, the 3 of them walked home together. The moon was round and bright, and the streetlights stretched their shadows long across the road. Naruto-kun, after you become Hokage, what are you planning to do? Naruto thought for a moment. First, build a proper road from Konoha to Mangekyo. Nagato and the others have to take mountain paths every time they come over. It's too inconvenient. Then build an orphanage next to Konoha Hospital, so children without parents can have a home. And expand the training grounds to double their current size. The space now isn't enough. Sasuke glanced at him. You've thought pretty far ahead. If I don't think far enough ahead, how am I supposed to become Hokage? Yang said nothing, but his steps grew lighter. He remembered the days he had spent inside the cultivation tank. There had been no light, no sound, and no one to tell him thank you. Now he had a name, a job, friends, and people to eat ramen with every day. This was the life he wanted. The next morning, while Naruto was organizing documents in the Hokage's office, he received unexpected news. Obito had found the last fragment of the demonic statue of the outer path. The intelligence had been sent by Obito through a summoning beast. It read, the fragment is in the uninhabited zone of the land of lightning. It has already been sealed. It will not pose any threat ever again. I'm not returning to Konoha. I still have other things to do. 5 years from now, on the day Naruto becomes Hokage, I will come back. Obito Naruto carefully folded the note and put it into the pocket over his chest. There were already many things stored there. Obito's first letter, the forehead protector Itachi had given him, and his mother Kushina's notes on sealing jutsu. Every one of them was his treasure. What did Obito say? Tsunade asked. He said the fragment of the demonic statue of the outer path has been sealed, and that he'll come back in 5 years. Tsunade nodded and did not ask further. She believed that this time, Obito had truly walked onto the right path. That afternoon, Naruto practiced adamantine sealing chains at the training ground. 36 chains spread out behind him, gold and silver light weaving together like a pair of enormous wings. He tried to increase the number of chains to 37. He failed. The chains dissipated in midair and turned into specks of light. What are you in such a hurry for? Sasuke sat by the side of the field. You're only 15. 37 will happen sooner or later. Naruto thought for a moment. How many could your mom use at your age? 36. Then you've already caught up to her. Don't rush. Naruto withdrew the chains and walked over to sit beside Sasuke. Sasuke, do you think I can really become Hokage in 5 years? Yes. You're not even going to think about it? No need. Sasuke looked ahead calmly. Ever since the day you were reborn, you've been preparing for this. Naruto looked at the distant sky. The clouds were white, and the sky was blue. You're right. That night, Naruto sat alone on Hokage Rock. The moonlight was bright, and the lights of Konoha spread out below like stars. Every light was a family, and every family had its own story. He thought of Boruto. If Boruto were still alive, then this year he should have. Naruto did not continue the thought because continuing would hurt too much. But he knew Boruto wanted him to keep moving forward. Dad, Mom, son, I'm doing well. Can you see it from up there? In this life, everyone is still here, Naruto softly said to the moon. The wind blew past, and the leaves on Hokage Rock rustled, as if answering him. In the distant sky, one star shone especially brightly. Not Urashiki's Chibaku Tensei. A real star. Naruto looked at that star and smiled. Do you eat ramen over there too? Do they have tomatoes over there? He spoke to the star. The star flickered once, as if replying. When Naruto came down from Hokage Rock, he ran into Itachi. Itachi was standing on the stone steps below, holding a box of dango in his hand. Itachi bro, why are you here? To see you. Itachi handed him a skewer of dango. Sasuke said you were up on the rock spacing out alone, so he asked me to come check on you. Naruto took the dango and bit into it. Red bean paste. Tasted good. Konan taught me how to make it. She opened a dango shop in Mangekyo. Nagato handles the money. Naruto laughed. Nagato handles the money? Does he even know what money is? Konan taught him. He can tell the difference between 500 yen and 1,000 yen now. The two of them sat on the stone steps, eating dango and looking at the moon. Itachi bro, do you regret it? Itachi was silent for a moment. Regret what? The massacre. Defecting. Staying in Akatsuki for so many years. Itachi looked at the dango in his hand. There was still a little red bean paste stuck to the wooden skewer. No, I don't regret it. But if I could do it over again, I would choose a different path. Like the one you chose, believing in your comrades and believing in the future. Naruto did not reply. He ate the last dango. Itachi bro, when I become Hokage, come be my advisor. Itachi paused. Why me? Because you understand politics better than I do. Someone like Danzo, I can't deal with that kind of person. Itachi smiled. Alright. Under the moonlight, the two of them sat side by side on the stone steps. In the distance, the lights of Konoha went out one by one, and the night breeze carried the scent of ramen from the streets. Tomorrow would be a brand new day. Naruto stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Itachi bro, I'm heading back. I still have training tomorrow. You go ahead. I'll sit here a little longer. Naruto nodded and turned to walk into the night. Itachi sat alone on the stone steps, looking at the moon. He remembered that more than 10 years ago, it had been a night just like this when he made the most important decision of his life. That decision had burdened him with infamy for more than 10 years, but it had also protected Konoha and protected Sasuke. Now Sasuke had grown up. He was stronger than him and better than him at believing in people. Itachi felt it had all been worth it. A full year had passed since the end of the battle against the Otsutsuki. Spring had arrived in Konoha, and cherry blossoms filled the streets. The main street beneath the Hokage Rock had been named Peace Avenue. Cherry trees lined both sides, and whenever the wind blew, petals drifted down like snow. Naruto walked through the rain of petals with a thick stack of documents in his hands. Tsunade had told him to review the village's construction plans. He was already 16 years old. In another 4 years, he would take over as Hokage. Tsunade had told him, you're not a fighting machine anymore. You're the future administrator. Learning how to read documents is more important than learning how to open the gate of death. Naruto felt that reading documents was way harder than opening the gate of death. He walked into the Hokage's office and set the documents on Tsunade's desk. Lady Tsunade, I finished reading them. Tsunade picked up the papers and flipped through them. Her brows rose. You marked 3 budget problems and even suggested revisions? Sasuke helped me look them over. He is more sensitive to numbers. Tsunade gave a snort. Fine. You've improved. She pulled an envelope from a drawer and pushed it over to Naruto. This is your next mission. You'll represent Konoha at the peace celebration in Sunagakure. The Raikage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage will all be there. The 5th Kazekage Gaara is hosting it. Naruto picked up the envelope. Gaara's hosting it? Right. He has been Kazekage for a year now, and he is doing pretty well. This celebration is the first official gathering since the 5 Kage Summit. The main purpose is to show the unity of the 5 great nations. Tsunade paused. You're going. Take Sasuke and Yang with you. Yang? Isn't he a doctor? He is also one of Konoha's people. Let him go out and see the world a little. Don't let him stay cooped up in the hospital all the time. Naruto nodded, turned, and left the office. In the hallway, he ran into Sasuke. Sasuke was wearing the ANBU uniform, a black short-sleeved shirt, and no mask on his face. He didn't need to hide his face in the ANBU, because that face itself was basically a pass. Got assigned another mission. Sasuke looked at the envelope in Naruto's hand. We're going to Suna for a peace celebration. You, me, and Yang. Sasuke didn't object. He only asked, when do we leave? 3 days from now. Sunagakure's peace celebration was held on a grand scale. A massive stage had been built in the central plaza, and the flags of the 5 great nations hung all around it. Gaara stood at the center of the stage, dressed in a white Kazekage robe. His expression was much softer than it had been a year ago. Temari and Kankuro stood beside him. Temari's hair had grown a little longer, while Kankuro looked the same as ever, carrying a pile of puppet parts on his back. Welcome, everyone, to Sunagakure. Gaara's voice was not loud, but everyone in the plaza could hear it. 1 year ago, we fought enemies from outer space and paid a tremendous price. But we won. We won because the 5 great nations stood united. We won because some people were willing to give their lives to protect their comrades. His gaze swept across the crowd and paused on Naruto for a moment. Peace is not something that comes naturally. It must be protected. Today we celebrate peace, and we also honor those who gave their lives for it. Thunderous applause erupted across the plaza. Naruto clapped too, his eyes heating up a little. He thought of Boruto. He thought of all the people who had died in his previous life. In this life, they were all still alive, but the memories of that previous life remained. Those memories were like old photographs, faded yellow with age, but he could still make out every face clearly. After the celebration, Gaara invited Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang to a private meal. The place was the best restaurant in Mangekyo, but even the best restaurant was only a slightly bigger room, with a few plates of grilled meat and one large bowl of salad on the table. Suna's food is still this simple. Naruto picked up a piece of grilled meat. We're not as rich as Konoha, Gaara said expressionlessly. But your salary as Kazekage shouldn't be low, right? I put it all into village construction. Naruto laughed. You're just like me, broke, but still love treating people. The corners of Gaara's mouth lifted slightly. You treated me to ramen before. I'm treating you to grilled meat now. That makes us even. Yang sat beside them, quietly eating his salad. Gaara glanced at him. So you're Yang? Naruto mentioned you in his letters. Yang nodded. I'm Yang, a doctor at Konoha Hospital. Your Rinnegan is the same as Nagato's. Weaker than Nagato's. My Rinnegan was artificially cultivated. It wasn't something I was born with. Gaara fell silent for a moment. The eyes aren't what matters. What matters is what you use them for. Yang's hand paused for a moment. Then he kept eating his salad. On the way back to Konoha, the three of them walked through the desert. The setting sun dyed the sand dunes gold red, and the wind blew sand against their faces hard enough to sting. Yang walked in the middle with Naruto and Sasuke on either side. Yang, did you remember what Gaara said earlier? Naruto asked. I remembered. The eyes aren't what matters. What matters is what you use them for. Then what do you plan to use them for? Yang thought for a moment. To save people. To cure every patient brought before me. Naruto smiled. That's enough. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already the evening of the fourth day. Yang went straight to the hospital. He had only been away for 3 days, but he had been thinking the whole time about that burn patient. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the village gate, watching Yang's retreating figure as he ran farther away. He has changed a lot, Sasuke said. For the better? For the better. The two of them walked into the village. There was a line in front of Ichiraku Ramen. The owner saw Naruto and waved, shouting, We've got a new seafood flavor ramen today. Wanna try it? Tomorrow. I'm going home to sleep first today, Naruto shouted back. Late at night, Naruto lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Inside him, the Ninetales said, Kid, your emotions were off back in Suna today. I was thinking about Boruto. He was still just a child. He shouldn't have died. In this life he was never born, but he never died either. Naruto closed his eyes. Maybe that's better. The Ninetales was silent for a moment. Do you believe that? No, but I have to tell myself I do. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright. Naruto turned over and buried his face in the pillow, not letting anyone see his tears. Early the next morning, Naruto went to training ground 3 as usual. He ran 10 laps, did 500 push-ups, and practiced adamant ceiling chains for 2 hours. 36 chains spread out behind him, and their golden and silver light illuminated the entire training ground. He tried increasing the number of chains to 37. This time, the chain did not disperse. It hovered steadily in the air. 37 chains. He had surpassed his mother, Kushina. Naruto withdrew the chains and looked at his own hands. These hands had fought pain, fought Madara, fought Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Ishiki. These hands had also helped old people cross the road, picked up balloons for children, and repaired rooftops for villagers. These hands were meant to protect people, not kill them. He thought of his parents. His father, Minato, had taught him willpower. His mother, Kushina, had taught him sealing techniques. Neither of them had been there to raise him, but their shadows had always been by his side. Dad, Mom, your son didn't let you down, Naruto said to the sky. The clouds were white, the sky was blue, and there was no reply. But he knew they were listening. That afternoon, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade held a 5-year plan and said to Naruto, 5 years from now, I'll retire and you'll take office. During these 5 years, you need to learn everything a Hokage must master. Diplomacy, economics, military affairs, and internal administration. I'll arrange teachers for you. Each one will teach you for 1 year. What am I learning in the first year? Diplomacy. Jiraiya will teach you. Naruto froze for a moment. Teacher Jiraiya is teaching diplomacy? When he was younger, he served as a peace ambassador and dealt with diplomats from many countries. He may look unreliable, but he has never lost at the negotiation table. Naruto thought about it and felt that made sense. With Jiraiya's mouth, he could talk the dead into sounding alive. Jiraiya stood outside the door, waiting for Naruto to come out. Let us go. First lesson, I'm treating you to a drink. I'm 16. I can't drink. Then juice it is. The two of them headed toward the izakaya. For once, Jiraiya wasn't wearing his usual red outer robe. He had changed into a dark blue kimono, which made him look much more steady and composed. Jiraiya-sensei, do you think I can be a good Hokage? Jiraiya looked ahead and didn't answer right away. Do you know what matters most when it comes to being Hokage? Strength? No. Wisdom? Not that either. Then what is it? Heart. Jiraiya stopped walking and turned to look at Naruto. A heart willing to sacrifice for the village. A heart willing to believe in every villager. A heart willing to bear misunderstanding and blame. If you have those things, then you can become Hokage. Naruto looked into Jiraiya's eyes and saw a teacher's trust in his student. I will. The two of them walked into the izakaya. The setting sun dyed Konoha's rooftops orange-red. Cooking smoke rose into the air, and a long line had formed in front of Ichiraku Ramen. A peaceful day had come to an end. Tomorrow would be another peaceful day. When Jiraiya taught Naruto diplomacy, the location of the first lesson wasn't a classroom, and it wasn't a meeting room either. It was an izakaya. What is diplomacy? Jiraiya poured a cup of juice and pushed it in front of Naruto, then picked up his sake and took a small sip. Naruto thought for a moment. Talking things over with other villages? That's the result, not the essence. Jiraiya set down his cup. The essence of diplomacy is making people who dislike you willing to sit down and talk to you. Naruto froze for a moment. I don't think I have anyone I dislike. That's you. Not everyone. Jiraiya pulled out a list from his robe and pushed it in front of Naruto. These are the people among the 5 great nations who hold negative opinions of you. The Raikage thinks you're too young and not steady enough. The Tsuchikage thinks you're too strong and need to be checked. The Mizukage thinks you and Sasuke are too close, and that it could affect the balance between Konoha and Kirigakure. Gaara trusts you, but Tsuna's elders don't trust Konoha. Naruto looked at the list. It was densely packed with names and notes, and some of the names even had red circles drawn beside them. That many people don't like me? It's not that they dislike you. They don't trust that a 16-year-old kid can influence the direction of the ninja world. You defeated Pain, Madara, Momoshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki. Those achievements only make them fear you more, not trust you more. Naruto fell silent. He remembered his previous life. After becoming Hokage, every day had been filled with complicated interpersonal relationships and political games. He had thought that in this life, he could skip all that and simply use his fists to win everyone's respect. But Jiraiya told him that fists could make people shut up, but they couldn't make people speak. Then what should I do? Learn. Slowly. Jiraiya put the list away. First lesson. Understand what people don't say. Naruto looked completely lost. I don't get it. Jiraiya laughed. Then we'll start with the simplest thing. Next week, you're going to Kumogakure to attend the military conference called by the Raikage. You're not going there to fight. You're going there to listen. Listen to what the Raikage says, and listen even more to what he doesn't say. When you come back, write me a 3,000-word report. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to say something, then closed it again. 3,000 words was way harder than Rasengan. Early the next morning, training ground 3. Naruto wasn't running, and he wasn't practicing his chains either. He was sitting on the grass with a notebook spread out in front of him and a pen in his hand. He was writing a speech draft for the trip to Kumogakure. Sasuke walked into the training ground. When he saw Naruto like that, he froze for a moment. What are you doing? Writing a draft. What kind of draft? A speech draft for the meeting in Kumogakure. Jiraiya-sensei told me to write it. Naruto bit the end of his pen. His brows twisted into a knot. I've never written something like this before. Sasuke walked over, sat down beside him, and took the notebook to look at it. What is this thing you wrote? Hello everyone, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. We're here to discuss how to defend against the Otsutsuki. What's wrong? Does it sound awkward? It's not awkward. It's too direct. You can't talk like that at a diplomatic meeting. Sasuke handed the notebook back to him. You need to start with thanks, then talk about common interests, and only then bring up your proposal. And your proposal can't be I need your help. You have to change it to we are facing a shared challenge. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a complicated expression. How do you know so much? Itachi taught me. He said that if you want to be the head of the Umbu, you have to learn how to write reports. And writing reports means learning how to talk in circles. Naruto let out a sigh and picked up his pen again. Sunlight spilled over the training ground. The wind swept across the grass, making a soft rustling sound. He began writing the second draft. Esteemed Kage and representatives, first of all, thank you to Kumogakure for hosting this meeting. 1 week later, Kumogakure, the Raikage's office. Naruto sat beside the long table in the meeting room, with Sasuke and Yang next to him. The Raikage sat at the head seat, his arms crossed and his expression hard. On the opposite side sat Inoki, his white beard hanging down to his chest, his eyes half closed. It was impossible to tell whether he was truly asleep or just thinking.
Mai Terumi sat beside Onoki,
lightly fanning herself with a folding fan. Gaara sat beside Naruto, his expression calm, but Naruto noticed that under the table, his hand had clenched into a fist. He was nervous too. I'll speak first. The Raikage opened his mouth, his voice like thunder. The Otsutsuki threat has been temporarily dealt with, But according to the intelligence provided by Itachi and Obito, the main family may still send more people. We need a long-term defense plan. The Tsuchikage opened one eye. A long-term defense plan? That takes money. Iwagakure has no money. The Mizukage closed her fan. Kirigakure doesn't have money either. Our budget has all gone into reconstruction. Gaara spoke up. Sunagakure can provide manpower but not money. The Raikage looked toward Naruto. What about Konoha? Naruto took a deep breath and opened the notebook in front of him. Everyone, I believe defending against the Otsutsuki isn't just a matter of money. It's a matter of trust. Everyone looked at him. The 5 great nations have fought each other for decades. We don't trust one another. The Akatsuki took advantage of that distrust and nearly destroyed the ninja world. Right now, the Otsutsuki may have retreated for the time being, but if we still fight alone, then the next time they come, we'll still lose. Inoki's eyes opened fully. Kid, that's easy for you to say. Trust isn't spoken. It's proven. Then let us prove it. Naruto stood up. Konoha is willing to sign separate defense agreements with every village and share Otsutsuki intelligence. We are willing to send ninja to each village to assist with training, free of charge. We are willing to establish a rapid response force directly under the 5 Kage, specifically to deal with sudden Otsutsuki attacks. Konoha will provide people, money, and supplies. The meeting room fell silent. The Raikage's brow twitched upward. Inoki tapped his fingers on the table a few times. Mei Terumi opened her fan again, covering half her face. Gaara looked at Naruto, and a trace of pride flashed through his eyes. Are you serious? The Raikage asked. I am. I've already discussed it with Lady Tsunade. She asked me to officially propose it at this meeting. Naruto took a document from his bag and pushed it to the center of the table. This is the draft agreement. You can all take it back and study it. Inoki picked up the document, flipped through it, then set it back down. I'll have a look. Mei Terumi took one as well. I'll have a look too. The Raikage did not take the document. He simply looked at Naruto. Kid, why are you doing all this? Konoha is sending people, money, and manpower. What does your village get out of it? Naruto looked straight into the Raikage's eyes. Because I don't want to see anyone die again. In my previous life, I saw too many people die. My friends, my teacher, my son. In this life, I don't want to see a single one of them die again. The Raikage was silent for a long time. Fine. I'll take the agreement back and review it. You'll have my answer in 3 days. After the meeting ended, Gaara and Naruto walked through the streets of Kimogakure. Yang and Sasuke followed behind them at a distance. You spoke well today, Gaara said. Really? My palms were sweating the whole time. Couldn't tell. Naruto laughed. You too. You were clenching your fist under the table. I saw it. The corner of Gaara's mouth moved slightly. I get nervous every time I go into a meeting. I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing. Afraid people will see through me. See through what? See that I'm still just a kid. Gaara stopped walking and looked at the mountain range in the distance. I became Kazekage at 16. Everyone thought I was too young. But they forgot something. People like us. Jinchuriki. We got old the day we were born. Naruto didn't say anything. He just patted Gaara on the shoulder. Some things didn't need to be said. They understood. On the way back to Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yang walked along the mountain road. The sun was setting in the west, stretching their shadows long. Naruto, those things you said in the meeting today. Did Jiraiya teach you that?
Yang asked.
Half of it. The other half was what I wanted to say myself. Which half was your own? The part about not wanting to see anyone die anymore. Naruto looked at the road ahead. I'm becoming Hokage not for power. I'm doing it to protect. Sasuke didn't respond, but his pace slowed a little until he was walking shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. By the time they got back to Konoha, it was already dark. Naruto went to the Hokage's office to report the meeting results to Tsunade. After listening, Tsunade nodded. Well said. The Raikage will most likely agree. The Tsuchikage will hesitate for a few more days. The Mizukage should be fine. That's good. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Are you tired? A little. If you're tired, then rest. Tomorrow has its own battle waiting. Naruto nodded and turned to leave. Naruto, Tsunade called out to stop him. He turned back. You're getting more and more like a Hokage. Naruto froze for a moment, then smiled. I'm still far from it. He walked out of the office. In the hallway, Sasuke was leaning against the wall, waiting for him. The two looked at each other, said nothing, and walked side by side toward Ichiraku Ramen. There was a line in front of the ramen stand. The owner saw Naruto and started a bowl early for him. Miso chashu with egg and extra nori. Naruto sat down, looked at the steam rising from the bowl in front of him, and suddenly said, Sasuke, when the day comes that I become Hokage, how many people do you think will show up? Sasuke thought about it. A lot. The Kage of the 5 great nations, representatives from every village, and the people of Konoha. What about Yang? He'll definitely be there. What about Master Jiraiya? He'll be crying under the stage. Naruto laughed. Gai-sensei would cry too. Kakashi-sensei 1T cry. He act cool. But he secretly wipe away tears. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The night wind blew by, carrying the smell of ramen through the street. In the distance, the stone faces on the Hokage rock shone under the moonlight. Naruto looked at those stone carvings and thought, one day his face would be carved up there too. That day wasn't too far away. He still had 4 years. 4 years was enough for him to learn how to become a qualified Hokage. At 5 in the morning, Naruto woke up right on time. This was a habit he had kept without fail for 15 years. Back then, it was to go to the training ground. Now, it was to go to the Hokage's office. He got up, washed up, put on the Hokage's white robe and wore the hat. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at himself and felt like it didn't quite look like him. White didn't suit him. He liked orange. But Tsunade had said that a Hokage had to look like a Hokage, and he couldn't go to work in a tracksuit. Naruto sighed and straightened his hat. When he walked out of the apartment, Sasuke was already waiting downstairs. He was wearing the black uniform of the ANBU commander and holding a morning newspaper in his hand. First day. Don't be late. You're more nervous than I am. I'm not nervous. I'm reminding you. Sasuke handed him the paper. Today's front page is about you taking over as Hokage. Naruto took the newspaper. On the front page was a photo of him standing on the platform wearing the hat. Beside it was a bold headline, the 6th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, the opening of a new era. He looked at it for a few seconds, then folded the newspaper and slipped it into his pocket. The two of them walked side by side toward the Hokage office building. The streets were already lively with early rising villagers. A fish vendor was laying out goods. Steam was rising from the breakfast shops. A few genin ran past the intersection with ninja tool pouches on their backs. When they saw Naruto, they stopped and saluted. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Naruto froze for a second, then smiled and waved. Morning. Beside him, Sasuke said quietly, you're still not used to that title. I'll get used to it eventually. Inside the Hokage's office, documents were already piled all over the desk. Before retiring, Tsunade had deliberately left a week's worth of official work unfinished, saying it was a welcome gift for the new Hokage. Naruto sat down in the chair and looked at the stack of files. His head felt 3 times bigger. Did she do this on purpose? Sasuke stood beside him and picked up the top file. This is today's morning schedule. At 9, receive the Rasengan's envoy. At 11, discuss the trade agreement with Mangekyo with Jiraiya. At 2 in the afternoon, inspect the newly built training ground. At 4, hear the Medical Corps quarterly report. After listening, Naruto took a deep breath. Let us begin. At exactly 9 o'clock, the Rasengan's envoy, Mabui, appeared in the Hokage's office right on time. She brought a handwritten letter from the Rasengan. The message said that Kimogakure hoped to sign a closer military mutual assistance agreement with Konoha. After reading the letter, Naruto exchanged a glance with Sasuke. We can sign the agreement, but I have one condition. Mabui took out a notebook. Please go ahead. Kimogakure has to send shinobi to Konoha for exchange learning. Konoha will also send shinobi to Kimogakure. Only by understanding each other can we truly trust each other. Mabui nodded. I will relay that to Lord Rasengan. At 11, Jiraiya arrived. He carried a map scroll, spread it open on the desk, and pointed at the location of Mangekyo. Nagato wants to build a road from Mangekyo to Konoha, but Mangekyo doesn't have money. He wants Konoha to cover most of it. Naruto looked at the map. The road was about 300 kilometers long, crossing mountains and rivers. It wouldn't be an easy project. Konoha will cover 70%. Mangekyo covers 30%. Take the money from the Hokage's direct budget. Jiraiya raised a brow. You sure? The Hokage's direct budget isn't much. Naruto nodded. I'm sure. Nagato is our ally. Helping him is the same as helping Konoha. Jiraiya didn't say anything else. He marked Naruto's decision on the map. At 2 in the afternoon, Naruto went to inspect the newly built training ground. It was next to Training Ground 3, twice the size of the original. The ground was paved with special blast-resistant material, and the walls were fitted with training targets and ninjutsu testing devices. Guy sat in a wheelchair, looking at the new training ground with tears in his eyes. Youth, a new stage. Lee stood behind him also in tears. Guy-sensei, here we will raise ninjas even stronger than us. Naruto looked at the brand new field and remembered the days when he used to train on rough dirt as a kid. Back then, the training ground had been nothing but wasteland. Even the wooden stakes had to be chopped down by hand. Now, the younger generation had better conditions. At 4 in the afternoon, the Medical Corps quarterly report was held in the Hokage conference room. Yang stood in front of the projection screen, holding a PPT he had spent 3 days making. It had both images and text, and the data was detailed and complete. This quarter, we treated 42 injured personnel, including 8 severe cases. All of them were cured and discharged. The Medical Corps recruited 6 new members, all of whom passed the assessment. The hospital expansion project is 60% complete and is expected to go into use next quarter. Tsunade sat in the observer's seat and nodded. Naruto looked at Yang. The boy who had once been rescued from a cultivation tank had now become someone who could stand on his own. Yang, you've worked hard. Yang gave a slight bow. It's my duty. By evening, Naruto had finished handling all the documents. He leaned back in his chair, stretched, and his joints cracked loudly. First day. Not bad. Sasuke put away the last file. Every day is like this. It's not like there are Otsutsuki to fight every day. So I used to think being Hokage looked awesome. Now I think being Hokage is exhausting. That's how it should be. If you're not tired, it means you didn't do any work. Naruto laughed. The two of them walked out of the office building. The setting sun had dyed Konoha orange-red. There were even more people on the streets now. Off-duty genin were heading toward the izakaya in groups of 3 or 5. Mothers were coming out of the market holding their children's hands. Elderly people sat on roadside benches chatting. Naruto looked at all of it, and a wave of warmth rose in his heart. Sasuke, tell me. Decades from now, will these people still remember us? Sasuke thought for a moment. No, they'll remember the Hokage, but they won't remember every battle we fought. That's enough. Naruto said, as long as they remember the Hokage, that's enough. There was a long line in front of Ichiraku Ramen. When the owner saw Naruto, he started a bowl ahead of time. Miso chashu with egg and extra seaweed. Naruto sat down and ate his ramen. All of a sudden, he felt that this was the life he wanted. No war, no sacrifice, just handling paperwork every day, receiving foreign guests once in a while, and eating a bowl of ramen after work. Plain but precious. Naruto. Sasuke sat beside him, with a bowl of ramen in front of him too. Yeah, you did well today. Naruto froze for a second. Sasuke rarely praised people. Thanks. He lowered his head and kept eating, but the corners of his mouth still lifted on their own. That night, Naruto lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Kurama spoke inside him. Kid, today you actually looked like a Hokage. Really? Yeah. Before, all you knew how to do was fight. Today, you negotiated with people, assigned the budget, inspected construction, and listened to reports. That's what a Hokage is supposed to do. What about you? What were you doing today? Sleeping. When you're handling official business, I don't need to do anything. Of course I'm sleeping. Naruto laughed. Then keep sleeping. There's still a lot of official work tomorrow. Kurama yawned and said no more. Outside the window, the moon was round and bright. Naruto closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. He didn't dream, or maybe he did and just didn't remember. Early the next morning, he still woke up at 5. He washed up, put on the white robe and wore the hat. When he walked out of the apartment, Sasuke was already waiting downstairs. In his hand was today's morning paper. The headline on the front page read, 6th Hokage's first day receives positive reviews. Another headline, you're the Hokage. You're on the front page every day. The two of them walked side by side toward the Hokage office building. The people on the street had already started getting busy. Steam rose from the breakfast stalls, the fish vendors were shouting, and a few children with school bags on their backs ran toward the academy. When they saw Naruto, they stopped and saluted. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Naruto smiled and waved. Morning. This was peace. It didn't need heroes. It only needed a Hokage willing to wake up early every day, handle paperwork every day, and serve the people every day. Naruto was willing to be that person. Konoha welcomed another peaceful morning. Naruto sat in the Hokage's office, with documents piled half a person high in front of him. He had already gotten used to this kind of life. Waking up at 5 every day, running to the office, handling documents until noon, attending meetings or inspections in the afternoon, eating ramen in the evening, then going home to sleep. Over and over, plain as water. But Naruto knew that this plainness had been bought with the sacrifice of countless people, and he cherished every day. Lord Hokage, this is the draft budget for next quarter. A ninja from the finance department handed over a stack of forms. Naruto took them and flipped through them. He circled one number. Here. Cut the training ground maintenance budget by 10% and add it to the orphanage budget. The finance ninja froze for a second. The training ground maintenance budget is already very low. If we cut it again, Naruto looked up at him. The children are more important than the training grounds. Cut it. The finance ninja said nothing more and marked the draft. Sasuke pushed the door open and walked in, holding an ANBU report. There's an unidentified chakra fluctuation in the land of lightning. ANBU has already sent people to investigate. Naruto took the report and glanced at it. It's not an Otsutsuki, right? No. It's probably caused by crustal movement. That's good. Sasuke didn't leave. He stood in front of the desk and looked at Naruto. Are you free at noon today? I am. What's up? Yang is treating us to lunch. He said he brought an intern from the hospital and wants us to meet her. Naruto froze for a second. Yang has an intern now? Time really flies. He stood up and rolled his neck. Let us go. I'm hungry anyway. At a restaurant near Konoha Hospital, Yang had reserved a private room. He was wearing a white coat and sitting in the main seat. Beside him sat a young girl with glasses, about 18 or 19 years old, with a ponytail and a nervous expression. Lord Hokage, ANBU Minister, this is my intern, Kobayashi Mayu. She ranked first in this year's Konoha Medical Corps. Yang introduced her. Mayu stood up and bowed deeply. Lord Hokage, ANBU Minister, please take care of me. Naruto smiled. Don't be so nervous. Sit down and eat. The four of them sat down, and dishes were brought out one after another. At first, Mayu was very restrained, but later she realized Naruto was much more easygoing than she had imagined, and she relaxed a little. Lord Hokage, I've been your fan since I was little, Mayu suddenly said. Naruto almost choked on his tea. Fan?
Yeah.
You became a genin at 6, defeated Zabuza at 7, repelled Pain at 9, defeated Madara at 11, and defeated Ishiki Otsutsuki at 15. Your experiences were turned into teaching material. Every academy student has to study them. Naruto scratched his head. We fought all those battles together. It wasn't just me, but you were the core. Mayu's eyes were shining. I'll use you as my goal and work hard to become an outstanding medical ninja. Yang coughed from the side. Your goal should be to become an outstanding medical ninja, not the Hokage. I know, but Lord Hokage is what motivates me to work hard. Naruto looked at Mayu and remembered how he had once looked at the third Hokage the same way when he was little. Time really did pass fast. In the blink of an eye, he had become someone else's role model too. Work hard. Konoha needs young people like you. Mayu nodded hard. That afternoon, Naruto had no official work scheduled. He went alone to Training Ground 3. It wasn't quite the same as it was in his memories. The ground had been covered with new blast-resistant material. The wooden posts had been replaced by ninjutsu testing devices, and there was even a rest pavilion built nearby. But he could still find that tree where he used to practice punching. His old fist mark was still on it. He touched that fist mark and smiled. Back then, I couldn't even control the adamantine ceiling chains properly. Kurama said inside him, you still can't. 37 chains. Your mother had 36 back then. You've got one more than she did, but your precision is way worse. Can't you praise me just once? You don't need my praise. You know exactly how much you're worth. Naruto leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. The wind blew past, and the leaves rustled. Exactly the same as 15 years ago. Children's laughter came from the distance. A few academy students were practicing shuriken on the other side of the training ground, and their teacher was Konohamaru. When Konohamaru saw Naruto, he ran over and saluted. Lord Hokage. Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't call me that in private. Feels weird. Konohamaru grinned. Big bro, how do you have time to come here today? Just finished handling documents. Came out to get some air. Naruto looked at the students. One of the red-haired girls made him freeze for a second. Her hair was exactly like Kushina's. What's that girl's name? Uchiha Sakura. Senior brother Sasuke's adopted daughter. Naruto froze. Sasuke's adopted daughter?
Yeah.
Senior brother Sasuke adopted her 3 years ago. He said she's the orphan child of a distant branch of the Uchiha clan. You never heard about it? Naruto shook his head. Sasuke had never mentioned it. That guy really kept it hidden tight. That evening, Naruto returned to the Hokage's office. Sasuke was already inside waiting for him, still holding the ANBU report. The chakra fluctuation in the Land of Lightning has been confirmed. It's not Otsutsuki. It was crustal movement. False alarm. Naruto didn't take the report. He looked at Sasuke. You adopted a daughter? Sasuke's hand paused for a second. How did you find out? Konohamaru told me. I went to the training ground today and saw that girl. Uchiha Sakura. Red hair. She looks a lot like you. Sasuke was silent for a moment. She's the orphan child of a distant branch of the Uchiha clan. Her parents died after being caught up in the war. After I confirmed her identity, I adopted her. She doesn't need to know who I am. She only needs to know that someone is willing to take care of her. Why didn't you tell me? You deal with so much official business every day. I didn't want to add more trouble for you. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and stared into his eyes. Sasuke, you're my friend. Your business is my business. Whether it's official business or something private, you can tell me. Sasuke looked at him, stayed silent for a long time, then the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Got it. Naruto sat back down in his chair and let out a long breath. Your daughter looks a lot like you. Obviously, she's my adopted daughter. Of course she looks like me. Is her personality like yours? No. She talks a lot and likes to smile. Then who is she like? Sasuke didn't answer. Naruto didn't press either because he could roughly guess who she was like. The girl who had been called Sarada in the previous life. In Naruto's third month as Hokage, Jiraiya came to see him. He wasn't there to talk about official business. He came to deliver a boat ticket. The Mizukage of the Land of Water invited you to attend a peace festival. You can take the chance to get a vacation too. Jiraiya put the ticket on the desk. You haven't rested for a single day since becoming Hokage. Go out and get some air. Naruto looked at the ticket, then at the mountain of documents piled on the desk. With this many documents, I can't leave. I'll handle the paperwork for you. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe. While you're gone for these few days, I'll act as Hokage. Naruto froze for a second. You'll act as Hokage? What, you don't trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. It's that you don't like writing reports. I'm worried you'll burn all the documents. Sasuke's face stayed expressionless. Burning them would still be better than letting them pile up. Naruto laughed and picked up the ticket. Alright, I'll go out for 3 days. What about Yo? Bring him too. Yo was standing in the hallway, holding a medical journal in his hand. I heard that. The land of water? I want to go take a look at Kirigakure's medical facilities. Naruto stood up. Then let us go together. The three of them left Konoha and boarded a ship bound for the land of water. The sea wind was strong. It almost blew Naruto's Hokage hat away, and he quickly held it down. Yo stood at the bow looking at the sea. It was his first time seeing the ocean. The blue water stretched all the way to the horizon, blending into the sky. It's huge, Yo said. First time seeing the sea? Naruto asked. First time. Naruto leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. The first time I saw the sea as a kid, I was on a mission with Master Jiraiya. I threw up the whole way. You get seasick? I used to. Not anymore. Back when we fought the Otsutsuki, we were flying around in other dimensions. That felt way worse than seasickness. Sasuke came out from the cabin holding 3 bottles of drinks. He tossed one to Naruto and one to Yo. The three of them stood at the bow, drinking and looking at the sea. The sun hung high. The seawater was blue. A few seabirds were chasing each other in the distance. Sasuke, had you seen the sea before? Yo asked. Sasuke thought for a moment. I had. With Itachi. When I was little. Itachi took me to the Naka River to see the sea. It wasn't a real sea. It was a very large lake. He told me it was the sea. Sasuke looked at the distant horizon. Later, I went to many places and saw the real sea. Every time I look at the sea, I think of that day. Naruto said nothing. He knew what Sasuke wanted to say. That day. Itachi had not yet slaughtered the clan. The Uchiha had not yet fallen. Sasuke was still that child who admired his older brother. That was the time they could never go back to the most. The Peace Festival in the Land of Water was held in the plaza in front of the Mizukage's office building. Mei Terumi stood on the stage, wearing formal Mizukage robes. Compared to 5 years ago, she had a few more wrinkles, but she looked to be in great spirits. She gave a brief speech, then invited Konoha's Hokage up to speak. Naruto walked onto the stage and looked at the crowd below. There were Kirigakure shinobi, guests from other villages, ordinary villagers, and children. He took a deep breath. I'm not here to give some grand speech. I'm just here to take a look. To look at the sea of the Land of Water, to look at the people here, and to see what peace looks like. Thank you, Lady Mizukage, for the invitation, and thank you all for the welcome. I wish the Peace Festival complete success. Applause rose from the crowd. Naruto bowed and walked off the stage. Mei Terumi smiled at him and said, your speech was much shorter than the Rasengan. Last time, he talked for 40 minutes. Naruto gave a bitter smile. I can't talk that long. If the script is too long, I can't memorize it. After the festival ended, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yo went to the eastern coast of the Land of Water. There was an undeveloped beach there. The sand was white, and the water was clear. They took off their shoes and walked barefoot on the beach. The waves rolled in one after another, washing over their ankles before retreating again. Yo, do you want to live somewhere by the sea in the future? Naruto asked. Yo thought about it. No, why not? There's no hospital by the sea. Naruto laughed. Fair point. Sasuke walked at the very front. His footprints were washed away by the seawater, leaving only faint traces behind. He stopped and looked at the sunset in the distance. The sun was slowly sinking over the horizon. The sky was dyed in interwoven colors of orange-red, purple, and gold. Naruto walked to his side and stopped too, watching the sunset. Sasuke, do you remember where we watched the sunset for the first time? On the Hokage Rock. We were 6 back then. We'd just been reborn, and we couldn't do anything. You had 9 tails chakra. I had the Mangekyo, but even that wasn't enough to beat Ishiki. Now it is. Yeah. Now it is. The two of them fell silent for a while. Yo stood behind them and didn't interrupt. He knew this was a moment between Naruto and Sasuke. It didn't belong to him, but he felt lucky to be standing here, lucky to be able to see this scene. Naruto shouted toward the sea. Boruto, we did it. Did you see that? His voice drifted over the water, then was swallowed by the sound of the waves. Sasuke didn't shout, but his lips moved slightly. Sarada, Dad hasn't forgotten you. Yo walked over to Naruto's side. Naruto-kun, who were you calling? Someone very important. Naruto turned to look at Yo. You'll know someday. The sunset fell, and the moon rose. The three of them sat on the beach, looking up at a sky full of stars. Naruto suddenly said, Yo, Do you have a dream? You thought about it. I didn't tea before, but now I do. What dream? To make Konoha Hospital the best hospital in the ninja world. To make sure every injured person can be treated. To make it so doctors no longer have to go to the front lines, and only need to wait in the hospital for patients to come. Naruto looked at Yo and saw that silver-haired boy he had saved from the cultivation tank 5 years ago. Back then he couldn't smile, couldn't speak, and didn't know who he was. Now he could dream. You'll do it, Naruto said. Yeah. Sasuke stood up and patted the sand off his pants. Let us go. Back to the hotel. We're returning to Konoha tomorrow. The three of them got up and walked back along the beach. Moonlight shone over the sea, glittering like a silver road leading into the distance. The next evening, they returned to Konoha. Sasuke handed the Hokage seat back to Naruto. But when they were transferring the documents, Naruto found that not only had the files not decreased, there were actually several more. What are these? Problems left over from the previous administration that I found while handling official business. Lady Tsunade left them behind. Naruto looked at those documents, and his head started hurting again. You acted as Hokage for 3 days, and you gave me 3 extra days of work? You're welcome. Naruto laughed. You did that on purpose. The corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Maybe. Yo returned to the hospital, changed into his white coat, and went to see the patients he had been caring for before. When the patients saw him back, they all said, Dr. Yo, you're finally back. Yo smiled and responded to them. In his hand was the notebook from those 3 days. On the title page, there was one extra line now. The sea is very blue. I saw it with Naruto and Sasuke. Late at night, Naruto sat in the Hokage's office, dealing with the problems from the previous administration that Sasuke had left for him. The Ninetales said inside him, Kid, that shout you let out by the sea today. Did Boruto hear it? He heard it. Yes, in my heart. That's enough. Naruto finished the last document and capped his pen. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling across the desk and across the portraits of the previous Hokage. He looked at Minato's portrait and smiled. Dad, Mom, your son is back. Many years later, Konoha's cherry blossoms still bloomed on time every spring. On both sides of Peace Avenue beneath the Hokage rock, the cherry blossom trees had already grown into towering giants. Petals drifted onto the shoulders and heads of passing pedestrians like a gentle snow. Naruto stood at the highest point of the Hokage rock. Looking down at the village below him, he had already taken off his Hokage hat and tucked it under his arm. There was now more white than blonde in his hair. It wasn't because he was old, but because the 6 paths yang power had begun to naturally fade after so many years. Kurama said this was normal. People always grew old. What are you looking at? Sasuke walked up from behind and stood beside him. Some white had appeared in Sasuke's hair too. The Rinnegan in his left eye had been closed for years now. It wasn't blindness. It was simply no longer needed. In an era of peace, there were very few situations that required the Rinnegan. More often, he used the Sharingan in his right eye to handle ANBU affairs. The village, Naruto said, seeing if anything's changed. Has it? Yes. There's a new building next to the hospital. Yang's newly built medical research center. The training grounds got expanded again. Konohamaru said there wasn't enough space. Ichiraku Ramen opened a branch on the east side of the village. The owner's son is running it. You look every day and you can still spot new things? Naruto smiled. Every day is different. In the distance, Yang walked out of the hospital in a white coat, followed by several interns. He was no longer the silver-haired boy rescued from the cultivation tank all those years ago, but the director of Konoha Hospital and the best medical ninja in the ninja world. He looked up and saw the 2 figures on the Hokage rock, then raised a hand and waved. Naruto waved back as well. The funding for Yang's medical research center, you approved it, right? Sasuke asked. Yeah. He said he wanted to train the next generation of medical ninja, so I approved it. When you approve projects, do you ever think about where the money is coming from? No. If I think that much, then there's no need to approve the project at all. Sasuke shook his head, but didn't he argue. During Naruto's years as Hokage, Konoha's budget had run a deficit every year, yet the village kept getting better and the villagers kept getting happier. Maybe the deficit wasn't the problem. The real problem was who the money was being spent on. Nagato and Konan came from Mangekyo to attend the 5 Kage summit. Nagato's hair had turned completely white, but he moved briskly. He even walked faster than Naruto. Konan followed behind him, holding a paper umbrella in her hand. It wasn't for blocking rain. She just hadn't fully gotten rid of that old combat habit. The 5 Kage summit was held in the large conference room of the Hokage office building. The raikage had already changed several times. The current raikage was Darui, who was much easier to talk to than the previous one. The Otsutsuki was still Inoki. He was already over 100 years old and still hadn't retired. He said, I'll change when I die. Mei Terumi had retired as Mizukage. The current Mizukage was Chojuro, who wore glasses and spoke softly. Gaara was still serving as Kazekage. He was one of the 5 Kage who had held office the longest. The topic of the meeting was how to deal with the possible next invasion from the Otsutsuki main family. According to the intelligence gathered by Itachi and Obito, the Otsutsuki main family would need at least another 50 years before sending people to Earth again. 50 years was enough for the next generation to grow up. Our generation's mission is to pave the way for the next generation, Naruto concluded. Not to fight all their battles for them, but to make sure they have the ability to fight their own. Darui nodded. The Hokage of Konoha is right. Inoki snorted. I want to live another 50 years. But the next generation of Iwagakure want to be worse than yours in Konoha. Chojuro adjusted his glasses. Kirigakure will fight the Otsutsuki to the end. Gaara said nothing. He only looked at Naruto and gave a slight nod. After the meeting ended, Naruto stood on the rooftop of the Hokage office building, watching the sunset outside. Gaara walked up and stood beside him. You've gotten thinner, Gaara said. You too. There's more work as Kazekage than I expected. Same for the Hokage. The two of them fell silent for a while. Then Gaara suddenly said, Naruto, thank you. For what? Thank you for treating me to ramen back then. If it weren't for that bowl of ramen, I might still be that monster who only thought about killing. Naruto looked at Gaara and remembered that red-haired child from years ago, with dark circles under his eyes and a gourd on his back. Back then, his eyes held nothing but hatred. Now there was light in them. No need to thank me. We're friends. The corners of Gaara's mouth lifted slightly. He turned and walked down from the rooftop. Konan was waiting for him downstairs. Nagato was already on the road back to Amagakure. At night, Naruto sat alone on the Hokage rock. The moonlight was bright, and the countless lights of Konoha spread out like stars. He remembered the first time he stood here. He had been 6 years old, together with Sasuke. Back then, they had just been reborn. Their bodies were children, but inside their hearts was a ruined future. Now, that future had already been rewritten. Naruto. Sasuke's voice came from behind him. Didn't you go home already? My daughter fell asleep. Came out for a walk. Sasuke sat down beside Naruto. The two of them looked at Konoha under the moonlight, and neither of them spoke. Sasuke, if Boruto saw all this from the sky, what do you think he'd say? Sasuke thought for a moment. He'd say, Dad, you finally became Hokage. Even if you're a lot older than the one I used to know. Naruto laughed. He'd also say, Uncle Sasuke, your hair turned white. Did Dad make you mad? The corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Maybe. The two of them fell silent again for a while. Naruto, how long do you think peace can last? I don't know. Maybe 50 years, maybe 100, maybe someone will break it tomorrow. But as long as I'm here for one day, I'll protect it for one day. What about when you're not? Then the next generation will keep protecting it. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Just like the third protected us, and we protected the next generation. And the next generation will protect the generation after them. Sasuke didn't answer. He looked at the distant sky, where one star shone especially bright. It wasn't Urashiki's Chibaku Tensei. It was a real star. That star flickered in the sky, as if it were winking at them. Naruto stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Let us go. Time to head home and sleep. You still have official work tomorrow? Yeah. Pile of documents. Then why aren't you sleeping earlier? Can't sleep. I'm getting old. Need less sleep. Sasuke stood up too. How old are you? And you're already saying you're old. My heart is old. If your heart gets old, then Konoha won't have any young heart left. Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. You're right. My heart can't get old. It's still young. The two of them walked down from the Hokage rock. Moonlight shone on them, stretching their shadows long. In the distance, the lights of Konoha went out one by one. A new day was about to come. Naruto returned to the Hokage's office, organized today's documents, and placed them neatly at the corner of the desk. He picked up a photo on the desk. It had been taken many years ago. Naruto, Sasuke, Yang, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Itachi, Guy, Rock Lee, Neji, Tenten. Everyone was there. The photo had already yellowed, but every smiling face was still so clear. He put the photo back on the desk, turned off the light, and walked out of the office. The hallway was very quiet. Only his footsteps could be heard. He walked to the first floor and pushed open the main door. The night wind against his face felt good. Naruto. A voice came from the darkness. He turned his head. Obito stood there without a mask. The scars on his face were faintly visible under the moonlight. His hair was completely white now, but his eyes were still bright. What brings you here? To see you. Obito walked up to him. You became Hokage, and I never came to congratulate you. You came now. Yeah. I came now. The two of them stood under the moonlight like two old friends. And they really were old friends. They had fought, hated, cooperated, and battled side by side. All those past events had turned into the peace of this moment. Obito, are you leaving again later? Yes. There are still many places I haven't been to. Then are you coming back? Yes. This is my home. Obito turned around, took a few steps, then stopped. Naruto, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for letting me see that this world is worth protecting. Obito's figure vanished into the night. Naruto stood where he was as the wind lifted his white hair. He smiled, and as he smiled, his eyes slowly turned red. Early the next morning, Naruto woke up at 5 as usual. He got up, washed up, put on the Hokage's white robe and wore his hat. When he walked out of the apartment, Sasuke was already waiting downstairs, holding today's morning paper. What's today's headline? The cherry blossoms on the Hokage rock have bloomed. Naruto took the newspaper. On the front page was a photo. The cherry blossom tree on the Hokage rock was covered in full pink bloom, and petals were falling onto the stone faces of the previous Hokage, like flower wreaths placed upon the statues. Looks good. Yeah. The two of them walked side by side toward the Hokage office building. The people on the street were already starting their day. Steam rose from the breakfast stalls, the fish vendors were calling out their wares, and a few children with school bags on their backs were running toward school. When they saw Naruto, they stopped and saluted. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Naruto smiled and waved. Morning. Sunlight shone over the streets, over the smiles on people's faces, and over that figure in the hat and white robe. This was everything he had protected. In this life, he had done it. The end.